Chapter 1. The Usury Game: A Year of Hardship for Just 12 Minutes. On June 15, 2001, at the State University of New York Arena, the countdown to the NBA joint tryout had begun. On the court, 10 players from two teams were preparing for their final 20-minute scrimmage. Sean Battier, Tyson Chandler, Andrei Kirilenko, Tony Parker, and Jason Richardson formed one team. The opposing team consisted of center Pau Gasol, point guard Lauren Woods, small forward Antonis Fokes, power forward Maurice Jeffers, and shooting guard Zhou Miao. This was a matchup of glaring disparities, and no one believed that Pau Gasol's team would emerge victorious. The reason for organizing the scrimmage was none other than the impending return of basketball legend Michael Jordan to the Wizards next season. Jordan was in search of a versatile big man, and Pau Gasol was generating considerable buzz. Scouts were eager to discover the limits of his capabilities. As one of Gasol's vulnerabilities, Zhou Miao had traversed into this era for a year. Throughout the past year, he had served as a backup to Sean Battier at Duke University. This year, in a bid to break into the NBA draft, Zhou Miao decisively relinquished his NCAA league participation. It was not a choice he desired, but rather a necessity. Upon his arrival in this timeline, Zhou Miao awakened a star player loan system. By playing alongside any player for more than 3 games, Zhou Miao could secure a loan at a minimal cost to access their peak performance. Over the past year, Zhou Miao had utilized this system to assist Battier, leading the Duke University team to dominate in the NCAA. Ultimately, they claimed the championship. As Sean Battier was graduating from Duke this year, Zhou Miao realized that lingering in the NCAA would reveal his true identity. It was better to seize the opportunity and venture into the NBA alongside Battier. However, the system bore side effects. Once a star player template leaves the team, the loan interest rates increase. This concept is easily grasped, much like a bank adjusting savings rates to attract deposits when there's a significant outflow. Consequently, the loan interest rates would naturally rise. Yet, the system's adjustments were not merely a few percentage points, they were amplified by an additional integer. Taking a moment to hydrate, Zhou Miao opened the system panel. Zhou Miao, 20 years old. Height, 195 centimeters. Wingspan, 206 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Physical burden value, 34. NCAA scoring remaining, 404. Available star loans, Sean Battier. NCAA loan interest rate, 200 points per hour. NBA draft loan interest rate, 2,000 points per hour. Wonderful. With only 20 minutes to play, Zhou Miao could barely sustain his peak performance for a little over 12 minutes. This was also the reason he refrained from taking a loan during the previous scrimmage. As for the physical burden value, it served as another measure of how long Zhou Miao could endure. During the NCAA semifinals, he was not merely targeted, his burden value had reached 100. At that moment, despite having scoring remaining, his body could no longer cope, leading to an automatic exit from peak performance. Perhaps this was the reason Zhou Miao was not taken seriously. The NBA was a realm filled with prodigies, and no one was willing to gamble on a player with fluctuating form. If Zhou Miao's template were Michael Jordan, it would be an entirely different narrative. "Hey, Zhou." At that moment, Sean Battier approached, casually draping an arm over Zhou Miao's shoulder. "What's been going on with you lately? Your form has dropped significantly." Zhou Miao shrugged off Battier's arm. "It's because you've stolen my spotlight." "Oh dear." Battier cradled his right elbow with his left hand, shaking his head as he spoke. "Are you still brooding over that missed game winner in the NCAA? Fine, it was all my fault. I apologize. Is that sufficient?" Then Battier leaned in once more, wrapping his arm around Zhou Miao's shoulder, and added, "Honestly, even if I hadn't made that mistake, you wouldn't have made the shot." "I know." Zhou Miao nodded. "I just don't want to shoulder all the blame." Battier suddenly stepped back, eyes wide in disbelief. "Goodness, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Look, don't try to get chummy with me." Zhou Miao retorted. "You think you can extract intel this way? Not a chance. I'm not in the mood. You're still as sharp as ever." Battier sighed. "But this time, you're mistaking him here to provide you with information. Tyson Chandler is a punk, but he's not a great player. Be cautious of Tony Parker. That little Frenchman is no simpleton." Zhou Miao felt a warmth in his heart, retorting defiantly. "Then what about you? Why don't you ease up on me?" "Ha!" Battier chuckled. "If I let you off the hook, what happens to my draft position? That's a significant amount of money." Zhou Miao scoffed. "All right." Battier's expression turned serious as he said, "I assume you wouldn't want me to go easy on you, would you? Let the true skills show on the court." Zhou Miao exclaimed, extending his fist. Battier stepped forward to bump fists. "See you in the NBA?" "See you in the NBA." Zhou Miao inhaled deeply, silently affirming. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Zhou Miao. Battier had inquired with agents, and it appeared Zhou Miao might go undrafted. On one hand, Zhou Miao faced inherent barriers as an Asian entering the NBA. The last Asian player, Wang Zhizhi, was drafted in '99 and only recently made it to the NBA. On the other hand, Zhou Miao's declining form was a significant concern. This was an unavoidable circumstance. His own attributes barely qualified as average in the NBA, while his skills were lamentably inadequate. Before his arrival in this timeline, he was merely an amateur basketball enthusiast, above average among ordinary individuals, but in the NBA, he was laughable. Moreover, playing as a guard was a precarious position. Zhou Miao's physique was not particularly robust, and while he could dominate the NCAA in a powered state, the NBA was an entirely different challenge. Thus, until the system procured a better loan template, Zhou Miao had to position himself as a top-tier 3 and D player, essentially a role player. The outcome of this game would determine whether he could step into the NBA. Should he go undrafted, playing a minor league would be less appealing than remaining in the NCAA, awaiting a fortuitous opportunity. Having resolved these thoughts, Zhou Miao rose to find Pau Gasol. "Hey Pau, I'm Zhou Miao, your teammate for the next game." Gasol glanced at the translator. This Spanish gentleman was still grappling with his English. It was indeed peculiar. The 5 players on one team hailed from 5 different countries, with 2 of them struggling to communicate in English, making communication a substantial hurdle. "Hello, what can I do for you? I understand you may not have a keen interest in this game, but," Zhou Miao inquired, "I wish to know if you desire to win this match." Gasol nodded earnestly after listening to the translator. "Good, then all you need to do is match up against Tyson Chandler and dominate him." Zhou Miao smiled. "Don't be intimidated by his apparent strength. Some individuals merely appear formidable." Gasol pondered for a moment before asking, "What about defense?" "Full court press," Zhou Miao stated. "Additionally, I need you to help me bring the ball past half court." Gasol appeared puzzled, but nodded once more. There was no alternative. Zhou Miao's window was limited to 12 minutes, and he needed to endure the first 8 minutes. Subsequently, Zhou Miao approached the other 3 players, articulating similar sentiments, albeit with different defensive assignments. Before long, the scrimmage commenced. In the initial 8 minutes, Zhou Miao's team struggled, accumulating only 8 points, all from Gasol's individual plays against Tyson Chandler. In contrast, Sean Battier's team was scoring with ease, their total surpassing 18 points, with a lead of 10 points. Several scouts observing the game began to shake their heads, deeming it unnecessary to continue watching. The remaining scouts diverted their attention from the game, making phone calls, sending texts, and attending to other matters. With 11 minutes and 21 seconds remaining, Sean Battier scored again with a mid-range shot, marking his second basket of the game. "Zhou, if you continue to falter, the NBA will forever be beyond your reach," Battier remarked as he passed by Zhou Miao, unable to suppress his provocation. Zhou Miao chuckled joyfully. "Sean, as you wished him back. System, activate." Chapter 2. When Battier's pendant joins the Grizzlies. "Give me the ball." Zhou Miao approached Gasol, signaling for him to move to the front court. The latter complied without protest, sprinting forward. With the team's primary star in agreement, the others naturally followed suit. As Zhou Miao dribbled, he relished the familiar buoyancy, his gaze fixed ahead. Tony Parker glanced over, sensing something was amiss with the approaching player, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Crossing the half-court line, Zhou Miao began his advanced, the pinnacle of his career. Battier possessed only average physical attributes, with his offensive prowess primarily showcased through his ability to execute bicycle dribbles and make long-range shots. Upon witnessing Zhou Miao's familiar stance, Battier felt a surge of apprehension and called out, "Tony, be cautious of that kid's three-point shooting." In the brief moment Tony Parker was caught off guard, Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to maneuver past him. Fortunately, Parker, with his remarkable speed, swiftly recovered on defense, but it was already too late. The distance from midcourt to the three-point line was a mere few meters, easily covered in just 3 or 4 large strides. At that moment, Zhou Miao positioned the ball outside the three-point line and launched it toward the hoop. Parker leaped in an attempt to block the shot. Unfortunately, the disparity in both height and wingspan became evident. Parker's outstretched hand glided past Zhou Miao without making contact. Swish! The crisp sound of the net immediately drew the attention of several scouts. The score is 2011. Who made that three-pointer? It seems to be that Chinese kid with a Bobby Jones template. I recall that Sean Battier's draft template is actually Bobby Jones. This remark instantly piqued the interest of numerous scouts, prompting them to rummage through their materials. Before long, one of them exclaimed, "His offensive capability surpasses that of Battier. He truly is a promising talent, though somewhat inconsistent." Another chimed in, "And he lacks endurance." This elicited a round of malicious laughter, and soon the conversation began to escalate. On the court, Zhou Miao, having scored, proclaimed loudly, "My friends, We are now brothers in the same trench. It is time to sound the horn for a counterattack. Gasol led the charge, and the team's morale surged rapidly. On the other side, Tony Parker, dissatisfied after being scored upon with a three-pointer, extended his hand for the ball and said, "Create some space for me. I want to go onion on." "Tony, don't do that." Sean Battier advised. "That kid's defense is formidable. Be cautious." Parker, undeterred, insisted on driving to the basket. Zhou Miao, fully aware of this, called out to his teammates to quickly fall back into the paint, abandoning their individual assignments. In moments of disadvantage or desperation, individuals often unite. Zhou Miao's teammates chose to trust in their quest for victory. Battier sighed, fully aware of the frightening potential of this underclassman, who seemed like a fortified version of himself. Had it not been for those shortcomings, Battier believed Zhou Miao could undoubtedly contend for a top-3 spot. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Before long, Parker initiated his offensive play, while Zhou Miao's teammates outside the three-point line continued to pull away, employing a 212 defensive formation. Parker charged forward with determination, and Zhou Miao, with Battier's model speed, struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, the versatile Gasol provided timely help, delivering a resounding block. The basketball landed in the hands of Loren Woods. Fast break. On the outer edge, Antonis Foki sprinted ahead, and Zhou Miao received the pass, immediately executing a Tai Chi-style spin, flinging the ball past midcourt. Foki's caught the ball and soared for a dunk in 3 steps. Boom! The score was now 2013. A brief surge of 50 thrilled the scouts, who exclaimed, "Nice play." With 8 minutes and 46 seconds left in the game, Sean Battier once again urged Tony Parker to adopt a more composed approach. Yet, who among them was not a prodigy? As an offensive-minded point guard, Parker refused to heed the advice. Consequently, not only did Battier's team's morale plummet, but everyone began playing their own game, shooting whenever they got the ball. In contrast, Zhou Miao's side grew increasingly energized. At the height of his career, Battier possessed a keen basketball IQ and exceptional game-reading abilities, enabling Zhou Miao to consistently locate open teammates for passes. When no one was available, Zhou Miao would attempt to drive to the basket, shooting only when presented with a long-range opportunity. Otherwise, he would create distractions for Gasol. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 3,632. Zhou Miao's team emerged victorious. Gasol recorded 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Zhou Miao contributed 5 points, 6 assists, 1 rebound, 1 block, and 1 steal. The other 3 players also scored, and everyone enjoyed the game, exchanging contact information afterward. This scrimmage marked the conclusion of the trial for the 10 participants, leaving only the draft results to await. At this juncture, scouts entered the arena, eagerly presenting their business cards to their favored prospects. Zhou Miao's performance was exceptional, but could not overshadow his earlier lackluster display during the trials. He received only 1 business card from a scout representing the Grizzlies. It was not that they considered him highly, but rather that the Grizzlies, having relocated from Vancouver to Memphis this year, were in the midst of a rebuild and urgently needed fresh talent. After the game, Sean Battier treated everyone to steak. "Zhou, which team do you wish to join?" "Unlike you," Zhou Miao replied helplessly, "I have no credentials, no accomplishments, and no agent. I lack the luxury of choice." "Just chatting. Don't you have a team you admire?" "Perhaps the Wizards." "Because of Michael Jordan?" "Of course. Who wouldn't want to play alongside Michael?" "Best of luck." Zhou Miao chuckled. "In merely jesting in terms of teams, I need you to keep an eye out for me. Any team will do, as long as I can enter the NBA." Battier agreed to assist. 5 days later, on June 20th, Battier suddenly called Zhou Miao. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" "Sean, you know I dislike this kind of joke. Just tell me." "All right, I've reached an agreement with the Grizzlies. They've agreed to let me bring you on board, but the contract isn't particularly favorable." Zhou Miao felt a mix of shock and joy. The worse the contract, the better for him, as he did not rely on that salary for survival. Indeed, Battier continued, "They're only offering you a 2-year non-guaranteed contract. If you're dissatisfied, I can." No, Zhou Miao interjected quickly. "I'm extremely grateful. Sean, you've done more than enough. I am very satisfied with this contract." Not merely satisfied, he was practically on the verge of jumping for joy. Typically, NBA contracts are categorized into 3 types: first-round draft picks with 22 contracts, second-round draft picks with 2-year contracts, and undrafted players with minimum salaries or 2-year non-guaranteed contracts. Zhou Miao was currently a minor player, but that did not dictate his future status. If memory serves correctly, Pau Gasol also joined the Grizzlies, and he was exceptionally formidable during his prime. Although their positions might not align perfectly, their skills were complementary. Moreover, the Grizzlies boasted a mercurial talent known as white chocolate. Zhou Miao eagerly anticipated the potential synergy that could arise from employing the templates of all three players interchangeably. The only question remained, could his scoring pace keep up with the loan interest rates? The principle of borrowing and returning is fundamental, and thus borrowing again becomes effortless. The system offers a remarkably user-friendly initial loan feature, allowing for loans without collateral, albeit at exorbitantly high interest rates. In the early stages of competing in the NCAA, Zhou Miao struggled for quite some time before achieving any remaining points. Once points remained and collateral was established, the interest rates diminished significantly. Badier, unaware of Zhou Miao's inner journey, remarked, "Zhou, you are the most unready person I have ever encountered." On the other end of the line, Zhou Miao silently chuckled. He was quite the opposite of unready. Chapter 3. Coach, whether you believe it or not, my talent lies in imitation. On June 27th, Madison Square Garden, New York. As an undrafted player, Zhou Miao had no opportunity to announce his name. He could only sit in the audience as part of Badier's support group, applauding and cheering for him. Badier was selected 6th overall in the first round, and the spotlight did not shine on his friends and family as it did for the top 3 picks. Otherwise, Zhou Miao might have appeared on television. This draft mirrored historical precedents, with Michael Jordan returning to the Wizards and selecting Kwame Brown. Deemed the worst number 1 pick by the media, Tyson Chandler, the 2nd pick, went to the Los Angeles Clippers, while 3rd pick Pau Gasol initially joined the Hawks before being swiftly traded to the Grizzlies. Apart from Sean, the Grizzlies selected Jamal Tinsley at the 27th pick in the first round, who was quickly traded to the Hawks. In the second round, the Grizzlies drafted European point guard Will Solomon and shooting guard Antonis Fokis. With Zhou Miao added to the mix, they nearly formed a complete team. In the NBA regular season, only 15 players on minimum contracts and 3 non-guaranteed players are permitted, totaling 18 individuals. However, this year the Grizzlies roster exceeded 18 players, making the selection of those on the list critical. The preseason served as the optimal method for determining the final roster. The Grizzlies would field 10 players in this preseason. At this moment, point guard White Chocolate Jason Williams had yet to arrive from the Kings, leaving the point guard position to Will Solomon and Zhou Miao. Zhou Miao's role had always oscillated between point guard and shooting guard, leaning more towards the latter. Unfortunately, his low profile meant he went unnoticed. Additionally, with only 3 non-guaranteed spots on the Grizzlies, Zhou Miao had little cause for concern regarding the final roster. Nevertheless, he needed to exert himself during the preseason, otherwise, enduring an entire season on the bench would be unbearable. Being part of the 18-man roster did not guarantee playing time, particularly for non-guaranteed players. No team would invest in their development. They were expected to provide immediate contributions. Therefore, Zhou Miao cherished every opportunity to play during the preseason. Each time he took the court, he unleashed his full potential, amassing points and assists. This led to an unfortunate outcome, resulting in a net loss of points during the preseason, and he found himself owing 100 points to the NBA, based on a compounded interest of 5 points per game. A single season without play would lead to financial ruin, making a comeback impossible. Fortunately, during the 8 preseason games, Zhou Miao excelled, averaging 5 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, 5 blocks, and 5 steals. Had Badier not played more than double the time, Zhou Miao's statistics might have soared even higher. Once the Grizzlies' owner, Michael Heisley, learned of Zhou's performance, he regretted it bitterly. Known for his frugality, Heisley had built his fortune by acquiring undervalued assets, which allowed him to purchase the Grizzlies. The thought of losing such a promising talent as Zhou Miao would surely haunt him at night. Shortly after the preseason concluded, Heisley began pressuring Zhou Miao to renegotiate a 2-year minimum contract for undrafted players. However, by that time, Zhou Miao had already made a name for himself, and numerous teams, upon discovering his non-guaranteed status, extended offers, the least of which equaled a second-round minimum contract. Heisley's plans crumbled before his eyes. Zhou Miao could not possibly acquiesce. Moreover, he feared retaliation from Heisley regarding this matter, so he swiftly selected a prospective team, awaiting the negotiation of terms. The salary was of little concern to Zhou Miao. His primary focus was on playing time. Yet, in the entire NBA, apart from the Memphis Grizzlies, which boasted an entirely rookie roster, which team did not have a player for every position? It is not merely that Zhou Miao was an undrafted player, even if Pau Gasol were to join. He would need to undergo evaluation and integration before taking the court. Otherwise, how could there be so many fallen prodigies in the NBA? Thus, once the discussion turned to playing time, both parties found themselves at an impasse. As October approached and the regular season loomed, Zhou Miao had yet to finalize his next destination. At this juncture, Lionel Hollins, the head coach of the Grizzlies, made his appearance. In the coach's office, he spoke with gravitas. "I am aware of what has occupied your thoughts recently, and I understand your apprehensions. I was once a player myself, and I know that remaining with the Grizzlies is indeed your best option." Zhou Miao did not deny. "You are absolutely right, coach. However, I have already offended the boss, and perhaps I will be relegated to the sidelines for the entire season." No, Hollins shook his head. "You misunderstand. Once you step onto the court, everything is under my command, unless he decides to dismiss me." Zhou Miao was taken aback, pondering for a moment before cautiously inquiring. "Do you mean you wish to offer me a chance to play?" "Certainly," Hollins affirmed with a nod. "However, there is a prerequisite. I need to ascertain your true strengths. According to NCAA statistics, your three-point shooting accuracy exceeds 40. Yet, during the preseason, you altered your style and began to penetrate the paint, which has left me quite perplexed." Zhou Miao was at a loss for words. He could hardly claim that he was testing the practical effects of the peak Gasol template. Clearly, that was not the case. "Coach, perhaps I am a genius, capable of excelling in both interior and perimeter offense, as well as defense." Such a notion was implausible. Hollins chuckled. Even Michael Jordan could not achieve such feats. Then, maintaining a stern demeanor, Hollins stated, "You must provide me with a definitive answer before I can arrange for you to participate in the regular season." "Coach, is that truly the case?" "Absolutely." Zhou Miao contemplated for a moment and concluded that it would be more advantageous to leverage his strengths. "Coach, you can position me for wing defense and offense. I excel in these areas compared to Sean." This was indeed the case. Hollins glanced at his notebook and then looked up to inquire, however, "I am quite curious as to why, despite your superior speed and physical assessments compared to Sean Battier, you are unable to consistently demonstrate it?" Zhou Miao pressed her lips together, contemplating a plausible explanation. "I apologize, coach, but there is something I have concealed from you. In truth, my greatest talent is not these skills, but the art of imitation. Perhaps it is precisely because my mimicry is so convincing that I have lost my own identity." Hollins stared in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "So, during your university days, you imitated Sean and Battier?" Zhou Miao nodded. "Yet, you surpass him. Can your imitation truly transcend the original?" Zhou Miao humbly remarked, "That is not the case. I cannot surpass figures like Paul and Gasol. They are centers." Hollins, somewhat hysterical, retorted, "You fool, you are a head shorter than Paul Gasol. He could easily outmatch you. How could you possibly surpass him?" After the banter, Hollins grew even more astonished. "If what you say is indeed true, I have an idea." Hollins rose, leaning his hands on the table. "You should be aware of Michael Dixon. He was once the team's most reliable scorer. Unfortunately, he fell ill and can no longer evoke cheers from the fans." Zhou Miao nodded without hesitation. "Coach, he is indeed my alumnus and a senior. I am certainly familiar with him." Hollins, disregarding this, eagerly pressed on. "Are you capable of emulating his scoring prowess?" "Absolutely." Zhou Miao exclaimed with delight. "As long as he can accompany me for a few games, that would suffice." Chapter 4. The quest for a new template proves challenging. Michael Dixon, standing at 196 centimeters and weighing 86 kilograms, bears the draft template of Reggie Miller. Playing as a shooting guard, his skill set is remarkably comprehensive, excelling in penetration, mid-range shooting, long-range shooting, and perimeter defense. In the 1998 to 1999 season, his three-point shooting percentage ranked 6th in the league at 43.3. During the 1999 to 2000 season, he averaged 18.2 points, 3 for rebounds, and 1.41 steals per game, embodying a near-star caliber player template. Regrettably, he peaked upon entering the league, and subsequent injuries hindered his ability to reach his pinnacle, resulting in a gradual decline in performance each year. Now, it is not just a matter of surpassing Reggie Miller. It seems he cannot even measure up to a mere finger of Miller's prowess. For Zhou Miao, this is inconsequential, as he urgently requires an exemplary shooting guard template to bolster his regular season performance. While Battier's peak template is commendable, he is a small forward, and their differing positions often lead to a certain awkwardness on the court. The peak template of Gasol is even more impressive. Yet physical limitations would only allow Zhou Miao to harness a fraction of his capabilities. Moreover, Gasol's template imposes a significant physical toll. It would take 2 games of Battier's template to just barely equate to 1 game of Gasol's. Thus, Battier's template proves far more practical. If Zhou Miao could attain Dixon's peak template, he is confident that his physical exertion would plummet to an annual low. Their statistics are remarkably similar and highly compatible. Although the explosive athleticism of Dixon is slightly superior, Zhou Miao possesses a system that can compensate for this. Furthermore, Zhou Miao could dual-utilize the templates. Employing Battier for defense and Dixon for offense, he can scarcely fathom the strength he would wield in such a scenario. Would he maintain a stable all-star level? No. He would at least reach the level of a second-year all-star. With this in mind, the prospect of acquiring the GOAT Jordan template becomes even more enticing. Zhou Miao resolved that this year he would achieve remarkable results, paving the way to join the Wizards next year, aspiring to attain the pinnacle of the Jordan prototype. On October 5th, Coach Hollins delivered unfortunate news. Michael Dixon was still in recovery and could not engage in any strenuous activities. "Coach, I only need a few practice games," he lamented, as the opportunity slipped away like a cooked duck taking flight. Zhou Miao resolutely refused to permit such an occurrence, fervently asserting, "I do not require Dixon to teach me how to play." "Very well, I shall have a word with Michael," Hollins replied. "I hope you remember the favor I have done for you. It is to be repaid." Such is the candid nature of foreigners. Zhou Miao contemplated for a moment and nodded, affirming, "Yes, coach, I shall remember your kindness." At this juncture, it is imperative not to stipulate conditions. The head coach wields considerable authority, possessing the ability to determine whether one graces the court. Without the present, how can one envision a future? Indeed, Hollins appeared quite pleased. On October 8th, Hollins brought forth both a piece of unfortunate news and a favorable one. Dixon remained unable to partake in training. However, the illustrious Jason Williams, nicknamed White Chocolate, was soon to join the Memphis Grizzlies. This point guard, like Dixon, hailed from the rookie class of '98. The distinction lay in Williams' superior performance. Having been selected as the 7th overall pick in the first round, 7 slots ahead of Dixon. Furthermore, Williams earned a spot on the all-rookie first team, while Dixon was relegated to the second team. Despite possessing numerous shortcomings, Williams' dazzling passing ability could not be overshadowed. Following his tenure with the Suns, his statistics improved, albeit at the expense of his most resplendent attributes. Nevertheless, Zhou Miao was acutely aware of one undeniable truth: Williams possessed elite ball handling skills. Ranking among the top 10 in NBA history, this particular talent far surpassed what Dixon could offer. It is widely acknowledged that while ball handling skills are generally honed through practice, the ceiling of one's potential is dictated by innate talent. Zhou Miao is acutely aware that his potential may not rival that of elite players. However, he possesses a system. With the acquisition of the peak White Chocolate template and through diligent practice, he is not far from becoming a top-tier ball handler. In the future, he is certain to forge a unique template of his own, allowing him to thrive in the NBA even without any unfair advantages. Before reaching that point, Zhou Miao recognizes the necessity of enhancing his physical attributes. Weighing in at 85 kilograms, he finds himself somewhat slender in this era of physical confrontation. Possessing a frail physique is far from advantageous. For instance, Kobe Bryant, standing at 198 centimeters, weighed 96 kilograms, while Michael Jordan, of the same height, tipped the scales at 98 kilograms. Yet he was a fervent weightlifter, his body a testament to muscularity, making direct comparisons unfeasible. Consequently, since the draft, while other players rest, Zhou Miao tirelessly engages in running, weightlifting, and foundational basketball drills. His efforts have yielded fruit, as evidenced by a 5 reduction in his physical burden coefficient. This translates to an increased time limit of 5, enhancing his endurance. Let us now examine the system panel. Zhou Miao, age 20, height 195 centimeters, wingspan 206 centimeters. Weight 85 kilograms, body burden value 21. Remaining NBA preseason points, -100. Loanable stars, Sean Battier, Pau Gasol. NBA preseason loan rate, 30 points per hour, based on Sean Battier. NBA regular season loan rate, 60 points per hour, based on Sean Battier. This is the advantage of being on the same team. The interest rates are significantly reduced. It must be noted that the intensity of the NBA far surpasses that of the NCAA. In the past, when the interest rates were as low as 10 points per hour, Zhou Miao would not have faced any system deficits. He would have been in surplus long ago. Fortunately, this is based on preseason points for loans, and in the future, when it shifts to regular season points, it can be calculated at double the rate. In other words, Zhou Miao only needs to exceed 100 points in 10 regular season games to entirely offset these debts, an average of just 10 points per game. As long as he acquires the peak white chocolate template, Zhou Miao will have no shortcomings for the time being. A versatile player. The only point to be mindful of is that one cannot utilize all three templates simultaneously. Otherwise, the interest rates would become unsustainable. On October 15th, white chocolate, Jason Williams, joined the Memphis Grizzlies. Zhou Miao was captivated at the press conference of a soon-to-be star athlete. The journalists and the vibrant pink hues truly evoked envy. My future press conference shall be even more grand and ceremonious. You shall indeed have that, Sean Battier jested. I wager there will be more than one media outlet present. Paul Gasol nodded in agreement, affirming Sean's assertion. During this time, Gasol diligently improved his English, managing to comprehend and articulate some basic expressions. Sean, I bet that you will undoubtedly seek my company at your press conferences in the future. All right, you may be right, Battier responded with a smile. But why don't you place a wager with Paul? He is different, came the reply. Zhou Miao candidly declared, Paul is destined to become a superstar. He bears the hopes of all of Spain upon his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Gasol nodded earnestly in agreement. With a dramatic intake of breath, Battier exclaimed, I have suddenly realized something quite alarming. He pointed at Gasol, saying, he is the hope of Spain, then gestured towards Zhou Miao, adding, you are the hope of China. Finally, he pointed to himself and quipped, and what am I? The hope of America. Zhou Miao chuckled in response. Battier and Gasol joined in the laughter, none taking the comment seriously. In their eyes, with the multitude of superstars across America, it was unlikely that Battier would represent the national team in the Olympics. Even being a substitute would be a significant acknowledgement of his abilities. Thus, the Memphis Grizzlies roster of 18 was unveiled. Chapter 5, the regular season opener, the animal team's confrontation with 2 weeks remaining before the commencement of the regular season. Head coach Hollins and his 2 assistants meticulously organized training sessions. However, recent issues had arisen concerning the team's cohesion. Although Hollins had been a star player in his day, his tactical acumen fell short, rendering him inadequate as a head coach, while he could certainly thrive as an assistant. Consequently, his authority resonated primarily with the newcomers. The conflict originated between Zhou Miao Swift and Pau Gasol. Swift, possessing explosive athleticism yet burdened with a mind as dense as butter, often mocked Gasol's gentle style of play, deeming it excessively soft. He failed to consider the significant sacrifices the Grizzlies made for Gasol, who was the undeniable future cornerstone of the team. Perhaps Swift mistakenly believed he was the only one capable of stepping into the starting center position vacated by Bryant Reeves. Interestingly, the 6 veteran players on the Grizzlies consumed a substantial portion of the salary cap, while those who could genuinely contribute were compensated with meager wages. In contrast, Pau Gasol remained unfazed, allowing Swift's antics to go unchecked. Zhou Miao, with a mindset of casual observation, patiently awaited the unfolding of events. To his astonishment, just a few days later, Gasol and Swift had become as close as brothers. Zhou Miao inquired with Battier and learned that Gasol had faced Swift in 5 solo matches, winning all 5. This unexpected revelation highlighted Gasol's early emergence as a leader. Time swiftly passes, with only 5 days remaining until the regular season commences. The Memphis Grizzlies starting lineup has been confirmed. Center Pau Gasol, power forward Zhou Miao Swift, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Nick Anderson, and point guard Jason Williams. The 7 reserves include Laurent White, Blevin Knight, Grant Long, Rodney Buford, Will Solomon, Antonis Fokes, and Zhou Miao. Zhou Miao was perplexed and approached the head coach, Hollins. Coach, if Battier can start, why can't I? Hollins, taken aback, replied, this week, your performance has been subpar. The only reason you're even on the bench is due to your commendable display during the preseason. How can you not appreciate that and still question my decision for a starting position? Zhou Miao asserted with conviction, I am a competitive player, and it is entirely normal to experience lapses in training. Who would take out loans to play during training? That would be reckless. Currently, I am only in debt to the tune of 3 digits. If it escalates to 4 digits, each match will further exacerbate my burdens, plunging me into a vicious cycle. Repaying such a debt may become an insurmountable challenge, leaving no room to pursue the dream of basketball. Hollins, however, remains oblivious to these concerns and has no desire to understand. He fixates solely on the immediate statistics. Do you believe you are Allen Iverson, able to forego training without consequence? Let me assure you, if you wish to avoid sitting on the bench, you might as well take a seat by the water cooler. Coach, that is not my intention. Zhou Miao began to play the emotional card. You promised me that you would give me playing time. Remember, you now owe me a favor. Zhou Miao found himself in a predicament, as if Hollins had him firmly in his grasp. On October 31st, the regular season commenced. The opening match featured last season's champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, facing off against the previous season's runners-up, the Portland Trail Blazers. Ultimately, the Lakers secured their first victory with a score of 98-87, establishing an 11-point lead. On November 1st, the Memphis Grizzlies were set to clash with the Minnesota Timberwolves in their inaugural game. This contest was starkly imbalanced. Both teams bore animal names. Yet the Timberwolves truly embodied a pack of wolves, especially with their formidable leader, Kevin Garnett, who ranks among the top 10 power forwards in the history of the league. In contrast, the Grizzlies resembled a group of aging bears accompanied by cubs, lacking the ability to withstand the onslaught of the Wolves. Public sentiment regarding this matchup was overwhelmingly one-sided, with the Timberwolves enjoying a staggering 91 support rate, decisively overshadowing the Grizzlies. Inside the players' locker room at the Target Center in Minnesota, the atmosphere was palpable. Zhou Miao sat at the entrance, engrossed in a newspaper. "What are you reading?" A bald head leaned in, but Zhou Miao raised his palm to gently push batter away. "The match is about to commence, yet you appear utterly unfazed." Zhou Miao cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "I'm not even a starter. There's no point in feeling anxious now." "Are you feeling tense?" "Of course," Badia replied, clenching his fists on his knees. "My hands are so tense that they're sweating." "What are you afraid of?" Zhou Miao spread his fingers and calculated. "The player you are going to face, Wally Szczerbiak, is a Spanish gentleman who excels solely in scoring. Just envision yourself up against Paul, and you shall feel no anxiety." "Silence!" Batia exclaimed excitedly. "If you cannot offer comfort, then refrain from speaking." In the locker room, a dozen pairs of eyes turned to look. Zhou Miao shrugged and inquired, "Doesn't it feel much better to let out a roar?" Badia blinked in surprise, his eyes wide. "Indeed, it seems effective. I feel less tense." Just then, Paul Gasol, seated beside Badia, suddenly let out a loud shout, startling Zhou Miao considerably. "Your method works wonders, Joe," Gasol affirmed, giving him a thumbs up. Almost immediately, the entire Grizzlies locker room erupted with the roars of bears. Meanwhile, in the Timberwolves locker room, Kevin Garnett sat facing the door, perplexed, as he turned to Wally beside him and asked, "Did you hear anything?" Wally, resembling a Western movie star and showing off his chiseled abs while changing, leaned in to listen. "What? It sounds like the Grizzlies players are roaring. Are they challenging us?" he speculated. Garnett agreed with Wally's assessment. "Indeed, how could we allow ourselves to be overshadowed by a mediocre team? Let the Cubs hear the howl of the pack." Quick-witted rookie Loren Woods, stationed by the door, swiftly opened it, unleashing an even louder and more resonant roar from the Timberwolves. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the audience in the arena. Following a successful season where the Timberwolves made the playoffs, the fans were in high spirits. The Target Center in Minnesota, with nearly 20,000 seats, boasted an impressive attendance rate of over 70%, a rare occurrence in the regular season. The game was also being broadcast by 2 local media outlets. Rookie commentator Bill Walton, upon receiving the news, promptly activated his microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, an intriguing tale has just unfolded. The Memphis Cubs have dared to challenge the fierce Wolves. The Wolf King Garnett has responded to the Cubs' challenge. Tonight promises to be an exhilarating match. Let us welcome the home team, the Timberwolves." As Garnett bounded onto the court, thumping his chest and roaring, the atmosphere ignited instantly. "Wolves! Wolves! Wolves!" Walton skillfully timed his commentary, waiting for the audience to settle before exclaiming, "Now, please welcome the challengers, the Memphis Grizzlies." Chapter 6. Debut scoring. Is this what a regular season game is like? So many people. The entire Grizzlies team entered. The rookies awestruck as if they had never encountered such a spectacle before. "It's just a regular season game. If you had been to the playoffs in Los Angeles, that would truly be a sea of humanity," Jason Williams boasted proudly. "I've been there, and I was one of the main attractions." Zhou Miao could not help but sneer. "You're merely a backdrop for the protagonist." Last season, the Kings faced an early exit from the playoffs, swept by the Lakers with a score of 1-4. "Kid, I have endured you for far too long. How dare a mere benchwarmer mock me, especially with your skills that couldn't even secure a place in college basketball." Jason, standing at 185 centimeters, lifted his chin and glared at Zhou Miao. "Enough, all of you, be silent," commanded Coach Hollins, asserting his authority. "Anyone can engage in trash talk. If you have the capability, step onto the court and prove your worth." The coach's words resonated, and Jason taunted, "Are you brave enough to accept the challenge?" Zhou Miao felt a surge of joy, as he had not anticipated such a fortuitous occurrence. He feigned reluctance and remarked, "I am merely a substitute player. If I do not take the field, it would equate to conceding defeat. I shall allocate half of my time to you. Jason, possibly under the influence once more, spoke without the filter of reason. I shall grant you an opportunity for fair competition. Should you lose, you must kneel and clean my shoes with your tongue. Zhou Miao turned to Hollins, who wore a stern expression. I am the coach. It is I who decides who plays and who does not. If we lose this match, I shall bear full responsibility. During halftime, Bill Walton jested, have the baby bears gone into hibernation? I see a glimmer of hope for victory. If the challengers possess only this level of skill, I dare say I could perform better than them myself. The Timberwolves led the game decisively at 55-26. The slap of reality came swiftly. Hollins, who had boasted before the match, now fell into a heavy silence. He had failed to adapt to the role of head coach. With all strategies easily perceived by the Timberwolves coach, Flip Saunders. Saunders was not particularly remarkable, ranking merely in the mid-tier of the league, neither exceptional nor entirely inadequate. Yet, even with this modest standing, Hollins struggled to formulate an effective counter-strategy, allowing his players to operate freely. This suffocating sensation was not felt solely by Hollins. Gasol, Battier, and others shared his discomfort. Even the vociferous Jason Williams fell silent. From the coaching staff to the players, the Grizzlies were thoroughly outmatched by the Timberwolves. On defense, the inexperienced Gasol appeared as a mere toy before Garnett. On the perimeter, while Battier managed to contain Wally Szczerbiak, Jason failed to guard Chauncey Billups, rendering the Grizzlies' defense leaky. The offensive end was even more desperate. Gasol could not shake off the blockade posed by Garnett and Joe Smith. Battier's offensive options were limited, relying solely on open three-pointers, scarcely daring to step inside the arc. The only player capable of breaching the Timberwolves' defense, Jason, found his threats nullified by Garnett's presence in the paint. Unable to defend effectively and incapable of scoring, Hollins felt helpless. Last season, he had many cards to play. This season, he could only hope for the emergence of these rookies. Just then, an untimely voice broke the tension. Coach, it must be garbage time now, right? It's time to let the bench players take the court. Everyone turned to locate the source of the audacity, none other than Zhou Miao. Since defeat was imminent, he fancied a chance to showcase his skills in the third quarter. Hollins was astonished. While everyone else was despondent, this young Chinese lad remained so optimistic. How daring of him. In that moment, Hollins was reminded of Jordan before his consecutive championships. Nowadays, the media glorified Jordan's achievements. Yet everyone knew that his entry into the NBA had not been smooth. However, Jordan possessed a quality that many could not emulate: resilience. A glimmer sparked in Hollins's eyes. Joe was right. We must not relinquish hope due to minor setbacks. Even in failure, we must display the spirit of the Grizzlies. Kids, prepare to take the court. In the third quarter, Hollins and the starting players embraced a philosophy of perseverance. Yet, within a mere 8 minutes, their momentum was utterly extinguished. The Timberwolves solidified their victory at 70-32, and the remainder of the time was truly relegated to garbage time. At this juncture, Zhou Miao stoked the flames further with his banter. Coach, I told you, let me play during garbage time. Look, the score's even worse now. How will you explain this to the owner? This incessant chatter provoked Hollins. Fine. I will let you play. If you fail to bring the score back, I shall keep you benched for good. Thank you, coach. Zhou Miao swiftly removed his outer garment and cheerfully exclaimed, just watch my performance. Ready, set, go. Zhou Miao had resolved to abandon the mundane life, unleashing all three templates. The pinnacle of Sean Battier, the zenith of Pau Gasol, and the apex of Jason Williams. The NBA has always harbored an unspoken rule. The debut performance dictates one's future potential, even if one later suffers a downturn. A stellar display can etch their name in history. Thus, the opportunity to achieve fame rested upon this singular contest. Hollins seemed to heed Zhou Miao's words, substituting all the starters for the reserves. Center Isaac Austin, power forward Tony Massenberg, small forward Grant Long, along with shooting guard Zhou Miao and point guard Blevin Knight, formed a combination of 2 youth and 3 veterans. Timberwolves head coach Phillip, noticing the Grizzlies relinquishing their struggle, took the opportunity during a dead ball to similarly bring in substitutes: center Nestor Lavic, power forward Trent, small forward Sam Mitchell, shooting guard Anthony Peeler, and point guard Lauren Woods. Here, only the center and shooting guard were noteworthy. The others were hardly superior to their counterparts on the Grizzlies. As the ball was inbound, Zhou Miao approached Blevin Knight and whispered a few words, to which the latter nodded. The game commenced in earnest. As Blevin dribbled, Lauren attempted to interfere, but a swift sidestep allowed Blevin to glide through unchallenged. Seeing the lane open, Anthony abandoned his defense of Zhou Miao to converge at the free throw line. Blevin decisively accelerated, halted abruptly beyond the three-point arc, and passed to the left wing. Over 14,000 pairs of eyes fixated upon the graceful ascent of the dapper Asian, the basketball tracing a perfect parabola before swishing through the net. The pinnacle of Sean Battier delivered a precise three-pointer. 35-70. The Timberwolves prepared to inbound the ball. As Lauren Woods received it, the 178 centimeters tall Blevin closed in. Lauren executed a sudden burst and a stylish spin to evade. However, Zhou Miao, lurking ominously, seized the moment of his turn to intercept the ball. A simple three-step layup followed, adding 2 more points to the tally. 37-70. Well done, Blevin. Zhou Miao sprinted back to high-five Blevin, a flawless collaboration. Hey, kid, this is quite different from what you mentioned earlier, Blevin cautioned. Beware of your backside if you dare to play tricks on me again. Zhou Miao laughed heartily and said, all right, next time I shall cover for your offensive maneuvers. Chapter 7. A near miss of a memorable scene. The Timberwolves launched another offensive. Under the pressure from head coach Phillip on the sidelines, Lauren Woods hesitated to handle the ball alone and sought assistance from Anthony Pillar to facilitate the advance past the halfway line. The strategy of subterfuge could only be employed once. Zhou Miao and Blevins had long since returned to their team's backcourt, awaiting the Timberwolves' offensive play. The young Bear Cub on the bench showed some promise. On the sidelines, commentator Bill Walton openly sided with the Timberwolves, consistently belittling the Grizzlies. However, the Timberwolves' reserves were not to be underestimated. Lauren delivered a precise pass, a quintessential direct feed, which Anthony received with remarkable poise. Wow, Anthony is poised for a one-on-one. It appears the Timberwolves possess not only a collective attack but also a lone wolf eager to showcase his prowess. Admirably, this young Chinese player named Zhou is willing to rise to the challenge, demonstrating commendable courage. Now, it remains to be seen whether he possesses the skill to thwart Anthony's advance. Zhou Miao, while stepping towards the right wing beyond the three-point line, summoned the system interface and switched to the peak Battier mode. Anthony Peeler, whose profile Zhou Miao had perused, was a role player who relied heavily on his innate talent, averaging 10 points per game. This individual harbored a rather unsavory habit of particularly taking pleasure in delivering harsh lessons to his former teams. Having spent time with the Grizzlies in 1997, it was possible that Zhou Miao's outstanding performance provoked Anthony's desire to teach the rookie a lesson. Zhou Miao was acutely aware of the situation and silently offered an apology to Blevin as an opportunity had presented itself. Coming to a halt 1.5 meters away from Anthony, Zhou crouched down and spread his arms wide. The contest began at that very moment. Hey, kid, Anthony said, bending down, executing a low crossover dribble like a snarling wolf. If you don't come at me, I might just slip right past. With that, Anthony sprang up, took a couple of swift steps towards Zhou, and delivered a forceful nudge, followed by a sudden stop and change of direction. This tactic had proven effective against rookies time and again. However, Zhou was fully aware of Anthony's every move. Renowned for his exceptional basketball IQ, Battier was among the elite in the league, and such trivial tricks were hardly impressive. Creak. Zhou Miao stepped back into a lunge, halting his movement. Yet his hands remained unwavering in their trajectory, one reaching towards the floor. The sharp sound of the basketball striking the ground resonated through the sound system, clear and distinct to the entire audience. Zhou Miao, clad in a black jersey emblazoned with the number 66, burst forth like a robust black bear. In just a few strides, he crossed the half-court line, simultaneously scooping up the basketball from the ground while effortlessly switching his style to that of the peak white chocolate. The once awkward grip on the ball transformed into a fluid motion, as if the ball were a playful puppy eager to please him. Anthony Peeler, propelled by fervor, sprinted with fierce determination, his gaze fixated maliciously on Zhou Miao's back, awaiting the opportune moment to strike with an elbow to his spine. It was garbage time. No one would care about malicious fouls. On the contrary, the spectators yearned for thrilling displays of athletic prowess. 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. The distance dwindled, and Anthony reveled in his anticipation, oblivious to the fact that Zhou Miao's explosive acceleration was no slower than his own. Creak. The sound of sneakers fiercely scraping against the floor echoed through the arena. In the spirit of competition, one must respond in kind. Zhou Miao executed a sudden stop-and-change direction move. Anthony, unable to halt his momentum, instinctively retracted his hand, which had intended to commit a foul as they momentarily crossed paths. Zhou Miao had already assumed a shooting posture. Committing a foul now would grant him 3 free throws. Who could have anticipated that the fast break player would not attempt a layup, but instead retreat beyond the three-point line for a long-range shot? Absurd. Anthony, relieved that he had not acted impulsively, extended his hand in a token gesture of defense, watching as the basketball soared over him, tracing a perfect parabola before finding the net. 3 points. A wide-open three-pointer reminiscent of the peak performance of Battier. The score stood at 40-70. In a mere 1 minute and 17 seconds, Zhou Miao single-handedly orchestrated an 8-0 surge. Beep. The Timberwolves called for a timeout. The Grizzlies erupted in celebration, with Battier being the first to rush onto the court, exuberantly embracing Zhou Miao, jumping with joy as if they had already won. "You are incredible! What a magnificent performance! I am certain tomorrow's ESPN headlines will feature you prominently." Following closely, Gasol joined the embrace. "Zhou, I always knew you had it in you." Head coach Hollins approached with a smile. "All right, enough of the revelry. Time is of the essence. We still have a tough battle ahead, based on past experiences." Garbage time typically meant the starters would not return to play. However, this game was different, with 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. If the Timberwolves could not thwart the Grizzlies' momentum, a comeback was not out of the question. Therefore, the remainder of the game would see the starters on the court. Yet, Hollins had other plans. "Grant will replace Zhou shortly." He turned to White Chocolate. "Jason, I hope we can finish this game before discussing anything further." Jason Williams reluctantly acquiesced. He knew refusing was not an option, as Hollins had ways to make his life difficult. Next, Hollins sought out Gasol. "You will be responsible for containing Garnett." "Jason, Joe, you understand what to do, right?" Both nodded in unison. Hollins intended for the two to create the illusion of seeking Gasol while handling the ball, to confuse the opposition. After all, despite being heavily guarded by Garnett in the first half, Gasol had still managed to contribute 11 points. "Sean, I know you cannot stop Wally Szczerbiak," Hollins said, looking at Battier, "but I hope you can keep Wally off Zhou's vicinity." "Understood." Struther replaced Laurent. Hollins emphasized, "Remember, as long as we contain the Timberwolves' offensive onslaught, we shall emerge victorious." The Grizzlies had just restructured. Achieving a cohesive fighting force in such a short time was commendable. In the playoffs, Hollins dared not dream too grandly. As long as they did not finish at the bottom of the regular season standings, accolades and bonuses would follow. "Coach, what if we win?" Everyone turned to Zhou Miao and then back to Hollins. "If we win, I will personally treat you all to a night out at the most famous nightclub in Minneapolis." "Oh yeah, long live the coach." As the timeout concluded, the 5 players joyfully took to the court. Jason caught up to Zhou Miao and whispered, "Dare you to challenge me again next time? Your obsession truly runs deep." Zhou Miao's face was filled with helplessness. "I believe we should treat every match with utmost seriousness." "Such cowardice." "What I mean is, why not take a greater risk?" Zhou Miao flashed a charming smile and remarked, "Throughout the regular season, the one with the highest score is deemed the victor. What shall we wager?" 10 million. Jason retorted, his anger palpable. "Can you even afford that? Mind your own business." "That is far too much." After a brief pause, Jason finally conceded, "Let us wager 1 million after taxes. But let us agree, no withholding passes due to the stakes. We're at 1 T count." "Agreed. We'll go by the official rankings." Jason, unfazed by the slight disadvantage for the point guard, was convinced of victory. How formidable could an undrafted player truly be? He believed that once Zhou Miao faced the rookie wall, his scoring would fall far behind. As for Zhou Miao's desire to bid against Jason, it stemmed solely from a yearning for more playing opportunities. Remaining on the bench would accrue interest in the system, unless one was not among the 12. A fleeting loan brings momentary pleasure, yet without points, it leads to an empty fate. Chapter 8. The disparity among players is greater than that between humans and dogs. Timberwolves. As the Timberwolves starting lineup approached amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, Zhou Miao felt an overwhelming pressure. Center Kevin Garnett and power forward Joe Smith quickly sank into position. Shooting guard Sam Mitchell and small forward Wally Szczerbiak flanked the wings. Point guard Chauncey Billups stood at the center, dribbling with one hand while pointing skyward with the other. Had Billups been with the Timberwolves for years, this gesture would signify the execution of their primary play. Unfortunately, he was not. His intent was clear, to take on White Chocolate one-on-one, while urging his teammates to create space. Standing at 190 centimeters, Billups towered over Jason by 5 centimeters, yet outweighed him by 9 kilograms. Technically, Billups lacked Jason's finesse but was remarkably well-rounded, excelling in post moves, strong drives, and jump shots. There was virtually nothing he could not execute. Furthermore, he possessed a cold-blooded nature. Adeptly leveraging his attributes, With an unwavering focus on victory, the offense commenced. Billups muscled his way past Jason, penetrating to the free throw line before executing a jump shot. It was as simple as that. The ball swished through the net. 72-40. The crowd erupted in cheers for Billups, yet he showed no inclination to celebrate, merely returning to the backcourt while urging his teammates to defend. Damn it. Jason Williams seethed, incensed by the blatant disregard. Give me some space. I'm going to retaliate against that punk. After Battier completed the inbound pass, he approached Zhou Miao, voicing his concerns. I fear the tragedy of the first half is about to repeat itself. Remove that feeling. Zhou Miao, running with an air of resignation, remarked, it is being reenacted. Upon joining the Grizzlies, White Chocolate had yet to relinquish the flamboyant style he exhibited with the Kings, his passes as imaginative as they were unpredictable. The moment he initiated a pass, all 9 players on the court would be thrown into a state of confusion, for one could never ascertain to whom he would deliver the ball. Consequently, Jason Williams' average turnover rate was remarkably high, second only to Allen Iverson. During the first half, the Grizzlies' dismal performance was partly attributed to the loss of possession in such a manner. The peak Jason Williams archetype possessed the technical prowess and ability, yet lacked the requisite mindset. Zhou Miao's singular advantage over others lies in his 50% success rate in predicting Jason's passing targets. Soon, Jason arrived at the backcourt of the Timberwolves, while Billups positioned himself at the three-point line, ready to establish a defensive stance. Zhou Miao maneuvered from the right to set a screen, allowing Jason to seamlessly penetrate the defense. Sam Mitchell, the shooting guard of the Timberwolves, attempted to provide assistance, but was effortlessly bypassed by Jason as he advanced to the mid-range. Suddenly, Garnett appeared before Jason in an instant, raising his arms to form an impenetrable barrier. To everyone's surprise, Jason, without so much as a glance back, flicked the ball behind him. The basketball soared over Sam Mitchell, crossed the three-point line, and landed gracefully into a pair of golden hands. Zhou Miao anticipated Jason's passing trajectory in a splendid display reminiscent of peak Battier. He sank the three-pointer. The crisp sound of the net echoed. 43-72, the gap narrowed by another point. I knew you could catch it. Jason, filled with exuberance, leaped and shouted, more elated than if he had scored himself. Once the match concludes, you must tell me when you stealthily learn my techniques. In truth, Jason Williams' prime occurred during his initial 2 years with the Grizzlies. It's not surprising that he can recognize his own reflection. In his debut, he scored 11 points, surpassing Gasol, causing Zhou Miao's smile to widen uncontrollably. Win 100,000 from me, and I shall reveal the secret. You little rascal. This year marks Jason's 4th season in the NBA. He is far from being seasoned. A mere 100,000. Provided you can catch my 100 passes, I shall concede defeat. As Zhou Miao made his way back to defense, he couldn't resist a jest. That won't do, unless you offer me 2 million. All right, 2 million it is. He replied with enthusiasm. However, Jason had conditions. First, you must contain that bastard. With that, disregarding Zhou Miao's agreement, Jason hurried to the flank to defend against the towering veteran, Sam Mitchell, who stood at 203 centimeters. Zhou Miao, feeling helpless, could only shift to the central axis to defend against Billups. As Billups dribbled past half-court, he noticed that Zhou's height was comparable to his own. Yet his physique appeared rather frail, prompting him to raise an index finger once more, signaling his intent to exploit Zhou in a series of one-on-one encounters. Garnett and his comrades were highly cooperative. Billups, an astute playmaker, rarely faltered in his judgments. However, this time, he was destined to encounter failure. The pinnacle of Gasol's defensive prowess was unleashed. In contrast to Battier's obstructive tactics that concealed vision, Gasol's defense was more direct and intricate. Billups, relying on speed, found himself outmatched, and in terms of strength, Zhou Miao denied him the opportunity to play closely. As Billups initiated his triple threat stance, Zhou extended his arm without jumping, refusing to be deceived. Ultimately, Billups, in frustration, attempted a long-range shot from just outside the three-point line. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Garnett, leaping a moment before Gasol, seized the offensive rebound, then executed a deceptive spin to mislead Gasol's center of gravity, rising again to score off the backboard. The score was now 74-43. The Grizzlies advanced on offense, with Jason replicating his previous play. Zhou, again positioned beyond the arc, received the pass. But this time the scenario differed. Billups did not pursue Jason as he had before. Instead, he provided help defense. The instant the ball left Zhou's hands, Billups leaped. his middle finger grazing the basketball, altering its trajectory. Disaster struck. Zhou's spirits plummeted. Badier's three-point shooting percentage was indeed astonishing, yet his release was not swift enough, and his resistance to interference was weak. As expected, the ball clanged off the rim for the first time. Rebound. Gasol found himself outnumbered, initially thwarted by Garnett's jump, which disrupted his balance, only to have Joe Smith reach high to secure the rebound. Nearby, Laurent White, muscular yet unable to engage in the agile tussle among the three, found himself out of the play. There was no time for contemplation. The Timberwolves launched a ferocious offensive, capitalizing on the Grizzlies' numerical disadvantage, with Wally Szczerbiak scoring yet another basket, bringing the score to 76-43. The Grizzlies attempted to respond. Jason continued to draw multiple defenders with his penetrative play, and once again, the ball found its way to Zhou Miao. Billups, arriving just in time for help defense, forced Joe to relinquish his shooting opportunity, leading him to pass to Badier on the opposite side. In a moment of haste, Badier, under pressure from Wally, took a hurried three-point shot, which clanked off the rim. Another rebound was squandered. The Timberwolves capitalized on their numerical advantage yet again, scoring another basket to make it 78-43. The sense of powerlessness from the first half washed over once more, but this time, Zhou Miao felt it acutely. The hard-won points that had been chased down were once again widening the gap. Zhou Miao could distinctly sense that his teammates' morale was beginning to waver, and their confidence was dwindling. Indeed, with a chasm-like gap in the score, no matter how hard they tried to catch up, defeat seemed inevitable. Why continue to exert such effort? Beep. The third quarter concluded with the Timberwolves leading 80-43, securing their victory with a commanding advantage. No one believed that the Grizzlies still harbored any hope of a comeback. Zhou Miao first perceived that the disparity among NBA players can, at times, be greater than that between humans and dogs. The Timberwolves remain a team that routinely exits in the first round of the playoffs. Imagine if they were to face the elite teams, particularly the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe. How powerful they would be. Chapter 9. Victory is at hand. Yet the opponent offers no opportunity. Why is Paul not receiving the ball? Head coach Hollins erupted in anger, directing his fury at Jason, Zhou Miao, and Badier. Let me reiterate, the offensive focal point in the first half is Pau Gasol, and this remains unchanged in the fourth quarter. Anyone who dares to shoot recklessly will find themselves relegated to guarding the water cooler. The three lowered their heads, while Badier and Zhou Miao exchanged subtle jabs in private. Coach, Gasol spoke up, I fear I may not be able to match Garnett. Precisely for that reason, you must hone your skills, Hollins responded with a gentler demeanor, explaining. This game serves solely to acclimate you to the NBA environment. The Timberwolves are an excellent adversary, and Kevin Garnett is an experienced all-star big man. Paul, if you manage to penetrate Garnett's defense, the title of the next superstar shall belong to you. Gasol remained unconvinced, for it is only through direct competition that one can truly grasp the formidable nature of Garnett. He had already been subjected to 2 emphatic blocks. According to the Marcus Camby theorem, a player renowned for their shot-blocking prowess is often perceived as a strong defender, and Gasol found himself ensnared in this misconception. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Grizzlies, much like in the third, faced the Timberwolves' rotational substitutes. Jason's elusive passes proved too much for even the Timberwolves starters to handle, let alone the bench players. With 1:47 remaining, Zhou Miao sank a three-pointer, followed by Jason's driving layup, igniting a brief 5-0 surge for the Grizzlies, narrowing the score to 48-80. Timberwolves head coach, Flip Saunders, reluctantly reinserted his starters during a dead ball situation. Should the Grizzlies maintain their momentum, the outcome could still prove uncertain. In no time, Garnett showcased his astonishing court dominance, reclaiming 4 points. 84-48, the suffocating atmosphere returned, and Gasol wore a frown of dismay. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Miao proactively approached and remarked, Paul, do not fret. I possess a strategy that will enable you to overpower Garnett. After a few murmured exchanges, Gasol inquired with skepticism. Is this truly feasible? Why not give it a try? There's little to lose, Zhou Miao replied, presenting a compelling argument. Gasol found this reasoning quite persuasive. The Grizzlies prepared for the inbound pass. Jason Williams, devoid of a tactical plan, relentlessly charged towards the paint, executing a remarkable pass in the process. Zhou Miao must consistently position himself strategically to receive the ball. Otherwise, Jason will randomly select a fortunate recipient, be it a teammate, an opponent, or even the referee. Each time he receives the pass, Billups invariably adheres like a stubborn adhesive. However, this occasion proved to be different. Initiating from the right wing's three-point threat, Billups remained unfold. Zhou Miao leaped directly, prompting his opponent to follow suit. This was not an invitation for Billups to shoot, but rather to pass. Pull. Go hard. Overpower Garnett. Even before Zhou Miao ascended, Gasol had already gravitated towards the right corner, seeking Garnett's presence. Garnett's defensive prowess is formidable, capable of guarding positions 1 through 5. Ranking among the best in NBA history. However, his ability to defend the low post is not particularly distinguished. This is the opportunity Zhou Miao discerned. Throughout the first half, Gasol found himself in a 2-on-1 scenario, with Joe Smith positioned behind him and Garnett providing support alongside. This situation would only be alleviated by the presence of a dominant player like Shaquille O'Neal. Even Yao Ming would struggle. Thus, Zhou Miao's strategy was straightforward. Allow Gasol to engage in a one-on-one duel, targeting Garnett. Indeed, Gasol did not disappoint. He received the ball, dribbled it low, backed Garnett up, and then executed a smooth hook shot in one fluid motion, scoring a point, 50-84. Following this, he continued with a second, third, and fourth shot, achieving remarkable success against Garnett, scoring an additional 8 points and drawing a foul from him. In contrast, the Timberwolves' shooting percentage began to decline, yielding only 4 points. The score stood at 58-88, with the deficit once again at 30 points. The Grizzlies gradually gained confidence, and after each successful shot, Gasol let out a fierce roar directed at Garnett, displaying utmost ferocity. Only 4 minutes and 31 seconds had elapsed. The turning point for a comeback materialized at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. After receiving the pass, Zhou Miao noticed that Billups did not immediately return to defense. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Miao decisively took the shot and scored another three-pointer. In the brief span of just 1 minute and 30 seconds, the Grizzlies launched a swift 7-0 run, narrowing the score to 65-88. Zhou Miao could distinctly sense the Minnesota Timberwolves unraveling, their rhythm disrupted for the first time. Just as they were poised to capitalize on this advantage, the shrill sound of the whistle pierced the air. The Timberwolves had opted for a timeout. What a delight! This sensation surpassed even that of indulging in marijuana. Jason Williams danced with exuberance. If we emerge victorious, tomorrow's headlines across major media outlets will undoubtedly feature us. A golden opportunity for fame and recognition. Zhou Miao, Gasol, Battier, and Llorente could not restrain their laughter, as if they had already envisioned that day. Observing this, Coach Hollins could not help but douse their enthusiasm. Children, do not get ahead of yourselves. The cunning and shrewd Philip Saunders will not grant us any opportunities. It would be wiser to contemplate how to excel in the impending tug-of-war. The group was perplexed. It was not until the Timberwolves returned to the court that Zhou Miao realized the veracity of Hollins' words. Phillips substituted the starters, leaving only Chauncey Billups to orchestrate the game. And every offensive possession was meticulously stretched to the full 24 seconds, significantly delaying the tempo. In a span of 3 minutes, the teams managed only 5 possessions. Jason made 1 shot, scoring 2 points. Gasol, on the other hand, succeeded in both of his attempts, accumulating 4 points. Zhou Miao and Battier each contributed a 3-pointer once again. The team displayed remarkable efficiency, scoring on every offensive possession, yet it proved ultimately futile. The Timberwolves managed only 1 successful shot out of 5 attempts, accumulating a mere 2 points, yet they maintained a 13-point lead, with the score at 90-77 in their favor. At this juncture, Timberwolves head coach Flip Saunders substituted Billups for Garnett and other key players. The Grizzlies found themselves at a loss, apart from the energetic Zhou Miao and a still capable Llorente, Gasol, Battier, and Jason had exhausted their stamina after playing the full 40 minutes. Faced with the well-rested Garnett and others, they could only withstand the onslaught. Ultimately, the score settled at 98-83, marking a decisive 15-point victory for the Timberwolves. Pau Gasol made a notable debut, contributing 24 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists, narrowly missing a double-double. Zhou Miao made a remarkable debut, contributing 19 points, 2 steals, and 1 rebound. In the final 3 minutes, he discreetly added a mid-range jumper to his tally. Jason Williams delivered an impressive performance with 14 points, 10 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal, achieving a double-double right upon his arrival. Sean Battier also shone in his debut, recording 10 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. Had it not been for Zhou Miao overshadowing him, his statistics might have appeared even more impressive. The other players scored in single digits, and thus shall remain unmentioned. As the game concluded and the players made their way to the locker room, Zhou Miao dashed to the Minnesota Timberwolves tunnel and proclaimed loudly, "Kevin Garnett, you did not win this game, nor did we lose. Next time we meet, I shall show no mercy." With that, regardless of the reaction from the opposing side, Zhou Miao swiftly returned to the Grizzlies' ranks. Excellent. Another opportunity for him to showcase his talent had been secured. A savvy undrafted player must forge his own opportunities. Chapter 10. Each opportunity is accompanied by a challenge. Target Center, Minnesota, locker room. Zhou Miao, while taking a shower, glanced at the system. Zhou Miao, age 20. Height, 195 centimeters. Wingspan, 206 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Burden value, 45. NBA preseason points, minus 220. NBA regular season points, 19. Loanable stars, Shane Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams. NBA preseason loan rate, 30 points per hour, using Shane Battier as an example. NBA regular season loan rate, 60 points per hour, using Shane Battier as an example. The cost for these 19 points seems rather steep, as the burden value has increased by 24 points. The calculation for the burden value, taking Battier as an example, shows an increase of 1 point for 5 minutes of playtime, 2 points for Jason, and 3 points for Gasol. Once the template is activated, the burden value accumulates with time, regardless of actual performance. However, Zhou Miao has played just over 15 minutes, nearly 16 minutes, yet it has been calculated 4 times. This truly reflects a capitalist system. While others round down, here it is conveniently counted as one full instance. Zhou Miao was previously aware of this. But the expenses outweigh the income, which is rather painful. Reducing the burden value proves to be more challenging than increasing it. Currently, it is known that daily training can eliminate 1 point, and resting for a day can eliminate 2 points. Zhou Miao's family is not affluent, and he has never experienced the effects of massage therapy. In other words, this competition necessitates at least 12 days of rest to recuperate. He hopes that all of this will prove worthwhile. Otherwise, if he continues to push himself to such extremes, Zhou Miao genuinely fears the risk of exceeding his capacity once more, leading to a complete physical collapse. During his university years, he once suffered an overload exceeding 100, which rendered him bedridden for 3 days, followed by a gradual recovery over the course of 7 days. Who can say if the next occurrence might be more severe? Zhou Miao is resolutely unwilling to endure such an ordeal again. "Hey, Zhou, the coach is looking for you." Zhou Miao had just emerged from the bathroom when he encountered Battier greeting him. "Sean, what does the coach want with me?" Battier shrugged. What else could it be? "Most likely to discuss a new contract. I believe you should consider finding an agent sooner rather than later." "No way. The coach already spoke to me about this last time." Zhou Miao recalls vividly that he still owes Hollins 2 favors for this matter. Although he is uncertain how Hollins discerned his exceptional talent, the old man possesses a keen eye for potential. After all, he is a rookie who scored 19 points in his debut despite being an undrafted player. Battier exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Do you have any idea how many teams are now vying for your attention?" "I am certainly aware," Zhou Miao replied. Zhou Miao's lips curled into a slight smile. 3 teams approached with high offers during the preseason, but I simply wasn't interested." No, Battier shook his head. "This time it's different. My agent informed me that the Knicks, Heat, and Clippers are all considering their options." Zhou Miao raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. The rankings of these 3 teams are not significantly better than those of the previous trio. The sole distinction lies in their increased financial resources. "Sean, you are indeed correct. Perhaps I should seriously consider hiring an agent. Once the regular season commences, there is no turning back. This week, the Grizzlies have only 2 games, while next week promises a demanding schedule with 4 matches. Zhou Miao hardly possesses the luxury of time to deliberate on contractual matters. Nevertheless, he has a plan. The notion of engaging a renowned agent is dismissed, as both parties hold mutual disdain. Instead, he seeks a professional, albeit less prominent, and obedient agent. The current scarcity does not imply a perpetual absence. Once he garners renown, a plethora of agents will eagerly present themselves. Bidding farewell to Battier, Zhou Miao donned his casual attire and approached Coach Hollins. "Oh, the future superstar has arrived." Hollins beamed with joy, extending his arms in welcome. Zhou Miao approached hesitantly and offered an embrace, yet after more than a year, he could hardly tolerate such feigned warmth. "Coach, what is it you wish to discuss?" "It is of great importance." Hollins swiftly altered his demeanor. "This matter pertains to the upcoming match. Will you be able to participate?" The worst-case scenario had materialized. A 2-way contract, for a player of value, serves as both a liberation and a constraint. No team is inclined to nurture an inconsequential player unless they possess immediate utility. Regrettably, Zhou Miao could not assure consistent performance. He required time for development. Coach, please, be straightforward with me. Zhou Miao broke the heavy atmosphere with a light laugh, saying, I did not quite grasp your meaning. Hollins gazed intently into Zhou Miao's eyes for 2 or 3 seconds before responding with a smile. I knew you were no ordinary fellow. Otherwise, why would I go to such lengths for you? However, Hollins then shifted his tone. Remember, you owe me 3 favors now. Zhou Miao was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Without uttering a single word, he found himself in debt to someone. Was he truly that inexpensive? Fortunately, Hollins did not beat around the bush any longer. The general manager had watched today's game and was exceedingly pleased with his performance. Willing to enhance the offer by presenting him with a new 2-2 rookie contract, Billy Knight, the general manager of the Grizzlies, loomed over Coach Hollins, a formidable presence. He was ready to propose a deal equivalent to that of a first-round draft pick, which demonstrated considerable sincerity. Yet, could I possibly turn it down? Zhou Miao still yearns to align himself with the Wizards and bask in Jordan's glory. How could he possibly remain mired in the quagmire of the Grizzlies? This franchise, established in 1995, has struggled for years to achieve any notable success, let alone attract prominent stars. Should we allow Zhou Miao to tread the same path as early Jordan, striving valiantly in the league, yet forever devoid of a championship? I anticipated you would voice such sentiments. Hollins, having benefited from the situation, speaks candidly. Thus, I can assist you in buying time until you reach a decision. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing this, Zhou Miao understood that a price must inevitably be paid. So, what is it that the coach requires of me? Your ability to imitate is truly remarkable, though your flaws are equally glaring. Hollins inquired with a smile. Such a superstar performance as today's cannot be sustained indefinitely, can it? Zhou Miao acquiesced. Then, please do me a favor. Hollins made it clear. Only take the court when the team truly needs you. His implication was that Zhou Miao should only participate in challenging situations, ideally turning the tide in favor of the team, without jeopardizing their overall performance. A clever strategy indeed. Yet, facing adversity is no simple feat. The Timberwolves are merely a first-round playoff team at present. Should they encounter a powerhouse like the Lakers, they would surely suffer a crushing defeat. What if he refuses? If a contract is signed, it would mean that he could never aspire to reach the heights of a peak Michael Jordan. This time, Dan is only a 2-year window. Coach, what do you think of this arrangement? After much contemplation, Zhou Miao decided to negotiate. Let me play in every game, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Zhou, you are indeed a clever individual, but I am not a fool, Hollins replied with a smirk. As your performance improves, do you genuinely believe I will still allow you to play for the Grizzlies? Agree to my terms. Do not forget you still owe me 3 favors. Is he trying to corner me? Initially, Zhou Miao was reluctant to sever ties with Hollins, who had assisted him numerous times. Now that the conversation had escalated to this point, what was there to wait for? Let us just get it done. Chapter 11. A few $100s a month. What are you risking your life for? Coach, have you ever heard the saying? Zhou Miao remarked. Why exhaust yourself for such a meager salary each month? Hollins was taken aback. What I mean is, you are merely a worker. There are at least 2 individuals in the Grizzlies who possess greater power and reap more benefits than you. Why should you invest your goodwill into this? Zhou Miao scoffed. Do you not realize that such actions will only incite my disdain? Yes, I concede that I owe you a favor. However, once I have repaid that debt, our relationship will come to an end. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? In truth, Zhou Miao had a backup plan. Regardless of how Hollins approached the situation, he had means to counteract. Yet, the exchanges of interest within the NBA were exceedingly transparent, and Hollins understood precisely how to navigate the situation after hearing Zhou's words. Zhou, do not misunderstand. This is merely a task imposed upon me by Billy. Hollins replied with a smile. You know how it goes. The higher the authority, the heavier the burden. I have always been on your side, have I not? If we successfully create a rift, there will be no need for drastic measures. You make an excellent point. Zhou Miao smiled in response, stating that meeting the coach was the most fortunate event of his journey into the NBA. If possible, he genuinely wished to befriend the coach. Hollins immediately chimed in. We are already friends. That was truly marvelous. Zhou Miao feigned enthusiasm, nearly to the point of repulsion. Since we are friends, there is a matter in which I require your assistance. Hollins candidly revealed the shortcomings of the Grizzlies' general manager. Billy is a rogue. He must see the new contract before he will relent. As a friend, You surely wouldn't want me to lose my job over such trivial matters, would you? Oh, the old fellow was quite astute, deftly steering the conversation back. Holland's implication was clear. If Zhou Miao did not extend his help, their friendship would be in jeopardy. Any ensuing consequences would be entirely Zhou Miao's responsibility. Furthermore, it was Zhou Miao who chose to maintain civility. Holland's bore no fault, and the debt of gratitude remained intact. Unless Zhou Miao crossed a line and completely forsook his principles. Such a scenario was evidently implausible. Zhou Miao dares to disregard his reputation, which would undoubtedly tarnish his standing. No one would wish to associate with someone like him, especially those exceptional players. What shall be done about the future templates if there are no suitable superstars? Shall one merely linger in the NBA? It would be a disgrace to the community of time travelers to continue in such a manner despite having an advantage. I certainly would not want to place the coach in a difficult position. Zhou Miao remarked. However, 2-2 has lingered for too long. I can agree to a 1-1 contract, with compensation to be negotiated separately. Zhou, you are lacking in camaraderie. Hollins lamented. If I report this, Billy will tear me to shreds. Then simply speak the truth. I have already been in contact with ProServe. If they refuse, let Billy negotiate with ProServe directly. ProServe is a renowned agency in the NBA, the very one with which Jordan signed before embarking on his solo career. Zhou, you must understand. Billy is akin to a vampire, a tyrant. Hollins asserted. He will never shy away from any challenge. It truly seems to be a matter of indifference to him. As long as it does not pertain to his fundamental interests, Hollins's discourse becomes convoluted. If it's bargaining, then let it be straightforward. There is no need to stray so far afield. Should Hollins manage to negotiate his compensation directly, word of this would undoubtedly reach the ears of Michael Heisley, the owner of the Grizzlies. At that juncture, he would not be without his rewards. While a promotion is not guaranteed, a salary increase is certainly within reach. Currently, Hollins is merely a temporary employee, and the head coach position could be usurped at any moment. Otherwise, why would his demeanor be so accommodating? Imagine if it were Coach Popovich of the Spurs in his stead. Only a capable head coach would inspire confidence in a long-term contract from the owner. A truth that Hollins is acutely aware of. Zhou Miao pondered for a moment and came to a realization. The salaries for rookies have always been modest. Especially at this juncture. Aside from a select few superstars who can command contracts worth over $20 million, most prominent players hover around the $10 million mark. Not to mention the rookie players, such as Gasol, whose annual salary as a third overall pick is merely $97 million before taxes. Therefore, Zhou Miao is entirely willing to accept a minimum salary, for he firmly believes that within a year, he will undoubtedly achieve a performance worthy of a lucrative contract. However, such sentiments cannot be expressed overtly. After all, in business, one must tread carefully. Coach, I consider you a friend, so I will speak candidly. Zhou Miao began to express his financial struggles. I arrived in the United States for my studies at the age of 16, and now, there is not a single penny left in my family's savings. If I am unable to secure a high-paying job, how can I possibly repay my parents for their nurturing? This statement left Hollins at a loss for words. Coming from a similar background, he felt a deep resonance. However, he added, if I were to take such a path, Coach, it would create a dilemma for you. Zhou Miao then expressed his thoughts. A player who cannot secure a lucrative salary at present inevitably harbors hopes for the future. For the sake of the coach, I am willing to accept a minimum salary, yet I cannot acquiesce to remaining at this level indefinitely. Therefore, as long as the coach can assure me of at least 20 minutes of playtime in each match, I am inclined to sign a 1-year contract with a player option at the minimum salary. There is no need for extended playtime, as it would certainly reveal shortcomings in stamina. At this juncture, Hollins realized the implications. Yet, he had no justification to decline. Zhou Miao has already demonstrated his worth, and it is both reasonable and justifiable for him to receive increased playing time. Moreover, he has proactively requested a minimum salary. What more could be expected? Should he truly be bound to a long-term minimum salary contract? That would be akin to selling oneself, and even capitalists would not stoop to such extremes. However, Hollins still feels irked by being outmaneuvered by a mere youth. Why is it that everyone else reaps tangible benefits while he alone must wait for an elusive future? Very well, you have persuaded me. With gritted teeth, Hollins extended 4 fingers and declared, remember, you owe me a favor for times. Alas, Zhou Miao. Having taken advantage of the situation, feigned innocence, it is indeed a difficult position to be a friend of the coach, where assistance comes with the burden of indebtedness. Hollins. unable to endure any longer, raised his foot as if to kick. Zhou Miao deftly evaded, running while reminding, "Coach, don't forget your promise to me, at least 20 minutes each game." "You little rascal," Hollins chuckled, scolding him playfully as he retrieved his Nokia 3210 and dialed a number. "Hello, Billy, you've caused me quite a bit of trouble this time." On the other end, in the general manager's office, one person was seated while another stood, taking the call hands-free. The seated individual was Michael Heisley, the owner of the Grizzlies, while the standing figure was naturally general manager Billy Knight. "Has the matter been resolved?" Billy inquired. "Absolutely. Exceedingly so." Hollins began to boast profusely. In the general manager's office, Billy endured Hollins' self-aggrandizing monologue for a full 10 minutes before daring to hang up. "Lionel is more capable than I had imagined," Heisley mused, exhaling smoke while seated in his executive chair. "Prepare a reasonable long-term contract for him." "Certainly, boss," Billy responded. "What about that Chinese kid?" Heisley set down his cigar, bracing himself on the armrest as he stood, stating, "We've already gained the upper hand. Let us not be too greedy. Let us take it slow." With that, Heisley walked away in high spirits. Under the lights, Billy Knight wore a sullen expression. The more capable Hollins became, the more precarious his position appeared, especially with a formidable Prot G at hand. No, if that Chinese kid performs well this year, he must be let go next year. Chapter 12. Competition in the second-to-last position in the Western Conference, Tennessee, Memphis, Pyramid Arena. The early home of the Grizzlies was here, having moved to the FedEx Forum in 2004. The Pyramid Arena is adjacent to the Mississippi River, not far from the Hernando de Soto Bridge that spans the river, connecting Tennessee and Arkansas. In the upcoming match, the Grizzlies will face off against the Warriors at home. Two struggling teams will fiercely contest the second-to-last position in the Western Conference. The Golden State Warriors, a storied franchise, have endured a series of injuries since 1994, remaining outside the playoffs. By the 1997-98 season, the Warriors had experienced everything the Grizzlies currently face, plummeting to the bottom of the standings. Presently, the only advantage the Warriors possess over the Grizzlies is their history. November 2nd, Friday. The bus pulled into the Pyramid Arena parking lot, and a group of vigorous basketball players disembarked, the first order of business being a good stretch. Traversing two states by bus is no ordinary ordeal. Zhou Miao has often lamented the unscrupulous nature of the boss, who is unwilling to spend even a penny on airfare. He envies the affluent teams that can travel effortlessly, avoiding the tribulations of arduous journeys. The head coach, Hollins, waved his hand decisively. "Children, today is a day off. We shall train again tomorrow. Go and enjoy yourselves." A group of players responded with a lackluster enthusiasm. It was already 4 p.m., and the city of Memphis is rather small, with only a handful of places to visit. As for the countryside, it's best left untouched. Even Jason Williams dares not venture there, for it is too liberating. What is there to enjoy then? "Joe, come here for a moment." "All right, I'll be right there." Zhou Miao handed the backpack to Bartier, who, with a hint of concern, remarked, "Are you truly not considering hiring an agent? Be wary of them potentially ensnaring you with a contract." "Rest assured," came the response. Zhou Miao pointed to a middle-aged Chinese couple in the distance and remarked, "My father is a lawyer, so he cannot be deceived." "Have your parents arrived?" Batter complained. "Then why did you make me carry the luggage?" After signing the contract, they returned to North Carolina. Zhou Miao replied with a smile, "Tonight, I still need to stay at your place." "All right then," Batter retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I've heard that you owe the coach quite a few favors. Alas, I've helped you so much, yet not once have I received a word of thanks." "Of course," Zhou Miao asserted confidently, "because I consider you a brother. In my hometown, brothers never say thank you. You have repeated this phrase 100 times. Batter rolled his eyes. "All right, I concede." Zhou Miao raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, proclaiming, "In the evenings, I shall prepare a delectable Chinese meal to express my gratitude. That should suffice, right? I desire sweetened spare ribs. Purchase whatever ingredients you fancy." Only then did Batter leave with a cheerful disposition. Since the commencement of the talent selection, Zhou Miao had relied on Batter for both sustenance and shelter, establishing a particularly close bond between them. "Father, mother, please ascend the stairs." Confronted by the approaching couple, Zhou Miao's emotions were complex, although they shared a bloodline. Their relationship was distant. Nonetheless, having inherited their physical form, Zhou Miao was bound by karmic ties and would honor them with filial piety akin to that of a biological parent, yet without allowing even a hint of emotional attachment to intertwine. "I shall accompany you." Father Zhou claims to be a lawyer, yet in truth, He is merely a temporary worker assisting lawyers. He possesses legal knowledge but lacks formal certification, and he also engages in various other part-time jobs. Zhou's mother is a freelancer, often juggling 3 jobs, and possesses a spirited personality. Her son has achieved great success, and as a father, one must not hinder his progress. An annual income of 330,000 USD is remarkable. After all these years in America, we have not earned as much. Father Zhou nodded with a smile, agreeing without retorting. Mother, that is 330,000 before tax. The amount after tax is less. It's not a small sum, even so. Zhou's mother beamed with delight, exclaiming, "My dear, I have never encountered such a fortune in my lifetime." Yet, after a moment, her expression shifted to one of concern as she queried, "My son, I have heard that the contract is only for 2 years. Could there be potential issues within?" Zhou Miao candidly stated, "The team initially intended to offer me a first-round rookie contract, but I declined and opted for a 2-year agreement instead." Mother Zhou extended 2 fingers, her eyes wide with astonishment. That. Zhou Miao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the pre-tax income amounts to 2 million annually. Mother Zhou's body weakened, but fortunately, Father Zhou was quick-witted and managed to prevent her from falling. "Oh dear, you prodigal child." Mother Zhou pounded her thigh, filled with anguish. 2 million. That's $2 million. A sum one could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime, and yet it has been cast aside so carelessly. Mother Zhou wept inconsolably, while Father Zhou remained remarkably composed. Zhou Miao, feeling helpless, gazed up at the sky. Noticing that no one paid her any attention, Mother Zhou retracted her tear-streaked face and seized Father Zhou by the ear, unleashing a fierce tirade. "It's all your fault. You bear the blame. Instead of focusing on your studies at university, you chose to play basketball. Look where that has led you. Your mind is now muddled, having sacrificed the significant for the trivial." Father Zhou pleaded for mercy while explaining, "Once a child grows up, they are no longer under their mother's control. The events have transpired, and regretting them is futile." Zhou's head turned to the left. It would be more prudent to hear what his son has to say. He surely has his own plans. Mother Zhou then turned her head to the right. Her arms crossed over her chest. Father Zhou cast a pleasing glance at Zhou Miao, who let out a sigh. Often, Zhou Miao suspected that his father had discerned his true identity, yet chose to remain silent about it. "Dad, Mom, I initially had no inclination to sign this contract. I was merely waiting to achieve results before securing a maximum salary. Presently, the contract I am signing serves only to appease the team owner, facilitating my ability to perform well on the court. Rest assured, even if my contract next year does not reach the maximum salary, it will certainly exceed 2 million. Father Zhou looked at Mother Zhou with a knowing expression, which caused her to transform her anger into joy. The entire process was smooth and uneventful. After signing the contract, Father Zhou went to drive. Mother Zhou held on to Zhou Miao's hand with reluctance, saying, "My dear child, I have heard that Memphis can be quite perilous. Please refrain from wandering about at night. Just wait a little longer. Your father and I will move to Memphis next year." Mother Zhou seemed to have an endless stream of words, still offering her reminders as it was time to board the vehicle. In that moment, Zhou Miao felt tears streaming down his cheeks, a deep longing for home washing over him, and an even stronger yearning for the parents of his past life. Alas, there was no turning back. No, perhaps in this lifetime, his parents still existed, albeit unaware of his identity. It mattered not. He would wait until he achieved success and fame, then return to his homeland to seek his kin. Zhou Miao clenched his fists. Even if they no longer recognized me, it would still be a blessing to see them. In California, at the Cow Palace in San Francisco, the Warriors had just suffered a disheartening defeat at home against the Clippers, leaving their fans in a state of profound disappointment. In the locker room, however, the players were not as despondent as one might expect. Rookie Jason Richardson had quickly integrated into the team, already conversing with the star player, Antoine Jamison. "Hey, Jason." The team's second-in-command, Larry Hughes, said, having just emerged from the shower. "During the draft, you faced off against the Grizzlies rookie. What was that like? Were they strong?" "Before the regular season, I thought they were formidable," Jason replied candidly. "And now? Even stronger." "Indeed," Larry responded. The Grizzlies had managed to rally from a seemingly hopeless position, nearly turning the tide, while the Warriors struggled to keep their heads above water against the Clippers. "The Timberwolves are certainly stronger than the Clippers," Larry added. "You need to be bolder, Jason. You're far too timid." At that moment, Antoine Jamison made his entrance, eager to boast about his achievements. "Last year, when we played against the champion Lakers, I wasn't intimidated by the OK duo. I secured that game on pure skill. What are the Grizzlies? A pathetic team? Can they even compare to the Lakers? Chapter 13. Here is the Grizzlies' home court. Foolish fans, November 4th, Sunday. Memphis, Tennessee, at the Pyramid Arena. This marked the Grizzlies' inaugural game since their relocation to Memphis, and the loyal fan base was disappointingly small. Thus, General Manager Billy Knight, in addition to offering discounted tickets, orchestrated an event where the first 100 attendees would receive sports merchandise autographed by designated Grizzlies stars. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Miao encountered the team veteran, center Bryant Reeves, who had been nursing an injury while earning a hefty salary of $11.56 million. I am certain this old-timer has undoubtedly saved owner Heisley's life at some point. Zhou Miao spoke to Battier, stating that Bryant Treefus not only missed games this year, but is also set to remain absent next year, all while still receiving his salary. Truly an extraordinary situation. Zhou, do not speak so harshly. You too have faced injuries and will age one day. Battier always responded with such gentleness. Sean, allow me to share another harsh truth with you. Zhou Miao directly shattered Battier's idyllic fantasies. If the current Bryant were to be you, I am certain that Heisley would swiftly kick you out. Battier gazed at Zhou Miao in astonishment, struggling to find his words. Eventually managing to utter, "You are indeed correct. Bryant must have saved the boss's life, not once but twice." In truth, there are several highly paid yet underperforming players, such as Isaac Austin, who, with an annual salary of $5.7 million, appears to be in a daze whenever he steps onto the court. Zhou Miao refrained from speaking ill of these individuals. As Battier aptly noted, Zhou Miao is a player himself, subject to injuries and the inevitability of aging. It must be acknowledged that Billy Knight possesses remarkable marketing prowess. During the Grizzlies' inaugural home game, attendance exceeded 50%. Nearly 10,000 spectators gathered to witness the match, marking a promising beginning. Soon, it was 5 p.m., and fans began to enter the arena while the players commenced their warm-up routines. This game was only being broadcast by a single official NBA media outlet, as no one would be inclined to pay for a broadcast of two struggling teams. During halftime, Jason Richardson, while practicing his shots, could not help but lament, "The disparity between here and San Francisco is immense. I haven't even seen a single commentator." "You will eventually get accustomed to it," Antoine Jamison pointed out, gesturing toward the veteran players on the team. "Ask those individuals, and they will tell you that there are matches that are even more desolate than this one." Jason nodded in acknowledgement, stating that he had always believed the NBA was different from the NCAA, only to discover that both are alike. A team without fans is equally devoid of viewers. Antoine chuckled, "Just focus on playing. You should cherish every game, for many players never get to realize their potential in the NBA." Jason nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you very much, Antoine." After saying this, the muscular athlete surprisingly stepped aside to pray. Antoine Jamison could not help but roll his eyes. After all his words, he simply wanted Jason to unleash his true nature. Players of their physical caliber should dominate the court rather than adhere to decorum and civility. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. At 7 p.m., both teams took their positions, and the match was about to commence. The starting lineup for the blue team, the Warriors, consisted of center Dampier, power forward Antoine Jamison, small forward Chris Mills, shooting guard Jason Richardson, and point guard Larry Hughes, with 3 muscular players and 2 leaner ones. None below 195, they certainly presented an imposing presence. The starting lineup for the white team, the Grizzlies, included center Pau Gasol, power forward Zhou Miao Swift, small forward Sean Bayer, shooting guard Nick Anderson, and point guard Jason Williams. Zhou Miao has not yet ascended to the starting lineup. He requires a few more games to demonstrate his consistency. The referee gestures, and the centers from both teams converge at the half-court circle. The Golden State Warriors center, Denny Fortes, known as the Beast, is the third muscular player among the starters. He resembles Rodman in style and demeanor. The only distinction lies in Rodman's talent for drawing fouls from opponents. Whereas Denny Fortes excels in committing fouls himself, the jump ball commences. With a resounding clap, possession predictably shifts to the Warriors, and Larry Hughes initiates the offense. Although this point guard shares a similar physique with Zhou Miao, he is a formidable defender capable of playing positions 1 through 3. In the Grizzlies' backcourt, Larry Hughes does not rush his attack. He patiently awaits his teammates to position themselves before advancing. Jason Williams approaches the top of the arc to defend. Lacking the cerebral prowess of Billups, Larry, despite a 10-centimeter height disadvantage, opts not to drive, but instead passes to Jason Richardson stationed at the elbow. As soon as Jason receives the ball, Badier approaches, one hand against Jason while the other attempts to swipe the ball. Both are rookies, with Jason being drafted just ahead of Badier, yet his skills remain rudimentary. His lateral movement is sluggish, rendering him unable to break through Badier's defense, forcing him to pass. Unfortunately, Badier effectively obscures Jason's vision and swipes at the ball, causing Jason to fumble. In a frantic chase, Badier secures the ball, executing a successful steal. Jason bolts forward like a streak of white lightning, eager to initiate a fast break. Suddenly, another blue lightning bolt, Jason Richardson, catches up to him. Remarkable! Zhou Miao on the sidelines watches in astonishment, witnessing for the first time a player capable of matching Jason's speed. The Grizzlies set up for their offense, positioning themselves for a strategic battle. Jason dribbles and attempts to penetrate, but Larry Hughes clings tenaciously, preventing him from reaching the paint and confining him to the short corner and elbow. Gasol positions himself against Denny Fortes, demanding the ball. Frustrated, Jason passes to Gasol. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol executes a dribble, and, as he prepares to pivot for a hook shot, he is suddenly met with an overwhelming force from behind. Stumbling a few steps while nearly losing possession, the referee blows the whistle. Denny Fortes is called for a pushing foul. "I didn't push." Denny protests loudly, insisting he couldn't even get through. How is that a foul? Before his teammates can intervene, the referee issues a technical foul against Denny Fortes, marking his second infraction before the game has even begun. Denny attempts to voice further dissent, but his teammates finally step in to pull him away. If they delay any longer, the game may as well be conceded. Gasol steps to the line for 2 free throws, sinking both effortlessly. Once again, the Grizzlies seize possession, and Gasol employs the same tactic, scoring another 2 points over Denny Fortes. The score stands at 4-0, with the Grizzlies taking an early lead. However, the Warriors soon unveil their prowess. Antawn Jamison engages in a fierce battle with Swift, ultimately scoring with a dunk. Swift, unwilling to concede, attempts a retaliation but is met with a formidable block from Antawn and Denny Fortes. Following this, Jason executes a fast break dunk, bringing the score to 4-4, a deadlock. The audience in the Pyramid Arena, taken aback by the thrilling start of the match, erupts in cheers for the Warriors. Zhou Miao, is this a joke? This is the home court of the Grizzlies. Chapter 14, The Warriors' Abundance of Talent. How did they become a soft team? As the first quarter approached the 7:35 mark, both teams began to rotate their players. The Grizzlies held a slender lead at 14-12, a mere 2 points ahead. Yet the Warriors had already accumulated 4 fouls, with one more foul resulting in free throw penalties. Thus, the Warriors promptly substituted center Denny Fortes, power forward Antawn Jamison, and point guard Larry Hughes. They brought in center Eric Dampier, power forward Troy Murphy, and point guard Gilbert Arenas. Dampier was returning from injury and still regaining his form. A player renowned for his rebounding and shot-blocking abilities, second only to O'Neal and Wallace in strength. Murphy and Arenas were both rookies this year. The former was Caucasian, while the latter would one day have a rule named after him in the league. The Grizzlies, in turn, replaced shooting guard Nick Anderson, power forward Zhou Miao Swift, and small forward Badier. They introduced power forward Lauren White, small forward Rodney Buford, and shooting guard Zhou Miao. The Warriors' perimeter defense is notably weak. This game is truly tailored for you. Zhou Miao hastily dashed onto the court, fearing that he might once again owe a favor to head coach Hollins. Ever since he signed a long-term contract, Hollins' demeanor towards Zhou has been exceedingly favorable, akin to that of a beloved son. In the span of a single day, Zhou inexplicably found himself indebted to Hollins once more. 5 favors. It remains a mystery what Hollins intends to achieve with his persistent accumulation of favors. Opening the system interface, Zhou grappled with the decision of which template to select. Gasol's skills were of no use. Today, he had suffered tremendously, far worse than during the game against the Timberwolves. The combination of strong players presented a daunting challenge. Jason's skills were indeed advantageous, yet his shooting was rather unpredictable. Ultimately, Zhou opted to load the template of peak Badier. After all, the 3-point shot remained in high demand. The match resumed with the Grizzlies in possession. Jason, with the ball, advanced from the wing, while Arenas matched his speed, denying him the opportunity to penetrate the paint. Zhou Miao persistently sought an opening, yet Jason Richardson remained vigilant, offering no opportunity whatsoever. Ultimately, Jason passed the ball to Gasol, who attempted a forceful drive to the basket but failed, allowing Daniel to seize the rebound. The Warriors initiated their offensive play. Arenas, somewhat erratic, began his attack before all teammates had positioned themselves. With deft dribbling and a feint, he broke through, executing a sudden jump shot before Jason could react. The motion was both graceful and striking. However, the ball clanged against the rim, marred by a lack of accuracy. Rodney Buford retrieved the rebound. At that moment, Warriors center Daniel had just arrived beyond the three-point line. A fast break ensued. Zhou Miao took the lead, sprinting ahead, while Jason's relentless spirit followed closely, refusing to relent. After dribbling a couple of steps, Rodney leaped and delivered a precise pass, landing the ball in Jason's hands. Arenas, demonstrating remarkable speed in his defensive efforts, was on the verge of catching up. Jason turned back with a playful grimace, abruptly halting and pivoting for a layup in the short corner. The score read 16-12. "This one was a gift for you," he remarked. As he retreated on defense, Zhou Miao couldn't help but voice his frustration. "That guy clung to me like a shadow. Otherwise, that would have been a three-pointer." Jason rolled his eyes in response. "How can I commend you when you can't even find your position to receive the ball? It's quite a challenge to set you up for points." Zhou Miao, struck by the unexpected turn of events, indignantly proclaimed, "Next time, just pass it around." I refused to believe it. In the midst of their quarrel, neither of them noticed that the Warriors had yet to resume play. It was only when the referee blew the whistle that they realized a rift had formed within the team. The newly entered point guard, Gilbert Arenas, surprisingly dashed back to the locker room, opting not to participate. A sea of nearly 10,000 bewildered eyes surveyed the scene, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama. I had always found it absurd that the Warriors had a Mark Jackson. Jason Williams reflected. Who would have thought even a rookie could be so audacious? No wonder they're vying for the bottom of the Western Conference. Upon hearing the preceding remarks, Zhou Miao sensed something significant was afoot, yet could not contain himself upon hearing the latter comments. "I will not permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner. You must believe that you are an extraordinary individual, not a worthless one. Despite my harsh words, you remain encouraging towards me." Jason turned and sincerely apologized. "I regret my earlier indiscretion." Zhou Miao. I am merely mocking you, my friend." This reaction is truly unexpected. An intangible struggle dissipates into nothingness. The Warriors find themselves in a defensive position, compelled to substitute in Larry Hughes. The game resumes. Larry Hughes adheres to his usual strategy, initiating his offensive only once all players are in position. He breaks through and distributes the ball. The Warriors center, Daniel, receives the pass just outside the 3-second zone. Then, with his back to the basket, he forcefully slams the ball down after a half-turn, scoring right in front of Gasol. 14-16. Such a violent display rekindles the audience's fervent cheers, yet it leaves Gasol sprawled on the floor. What the? Witnessing Gasol being bullied ignites Zhou Miao's fury, prompting him to abandon all restraint and unleash his peak performance akin to the legendary white chocolate. "Paul, remain vigilant of my movements." Zhou Miao gestured for an alley-oop, and Gasol instantly grasped the implication, his spirits lifting. "Hey, kid," Jason remarked with discontent, "I am the point guard." All right, you pass," Zhou responded, noticing Jason's silence. He refrained from mockery this time and said, "Feel free to pass me the ball. If I fail to catch it again, you can criticize me. And I promise not to retort." "Humph," Jason scoffed. "Who would bother to criticize you?" Though Jason's words were defiant, his actions betrayed a different truth. Subsequently, Zhou Miao called over Lorente and Rodney, instructing them to prepare for support. Despite their dissatisfaction, they begrudgingly acquiesced, swayed by Zhou Miao's performance in the previous match. Soon, the ball crossed half-court, arriving at the Warriors' home ground. With Zhou Miao providing a safety net, Jason Williams unleashed his full potential, executing bicycle dribbles and sudden direction changes that left Larry Hughes in a dizzying spin. He advanced through the right corner of the three-point arc and into the paint, causing chaos in the Warriors' defensive line before effortlessly finishing with a layup. 3 Warriors converged to double-team, reaching out to block, yet they were oblivious to the ball's whereabouts, which was now beyond the three-point line on the left wing. Zhou Miao was originally engaged in close confrontation with Jason Richardson, but the moment he caught sight of Jason's movement, he swiftly altered his approach. His footsteps transformed into a dance of agility. Creak, creak. Zhou Miao executed 2 swift lateral movements followed by abrupt stops and a rapid turn, darting away with remarkable speed. Jason lagged slightly, losing track of him, but remained in pursuit, unwilling to relent. Creak. Zhou Miao executed a sudden halt, positioning himself on the right wing. At that moment, Jason, surrounded by 3 formidable opponents, attempted a layup. As the ball transitioned behind him, he deftly used his left elbow to make contact, transforming the layup into a pass. Snap. Zhou Miao received the pass, lifted his hand to execute a feint before shooting. Jason fell for the ruse and lunged forward. Bang! Zhou Miao forcefully slammed the ball onto the ground, switched templates, and with precision, launched a shot that swished through the net for a three-pointer. 1914. The arena fell silent for a fleeting moment, only to erupt into a cacophony of cheers that far surpassed the previous excitement. The spectators were taken aback, realizing that this newly formed team could deliver such a remarkable performance. The exquisite passes and the crisp three-pointers all underscored the sharpness of the Grizzlies' offensive prowess. Now, that was captivating. Jason dashed over to Zhou Miao and exchanged a high five, exclaiming, previously, it was nothing but a pile of nonsense. Zhou Miao disregarded the matter at hand and turned to Gasol, saying, Paul, prepare yourself. Let us present a grand gift to our friends from the Warriors. Gasol's lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a blooming lotus, brimming with joy. Chapter 15. A resounding victory at home. Zhou Miao sets a new personal record. Can such a visually striking alley-oop be executed? Zhou Miao did not know, but he had to say it. On the NBA court, one must never hold back when capable of showcasing their full potential. The fans are not blind, nor are the team management. Just like that previous goal, no one would overlook Jason's exquisitely brilliant pass. The Warriors on the offense, Larry Hughes with the ball. Zhou Miao did not retreat to the sidelines for defense. Instead, he positioned himself alongside Jason to double-team him. From the sidelines, Zhou sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. It was not until that recent goal that everything became crystal clear. Why is there such a disparity in the ball-handling success rates between Larry Hughes and Arenas? The reason lies in the fact that the majority of the Warriors' key players are power-oriented, excelling in half-court battles, yet they are at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Thus, the Warriors' point guard finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. If he does not wait for his teammates, he fails to score, but if he does wait, he risks being easily double-teamed. In this instance, Larry Hughes, amidst the two defenders, struggled to cross half-court and hastily passed the ball. Jason Richardson received the pass. But the Grizzlies' Rodney immediately advanced to defend, with Laurent lurking menacingly nearby. As previously mentioned, Jason's lateral movement is not particularly swift, rendering his ball-driving capabilities weak, compelling him to pass once again. However, by the time the Warriors' center, Daniel, had crossed half-court, there was not a single teammate in the front court, leaving Jason with no choice but to return the ball to Larry Hughes. The latter was once again besieged by two defenders, ultimately resulting in a turnover. Zhou Miao collaborated with Jason to execute a simple yet effective fast break, culminating in a layup by Jason for a score of 21-14. The Warriors appeared somewhat disoriented, their subsequent offensive attempts lacking coherence. Jason Richardson, finding himself open beyond the three-point arc, received the ball and took the shot, but the basketball merely struck the rim. Rebound, shouted the Grizzlies head coach from the sidelines. However, it proved futile, as Gasol was unable to outmaneuver the Warriors' two interior players. Daniel secured the offensive rebound and attempted a second shot at the basket, but was thwarted by Gasol's interference. Finally, the Grizzlies' power forward, Laurent, managed to seize the defensive rebound. Pass. Zhou Miao clapped and shouted, Paul, run. At that moment, the Warriors' two formidable big men were near the paint, and with Gasol's speed, he would undoubtedly reach the backcourt before them. If not for an alley-oop now, then when? Gasol understood immediately and sprinted forward. Laurent delivered a precise overhead pass. And just as Zhou Miao received the ball, Jason approached to intercept. Truly, an unrelenting presence, yet it arrived at just the right moment. Peak white chocolate. Lend me your prowess. Zhou Miao deftly maneuvered past his opponent with ease, while Jason pursued relentlessly yet was perpetually outwitted. With a fluid change of direction, he dribbled behind him, veering left and then darting right. Jason, caught off guard, muttered curses under his breath, bewildered by the extent of Zhou Miao's acquired skills. As they reached the left wing beyond the three-point line in the Warriors' backcourt, Gasol had already surged to the free-throw line. The Warriors' two forwards had yet to cross the half-court line, leaving the interior vulnerable. Paul. Zhou Miao leaped suddenly, unleashing a powerful shout as the basketball soared over Jason's outstretched hand, striking the backboard with a resounding thud. The rapidly traveling ball ricocheted off the upper edge of the backboard. At that moment, Gasol had already entered the restricted area, exerting all his strength to leap upward. Arms raised high in fervent celebration. With a roar, Pau Gasol caught the ball, gritted his teeth, and with fierce determination, executed a thunderous dunk. A spectacular three-point alley-oop. 23-14. Yes, The head coach of the Grizzlies erupted in excitement, jumping up and pumping his fist into the air. The outcome of this game had become insignificant. This day would be etched in the memories of all, for this match had given birth to 2 highlight reel plays, even worthy of last year's top 10. At that moment, the audience seemed to awaken from their reverie. The Pyramid Arena erupted in a cacophony of roars and screams. In this instant, countless bystanders became fervent fans, utterly captivated by the Grizzlies. Even if Gasol's alley dunk lacked brute force, it was still magnificent enough to leave an impression. Outside the arena, passers-by could not help but wonder what kind of mesmerizing game could evoke such fervor. On the court, Gasol landed, fist clenched tightly, his mouth wide open in a triumphant roar. The game had been intensely frustrating, and he released all the pent-up emotions within him. The Warriors called for a timeout. With only 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the head coach of the Warriors felt compelled to halt the game. Observing his players, heads hung low, devoid of spirit, he realized that continuing in this manner would be tantamount to surrender. In stark contrast, the Grizzlies presented a different scene. Coach Hollins, along with his coaching staff and substitute players, rose to their feet, joyfully surrounding the team as if welcoming victorious Warriors home. Compliments and praises flowed generously towards Zhou Miao, Gasol, and Jason, with occasional accolades for Lorente and Rodney. Gasol, smiling shyly, attributed all the credit to Zhou Miao. Meanwhile, Jason and Zhou Miao were far less modest, claiming the accolades as if they were solely responsible for the triumph. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. Although it was an extended timeout, the head coach needed to adjust personnel and strategies. Time was of the essence. Gasol had already been on the court for nearly 11 minutes without rest, and the alley-oop had drained a significant amount of energy and emotion, necessitating a substitution. He might not return for the second quarter. Jason was in a similar predicament. Yet this lad remained exuberant, as if he had just taken a stimulant, reluctant to leave the court. Consequently, the Grizzlies only substituted a center, bringing in the high-salaried role player Isaac Austin. Isaac, though mediocre in every aspect, proved to be a competent interior player, a reliable utility man. As the game resumed, the Warriors deployed their starters, determined to take a gamble. Yet Zhou Miao unleashed his full might, and the Grizzlies stood unyielding. With the conclusion of the first quarter, the Grizzlies led with a commanding score of 31-18. Zhou Miao scored 6 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal. In the second quarter, the Grizzlies substituted Jason for Blevin Knight. The Warriors, with all their starters, were determined to narrow the score gap. At 5 minutes and 23 seconds, the score stood at 40-30, with the Grizzlies still in the lead, yet the Warriors gradually closed in. Zhou Miao, seeking to atone for his previous performance, assisted Blevin with 6 passes, 3 of which were converted, while he himself managed to score a 3-pointer. As the substitution period arrived, Zhou Miao took a break, and with the exception of Gasol, the Grizzlies replaced all their starters. The Warriors, cautious about making substitutions, kept their starters in play. By the end of the second quarter, the score was 54-48, with the Warriors still trailing. In the third quarter, the Warriors made their main substitutions. Grizzlies head coach Hollins adjusted the lineup, bringing in Gasol, Stromier, Battier, Jason, and Zhou Miao, with the intention of decisively overwhelming the Warriors. Zhou Miao unleashed his full prowess, propelling his team to an extraordinary scoring spree. At the 4:37 mark, the Warriors substituted in their starters, yet they remained unable to thwart the Grizzlies' relentless offense. By 8:56, the Grizzlies had decisively sealed the game with a commanding score of 78-56. The Warriors, resigned to defeat, withdrew their key players, leaving only the remnants of garbage time. The Grizzlies began to rotate their lineup. In the third quarter, Zhou Miao showcased his skill, hitting 3 out of 4 shots, including 3 splendid 3-pointers. The fourth quarter was merely a continuation of garbage time. Zhou Miao took to the court for 3 minutes, effortlessly sinking 2 3-pointers. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Warriors with a resounding score of 104-76, securing their first victory of the season and marking their inaugural win at the new home arena. Zhou Miao scored 24 points, along with 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 rebound. While achieving the highest score on his team, he also set a new personal record. Chapter 16. The Unique Dixon Template. Zhou Miao, age 20, stands tall at 195 centimeters with an arm span of 206 centimeters and weighs 85 kilograms. His burden value is a staggering 57. In the NBA preseason, he has accumulated a score of -400, while in the regular season, he has scored 43. The star players available for loan include Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, and Jason Williams. The loan rate for the preseason is 30 points per hour, taking Sean Battier as an example. Whereas the regular season loan rate is 60 points per hour, also based on Sean Battier. In his post-match reflection, Zhou Miao calculated his losses and concluded that the situation was dire. With scores fluctuating drastically, his burden value continued to escalate, hitting an alarming 57. If this trend persists, he would be rendered ineffective by the end of the following week. The system, he lamented, was exceedingly punishing. In total, he had only played for about 21 or 22 minutes, yet his burden value had soared, and the interest rates had risen, rounding up to half an hour without mercy. He realized a strategic adjustment was imperative. Otherwise, if his debt surpassed 1,000 points, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. The Battier template proved to be the most lucrative, allowing for a maximum burden value of just 5 points per game, enabling recovery after a week of full engagement. However, Battier's inability to receive passes from Jason would undoubtedly diminish scoring. Simultaneously employing two templates was unfeasible. What course of action should he take? Zhou Miao is troubled, as next Tuesday marks the commencement of an arduous gauntlet of 4 consecutive away games. There is no room for complacency. Otherwise, Hollins will undoubtedly impart the lesson that debts of gratitude are not easily repaid. November 5th, Monday. Memphis, Pyramid Arena, coach's office. Zhou Miao, with a furrowed brow, sought out Hollins. After contemplating throughout the night, he deemed it prudent to issue a preemptive warning to Hollins, believing it preferable to address any issues before taking the field. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhou Miao pushed the door open and beheld Hollins seated in the executive chair, with a player of similar physique standing before the desk. Zhou, your timing is impeccable, Hollins exclaimed with delight, rising to introduce Zhou Miao. This is Michael Dixon. Dixon, meet our team's rising star, Zhou. They exchanged greetings with a handshake. Though Dixon appeared somewhat displeased, yet chose to remain silent. Zhou, is there something you wish to discuss? With an outsider present, Zhou Miao hesitated to speak candidly. Nothing in particular. I merely came to inquire about the training schedule. Training again? Hollins shook his head, saying, Zhou, you must learn to balance work and rest. This week is packed with matches. Zhou Miao nodded, refraining from rebuttal. Hollins, elated, remarked, Zhou, have you not long to learn from Dixon? He has arrived today. Why not engage with him directly? Little did Zhou Miao anticipate that the conundrum that had troubled him throughout the night would serendipitously present an opportunity for resolution. However, private discourse was not an option. A competition was requisite. Fortunately, the system did not stipulate that it had to be a regular season match. An entertainment mode would suffice. Coach, I wish to partake in a few games of 3v3 street ball with Dixon, and I would appreciate your assistance as our referee. That is out of the question. Hollins replied with resolute disapproval. I have other matters to attend to and cannot squander time on such trivialities. Zhou Miao discerned that Hollins had misunderstood. The 3v3 he mentioned was not governed by the rules of competition, but rather determined by the number of goals scored. Whether 3 or 5 participants, it mattered not. Upon hearing Zhou Miao's clarification, Hollins remained reluctant, insisting, Hurry then, we have merely 10 minutes. If it's just the two of you, I shall take my leave. No problem, thank you, coach, Zhou Miao replied. Throughout the entire exchange, neither had sought Dixon's opinion, which left him exceedingly displeased, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Zhou Miao swiftly retrieved his Nokia and placed a call to Battier. Coincidentally, Battier was enjoying a barbecue with Gasol, accompanied by fellow rookies Will Solomon and Anthony Varnado. The gathering was perfectly complete. Following the conclusion of the last game, no one on the Grizzlies dared to underestimate Zhou Miao, the young Chinese player. Veteran teammates exchanged greetings, and the rookies naturally regarded Zhou Miao as a prominent figure, positioned right after Gasol and before Battier. Gasol had always been amicable towards Zhou Miao, and after their previous alley-oop connection, their relationship had blossomed into friendship, making him readily available to assist. Soon enough, the 7 of them arrived at the training facility. And inexplicably, Jason Williams also joined them. Under normal circumstances, the 6 players would be randomly divided into teams. However, due to the intervention of Zhou Miao and Hollins, Dixon was assigned to Zhou Miao's team. The rules of the game were straightforward. The first team to score 3 baskets would emerge victorious. And since it was merely for entertainment, everyone played in a relaxed manner. There is no need to elaborate on Zhou Miao. He is merely here to fulfill a task. And when it comes to playing basketball, he is far inferior to a high school player. Michael Dixon, already in a foul mood, was on the brink of eruption upon witnessing Zhou Miao's lackluster performance. A 1998 draft pick, Dixon may not have been a lottery selection. Yet he was still chosen 14th overall. As one of the championship members of Duke University's 1997 team, one would expect Dixon to harbor a fondness for this younger player. However, their similar positions and attributes, not to mention their closely aligned playing styles, fostered a natural aversion between them. From the moment Zhou Miao joined the team, Dixon found himself repelled by this underclassman. Subsequently, Zhou Miao exhibited commendable performances during the preseason and exploded onto the scene in the early regular season games, showcasing abilities far superior to those Dixon displayed during his rookie year. Dixon was once the second scoring option for the Memphis Grizzlies, averaging 18, 2 points, 3, 4 rebounds, and 41 steals per game in the 1999-2000 season. However, due to injuries, his average dipped to 16, 3 points in the 2000-2001 season. Yet he remained a key scorer for the team. Having once enjoyed a period of glory, he now found himself in a state of decline, acutely aware of the struggles faced by those at the lower echelons of the NBA. Thus, Dixon yearned for a swift recovery and the opportunity to play again. Yet, with the Grizzlies having better options, would they even allow him on the court? Consequently, while Dixon did not harbor hatred towards Zhou Miao, an innate sense of repulsion lingered within him. Finally, after much effort to convince himself, he encountered Zhou Miao's indifferent attitude, which was simply intolerable. Meanwhile, Zhou Miao had been idly waiting for the arrival of the system notification. At last, after his team suffered 3 consecutive defeats, the long-awaited message from the system finally arrived. He had acquired a new template, Michael Dixon. Zhou Miao bid farewell to Hollins in a rather perfunctory manner, excusing himself to drink water before retreating to the sidelines to peruse the detailed explanations. It was peculiar. The Dixon template differed from the others, lacking the peak label. Instead, there was a line of small text at the end providing clarification, a growth-type template. What? Could it be that he had stumbled upon an SSR? Zhou Miao attentively perused the explanation and soon realized that the situation was not as it initially appeared. Due to Michael Dixon's premature decline, having retired in 2003, he had yet to reach his peak potential. Thus, the notion of a growth template implies that Dixon's model is not as rigid as others. For instance, once the measurement unit of battle is activated, Zhou Miao's speed advantage would be obscured, necessitating the use of multiple modes. In contrast, the Dixon template affords Zhou Miao greater autonomy. Strictly speaking, Dixon resembles a talent that has been loaded rather than a behavioral model. The most pivotal aspect is that this template consumes only 1 burden point every 5 minutes, which, in the current context, is hardly inferior to an SSR. Just as Zhou Miao was reveling in this realization, a furious shout interrupted him. Are you pleased with losing? Since you enjoy losing so much. Dixon spat out taunts. Come on. 1v1. I'm going to trample your face underfoot. Chapter 17, Cultivating Rivals. This is cultivating a template. Michael, please allow me to explain. Having just reaped benefits from others, Zhou Miao was reluctant to provoke conflict over trivial matters. We are all adults. Why must we resort to childish tactics of belittling one another for gratification? A mutually beneficial situation can also be gratifying. However, Zhou Miao's actions were perceived by Dixon as a display of cowardice. The thought that this individual not only neglects his studies but also possesses such a poor character infuriated Dixon. You are truly a disgrace to Duke University. I am ashamed of you. Zhou Miao sighed in resignation, glancing at Badier, hoping he would step forward to alleviate the tension. True to form, Badier, being a good friend of Zhou Miao, quickly understood the situation. Michael, let's not escalate things. We are all alumni here, just playing basketball. No need for a ruckus. Playing? Dixon's voice rose an octave, redirecting his ire towards Badier. Don't think that just because you secured 2 NCAA championships for Duke University, you can act superior. That championship in your freshman year was won alongside me, Bibby, and Terry. I was a champion once too. Badier frowned. Hey, that remark is quite excessive. As Badier seemed poised to become embroiled in the conflict, Zhou Miao felt compelled to intervene. I sincerely apologize, Sean, for involving you in my affairs. He then turned to Dixon. Michael, you have misunderstood me. I have absorbed all your techniques. From this point forward, I shall demonstrate the truth of the matter. And I hope you will not be too astonished. Zhou Miao has never been one to take advantage of the weak. It is understandable that Dixon, currently enduring a low point in his life, may exhibit a poor temper. However, there is no need to trample on someone over a mere exchange of words. Moreover, Zhou Miao has just acquired a new template and still has much to learn from Dixon. Dixon, however, does not believe Zhou Miao's words. Enough talk, let us begin. The two stepped into the circle at the free throw line, where Gasol prepared to toss the ball. With a powerful shout, Dixon, possessing significantly greater muscle density and explosive strength than Zhou Miao, successfully seized the ball. Zhou Miao summoned the system and loaded the Dixon template. Instantly, a wave of muscle memory flooded his consciousness. Upon observing Dixon, Zhou Miao immediately discerned the underlying issue. Your injury has yet to heal. Zhou Miao extended 3 fingers and declared, let us play 3 balls. Dixon felt a profound sense of insult and resolved that after winning the solo match, he would exact full retribution upon Zhou Miao. The sound of the basketball striking the ground grew increasingly urgent. Dixon sprang into action, demonstrating impressive explosiveness and lateral speed, executing sudden stops, directional changes, and adept bicycle maneuvers. However, Zhou Miao consistently matched his pace. Even after 2 successive drives, Dixon could not shake him off and found himself cornered on the left baseline. This was an exceedingly perilous position. Dixon excelled at dribbling with his right hand, and the basketball's bounce was perilously close to the boundary line, less than 30 centimeters away. Suddenly, Dixon feigned a shot, only to elevate for a genuine attempt on his second lift. Zhou Miao remained indifferent, merely raising his hand in a symbolic gesture to disrupt the moment. A clang echoed as the sound of iron striking iron resonated. Zhou Miao seized the rebound. Dixon, in a fit of rage, failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It was now Zhou Miao's turn to attack. With a swift stop and change of direction, Dixon lost his footing, trailing half a step behind. However, instead of exploiting the opportunity to break through, Zhou Miao returned to his original position, meticulously replicating the very skills Dixon had just displayed. Ultimately, Zhou Miao executed a feigned motion that misled Dixon, causing him to lean off balance before launching a jump shot from beyond the 3-point line. The ball struck the target with precision. Why? Dixon gazed at the hoop, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Why are you able to replicate everything I do? This is unjust. I cannot believe it. Zhou Miao shook his head, then unleashed Dixon's innate talent. With a triple threat stance, he surged forward, leveraging his remarkable explosiveness before executing a sudden stop and a mid-range jumper. Dribbling past defenders, he charged unimpeded towards the basket, leaping into the air to deliver a powerful 2-handed dunk. A clean and decisive 3-0. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dixon, somewhat frenzied, grasped Zhou Miao by the collar. I have watched every one of your games. You do not possess the same leaping ability as I do. Indeed, those 3 shots were reminiscent of another version of myself, the healthy me, playing the game. Have you employed sorcery to steal everything from me? Zhou Miao attempted to pry free, only to discover that Dixon held on with remarkable tenacity. In a strict sense, his predicament was more formidable than mere sorcery. Yet, Zhou Miao had not stolen Dixon's abilities. Rather, he had replicated them. Remain calm. Dixon's eyes glowed crimson, as if he were convinced that Zhou Miao had pilfered his innate gifts. I command you to be calm. The clay figure still harbored a trace of anger. Having lived a second life, Zhou Miao believed himself sufficiently tolerant, only to find that it emboldened others to encroach further. Reluctantly, he resorted to some grappling techniques learned before his traversal, effortlessly bringing Dixon to the ground. With a sharp rip, his college jersey was torn asunder. Zhou Miao paid no heed, taking a deep breath and stating, if you have regained your composure, listen carefully. The Grizzlies are not your ultimate destination, and I am certainly not your adversary. Your professional journey is far from reaching its conclusion. Dixon clutched the remnants of the Duke University jersey tightly, his gaze lingering upon it, as if grasping at the fleeting essence of youth. After a brief moment, he appeared deflated, akin to a punctured balloon, and murmured an apology. I am sorry, I was too impulsive just now. Tears streamed down Dixon's face uncontrollably. He truly cherished the game and did not wish to depart from the court. Yet, what was the use? His body had betrayed him, his groin and leg tendons severely strained, with doctors advising him to abandon his professional aspirations. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. Even if he were to be rendered obsolete, he would do so upon the court. Nearby, Gasol, Battier, and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Dixon's present predicament could very well mirror their futures. No, for the rookies will Solomon and Antonis Fokis. Their journeys might end before they even reached Dixon's heights. I reiterate, your career is far from over. Zhou Miao's words struck each individual present like bullets, penetrating their hearts. Why can't they simply listen to my explanation? It is always the same. Zhou Miao felt a deep sense of helplessness. Dixon abruptly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gasol and the others also turned their attention towards him. The Suns, Zhou Miao remarked, "Dixon, go to the Suns. That is where your true destiny lies. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Zhou Miao emphasized, "I can assure you that this season with the Grizzlies, your opportunities to play will not exceed 10 games. It might be wiser to seek your fortune with the Suns. The medical staff there is renowned. Though only a select few are aware of their capabilities, in the future, they will be universally recognized." Therefore, Zhou Miao refrained from elaborating on the specific reasons. Dixon, wiping away his tears, rose to his feet. "I will do everything in my power to join the Suns. When we meet on the court in the future, I will show no mercy." Additionally, Dixon softly uttered, "Thank you," before hastily departing. Zhou Miao wore a smile reminiscent of an affectionate aunt. He decided to send Dixon to the Suns, motivated partly by personal interest, but more so by a desire to prevent such a talent from succumbing to injury. The NBA is replete with prodigies, yet only a select few manage to actualize their potential. Not everyone is fortunate enough to escape misfortune. If one can be salvaged, then it is worth the effort. Who knows if there will be another opportunity to learn in the future? At that moment, Badier stealthily emerged, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Miao. Little did he expect that such cunning could eliminate a rival with just a few words. "It seems I must exercise greater caution in the days to come." Zhou Miao shot a fierce glare. "Get lost." Chapter 18. The Kings. Securing 3 pinnacle templates on November 6th, Saturday, in Sacramento, California, at the ARC Arena. Tonight, the Memphis Grizzlies are set to challenge the Sacramento Kings on their home turf. Last season, the Kings finished 3rd in the Western Conference, but this season, they have ascended to the pinnacle, claiming the top spot in the regular season. One team embodies the elite strength of the West, while the other is a recently restructured underdog. Consensus among observers regarding the outcome of this match is remarkably unified, with the only question being by how many points the Kings will triumph. At 4 p.m., Kings fans began to fill the arena. California, a land of abundance, boasts 4 teams, all of which the Grizzlies are slated to confront. The fan turnout is impressive, with home games regularly achieving an attendance rate exceeding 70, approaching 80. At 5 p.m., the players commence their warm-up routines, having arrived in Sacramento by plane the previous night. Zhou Miao was reflecting on how the owner had finally shown some generosity. However, upon witnessing the electrifying atmosphere among Kings fans and the arena's splendid setup, he quickly became unsettled. A seasoned commentator, Walter Frazier, was on hand to provide insights. The attendance figures speak for themselves, with not only state media present, but also reporters from TNT and ESPN. After all, it was merely 2 consecutive victories. What was there to boast about? If Zhou Miao were surrounded by teammates like Chris Webber, Peja Stojakovic, and Mike Bibby, victory would be a mere formality. Speaking of Peja, this 208 centimeters tall swingman hails from Yugoslavia and is of Serbian descent. The starting center for the Kings, Vlade Divac, is also of Yugoslav origin. Following the events of 1999, the friendship between the two nations has deepened significantly. Zhou Miao pondered that if he could cultivate a favorable relationship with these 2 individuals, they could perhaps find a moment of leisure in the future to engage in some casual matches together. Not to mention Divac. Peja Stojakovic's 3-point shooting was truly tantalizing to Zhou Miao. Beyond his remarkable shooting range, his accuracy exceeded 40, placing him among the top 10 in the entire league. Moreover, last season, Peja averaged an impressive 22 points per game, ranking 23rd in the regular season. His high shooting percentage coupled with prolific scoring far surpassed that of certain players known for merely padding their stats. Before long, an opportunity presented itself. Someone on the Grizzlies attempted an exceedingly long 3-pointer. Not only did it fail to find the net, but it also ricocheted far away, rolling right into the Kings' half of the court. "I'll go retrieve it." Zhou Miao, without a moment's hesitation, pursued the trajectory of the ball, crossing the half-court line. As he contemplated what to say as an opening remark, a pair of hands unexpectedly appeared, retrieving the basketball from the floor. "Hey kid, you must be the Chinese lad who persuaded Dixon to join the Suns," said the individual who picked up the ball, none other than Mike Bibby. This man was no stranger to the Grizzlies, having been their pivotal point guard last season. "You are indeed the esteemed senior Mike Bibby." Zhou Miao's expression changed swiftly, and he smiled ingratiatingly. "My admiration for you flows as profoundly as the Mississippi River." Mike Bibby possessed a remarkable skill that even Jordan would commend, an ability to blend into the court like the protagonist of Kuroko's basketball. Even while holding the ball, Bibby's innocuous visage would compel one to overlook him entirely. Upon regaining focus, one would find that Bibby had accomplished all he set out to do. In contrast to Page's shooting prowess, Zhou Miao found himself more envious of Mike Bibby. As a fellow guard, he surely could unleash more potential akin to Dixon. "So, you are quite the sycophant," Bibby remarked, handing over the basketball without a hint of politeness. "Be on your way. I shall not allow you to pilfer any skills from the Kings." Zhou Miao paused in astonishment as he received the ball, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. "Michael Dixon," he gritted his teeth and muttered, "how foolish of me to save an ungrateful wretch." "Hey," Mike Bibby, who shared a close relationship with Dixon, was incensed upon hearing this. "You are nothing but a fool, do you understand?" Dixon indeed had greater prospects with the Grizzlies. Joining the Suns would lead him to achieve nothing. "You are right. I am indeed a fool," Zhou Miao jestingly remarked. "I saved a snitching jester. If I am not the fool, then who else could be?" "What do you mean?" "Quite literally," he replied. "Michael did not betray any secrets," Mike Bibby elucidated. "He merely advised me to be cautious of you, stating that your talents are extraordinary and that you have mastered an impressive array of skills." Zhou Miao's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "You owe me an apology. I saved Michael. You must understand the severity of Michael's injuries, given his temperament. Remaining with the Grizzlies would only lead to his complete downfall." Mike Bibby pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "You make a compelling point. Although I remain unaware of the Suns' remarkable prowess. Nonetheless, I shall first extend my apologies to you." "Humph." Zhou Miao turned her head, her eyes glinting with a clever idea. "If a verbal apology suffices, what need is there for the police? It would be far more beneficial to impart some practical skills." Mike Bibby chuckled wryly, scratching his head as he replied, "All right, for the sake of Duke University and Michael, I shall grant your request. Thank you ever so much, Senior." Zhou Miao took the initiative to approach Mike Bibby, grasping his hand and quickly saying, "There's no time for instruction now. Let us play a 3v3 or 2v2 exhibition match after the game. Just teach me a few things then." Mike Bibby. The commotion attracted the attention of the Kings team. Initially, everyone assumed Mike Bibby was merely reminiscing with an old teammate, but it soon became evident that this was not the case. In the NBA, individuals of Asian descent are already a rarity, and those who are personable are even more exceptional. Divac, in a hushed tone, spoke to his taller compatriot. "Do you see that person? The way he speaks and carries himself. Could he be the Chinese player from the Grizzlies?" "No doubt about it, Peja," Divac replied while shooting the basketball. "There's only one Asian player on the Grizzlies. It must be him." "You're quite astute," Peja remarked sarcastically. "But why don't you take a guess at what that kid is discussing with Bibby?" "There's no need for guessing," Divac shrugged. "Why not just go over and ask him directly?" With that, Divac moved closer, and then he did not return. Peja waited, but Divac did not come back. Instead, Divac waved him over, saying, "Hey, Peja, come here. Something good is happening." Peja dropped the ball and approached, puzzled. At that moment, Zhou Miao was animatedly sharing. "The scenery in China is splendid. With me as your guide, you can relax and enjoy your time during the off-season. I'm well acquainted with the media there. I can also assist in expanding the market in China while you're at it." Peja overheard these words and immediately understood why Divac had not returned. He too would have stayed away. The NBA, at its core, is a commercial league. Who wouldn't he want to earn more and enhance their visibility? For years, NBA Commissioner David Stern has yearned to penetrate the Chinese market, a fact well known among those with any acumen. Peja and Divac were no exceptions. Thus, Zhou Miao effortlessly ensnared the three of them with grand promises, as if he had already reserved their participation. "Hey, what are you all doing?" "You too," exclaimed Kings head coach Rick Adelman, finally noticing the unusual gathering as he approached while admonishing them. Zhou Miao turned and fled. Chapter 19. The Race of Tianji. The head coach of the Kings, Rick Adelman, was reprimanding Peja and the others. Meanwhile, on the Grizzlies side, Coach Hollins, accompanied by his coaching staff, surrounded Zhou Miao. "Hey, Joe, what intel have you gathered?" Zhou Miao spoke solemnly. "Coach, I have obtained classified intelligence." A visible smile spread across Hollins's face. The Kings were in formidable form, exuding an intimidating strength. Hollins's delight melted away in an instant. The good news was that the Kings star player, Chris Webber, would be sidelined due to injury. Hollins responded with a heavy nod. Such news was hardly a secret, who in the NBA was unaware of it. There was more good news to share. Zhou Miao smiled and said, "I possess a strategy to disrupt the rhythm of the Kings." Zhou Miao refrained from boasting excessively, acknowledging that the Kings possess the second most formidable offensive prowess in the entire NBA this year, while simultaneously ranking first in limiting their opponent's scoring. A team that excels in both offense and defense would pose an insurmountable challenge, even for the peak performance of Michael Jordan. His assertions were merely an attempt to bolster his own influence and secure more playing time. Victory seemed unattainable, so he resolved to accumulate as many points as possible. The so-called strategy he referred to was simply a means to gain court time. Hollins regarded Zhou Miao with a bemused expression, remarking, "Am I not correct? Wow. The coach is truly a fountain of wisdom." Zhou Miao, apprehensive about Hollins' next move being a matter of personal favor, quickly interjected, "I need to warm up." At that moment, the assistant coach cast an inquiring glance towards Hollins, who then concealed his amusement and replied, "Execute Plan B." As the clock approached 7 o'clock, the match was on the verge of commencing. The ARC Arena, home to the Kings, boasted over 20,000 seats, with more than 16,000 spectators in attendance. Such attendance figures are indeed rare during the regular season, particularly on a Tuesday, a weekday that typically sees less foot traffic than weekends. The fact that over 80 of the seats were filled speaks volumes about the fervor of Kings fans toward the sport. This also indirectly attests to the captivating nature of the Kings games. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am the illustrious Walter Fraser, invited by the Kings to provide commentary for tonight's match. In the commentary booth, Walter was dressed flamboyantly, standing out amidst a crowd of over 10,000 men, none of whom could rival his attire. The rosters for both teams were finally announced, and Walter proclaimed, "Now that the tedious preamble is concluded, let us delve into my perspective on this game." The Kings are undoubtedly poised for victory tonight, marking their third consecutive win, a splendid start to the season. So, what are the key points of interest this evening? Indeed, the sole intrigue lies in whether the Grizzlies will fight back or surrender outright, forsaking the contest. Walter, inducted into the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in '86 and recognized as one of the 50 greatest players in '96, boasted a career trajectory akin to that of Bill Walton. However, Walter's confidence exceeded that of most, and his commentary was notably incisive. To be frank, I truly do not wish to witness a subpar team being mercilessly dismantled. Life is already fraught with challenges. Why subject oneself to further agony? Thus, my advice to the Grizzlies is to concede, dear children, and refrain from futile struggles. This remark elicited laughter from the audience. At times, Walter mirrored Bill Walton in his unwavering bias. Yet, one must acknowledge that there is nothing inherently wrong with this, as he was, after all, a commentator engaged by the Kings. With a beep, the starting lineups were announced. The Kings' starting five comprised center Vlade Divac, power forward Lawrence Funderburk, small forward Doug Christie, shooting guard Peja Stojakovic, and point guard Mike Bibby. The Grizzlies starters included center Zhou Miao Swift, power forward Tony Massenberg, small forward Grant Long, shooting guard Rodney Buford, and point guard Brevin Knight. "Oh, has the Grizzlies chosen to surrender outright?" Walter Fraser exclaimed upon learning the starting lineups. "Letting the bench players start?" The Grizzlies head coach Hollins must have lost his mind. "I wager the Kings will secure the game by the end of the first quarter." And indeed, this proved to be the case. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Grizzlies were utterly defenseless, trailing 18-3. Their only score came from a bewildering three-pointer by Will Solomon. With a commanding lead, the Kings began to rotate their players. Head coach Rick Adelman substituted Hito Turkoglu for Peja and Scott Pollard for Divac. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, opted for a complete overhaul. Their lineup transformed to include center Pau Gasol, power forward Lorenz Wright, small forward Doug Christie, shooting guard Zhou Miao, and point guard Jason Williams. Hollins' plan B was akin to a strategic horse race. If the starters could not best the starters, and the bench could not surpass the bench, it would be wiser to take bold risks, retreat when attacked, and advance when the opponent withdraws. If superior horses cannot triumph over mediocre or inferior ones, it is better to concede outright. On the opposite side, Kings coach Rick Adelman remained unfazed, a cold smirk evident at the corner of his mouth. At long last, the show was about to begin. Adelman spoke in a tone only he could hear. Zhou Miao stepped onto the court while switching templates. The last time he played against Dixon, in an effort to master the template, he inadvertently incurred a burden value of 2 points, which had not yet diminished from his rest yesterday. Current physical burden value, 59. Reflecting on it now, he realizes he should not have been so showy. It would have been much better to keep it within 5 minutes. He switched to the Dixon template once more. Zhou Miao prepared to test the strength of the template using the Kings bench lineup. The game resumed with the Grizzlies in possession of the ball. "Hey, what do you say?" Jason said, nudging Zhou Miao with his chin. "Shall we execute a play?" Zhou Miao decisively waved his hand. Don't just pass the ball to me. I'm not in the zone today. Jokingly, he added, in another 3 minutes, we can play 2 more games and then head over to the water cooler. Jason was utterly frustrated. Earlier, the two had made a wager. He had refrained from betting larger amounts due to his modest salary and the cost of his substance use. However, at this moment, Jason no longer cared about the money, for playing with Zhou Miao was an exhilarating experience, surpassing even the thrill of drugs. Zhou Miao had an uncanny ability to anticipate Jason's passing routes, a sensation Jason had never encountered before. Regrettably, that spark was absent today. Without his imaginative passing, Jason was merely an ordinary yet proficient point guard, akin to the current Mike Bibby, conventional and predictable, stationed in the strong side of the Kings' backcourt. As Zhou Miao took his position, Doug Christie approached directly, facing him squarely, entirely oblivious to Jason's movements behind him. Zhou Miao evaded and maneuvered. Yet he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of Doug. This fellow's speed was anything but ordinary. It was hard to fathom that at 198 centimeters tall, Doug was hardly slower than Jason. Only when Jason, in collaboration with Gasol, scored a basket to narrow the gap by 2 points for the Grizzlies did Doug finally relent in his defense against Zhou Miao. At that moment, Doug suddenly smiled at Zhou Miao and said, "It's my turn to attack, kid. Are you ready?" Chapter 20. Dare to rotate? Watch as I obliterate your confidence. The Princeton system is characterized not by rapid movement, but by swift passing. The NBA's fast-paced tactics are exemplified by teams like the Suns. The distinction of the Princeton system from traditional half-court strategies lies in its emphasis on off-ball movement, high passing frequency, and multiple offensive points. This strategy does not prioritize individual stars but requires a high level of overall team quality. Every player on the court must be well-versed in tactics and passing. Before the game, Zhou Miao meticulously observed the offensive methods of the Kings' starting players. Essentially, the offense revolved around center Divac as the passing core, with Mike Bibby and Peja providing support. Divac's abilities, though not overwhelmingly impressive, rendered him a competent blue-collar center. Yet within the Princeton system, Divac transformed into a superstar, directing plays with precision. Thus, he earned the moniker, the orchestrating center. When it came to the rotation lineup, Zhou Miao was uncertain who the core player was at that moment. Was it small forward Doug Christie? While his scoring and rebounding abilities were formidable, his passing could not hold a candle to Divac's, not even compared to Mike Bibby. Soon, the answer revealed itself. It was indeed Doug Christie. The ensuing offense was unexpected. Mike Bibby dribbled across half-court to the weak side and then passed to Doug Christie on the strong side. The starting power forward positioned himself on the wing, catching the Grizzlies off guard. As they failed to notice, shooting guard Doug Christie had already established position in the low post on the strong side. In an instant, as Doug received the pass, he initiated a rapid cut, darting into the Grizzlies' paint and then sprinting towards the weak side corner. The Grizzlies' power forward, Laurent, was caught unaware and unable to match Doug's pace, thus losing track of his defensive assignment. At that moment, Doug executed a feint layup, suddenly altering his motion to deliver a one-handed pocket pass beneath the basket. With a resounding thud, Doug effortlessly caught the ball and dunked it with finesse. 25. Kings. 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 The atmosphere ignited as the crowd erupted in cheers for the Kings. Come on, guys, let's get energized. Zhou Miao delivers a precise pass, asserting that we are not at a disadvantage in this offensive exchange. Nevertheless, the morale within the team remains rather low. Upon receiving the ball, Jason raises an eyebrow in acknowledgement. This fellow, Zhou Miao, feeling helpless, strives to recall the sensation of indulging in the pinnacle of white chocolate, hoping not to lose his grip. In the backcourt of the Kings, the defense is palpable. Fans spontaneously rallied to uplift their team's spirits, visibly enhancing the morale of the Kings. Mike Bibby, a rookie of the class of '98 like Jason, exhibits a contrasting style. Yet Bibby possesses a far superior scoring ability compared to Jason. On the defensive front, Bibby holds a slight advantage. However, Jason Williams is utterly fearless. Upon receiving the ball, he charges forward. One has just stepped onto the court, while the other is already drenched in sweat, the contrasting figures of black and white intertwining. Jason successfully penetrates the paint. Doug, stationed in the King's interior, steps forth to obstruct his path. Jason feints and delivers a pass to the unguarded Laurent in the paint, prompting the rotation of center Scott Pollard, before unexpectedly passing to the weak side corner. Zhou Miao misjudged the situation, sprinted a couple of steps, and barely managed to catch the pass, yet he had already barreled towards the boundary and could not halt his momentum. With no other option, Zhou Miao leaped to catch the ball and deftly passed it to the inside to Gasol, who executed a fluid hook shot to score. The time reads 7:20. During the defensive transition, Jason couldn't help but quip sarcastically, "You truly know yourself well. When you say you're off your game, you indeed are." Zhou Miao could not help but roll his eyes. He would never jeopardize his health for merely 1 or 2 games, as the NBA does not accommodate idlers. The Kings launched an offensive. Drawing from past experiences, Zhou Miao promptly called for a defensive switch with his teammates. Lorente moved to guard the center. Doug passed the responsibility to Battier, and Jason took on Bibby, while Doug chose to defend himself. As for Gasol, he held his position at the center, orchestrating the play. Indeed, the strategy proved highly effective, as Doug's cut to the basket was thwarted. Mike Bibby sprinted from the weak side to the strong side, nearly receiving a pass. Yet the action was not over. Strong side power forward Lawrence Funderburk, upon receiving Doug's pass, made a quick exit from the corner to the weak side and caught Lawrence's pass. With a sigh, another three-pointer was attempted, but fortunately, it clanged off the rim without success. Gasol seized the advantageous position to secure the rebound. Fast break. Zhou Miao trailed closely behind Doug, striding forward with long, powerful legs as he sprinted. Upon reaching the free throw line and glancing back, he was startled to find that he was entirely alone, with the rest of the team only just crossing the half-court line. Then, an insufferable visage emerged, Doug Christie. This fellow was not lagging at all, tightly pursuing Zhou Miao, effectively quelling any chance for a fast break. Goodness, the Kings truly excelled at concealment. Doug, Hield, and Bibby were all players renowned for their speed, which undoubtedly stifled much of the Grizzlies' fast-paced rhythm. There was nothing to do but proceed as normal, thanks to Zhou Miao, who drew the primary defenders of the Kings. Gasol successfully penetrated, scoring and drawing a foul from Mike Bibby. A splendid 2-1, all converted. The score stood at 10-20. The Kings launched their offense once more, replicating their previous movement pattern. This time, Doug executed a feigned drive, only to pass to the weak side wing, Hield, who scored with a mid-range jumper. The score read 22-10. The Grizzlies attacked again. On this occasion, Jason found himself double-teamed, and the ball was passed to Zhou Miao. Doug Christie remained steadfastly in front of him. After several rounds of contention, Zhou Miao gradually discerned the rhythm of the game. Channeling the essence of peak Battier, he exclaimed, "Open." 5 minutes of three-pointers were taxing, but 2-point shots remained manageable. Zhou Miao advanced with the ball, closely pursued by Doug, resulting in a fierce physical contest between the two. Suddenly, Zhou Miao came to a swift halt and retreated beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to take a shot. Doug Christie, displaying remarkable speed, leaped into the air, aiming to deliver a formidable block. Beep, beep. The head referee raised his hand, displaying 3 fingers, signaling a foul. On the court, Zhou Miao was knocked to the ground by Doug's collision. The peak of Battier's exceptional ability to draw fouls came into play, granting him 3 free throw opportunities. He converted all 3, bringing the score to 13-22. In the subsequent 2 possessions, the Kings experienced 1 success and 1 failure. Zhou Miao proactively sought the ball, engaging in a one-on-one confrontation with Doug Christie, who, after committing a foul, became increasingly hesitant. Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to penetrate the defense, scoring once and assisting Battier with a perfectly timed pass for a three-pointer. As the first quarter concluded, the Grizzlies swiftly closed the gap with a score of 18-24. It must be noted that the arrival of the Dixon template was remarkably timely, significantly enhancing Zhou Miao's ability to break through defenses and diversifying his offensive repertoire. During the intermission, the cheerleaders took to the court, embodying the vibrant spirit of California teams, as they dazzled with their youthful exuberance and vitality. Zhou Miao, instinctively drawn, couldn't help but steal a few more glances. "So this is your type," Coach Hollins teased. "After we win this game, I'll personally recommend you to the GM. You can take charge of selecting the cheerleading squad." "I don't have time for that." "Then why keep looking?" Zhou Miao reluctantly withdrew her gaze. "Please, do tell," Hollins inquired eagerly. "What makes you so certain that you can score against Doug Christie? Have you perhaps discerned the intricacies of the Princeton offense?" Chapter 21. The Superlative Steed versus the Mediocre Steed. "How could that possibly be?" Zhou Miao chuckled softly. "If I could truly decipher Princeton's tactics, the team would undoubtedly have to offer me a maximum salary." The resting players silently concurred, knowing that their own demands would be even loftier. After all, such prowess could rival that of a coach on the court, a rarity among the historical giants of the NBA. "Zhou, spare us the idle chatter," interrupted Hollins, the head coach of the Grizzlies. "Time is of the essence." Do share your secrets on how you consistently scored over Doug Christie. Zhou Miao extended a finger. This matter requires the offsetting of a personal favor. Very well. Who am I to refuse, being merely a worker? Hollins sighed in resignation. Can we speak of it now? It wasn't just Hollins who was curious. The others were even more intrigued. It is worth noting that Doug Christie was a member of the all-defensive second team last season. The situation was quite straightforward. I capitalized on Doug's unfamiliarity with me to exploit an information gap. Zhou Miao candidly remarked. Next time, I certainly won't be able to score easily on Doug. Hollins felt a pang of anguish, as though he had suffered a loss of 100 million. Such trivial information had cost him a personal favor. It was a tremendous setback. In reality, Zhou Miao was issuing a preemptive caution, ensuring that expectations did not soar too high, which might hinder his ability to perform and lead to adverse outcomes. All right, gentlemen, Hollins collected himself and clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Let us prepare for the second quarter of the game. The Kings will undoubtedly substitute their starting lineup to regain their advantage. Hollins scanned the room and inquired, Zhou, Sean, Paul, Jason, do any of you require a rest? The three responded in unison, shaking their heads. Excellent. Then let us discuss our tactical arrangements. Zhou Miao raised his hand. Hollins shot a glare in his direction. Zhou, do you have something to say? His expression suggested that the next words would be a reminder of an unspoken favor owed. It's nothing. Zhou Miao retracted his hand, choosing not to pursue the matter of a break any further. Hollins then outlined a series of standard defensive strategies and inquired, do you understand? Understood. At that moment, Zhou Miao raised his hand once more. Coach, I have a question. Zhou, if there's nothing important, refrain from speaking, Hollins replied, visibly displeased. Do you wish to challenge my authority? Very well. Zhou Miao raised his hands in exasperation, stating, I initially had a plan that might have worked. But since the coach has said this, Zhou, I truly despise this half-hearted way of speaking. Hollins's expression shifted instantaneously. Am I the kind of person who insists on monologue? Zhou Miao extended another finger. Very well, Zhou. You truly are an astute businessman. I suppose you shouldn't be playing basketball at all, Hollins lamented with a pang of reluctance. You've won again. I owe you a favor. Why not settle it as a cancellation? But Zhou Miao chose not to dwell on the matter, so long as the outcome remained unchanged. Coach, I've discerned a discernible pattern in the Kings' offensive plays. Zhou Miao commenced his analysis after the rotation in the first quarter. The Kings operated with Mike Bibby and Doug Christie as the focal points. Hollins nodded, remarking that if one cannot discern this, it is better to step aside and allow others to take the lead. Although Sean and Doug appear to exhibit high offensive prowess, they essentially serve as supportive players. Zhou Miao presents a pivotal argument. I believe that the Sacramento Kings starting lineup should include another central playmaker alongside Divac. So, are you suggesting that if we can effectively neutralize these two pivotal figures, the Kings' offense will not appear as formidable? Hollins, who has been coaching since 1985, may not possess the acclaim of renowned coaches, yet his foundational skills are remarkably solid. Divac, Mike Bibby, perhaps? A nearby assistant coach interjected, what about Peja Stojakovic? He represents the most significant perimeter threat. Doug Christie remains the most formidable threat on the wing. Zhou Miao remarked, I concur with the coach's perspective, however. I possess a slightly divergent opinion. Mike Bibby has only recently transitioned to the team, and it is improbable that he can be developed as a core player, at best. He could be considered a semi-core. To be precise, the Kings have but one true core player, Chris Webber. Currently, with Webber sidelined due to injury and Divac unable to match Webber's remarkable prowess, it is highly likely that the Kings head coach, Rick Adelman, will arrange for others to support Divac and maintain offensive pressure. Therefore, if we can effectively neutralize Divac and Bibby's passing, the Kings' offensive potency will be significantly diminished. Hollins pondered while glancing at Gasol and Jason. The former, with his comprehensive skill set, could easily defend Divac. But as for the latter, Zhou, you will guard Bibby. But coach, Peja poses a greater threat. Hollins then turned to Battier. Sean, I entrust Peja to you. This defensive switch mirrored Zhou Miao's strategy from the first quarter. Ultimately, Hollins conferred with his assistants regarding the finer details. Beep. The two teams took to the court simultaneously. Surprisingly, the Kings' point guard was not Mike Bibby, but Doug Christie. Divac, Lawrence Funderburk, Doug, and Peja, save for the power forward position, there was no weakness to be found. Oh my! Exclaimed commentator Walter with delight. Ladies and gentlemen, the most thrilling moments of this match are about to unfold. After the first quarter, the Grizzlies' morale surged. They have finally resolved to field their starters and give it their all. But do they genuinely believe they can triumph over the Kings? The fans in the arena, stirred by Walter's intonation, became increasingly animated. No one relishes a one-sided rout, nor does anyone despise a contest fought with unwavering resolve. Yet, this is the King's home ground. And the fans did not hesitate to unleash their boos, transforming into the ultimate sixth man. "Hey, Jason, did you hear that?" Zhou Miao remarked. "The audience is cheering for us. I had thought you were going to suggest a collaboration on the court." Jason Williams disdainfully replied, "Your hearing must be impaired. You cannot distinguish between mockery and praise. My ancestors had a saying." Zhou Miao chuckled lightly and remarked, "Transforming the enemy's strength into one's own is the hallmark of a true champion." Jason fell silent, rendered speechless. The second quarter commenced. In the previous match, the Kings seized possession, and the Grizzlies fielded their starters for the second quarter, perhaps spurred by Zhou Miao's words, or for other reasons. Jason unleashed his full potential from the outset. He drove forward, halted abruptly, and attempted a jump shot, which was thwarted, leading him to pass instead. Gasol received the ball but was quickly double-teamed, prompting him to return the pass. Jason caught the ball and executed a layup, scoring. The score read 20-24, invigorating the Grizzlies' morale. However, the Kings swiftly retaliated with a stunning long-range three-pointer from Peja, extending the lead to 27-20. The Grizzlies pressed on with their offense. Jason employed his previous tactics, passing to Battier, who, facing Doug's interference, passed the ball to Zhou Miao. Beyond the three-point line, Zhou Miao initiated a triple-threat stance, and Doug decisively advanced to block him. Zhou Miao deftly maneuvered the ball, executing a mid-range jumper with precision. The score now stood at 22-27. With no time to rest, Peja unleashed another remarkable three-pointer from beyond the arc, extending the lead to 30-22. This felt amiss, despite both teams committing no errors. The score continued to widen. Beep, merely 2 minutes and 39 seconds into the second quarter, the Memphis Grizzlies head coach Hollins called for a brief timeout. Zhou Miao gasped for breath, glancing at his opponent and then at his own team, immediately grasping the crux of the issue. Chapter 22, Setbacks. "Sean Battier, what on earth is wrong with you? Allowing Peja to take 2 long-range shots?" Coach Hollins exclaimed in exasperation. Upon seeing the inexperienced Battier bow his head, Zhou Miao felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. "Coach, this is not Sean's fault. No one could have anticipated that Peja would dare to attempt 2 consecutive long-distance three-pointers. Generally speaking, the success rate for such shots is unpredictable, and Peja's audacity surely stems from his confidence in securing offensive rebounds. Indeed, Doug was not only a proficient scorer but also an adept rebounder, averaging 10.7 rebounds per game last season, coupled with Divac's average of 8. For rebounds, the Kings still boasted formidable interior strength despite the absence of Weber. In stark contrast, the Grizzlies appeared rather meager. Aside from Gasol, there was no one of note. Hollins had been waiting for Zhou Miao's insight. Over the past few games, he had begun to recognize Zhou Miao's significance on the court. It was evident that Zhou Miao possessed an exceptional ability to read the game, making him a potential cerebral force during matches. "Zhou, stop hesitating and share your strategy." "Coach, you must assure me that even in defeat, I shall not bear the blame." Zhou Miao chooses to speak candidly from the outset. Although everyone is striving wholeheartedly to win the competition, the distinction between bearing responsibility and not bearing it is a matter of its own. "No problem." Zhou Miao, still feeling uneasy, surveyed the surroundings and declared, "Everyone must bear witness." He then proposed, "Let Sean abandon the defensive formation, regardless of what transpires on the court. Fixate solely on Peja Stojakovic." This meant that the 5-on-5 would morph into a 4-on-4, necessitating a complete overhaul of their strategies. "Do you possess any alternative solutions?" Hollins scanned the group and clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Very well, let us give this a try." As the timeout concluded, the Grizzlies initiated the play. In a routine offensive maneuver, Gasol executed a second-chance shot under the basket, scoring with a hook. The score stood at 24-30. The Kings commenced their offensive sequence. Battier did not disappoint, effectively neutralizing Peja, who found himself without any opportunity to receive the ball. However, a shift occurred as Peja repositioned to the weak side wing at a high post. Doug Christie stationed at the strong side high post. Passed to Divac in the low post on the same side, who secured the ball with both hands, backing against Gasol while continually scanning for his teammates' positioning. At this moment, Doug sprinted without the ball, cutting into the paint towards the weak side corner. Peja simultaneously moved to occupy Doug's previous spot, executing a quintessential Princeton offensive strategy. On the sidelines, commentator Walter remarked, "At this juncture, The Grizzlies are faced with a dilemma. Should they defend the perimeter or the interior? Oh my goodness. What am I witnessing? Peja remained tightly guarded, and Doug found no open avenues. The Grizzlies' defense was impeccable. Yet, Walter swiftly elucidated, the Princeton offense harbors numerous variations. Divac appeared to make a move. Was he going for a drive? Oh, I am astounded. The Grizzlies' rookie center effectively obstructed Divac's path. As anticipated, it was a pass. Divac's actions unfolded precisely as I envisioned. Doug received the ball and leaped, but the distance for a dunk was considerable. Doug's attempt to attack the rim was thwarted. Oh, Doug's leaping ability is truly remarkable. He snatched the offensive rebound. Will he go for another attempt or pass? Doug opted to pass to Lawrence. Alas, what a missed opportunity. If Weber were on the court, that shot would have undoubtedly succeeded. On the court, the Grizzlies' morale surged. Gentlemen, sound the horn for a counterattack. Zhou Miao took the lead, advancing towards the weak side. Jason, with the ball in hand, engaged in a back-and-forth exchange with Doug, neither yielding an inch. Here, Zhou Miao moved without the ball, extending his hand to receive it. Jason delivered a one-handed pass, and just as Zhou Miao caught the ball, Peja stepped forward to defend. The height difference of 208 centimeters to 195 centimeters favored the taller Peja in defense. However, his defensive stance lacked enthusiasm. Zhou Miao switched to Dixon, executing a simple change of direction to break past Peja, then retreated to the three-point line before transitioning to Battier. With a swift release, he sank an open three-pointer. 27-30. Just 3 points behind. The Kings had their turn. This time, Lorente again lost track of Doug, who capitalized on the opportunity. 32-27. However, the Grizzlies were not in a hurry. Jason raised a finger, earnestly proclaiming, "Let us attack again." Ultimately, the ball was passed back to Zhou Miao. Another three-pointer. 30-32. Only 2 points shy. I was utterly astonished. On the sidelines, Walter spoke rapidly. In the opening exchanges of the second quarter, the Grizzlies did not gain the upper hand. Rather, it was on the defensive end. What is Rick Adelman thinking, neglecting the Grizzlies' most potent offensive weapon? Walter flipped through his notes, glanced at the page, and then addressed the microphone. The Grizzlies' rookie shooting guard, despite being an undrafted player, I dare say his debut performance rivals that of the top 10 shooting guards in history. In his first game, he scored 19 points with 2 steals and 1 rebound. In his home debut, he achieved 24 points, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 rebound, averaging 21.5 points. To overlook such a newcomer is, in my view, a display of arrogance from Rick Adelman. Walter, being the Knicks commentator, spoke without regard for his position. Observing this match from defense to offense, the young Chinese player shone exceptionally bright. While I do not yet have the specific stats, I can confidently assert that this young man has already surpassed double digits in scoring. Such a remarkable rookie deserves to be treated as a core player for the Grizzlies. This is by no means an exaggeration. Beep. The Kings called for a timeout. At this moment, Walter couldn't resist adding, "This is precisely what a head coach should be doing. Lock down that Chinese kid. Otherwise, I fear the Kings may suffer defeat." On the court, the Grizzlies prematurely popped champagne in celebration. Even head coach Hollins was notably optimistic. "Joe, if you maintain consistent performance this year, the Rookie of the Year award is undoubtedly yours," Hollins praised. "Incredible! And that S against the Kings. Coach, the game is not over yet." Zhou Miao couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth. Who could possibly resist the allure of flattery? "Let us celebrate after securing victory in the match." Hollins readily assented on the surface, and while arranging tactics, the overall direction remained largely unchanged, aside from a few details. Meanwhile, the Kings did not alter their lineup either. Doug and Haida worked in tandem to score a point. 34-30. However, the Kings made slight adjustments to their defense, with Doug Christie once again closely shadowing Zhou Miao. "Hey, buddy." Zhou Miao once again received the ball. Facing Doug, he retorted, "It's time for me to take the offensive." Doug's expression was grave, and he refrained from responding. The head coach of the Kings, Rick Adelman, had issued a stern order. If Doug could not contain Zhou Miao, he should be prepared to take a seat on the bench. Known for his defensive prowess, Doug dared not show the slightest hint of complacency. With the 3 threats unfolding, seeing Doug's relentless defense, Zhou Miao felt the situation was quite challenging. Battier's 3-point attempt was only able to withstand minimal interference, while Dixon's shooting was decent, albeit inconsistent. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Miao decided to switch to Dixon for a trial. With a feint, he broke through, abruptly changing direction, but Doug stayed tightly on his heels. Ultimately, Zhou Miao executed a deceptive pass that turned into a forced mid-range shot, which barely found its way in. The score stood at 32-34. This was troubling. Zhou Miao felt fortunate to have made it this time, but who could say what luck awaited him next? Was it possible to create another template? Chapter 23. I want detailed information on the Chinese kid. With 15 points and 2 assists, Zhou Miao had already fulfilled his performance for the game just 5 minutes and 55 seconds into the second quarter. Having played for a little over 12 minutes, his physical burden was merely 6 points. If he were to rest at this moment, he would undoubtedly reap great rewards. However, since most of the team's scoring was linked to him, how would the Grizzlies mount their offense without Zhou Miao on the court? That dilemma was left for the Grizzlies coach Hollins to ponder. Zhou Miao proactively requested a rotation, and Hollins had no choice but to acquiesce. Few players in the entire NBA are capable of enduring a full 48-minute game, let alone those of Asian descent, who often face physical limitations. Upon returning to the bench, his teammates greeted Zhou Miao as though he were a hero returning from battle, showering him with effusive praise that flowed freely. Incredible. A magnificent performance. You turned the tide. Unfortunately, the generally low educational background of NBA players led to a repetitive cycle of compliments, with only a handful of phrases being exchanged. Rodney Buford entered into the rotation with Zhou Miao. A minute later, the Kings led 38-32. Coach Hollins opted for a sweeping substitution of players on the court. Stoudemire replaced Gasol, Grant took over for Battier, and Blaylock switched in for Battier. Another minute passed, and with the Kings leading by 10 at 44-34, they too made substitutions. By the end of the second quarter, neither team as starters had returned to the floor, with the Kings concluding the first half at 54-40. As the second half commenced, the atmosphere was charged with intensity once more. With both teams at full strength, the energy reignited throughout the arena. The Kings fans, eager to witness a reversal of the first half slump, rallied fervently in support of their home team. Zhou Miao felt a sense of helplessness, not due to the pressure of the event, but because this match could potentially extend beyond 25 minutes. This posed a significant challenge in terms of both his physical endurance and the strain on his body. Should he feign exhaustion? Zhou Miao immediately dismissed this thought. What is there to fear? Just go for it. As the second half commenced, the situation took a dramatic turn. Zhou Miao fell silent, transforming aggressive attacks into passes. Battier, Jason, and Gasol flourished in multiple facets, yet they still could not close the gap in the score. With 7 minutes and 19 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Kings led with a score of 68-56, while the Grizzlies managed to narrow the deficit by only 2 points. Zhou Miao played the full 20 minutes and once again requested a substitution. This time, Hollins was hesitant to rotate all the starters. After Gasol's substitution, if Battier were to be switched out, then Gasol would be brought back in, and similarly for Jason. The Kings were nearly in the same position. With just over 7 minutes left, Zhou Miao had only managed to score 2 points, although he did contribute 4 assists and secured 2 rebounds. As the third quarter came to a close, the point difference remained at 14, with the Kings leading 76-62. In the Grizzlies' bench area, despite the players appearing fatigued, their spirits remained high. Head coach Hollins prepared a hearty motivational speech. Gentlemen, I am quite pleased with your performance tonight. In the final quarter, let your talents shine. The outcome is of little consequence. What truly matters is the enhanced synergy among teammates, which is where the Grizzlies must strive for improvement. With only 130 seconds of halftime, Hollins spent 45 seconds delivering his inspirational message. He then entrusted the remaining time to his lead assistant for tactical arrangements, while he pulled Zhou Miao aside. Zhou, tell me candidly, is there any way to turn the game around? Zhou Miao could not help but roll her eyes. Coach, I'm nearly exhausted. Can't you see that? She exclaimed. She understood the embarrassment of the situation. Hollins, with a hint of desperation, implored, but I want to win this match. You must assist me. Zhou Miao gazed at Hollins in disbelief. This was a death sentence for him. The physical burden was at 69, if another white chocolate template were to be initiated. Completing this match would indeed render him incapacitated. The NBA has never been bereft of fleeting geniuses. The league is rife with players who peak at the onset, only to fall drastically short of expectations thereafter. This is merely a commercial league. While one may forge camaraderie with players, forming emotional ties with teams is ill-advised and only leads to self-harm. I apologize, coach, but I cannot do this. Not so fast. Hollins coaxed. I can provide you with screens from the power forward position, always ready to safeguard you. After all, among the Grizzlies' power forwards, Zhou Miao has some utility. Though his intellect leaves much to be desired, Laurent is a decent role player, yet in this caliber of competition, he proves to be of little assistance. And let us not even mention the rookies, who may struggle to execute a proper screen. If the power forward ventures to the perimeter, what becomes of the interior? We forego it. Hollins declared with fervor, I am prepared to wager everything on you. No, please do not take such a course. Zhou Miao resembled a startled bird, exclaiming, I cannot bear this. Zhou, do you truly wish to forego this opportunity? Hollins continued to tempt him. If we win, the credit will be yours. If we lose, I shall take the blame. At that moment, Zhou Miao felt a flicker of resolve. Upon careful consideration, he realized that as long as his playing time did not exceed 10 minutes, and he managed to complete 3 templates, he would accumulate a mere 8 burden points, leaving him with 77 and still possessing 23 points. It was worth the gamble. However, he decided to leave himself some leeway. Coach, if I overexert myself today, I will be unable to perform in the subsequent matches. No problem, Hollins replied with a bright smile. This week, coasting through is perfectly acceptable. The upcoming match against the Trailblazers, a season playoff team, held less significance than the game against the Kings. On Saturday, the Lakers, last season's champions, represented an unparalleled force for the Grizzlies, a team that could only look up to them. A defeat was to be expected. The Clippers, unable to secure a place in the playoffs on Sunday, faced no significant issues, as the Grizzlies may not necessarily succumb to defeat. Zhou Miao, with a face full of dilemma, exclaimed, I can only manage 10 minutes at most. Even a second beyond that is impossible. Rest assured, Lin was overjoyed. Zhou Miao performed admirably in this match. However, Hollins, with his keen insight, sensed something amiss, feeling that the young man was concealing his true potential. As it turned out, a few words were enough to draw it out. Another reason Hollins was willing to place a bet was that the current King's strength had not reached its peak. Winning this game would significantly enhance his reputation. Had star player Chris Webber not been plagued by injuries, Hollins would never have dared to dream of overcoming the Kings. But now, there was an opportunity. With just half a minute remaining, Hollins summoned the 3 power forwards on his team and meticulously reiterated their assignments, reconfiguring the offensive strategy. The fourth quarter commenced. The Grizzlies took to the court, subtly centering their play around Zhou Miao. The cunning commentator Walter astutely sensed that something was amiss. The young Chinese player returned to the court. This time, the Grizzlies were well prepared. Did the Kings face a threat? Meanwhile, the fans were undeterred, their cheers rising in fervor. The excitement of this game rivaled that of the playoffs, and those who were absent would surely regret it. On the sidelines, in the Kings bench area, head coach Rick Adelman stood up. Though his knowledge of Zhou Miao was limited, his instincts told him that the situation was far from straightforward. After the game, I want detailed information on that young Chinese player, Adelman instructed, turning to those behind him before fixing his gaze back on Zhou Miao on the court. Could this be a rookie capable of creating miracles? Intriguing. Chapter 24. The emergence of an internal and external combination in the decisive moments of this quarter. The Kings showcased their strongest lineup. Point guard Mike Bibby, shooting guard Doug Christie, small forward Doug Christie, power forward Lawrence Funderburk, and center Vlade Divac. Jason. Zhou Miao smiled at the white chocolate, announcing, it's showtime. Jason Williams' face visibly erupted into a grin, only to swiftly transform into a frown. Do not summon me like that. Rookie. Though his words were laced with irritation, his actions betrayed a different sentiment. As Jason dribbled past half court, it was apparent that he regarded Mike Bibby with little respect, advancing and halting at will, exhibiting a remarkable sense of freedom. Doug Christie chose not to assist Bibby. Instead, he maintained a steadfast gaze on Zhou Miao, refusing to let her slip from his sight for even a moment. Zhou Miao stood resolutely on the strong side wing, with his teammate, the power forward Lorente, positioned at the same side's elbow. As Jason advanced the ball to the weak side, Zhou Miao commenced his movement. He initially sprinted towards the low post, subsequently utilizing Lorente's screen to receive the pass despite the obstructed sideline. He leaped for a mid-range jump shot. The score read 64-76. The Kings swiftly retaliated. Divac, Bibby, and Dog executed their plays with remarkable synergy, reclaiming 2 points, bringing the score to 78-64. Zhou Miao discerned the Kings' second vulnerability during their offensive play and prepared to make an attempt in the next round. The urgency of the attack was paramount. This time, Jason drove forward and distributed the ball, allowing Zhou Miao to receive it just inside the three-point line. Utilizing the finesse of white chocolate, he deftly executed a smooth retreat while maneuvering around Lorente's screen, eventually positioning himself beyond the arc. With the assistance of Dixon's interference resistance, he successfully sank the three-pointer. The score stood at 67-78 as the Kings mounted a counterattack. In a bid to validate his hypothesis, Zhou Miao decisively abandoned his defensive stance against Doug and opted to double-team Bibby. With a swift motion, Jason intercepted the ball from Mike Bibby, who was too preoccupied to notice. A fast break ensued. The two players split, one to the left and the other to the right, but Bibby could not keep pace. Doug, with remarkable speed, caught up and, in a fleeting moment, chose to prevent Zhou Miao from scoring. Seizing the opportunity, Jason Williams executed a layup, adding to the score, 69-78. A sudden surge of 7-2 rendered the arena silent, as the Memphis Grizzlies basked in collective adulation. The Kings head coach, Rick Adelman, promptly called for a timeout. The morale of the Grizzlies soared. "Joe, playing alongside you is exhilarating," Jason exclaimed, leaping to embrace Zhou Miao. "Joe, I haven't even gotten started." Battier approached with a hint of melancholy. Gasol joined, wrapping his arms around the trio, laughing joyfully. "Well done, my friends." Coach Hollins spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "This is how we continue to play. We can secure victory." He then proceeded to deliver an inspirational speech. Although Hollins possessed a wealth of tactical knowledge, it was insufficient to alter the course of the game. It was better to allow the players to express their creativity. After a brief intermission of 20 seconds, the game resumed. The Kings made slight adjustments to their offensive strategy as Doug Christie safeguarded Mike Bibby, who made his way into the Grizzlies' backcourt. Bibby located Divac for a pass and quickly moved towards the weak side, while Doug sprinted towards the strong side. Zhou Miao paid no heed to Doug, instead focusing intently on both Doug and Bibby. When Doug remained stationary, he pursued Bibby. When Doug moved, he would double-team him. Divac struggled to find a suitable offensive option, resorting to passing the ball to Doug, who was left open to attempt a three-pointer, which failed to find the net. As Doug aimed to position himself for a rebound, Zhou Miao preemptively occupied the space, blocking his path, further aided by Laurent's obstruction. The rebound turned into a tussle between Gasol and Divac, with Gasol dominating the paint and securing the defensive rebound. The Kings' offense faltered. This encapsulated Zhou Miao's strategy. Doug's three-point shooting percentage was not particularly high, and rather than allowing other more accurate shooters to take their chances, it was wiser to select a less effective option. It was a matter of probabilities. After 3/4 of play, Doug had scarcely any offensive opportunities, making it improbable for him to find his rhythm. Zhou Miao's gamble paid off. However, the Kings did not merely adjust their offensive tactics, they also modified their defensive strategy. When Doug switched to guard Laurent at the high post, even if Zhou Miao managed to elude Doug's grasp, he could not escape the shadow of Doug's imposing block. This rookie from the class of '99, renowned for his speed and leaping ability, should not be underestimated, for to do so would invite humiliation. And indeed, this proved to be the case. Zhou Miao, employing the same tactic as Jason, received the pass and intended to launch another three-pointer. However, the moment he retreated, Doug seized the opportunity and charged forward. With the bow drawn, he had no choice but to release. Zhou Miao had already leaped, determined to make his shot. However, Doug soared even higher, resolutely attempting to score, causing the ball to land solely in Doug's hands. In the blink of an eye, the moment had arrived. Zhou Miao caught a glimpse of Battier reaching out for the ball. With a deft flick of his wrist, he transformed a shot into a pass. Battier seized the ball and took the shot, scoring 2 points. Unfortunately, he had just stepped on the three-point line. Otherwise, it would have been a three-pointer. The score stood at 71-78, and they continued to close the gap. However, Zhou Miao understood that there would be no next opportunity, so he decided it was best to rest. He signaled for a substitution and stepped off the court. Hollins anxiously inquired about the situation. Zhou Miao, filled with exasperation, reiterated his stance, stating, "Coach, the team must possess 2 offensive points. Otherwise, I will be targeted." Hollins, caught in the whirlwind of the game's dynamics, struggled to devise a strategy, his mind awash in confusion. Without Zhou Miao, the situation on the court rapidly deteriorated. The Kings executed their offense with precision and showcased formidable defense, while the Grizzlies faltered in disarray, their own strategies unraveling. In a mere 3 minutes, the Kings extended their lead to 88-75. Peja, Bibby, and Doug all surged in performance, leaving the Grizzlies scrambling to defend against this onslaught, unable to cope with the multifaceted threats. Conversely, Gasol gradually regained his confidence, scoring 2 baskets in front of Divac. Buzz. Grizzlies head coach Hollins called for an extended timeout. 6 minutes and 49 seconds had elapsed in the fourth quarter, and with just over 5 minutes remaining, A comeback seemed increasingly improbable unless a miracle unfolded. Upon noticing the unwavering spirit of his players, Hollins resolved to take a bold risk. Zhou Miao, you will replace Laurent. Since Zhou Miao's remarkable emergence, this 2000 draft second overall pick had seen diminished playing time. It would be unjust to label Zhou Miao as inferior. Indeed, his physical prowess could make any NBA general manager drool. Yet, his basketball IQ was dismally low, his offensive repertoire painfully simplistic, limited to dunks, and his footwork clumsy, an antithesis to Zhou Miao's style of play. However, this time Hollins harbored different intentions. Stay beneath the basket, the rebounds are yours. When you receive the ball, just dunk it. He took a deep breath and added, Paul, I hope you can collaborate with Zhou on offense. This directive entailed Paul Gasol setting screens for Zhou Miao. To preempt any potential resentment from Gasol, Hollins tactfully clarified, this is only for this game. The 102nd timeout felt fleeting. Hollins had no time to strategize, nor did he possess any tactical plans to convey. Just before the players took the court, he grasped Zhou Miao's arm and said, I have exhausted all my efforts. The rest is up to you. Hollins had not even articulated how to coordinate the screen and roll. Zhou Miao nodded, suppressing the surge of emotions within him, and resolutely stepped onto the stage. He feared that if he lingered for even a second longer, he would owe yet another favor to someone, Paul. Zhou Miao hastened to catch up and spoke a few words with great care. Gasol nodded in delight upon hearing him. The match resumed with the Grizzlies in possession of the ball. The young Chinese player re-entered the court. Commentator Walter speculated that the Grizzlies were indeed tenacious and might deploy their ultimate weapon this time. The Kings, however, seemed oblivious to this. Allowing Zhou Miao to collaborate with Gasol for a 2-1 play, Gasol converted the free throw. 78-88. I sensed something unfolding. Walter pondered, let us wait a moment. I'm not yet certain. The Kings launched a counterattack, with Strohmeyer making a significant contribution, blocking Doug's rebound for a second-chance opportunity. The ball found its way to Badier on the flank. The defensive formations were at odds. Gasol, aided by Zhou Miao, scored once more. 80-88. So that is how it is. The Grizzlies' head coach possesses a certain caliber. Walter deliberately built anticipation, stating, there is no rush. I shall explain to everyone after the Grizzlies score next. The Kings retaliated, and Peja, with Doug's screen facilitating the play, sank a three-pointer, his sixth of the match. 91-80. Zhou Miao remained unfazed, continuing to assist Gasol. This time, it proved particularly challenging as Gasol was besieged by three defenders. He executed a pocket pass to Jason, who had made his way beneath the basket. The score stood at 82-91, a fiercely contested match. Oh, the real spectacle is just beginning, Walter exclaimed enthusiastically, seizing the microphone and rising to his feet to shout, Kings, beware of the assassin. Over 18,000 spectators in the ARC arena were left bewildered as the fans continued to rally in support of their home team. Just as Divac seized the opportunity to score while Gasol was fatigued, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration. Believing victory was within their grasp, Zhou Miao's lips curled into a smile, for his plan had succeeded halfway. Gasol had captivated the attention of the entire Kings team. Next came the game of riddles. Whose hands held the ball? Chapter 25. Today, God is on my side. Paul. Gasol nodded emphatically. Zhou Miao cast another glance at Jason Williams, who, though indifferent, executed a straightforward and unpretentious pass with honesty. Zhou Miao received the ball, with Haido before him, Gasol to his left, and Doug to his front left. Once again, he employed the familiar strategy. Under Gasol's screen, Zhou Miao maneuvered past Haido, and then, with a single hand, he held the ball in a poised passing position. Absorbed in the moment, Doug's eyes tracked Gasol, oblivious to the pronounced muscles in Zhou Miao's arm, which were straining with effort. Crack. Zhou Miao clasped the ball with both hands and swiftly leaped to release a three-pointer, seamlessly transitioning into a maneuver reminiscent of Badier. The crisp swish of the net was simply exquisite. The score stood at 85-91, a mere 6 points separating them. The Kings rallied their spirits, eager to close the gap, yet the Grizzlies remained steadfast. Defense, shouted Hollins from the sidelines, his voice the loudest. If we can hold them on this play, it's over for them. Perhaps it was the surge of morale or the efficacy of Hollins' exhortation that led Peja to miss his long-range shot. Doug seized the offensive rebound but failed to convert on the follow-up. The Grizzlies' Strohmeyer erupted, finally securing the defensive rebound. Offense. Hollins waved his arms frantically, his fervor palpable. The Kings transitioned the ball across the court twice, ultimately finding its way back to Zhou Miao. Gasol set a pick and rolled towards the low post. Zhou Miao resorted to old tactics once more, only to be thwarted by Dago. As the encirclement by Shidu drew near, a resounding bang echoed through the air. As Zhou Miao and Doug simultaneously leaped, the basketball was passed through Doug's legs to Gasol, who received the ball and made a layup. The Kings' interior was lacking, with only Divac remaining. With a powerful roar, Gasol soared, dunking over Divac for a score. 87-91. Beep. Kings head coach Rick Adelman called for a long timeout with 3 minutes and 01 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Kings had lost their composure, and Coach Adelman found himself at a loss on how to counter this offensive duo. After making some arrangements, Adelman watched his players take the court. Unable to refrain from asking his assistant, "Have we not yet found detailed information on the Chinese kid?" Peter Carroll, the Kings' first assistant and creator of the Princeton offense, replied with a hint of frustration, "Coach, we're all on the court. There is no time to gather information." Only then did Adelman realize his indiscretion and promptly apologized. On the court, Doug turned to Heido. "Do you understand the tactics the coach has set?" Heido shook his head. "Just give it our all on defense. The Grizzlies are formidable, and they deserve our utmost effort." Doug nodded helplessly, unable to confess that he felt utterly exhausted, forcing himself to endure. The game resumed. The Kings initiated play once more, sticking to their tried-and-true approach. However, this time when Doug received a pass in the paint, he exerted too much force, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim. "Rebound!" Hollins shouted excitedly. Gasol, with stamina comparable to Doug's, leapt awkwardly to contest Divac for the rebound. At that moment, a robust and powerful hand soared over both players, snatching the ball with one hand. Thud. The sound reverberated throughout the arena as Zhou Miao secured the defensive rebound. Fast break. Hollins, like an exuberant superfan, waved his arms, his suit fluttering. Fast break. With the system's support, Zhou Miao raced forward like an untiring beast. Heido Turkoglu kept the coach's instructions firmly in mind, sticking closely to him. Ultimately, Jason and Battier executed a flawless play, scoring 89-91. They were merely 2 points away from taking the lead. With 1 minute and 39 seconds remaining, there was still ample time. Beep. The Kings, who had yet to call a timeout in the first half, summoned another 60-second break. Goodness gracious. The commentator Walter exclaimed with excitement from the sidelines. Is this really the so-called weak Grizzlies? This is truly a showdown worthy of the playoffs. From trailing to nearly overtaking, they were just a step away. Were the Grizzlies truly on the verge of creating a miracle? Fortunately, Walter was aware that this was the Kings' home court. Quickly retracting, "I don't believe the Kings head coach will allow such a thing to transpire." The Kings fans, who had just gathered their anger, swiftly shifted their focus. If Adelman failed to devise a strategy, he would undoubtedly face online backlash. As the timeout concluded, the Kings' offense sharpened significantly, becoming more relentless in their exertion. Peja attempted a three-pointer that missed, but the entire Kings team fought tenaciously for the offensive rebound and passed it back to him. After 2 attempts, he finally succeeded in sinking a three-pointer. 94-89. The intensity of the game reignited, and the fans rejoiced once again as the Grizzlies transitioned to offense. Zhou Miao distinctly perceived a reduction in the intensity of Shidu's defense against him, and without hesitation, he launched a three-point shot. The score stood at 92-94. In the ensuing minute, both teams focused solely on offense, and the score escalated rapidly, swiftly surpassing 2 rounds. The Kings maintained a slender lead at 100-98. Still ahead by 2 points. Zhou Miao and Battier each sank a three-pointer, while Peja contributed the 9th three-pointer of the game. With a mere 16 seconds remaining, the decisive moment approached. Following a lengthy timeout, the Kings initiated the play. Mike Bibby held the ball, poised to run down the clock and secure the victory. Hollins, sensing the urgency, shouted hoarsely, "Full court press. Full court press. Steal. Steal." The atmosphere on the court deteriorated rather than elevated. This type of victory was not what the fans yearned to witness. Commentator Walter seized the moment to voice the collective sentiment. "I have always regarded Adelman as a steadfast coach, but today, it seems he is nothing extraordinary. Even if victory is achieved tonight, what does it truly matter? Ladies and gentlemen, will you accept this?" For the first time, the crowd responded in unison. No, no, no. However, those on the court remained unmoved, continuing with their tasks. In stark contrast to the Kings' indifference, the Grizzlies were far more anxious. Gasol and Battier had expended all their energy after 40 minutes of play. Jason faced a similar plight, though his stature was less imposing, leaving him with a slight reserve of strength. The most vigorous players appeared to be Zhou Miao and Strohmeyer. At the halfway line, Zhou Miao whispered a few words, and Strohmeyer obediently complied. Although this individual lacked basketball IQ, He possessed the commendable trait of listening to his coach. Hollins repeatedly emphasized that the players must heed Zhou Miao's guidance, and Zhou Miao naturally had no objections. Subsequently, Zhou Miao signaled for Jason to join him in double-teaming Bibby. If they could prevent him from crossing the 8-second line, it would result in a turnover, granting possession to the Grizzlies. Jason Williams nodded, aware that any display of bravado could lead to Hollins correcting his bad habits post-game. Jason advanced to attempt a steal, with Zhou Miao providing backup. Mike Bibby, assisted by Haido and Peja, remained composed in the backcourt. After stalling for 4 seconds, Bibby began his advance. At that moment, challenges arose. As he attempted to dribble past Jason Williams, he collided with Zhou Miao. Bibby reacted swiftly, passing to Haido. However, Haido was soon surrounded by Zhou Miao and Badier. Haido's dribbling skills paled in comparison to Bibby's, prompting yet another pass to Peja. At this juncture, Strohmeyer unexpectedly appeared, positioning himself in front of Peja. Both stood at 208 centimeters, yet Strohmeyer exhibited superior physical prowess, leaving Peja unable to make a pass. 7 seconds had already elapsed. Peja Stojakovic faked a jump, adopting a shooting posture to pass. In the Grizzlies' backcourt, only Gasol remained. Lawrence and Divac each marked one of them, with one racing to receive the ball. Divac finally caught the pass at the Grizzlies' backcourt's elbow. Only 6 seconds remained. Ignoring Lawrence, Gasol advanced to confront Divac, blocking the path of the offense. Zhou Miao and Jason swiftly retreated on defense, flanking their opponent from both sides, leaving only the backcourt of the Kings unguarded. Divac was left with no choice but to hold the ball for 3 seconds, instinctively passing it backwards, as he noticed Bibby and Haido rushing towards him. Suddenly, a formidable and robust figure intruded upon Divac's line of sight. Stojakovic showcased his explosive athleticism, surpassing one Kings player after another. With a roar, Stojakovic intercepted the ball, yet lost his footing, teetering dangerously close to a travel. Grasping the ball, he instinctively tossed it into the air, directing it towards a specific location. As if to convey, "I have fulfilled your directive." Time was dwindling, with only 3 seconds remaining. Zhou Miao sprinted forward, seized the ball, and, without a moment's hesitation, leapt to make a throw. The basketball soared into the heavens, gliding past Haido and Bibby's outstretched hands, surpassing Peja, and finding its destined arc towards the center of the arena. Over 18,000 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the sphere. The whistle for the final buzzer and the resounding thud of the ball against the backboard echoed almost simultaneously. A hush fell over the crowd. The scoreboard flickered to life, 101-100. The Grizzlies triumphed by a mere point. Zhou Miao wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that fortune favored him today. Immediately, he was engulfed by his teammates. Chapter 26, Aftershocks post-match. Kings head coach Rick Adelman participated in an interview. A reporter inquired, "Do you believe the team members exerted their utmost effort in this game?" Adelman, with a grave demeanor, responded, "Indeed, the players have given their all." Another journalist seized the opportunity to ask, "Does this imply that you acknowledge the Grizzlies as superior to the Kings?" Adelman shook his head, declaring, "Impossible. I believe the Kings are the strongest team this season, and we will undoubtedly triumph over the Grizzlies in the next match." Yet another reporter probed, "Are you suggesting that the Kings are even stronger than last season's champion Lakers?" In a modest tone, Adelman replied, "We shall know the truth only after the Western Conference Finals." The conversation then shifted from the Grizzlies to the Lakers. In Texas, in the city of Dallas, the Mavericks rookie Wang Zhizhi finally joined the team. At this juncture, the Mavericks had established a roster centered around Nowitzki, while fellow power forward Wang Zhizhi struggled to secure playing time. After training, Wang Zhizhi watched the evening game between the Kings and the Grizzlies alongside his teammates. What was initially a match devoid of suspense took a dramatic turn at the last moment as a diminutive Chinese player altered the course of the game, leaving the Mavericks in astonishment. Everyone turned their gaze toward Wang Zhizhi. "How much do you know about him?" Nowitzki inquired on behalf of the group. As a fellow contender in the Western Conference, Nowitzki considered the matchup between the Mavericks and Kings to be evenly balanced, with the Mavericks slightly trailing. Now that Webber was injured, the odds had precariously shifted, favoring the Kings. The Grizzlies' ability to defeat the current Kings suggested that they could potentially overpower the Mavericks as well. This was not promising news. However, Wang Zhizhi had little knowledge of Zhou Miao, as they were not players within the same system. Zhou Miao is not a registered player in the CBA. He is merely a player of Chinese nationality, and in reality, he is registered with the NBA. Nowitzki quickly grasped this nuance and promptly retracted his statement, saying, "I apologize. I should not have asked you that." Wang Zhizhi's expression darkened. He had joined the Mavericks for training in April, but had been absent for several months to participate in the Asian Championships and the World University Games, which resulted in his current mediocre rapport with his teammates. He found it difficult to integrate fully. Watching Zhou Miao being surrounded by admirers on television, a sense of jealousy welled up within him. Both are of Chinese descent. Yet why is there such a stark disparity? In Sacramento, at the King's Arena, fans began to exit, buzzing with discussion. The game had been thrilling. But the home team's loss left them disheartened, leaving the fans uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. In the Grizzlies' bench area, players were packing their belongings. Preparing to return to the locker room for a wash-up, head coach Hollins called out to Zhou Miao, "Hey, Zhou, a TNT reporter wants to interview you." Hollins raised his eyebrows playfully, adding, "Do I need to remind you? If you say something amiss, it will be front-page news tomorrow." Zhou Miao, having lived 2 lives, truly found this to be his first experience with an interview, yet he was reluctant to owe a favor to Hollins. "Thank you, coach. I know what to say." What else could he articulate? Indeed, it was simply this. A few straightforward remarks sufficed. The expression on the TNT reporter's face as the interview concluded would linger in Zhou Miao's memory for a month. It was not that Zhou Miao lacked creativity, rather. The United States had just endured the traumatic events of 9/11, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly sensitive. Zhou Miao, as an international friend, must remain modest and refrain from arrogance. Upon returning to the lounge, Zhou Miao eagerly accessed the system interface, having scored 34 points with 10 assists, 2 rebounds, and 1 steal in this match. He achieved his first double-double and once again set a new personal record. The system proceeded to upgrade. Zhou Miao, age 20, height 195 centimeters, wingspan 206 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, physical burden value 77. NBA regular season points, -163. Loanable stars, Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, Michael Dixon. NBA regular season loan interest rate, 30 points per hour, using Sean Battier as an example. Upgradable star templates, none. The system has unexpectedly upgraded. Could it be due to achieving a double-double for the first time? Zhou Miao chose to disregard it. An upgrade seemed favorable, as it would grant him ample time to delay repayment. Upon observing the final line on the interface, a smile unconsciously graced Zhou Miao's lips. The assist could be redeemed for points, yet he was left perplexed by the meager total. NBA regular season points, -156. How was it possible to exchange for merely 7 points? Did the assists from the preseason not count? Furthermore, there were 3 games in total yielding 15 assists. Was it true that 0.5 had been absorbed? Zhou Miao, feeling a mix of indignation and joy, soon found solace in the notion that any exchange was a positive outcome and that obsessing over minutiae was unnecessary. Furthermore, if assists could be traded, why not rebounds, blocks, and steals? If all these could be exchanged, one would surely soar to great heights. The only vexing aspect was the uncertainty surrounding whether the exchange would require a double-double or merely a single-digit tally. Regardless, both options posed their own challenges. After 3 commendable performances, Zhou Miao felt confident that opportunities to play would not elude him. Yet, accruing statistics was not a simple endeavor. It hinged upon seizing the right moments. The forthcoming matches promised to be arduous, though fortunately, the coach had granted him permission to conserve energy. Zhou Miao, filled with joy, proceeded to take a shower. As Hollins had anticipated, the external interest in this match was exceedingly high. The NBA has never lacked dark horses. Yet the emergence of each one is invariably accompanied by immense exposure, even when an underdog team triumphs over a formidable opponent during the regular season. It captivates audiences far more than an ordinary game. Major media outlets and newspapers within the NBA clamored to report on the event. All industry insiders were acutely aware of Zhou Miao's significant role in this phenomenon. Coaches from the prominent powerhouses in both the Eastern and Western conferences eagerly sought detailed information about him. Unfortunately, Zhou Miao's data was scant. Having played only 1 year in the NCAA, there were virtually no earlier records, giving the impression that he had risen to prominence overnight. There was neither a guiding mentor nor a discerning talent scout, which rendered the situation quite perplexing. Even more bewildering was the transformation Zhou Miao exhibited after entering the NBA. His skills became remarkably diverse and comprehensive. He demonstrated commendable performances on both ends of the court, showcasing a talent that was vastly different from that observed during the draft. Such exceptional cases are exceedingly rare in the annals of NBA history, with none having garnered public attention. Nevertheless, the NBA is never short of prodigies. Zhou Miao has only just completed 3 matches, and the road ahead remains long. From the perspective of various head coaches, it would not be surprising if Zhou Miao were to falter midway. Consequently, this match serves primarily to leave an impression on these coaches. Their primary focus remains on superstars like O'Neal. In the dead of night in Portland, Oregon, Trailblazers coach Maurice Cheek switches off the television replaying the Grizzlies game and picks up the materials found by his assistant. The enigmatic young talent from the East preoccupies Cheek's thoughts, not only due to Zhou Miao's scoring ability but also his capacity to connect the team. However, internal player issues are proving to be even more vexing than external factors. I initially thought Philadelphia was chaotic enough, but I was unprepared for the disarray among this group in Portland. Cheeks rubs his temples in frustration. Chapter 27. Internal issues of the Trailblazers. In November, Portland is drenched in cold rain, yet the practice court at the Rose Garden is enveloped in a stifling heat. Rasheed Wallace throws his towel onto the floor, beads of sweat dripping from his dreadlocks and staining the oak floor. Can you even pass the ball? He bellows at Bonzi Wells, the veins in his neck bulging like coiled worms. Wells, wiping sweat with his wristband, retaliates by hurling the basketball against the wall, causing it to ricochet and topple the beverage cooler, creating a spill of orange Gatorade. Damon Stoudemire, chewing gum, leans against the scorer's table, observing the assistants scramble to restore order. A sweet scent of marijuana wafts through the locker room, and it is unnecessary to guess who is indulging. This team resembles a powder keg, merely awaiting a spark. Enough. Coach Maurice Cheek's roar reverberates through the ceiling lights. Wallace retreats to the weight room to cool off, while Wells rolls away to do sprints. The others resume tactical drills. As Rasheed crashes through the iron fire exit, Shawn Kemp is seen squatting on the steps, smoking. Once the Rain Man, he now sports a sagging belly, and his dress pants wrinkle comically. Care for a Marlboro, brother? He offers, his hand bearing fresh needle marks. Do you know why the coach always targets you? Because you haven't learned how to be a clever bastard yet. As night falls, Damon finds himself surrounded by reporters in the parking lot. I heard Wallace requested a trade. Kemp was spotted overnight at a strip club. The flashes are like fireflies on a summer night, and he floors the gas, escaping the encirclement, the outline of the Rose Garden dissolving in the rain. The clock strikes 2 in the morning, and Bonzi Wells unbuckles his tight jeans. The VIP room's champagne fountain still sputters, and the supermodel's alabaster thighs make his head spin. As the server brings the 5th bottle of Dom Pérignon, Damon restrains his hand. We have a game against the Grizzlies tomorrow. To hell with the Grizzlies, Wells retorts, shoving the bottle into the deep V-neck of the woman beside him, boasting like a nouveau riche. Do you know how many zeros are in my bank account right now? On November 8th, in the Trailblazers locker room, Shawn Kemp is seen retching into a trash can. Coach Cheek shatters the tactical board in frustration. Look at what you've become. Last season, we were just a breath away from the finals, only to be thwarted by Shaquille breaking 3 ribs. Rasheed's sarcastic interjection elicits a low chuckle from the locker room. The night against the Lakers at Staples Center was met with a chorus of boos that could pierce eardrums. Seeing that the hard approach is futile, Cheeks decides to soften his tone. Tonight, we face the Grizzlies at home. You wouldn't want to embarrass yourselves in front of the fans, would you? A sigh escapes him. Last season's Western Conference runners-up were slaughtered by a bottom-feeder team last night. I can only imagine this will be tomorrow's headline. This tactic proves effective. The temperamental Wallace slams his fist against the locker door. What are the Grizzlies? Is this door sturdier than they are? Another wave of suppressed laughter follows. Cheek's eyelids twitch. Wallace, if you don't settle your fines, you 1T step on the court tonight. Humph. Wallace snorts. Is 50,000 enough? I can spend that in a single night in Las Vegas. Cheeks ignores him and begins to outline strategies. In the locker room, each player adopts a peculiar posture. Scottie Pippen is preoccupied with the 1998 championship ring on his finger. Space Jam Damon frequently glances at the BlackBerry beneath him. Shawn Kemp appears dazed, occasionally sipping from a mysterious herbal tea. In summary, no one is paying attention. Even rookie Zach Randolph is no better off. Just as it is difficult to find a top student in a class of underachievers, the Trailblazers are filled with beasts, not scholars. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the Grizzlies' locker room is entirely different. Coach Hollins is meticulously explaining the characteristics of each Trailblazers player at the tactical board. The players below wear serious expressions, feigning attentiveness even if they struggle to comprehend. Zhou Miao's seat remains unchanged at the entrance, yet each time the door opens, someone rushes to claim it. He listens intently. His understanding of the NBA prior to his arrival was not this profound. Yet, the more he listens, the more he feels something is amiss. The Trailblazers are riddled with flaws, and yet they reach the Western Conference Finals. It is astonishing. From another perspective, the Trailblazers were terrifyingly strong last season. I wonder if they will surpass the Kings this season. However, The strength of the Trailblazers bears little relevance to Zhou Miao. He has resolved to emulate the templates of Dixon or Battier tonight, observing if recent uses of peak templates have resulted in any personal progress. In college, he had no choices. Now that he has the opportunity to enhance himself, why not give it a try? After all, he has already informed Hollins that it doesn't matter if he flops on the court. He opens the system interface. Body burden value, 75. A day of travel counts as rest, recovering 2 points. Should he play for half an hour tonight, he would gain 6 points. Tomorrow he can rest a day to regain 2 points, totaling 2 points. As long as he scores over 10 points, it would be a bonanza. Tonight, we will employ standard tactics. Hollins jokes, pointing at Zhou Miao. Gentlemen, feel free to experiment. Someone has your back. Immediately, a wave of cheerful laughter fills the locker room. In recent days, Zhou Miao has become the subject of playful teasing. When spoken of seriously, he is the team's hope. In more amicable terms, he is the scoring machine. In less serious terms, he is referred to as a quick shooter, efficient in a short span. Just don't call me that. Zhou Miao is acutely aware of his own limitations and understands the necessity of constantly preparing his teammates. I am an undrafted player, and I have exhausted all my luck in these 3 games. Most people remain skeptical, including Battier. Only Jason Williams appears uncertain, while Hollins feels a sudden pang of concern in his heart. For the ensuing defensive strategy, Hollins entrusts the assistant coach with the explanation, pulling Zhou Miao aside to the corridor outside the locker room. Zhou, what did you mean by those words you just spoke? Zhou Miao fixed her gaze intently on Hollins. Coach, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? We agreed that I would take it easy in this week's matches. Are you having second thoughts? Oh. Let's not dwell on yesterday. It is already past. Indeed, Hollins turned a cold shoulder. The management demands a 3-game winning streak, and the pressure weighs heavily upon me. Regardless, I lack the physical strength to compete. Zhou Miao directly stated, do not place your hopes on me any longer. It is not feasible. Hollins shook his head and replied, I have assured the team that you will play for over 20 minutes. I cannot compromise my integrity. Zhou Miao widened his eyes, utterly astonished that this agreement could be utilized in such a manner. Hollins was even more audacious. Do not forget, you still owe me 3 favors to repay. With resolve, Zhou Miao made up his mind to step onto the court without further exhausting the use of the template. Chapter 28, On the Art of Verbal Warfare. I fear no one. The Portland Trail Blazers are affluent, boasting the highest player salaries in the NBA this season, exceeding $80 million. Their home arena, the Moda Center, with over 19,000 seats, was nearly filled to capacity, pulsating with fervor, rivaling the atmosphere of the Kings' home games. On one hand, the Trail Blazers had only lost 1 game in the new season, enjoying a 2-game winning streak. On the other hand, the Grizzlies had just defeated the Kings and arrived to challenge with their own 2-game winning streak, creating a spectacle. Would the season powerhouse of last season prevail? Or would the newly rising Grizzlies outshine them? Not only were the fans present curious, but those watching from home were even more intrigued. Ladies and gentlemen, as the exhilarating music erupted, the on-site DJ began to stir the emotions of the fans. The starting players from both teams commenced their entrance. The spotlight illuminated Bonzi Wells, the red-headed rascals, causing a ripple of excitement among the fans. When the formidable power forward Rasheed Wallace made his appearance, the crowd erupted into cheers. The remaining 3 of the Trail Blazers starting 5 followed suit. Scottie Pippen at small forward, Damon Stoudemire at point guard, and Dale Davis at center. As for this season's rookie Zach Randolph, who had been promised a starting position upon joining the team, he found himself relegated to the bench. The Grizzlies retained their usual starting lineup: center Pau Gasol, power forward Stromile Swift, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Zhou Miao, and point guard Jason Williams. Coach Hollins had placed Zhou Miao in the starting lineup without his consent, which was rather inconsiderate, reflecting a lack of regard for his input and leaving his status within the team to be desired. Nonetheless, he decided to let it slide for tonight, preparing to assess how much he had improved during this period without the use of the template. In the logo area, the referee initiated the jump ball. Gasol seized possession from Davis, and Battier received the pass, relaying it to Jason. In the backcourt of the Trail Blazers, Bonzi Wells, known as the red-headed rascal, approached Zhou Miao, his hair adorned in red dreadlocks, and with crude remarks, he casually suggested, "Oh, delicate and tender supermodel from Huagua. How about we skip the game tonight and find a room together?" Zhou Miao turned his head in astonishment to gaze at Wells. This was the first time he had encountered a brash individual eager to provoke a quarrel right from the outset. Did the opponent not realize that a Chinese could unleash a torrent of verbal rebuke that would leave him disoriented? However, it was understandable this year. China had only just joined the WTO, and the world had yet to witness the eloquence of the Chinese tongue. Thus, Zhou Miao, as a time traveler, was ready to demonstrate his prowess. To utter such words is no simple feat. It must be quite arduous for someone like you, who has grown up without parental guidance, lacked teachers during your formative years, and journeyed into adulthood devoid of companionship. Wells suddenly shoved Zhou Miao, shouting, "I will not allow you to insult my mother. Speak again, and I shall flatten you." With Zhou Miao being pushed back 3 meters, the referee could not ignore the incident and promptly called a foul against Wells for unsportsmanlike conduct. Even before the game had commenced in earnest, a penalty was awarded, and Zhou Miao suddenly felt a surge of clarity regarding his gameplay. On the sidelines, Grizzlies coach Hollins appeared invigorated, murmuring to himself, "That little rascal, I knew it." Clearly, there was a misunderstanding. Zhou Miao had yet to exert any real effort. Approaching the free throw line, the cacophony of boos from the crowd coalesced into a formidable wave. Zhou Miao, however, did not rely on any pre-established template. Instead, an immense psychological pressure enveloped him. He received the ball, took a moment to steady himself, inhaled deeply, and executed a textbook shot, sinking it effortlessly. It seemed that these past 3 matches had not been in vain, as Zhou Miao felt himself gradually acclimating to the rigors of the NBA environment. Had this been during his university days, he might not have been able to withstand such pressure. The second shot went in without a hitch. The Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball. During his off-ball movements, Zhou Miao was repeatedly subjected to subtle fouls by Wells, the pain coursing through his body igniting his frustration. "Did your mother not teach you the importance of treating others with respect?" he retorted. "Oh, I recall now. You have no mother, and your father is a drug dealer. It seems you must lead a rather arduous existence as an orphan." Wells, struck by these words, momentarily lost his composure. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Miao slipped away just as Jason passed the ball. With a sharp thud, he nearly failed to catch it due to his lack of preparation. It was no wonder that Jason's pass caused panic among the 9 players, as it was exceedingly difficult to receive. Once Zhou Miao adjusted himself, Pippen swiftly moved to block his path, while Wells charged in from behind. The opportunity was fleeting. Reluctantly, Zhou Miao passed the ball to Battier. At that moment, Zhou Miao felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively stepping aside. In that instant, he caught sight of Wells approaching with his elbow raised, his expression menacing. Had he been a moment slower, he might have sustained a serious injury, sidelining him for weeks. "Consider yourself fortunate this time," Wells growled. "Next time, you won't be so lucky." Zhou Miao was furious, yet in his anger, he remained remarkably composed. The mere thought that the referee had failed to blow the whistle indicated that such occurrences were commonplace in the Trail Blazers' home arena, rendering any arguments futile. If that were the case, he would take it upon himself to uphold justice. "Child, your innate kindness should not lead you down this path." Zhou Miao approached Wells, whispering malevolently, "When you were a child, did your mother ever tell you that you were not her biological child, but rather a foundling from a trash bin? Your father is not a drug dealer, but a university professor. You were meant to possess an idyllic family, yet fate did not favor you." Wells halted, glaring fiercely at Zhou Miao. "Do not speak such nonsense. I am indeed my mother's true child. But have you ever laid eyes upon your father?" Zhou Miao scoffed. "No, that cannot be true. It's simply because you aren't her biological child. Your mother is utterly incapable of articulating who your father is." "Impossible." Wells felt as if his worldview was crumbling. Yet, as he reflected on the past, he found Zhou Miao's words eerily resonant, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to what was real and what was not. "If you continue to spout nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart." Zhou Miao disregarded everything else, fixating solely on Wells with relentless aggression. "I swear by the name of God, these words are undeniably true." After all, he did not believe in God. No. Wells had completely lost his sanity and his worldview. No one dared to speak recklessly about God, and he had already begun to believe in it to a significant extent. "I do not believe. I do not believe." Despite his protests, Wells, with reddened eyes, seized Zhou Miao by the collar, raising his hand to strike. Beep, beep, beep. Several referees frantically blew their whistles, and the members of the Grizzlies rushed over. Yet, it was too late. Just as Wells's fist was about to land on Zhou Miao's face, his footing faltered, and he began to topple backward. Fortunately, Zhou Miao had learned a few grappling techniques before his time travel. Dealing with these inexperienced fighters was a piece of cake. Want to fight? At that moment, a furious roar erupted as the mighty Hillard Wallace charged in like an enraged bull. Instantly, chaos ensued on the scene. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to strike Wells with a few punches, and before departing, he did not hesitate to deliver a parting shot. "Wells, if I were you, I would forego this match and visit your so-called father in prison to uncover the truth. Bunchy Wells, struggling to rise, was left with no trace of Zhou Miao's presence. Chapter 29. The calculating battle. This match was replete with dramatic tension. Right from the outset, the Grizzlies secured a 4-0 lead. Subsequently, as the Trail Blazers launched their offense, a near brawl erupted between Wells and Zhou Miao. When the head referee intervened to separate the two, Wells received a technical foul. The Grizzlies capitalized on the ensuing free throws, while the Trail Blazers' second leading scorer, Bunchy Wells, lost control of his emotions, verbally assaulting the referee and consequently facing a one-game suspension. The Trail Blazers head coach, Maurice Cheeks, seethed with frustration, unleashing a tirade of admonitions and warnings directed at Wallace and others. Zhou Miao felt an exhilarating sense of ease. Even in the absence of a template, his offensive prowess in the NBA remained unassailable, in comparison to Battier's knack for drawing fouls. The exhilaration of verbal banter proved more gratifying. How could these inexperienced foreigners possibly fathom the profound artistry of language? Once again, Zhou Miao effortlessly secured 2 free throws, swiftly amassing 4 points and erasing any prior discontent. However, the Memphis Grizzlies' subsequent offensive efforts did not unfold as smoothly, with Wallace seizing the rebound. For the next 4 minutes, Zhou Miao found himself tirelessly striving on the court, contributing only a single assist without scoring. Zhou Miao realized that without the template, he struggled to fully acclimate to the rhythm of the NBA. He possessed a keen ability to read the game on the court, yet his reaction speed and physical agility lagged behind his cognitive understanding. In other words, after more than a year of utilizing the Badia template, his basketball intelligence had evolved, but his physical capabilities had not yet upgraded accordingly. The degree of control his mind exerted over his body remained at a rudimentary level, leaving ample room for improvement. Regarding offensive and defensive techniques, he retained a conceptual understanding, yet when it came to practical application, he often found himself a step or two behind, resulting in an awkward execution that failed to yield effective outcomes. On a positive note, his mental fortitude had significantly strengthened, which was an unexpected delight. If he continued to forego the template, Zhou Miao estimated he would soon become a target for the Memphis Grizzlies, easily exploited for scoring opportunities. When it came time for substitutions, Zhou Miao proactively requested a breather. Grizzlies head coach Hollins glanced at the unfavorable score and reluctantly opted for a change. 12-10. The remarkable start the Grizzlies had achieved was something Hollins had not anticipated. "Coach, you have witnessed it all." Zhou Miao took the towel handed to him by his teammate, wiping the sweat from his brow as he said, "Allow me a moment to recuperate. I can hardly muster the energy to continue." "It's all right. Just engage in some verbal sparring," Hollins replied, gesturing toward Wallace. "That fellow has quite the temper. He accrued a foul before the first quarter even concluded. If you manage to provoke him into receiving his 6th foul, I shall grant you a respite." Zhou Miao inadvertently locked eyes with Wallace, quickly averting his gaze. Recently, Hollins had become increasingly unreasonable. Not only did he fail to consult Zhou regarding the starting lineup, but he also expected him to face insurmountable challenges. With Wallace's imposing stature, how could Zhou possibly contend with him? It was utterly infuriating. As the first quarter concluded, the Trail Blazers led 22-16, primarily due to Gasol and Strohmeyer being ruthlessly dominated by Wallace and Davis, while the perimeter players struggled to find their rhythm. In the second quarter, both teams fielded their starting lineups. Zhou Miao faced off against Ruben Patterson, a brash and thick-skinned adversary. Although Zhou managed to gain a slight advantage, he could not penetrate Patterson's psychological defenses. Furthermore, Ruben employed various subtle tactics on the defensive end that left Zhou feeling frustrated. He decided to abandon his usual approach and mix things up instead. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Grizzlies head coach Hollins, recognizing Zhou's ineffective performance, opted to substitute in the season Nick Anderson. However, this change proved inconsequential. The Trail Blazers continued to dominate the Grizzlies. By the end of the second quarter, the Trail Blazers held a commanding 12-point lead, finishing the half at 49-37. In the third quarter, it seemed as though Hollins had forgotten about Zhou, as he did not see any playing time throughout the entire period. Zhou Miao relished the tranquility, having already accumulated 4 assists without incurring any cost, thereby alleviating 2 points from his burden. Perfection. However, the other members of the Grizzlies were not as fortunate. The fierce Wallace, after scoring, had to stand in a position of humiliation, unable to express his frustration. The likes of the Space Jammer Damon Stoudemire, Batman Pippen, and Rain Man Sean Kemp were relentless. The Trail Blazers were merciless, exploiting their advantage to the fullest, which severely tested the players' mental fortitude. Jason Williams, the Grizzlies' point guard, succumbed to the pressure, allowing his temper to flare, nearly escalating into a confrontation with Damon. Hollins, left with no choice, substituted in veteran Blevin Knight. The entirety of the third quarter proved to be an arduous ordeal for the Grizzlies. By its conclusion, the point differential had widened to 18, with the Trailblazers leading 81-63. Unless an unforeseen twist occurred, victory seemed assured for the Trailblazers. Yet both head coaches were acutely aware that the game was far from over. Trailblazers coach Maurice Cheeks cast a long glance at Zhou Miao, who sat idly on the bench. Cheeks did not believe that the Grizzlies would concede the fourth quarter without a fight. That young man possessed an alarming capacity for comebacks. If all else failed, they could adopt the Timberwolves' strategy of stalling until the end of the game. However, with just 12 minutes remaining and each team potentially executing 24-second possessions, there could easily be 15 possessions left, rendering the outcome uncertain. Furthermore, Cheeks glanced at his players on the bench, engaged in idle chatter, and shook his head in resignation. Utterly foolish, he mused. Words were of no consequence. On the other side, Grizzlies coach Hollins was in a quandary. He found it difficult to trust Zhou Miao's claims. Yet the latter's performance that night seemed to validate his words. How does one compel an individual to willingly undertake a task they are reluctant to embrace? The very notion was inherently contradictory. Yet, if Zhou Miao remained on the bench, Hollins would struggle to justify this to the higher-ups. He sensed that general manager Billy Knight had been in a foul mood lately and would certainly use this incident to undermine him before the owner. In that eventuality, the hard-won freedoms he had fought for would be swiftly rescinded. Hollins felt a deep sense of injustice, coupled with the realization that it would impede his future endeavors. This was a scenario that no head coach wished to encounter, especially a novice like Hollins, for opportunities lost may never return. Observing the glum expressions of Battier and Gasol, a spark of inspiration ignited within Hollins. Sean, Paul, the fourth quarter hinges on your performance. Losing the game is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we do not lose our confidence. Gasol lifted his head, hesitated to speak, then opted instead to gulp down his drink. Battier, having obtained his degree from Duke, was undoubtedly intelligent and possessed high basketball IQ, soon turned his gaze towards Zhou Miao. Joe, should we lose tonight? The blame should not rest with us. It falls squarely on your shoulders. Your performance this evening has been utterly abysmal. Zhou Miao observed Hollins' joyful expression and surmised, to his astonishment, that Battier would willingly act as a spokesperson. You know me best. I have already exhausted my efforts in the first 3 matches. Yet, occasionally, you are capable of unleashing your latent potential, are you not? Battier remarked, you were just like this during your university days. Zhou Miao never anticipated that the first person to betray him would be his good friend, Battier. How had he not realized the depth of this man's cunning before? Chapter 30, Affirmation from the Trailblazers head coach. Zhou Miao took to the court once more, motivated by the request of his dear friend Battier and the obligation he felt toward Hollins. Nevertheless, Zhou Miao prudently prepared for any eventualities. Hollins readily assured him that should they lose, he would take the blame. What more was there to say? The Dixon template was set in motion. A peculiar sensation surged through Zhou Miao's mind as the previous sense of stagnation dissipated entirely. It was time to test the waters, under the foundational template. Just how much power could be unleashed? The Grizzlies, aside from substituting their point guard with Blevin Knight, maintained their original lineup. The Trailblazers appeared confident of victory. With Damon Stoudemire still on the court, their roster included center Zach Randolph, power forward Sean Kemp, small forward Ruben Patterson, and shooting guard Derek Anderson. Coach Cheeks had managed to persuade only Damon, while the rest of the players remained indifferent to his entreaties. As the game commenced, the Grizzlies held possession. Hey, girl. We meet again, Ruben Patterson, under Cheeks' instructions to guard Zhou Miao, taunted as he approached. After the game, let's share a drink. I promise to treat you well. Zhou Miao chose to disregard him. This individual was far from ordinary, certainly not as fragile as Wells. Ruben Patterson held a degree in criminal justice from the University of Cincinnati. Not only was he foul-mouthed, but he also possessed a keen understanding of the law, posing a risk of legal action if provoked. The most effective strategy was to vanquish him on the court. For this man held himself in high regard and would soon acquire the moniker of the Kobe Terminator, harboring aspirations of engaging Jordan in a one-on-one duel. Paul. Zhou Miao pushed Ruben forward while engaging in playful banter with Gasol. Execute Plan A. Of course, there was no actual Plan A. It simply referred to their coordination from the previous match. Gasol understood immediately and gave Zhou Miao a thumbs up. Ruben Patterson, brimming with arrogance and oblivious to the situation as he had not reviewed the footage, mocked, "Oh, you two beauties, I'm sure I'll have a fantastic time tonight." Lavin advanced the ball to the top of the arc, while Zhou Miao maneuvered on the strong side, positioning himself against Ruben and actively requesting the ball. Observing this, Gasol moved up to a higher position. After receiving the pass, Zhou Miao initiated a three-pronged offensive, waiting for Gasol to position himself. With a feint move, he advanced and suddenly changed direction. Ruben, caught off guard, collided with Gasol's screen, allowing Zhou Miao to seize the opportunity and launch a three-pointer. The score stood at 67-81. Dixon achieved an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 43.3 in his inaugural season, ranking 6th in the league that year. On the sidelines, the Portland Trail Blazers head coach, Chicks, erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Ruben, you fool. I have emphasized this countless times, yet you have not taken a single word to heart. As a coach, one must certainly study the opponent, but what can be done if the players refuse to listen?" On the court, Ruben Patterson appeared to acknowledge the situation. Yet he remained indifferent, attributing it merely to his own carelessness. Subsequently, the Trail Blazers launched their offense, with Damon executing Chick's strategy flawlessly. Taking a shot only at the 22-second mark, it missed. Struther secured the rebound. Another offensive possession ensued for the Grizzlies. Zhou Miao employed the same strategy against Gasol, while Ruben Patterson deftly maneuvered around him, initially believing there would be no issues. However, Zhou Miao's pass facilitated Gasol's layup, bringing the score to 69-81. The Blazers head coach, Chicks, was so exasperated that he opted for a 60-second timeout to substitute players and reconfigure the strategy. Wallace, Damon, Pippen, Davis, and Derek Anderson took the court. Derek, a quintessential role player, operated as a shooting guard. Yet, he was unable to contain Zhou Miao, who had adopted a style reminiscent of Dixon. Unfortunately, this time the three-pointer did not find its mark, and Wallace secured the rebound. The Blazers initiated their offense once again. This time, Damon struggled to maintain control of the game. Unable to stall for time, he attempted a layup but failed. Strohmeyer once more secured the defensive rebound. They pressed forward with another offensive attempt. Zhou Miao aimed to confront Derek in a one-on-one battle, but the stealthy presence of the sky glider Damon crept into double team. Nearly intercepting the ball, Zhou Miao delivered a pass to a wide-open Blavin, who scored with a mid-range jumper. The score now stood at 71-81, narrowing the gap to merely 10 points. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a back-and-forth exchange over 4 possessions. The Trail Blazers began to show signs of fatigue, managing only 2 field goals and a free throw. In contrast, the Grizzlies appeared increasingly invigorated, successfully converting all 4 of their attempts. Zhou Miao successfully landed a three-pointer, followed by Battier with another 3, and Gasol achieved a 2-point play with a free throw. The score stood at 83-86, a mere 3-point deficit. At this moment, only 6 minutes and 12 seconds had elapsed in the fourth quarter, leaving nearly half the time remaining. Trail Blazers head coach Chicks called for a lengthy timeout of 100 seconds once again. He intended to utilize Pippen as a facilitating forward for the remainder of the game. But Damon vehemently opposed this strategy. "I did not come to Portland to endure the whims of an old-timer. I am here to win. Without me, what significance does a victory hold for the team? If you dare to replace me, then trade me." This assertion was undeniably valid. Wallace stepped forward to advocate for Damon, stating, "The Grizzlies are merely a group of pampered infants. All we need to do is make them cry, and winning the game will be a breeze." This remark elicited laughter from many, yet Chicks remained grim, sensing a severe affront to his authority as head coach. On the other hand, the atmosphere surrounding the Grizzlies was starkly different. Coach Hollins busied himself around Zhou Miao, almost calling out, "Daddy, save me." His demeanor was a stark contrast to his earlier performance. Hollins understood that refraining from interference was the best strategy. Thus he emphasized that Zhou Miao would dictate the play on the court, effectively treating him like a point guard. The game resumed with the Trail Blazers substituting Pippen for Ruben Patterson. At that moment, both Wallace and Ruben had accumulated 4 fouls. 2 more would compel them to exit the game. Zhou Miao, utilizing his enhanced intellect, commenced a thorough analysis. It was palpably evident that the Trail Blazers in the fourth quarter exhibited a marked decline in strength compared to the preceding 3 quarters. Connecting this observation with the intel gathered by Hollins, marijuana, nightclubs, and gangs renders the current state of affairs not surprising, as they now appear rather feeble. Nevertheless, Wallace still struggles to cope. Gasol's versatility, while advantageous, is not without its drawbacks. Presently, if he were to adopt a more assertive approach, the Grizzlies would not find themselves reliant on him to salvage the situation. By merely eliminating either Wallace or Ruben, Zhou Miao harbored confidence in securing victory in this contest. Zhou Miao followed in Gasol's footsteps, murmuring a few words. Gasol hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. On the sidelines, the Trail Blazers coach, Chicks, sensed an ominous premonition as he observed Zhou Miao once again rallying the Grizzlies players on the court. Soon, Chicks' foreboding came to fruition. Paul Gasol, shedding his earlier reluctance, played with remarkable aggression. Wallace, known for his volatile temperament, was quick to ignite. Beep. The Trail Blazers' offensive efforts faltered, enduring another rebound attempt. Wallace's elbow strike on Gasol failed. Undeterred, he attempted to pursue the confrontation, but the head referee swiftly intervened with a whistle. Wallace accrued his fifth foul, along with 2 free throws awarded to Gasol. In that instant, Chicks realized Zhou Miao's intentions. That cunning Chinese lad is truly devious, Chicks thought. Unable to suppress a few curses, yet, there was nothing he could do, whether or not to substitute Wallace. This match was destined to be a loss for the Trail Blazers. Chicks was convinced that Zhou Miao would seize this opportunity without hesitation. Hollins was indeed fortunate. If only I had such talent. Chapter 31, A Triumphant Streak. When the clever rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Zhou Miao collaborated with Gasol, leading to Wallace's departure after 6 fouls. With 2 minutes remaining, there was ample time to make an impact. Unfortunately, Ruben Patterson proved to be quite bothersome. During the latter half of the fourth quarter, Zhou Miao repeatedly received the ball but struggled to find substantial scoring opportunities, managing only a solitary 3-pointer and 3 assists. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Trail Blazers with a score of 95-90, securing their 3rd consecutive victory and halting the Trail Blazers' 2-game winning streak. As the final whistle blew, Zhou Miao seized the chance to deliver a humiliating retort. "You are exceedingly unattractive. Even if you offered yourself to me, I would feel nauseated. Your defense resembles the hole in a donut." Ruben Patterson shot Zhou Miao a fierce glare before turning away. As the saying goes, it takes 2 to tango. Zhou Miao was certainly not intimidated by the ferocious beast of the Trail Blazers, which is why he refrained from hurling more insults at them. He believed in settling scores, never allowing grudges to linger. Today, he would let this individual off the hook, reserving the humiliation for the next encounter. Just then, fans lining the corridor suddenly unleashed a torrent of invective towards Ruben Patterson. "You are worthless. Why don't you follow Rashid's example and foul out? With such a massive frame. And yet, that little Chinese guy managed to win the game with just 1 elbow strike, while you failed. Gentlemanly basketball has no place in the Trail Blazers. What kind of fans are these Trail Blazers, spouting such nonsense?" Zhou Miao pays tribute to the benevolent and orderly players of the Trail Blazers. With such fans, it seems that playing the game well might prove to be quite a challenge. Fortunately, the Grizzlies have yet to cultivate a devoted fan base, allowing for gradual development. "Hey, Zhou." A young, bald Battier remarks with delight as he drapes an arm over Zhou Miao. "You finally remembered me tonight." In this match, Zhou Miao assists Battier with at least 3 3-pointers. The exact number of points Battier scores remains unclear, but judging by his expression, it must be substantial. As they head to Staples Center tomorrow, he adds, "Don't forget to treat me to a delightful experience." Zhou Miao grinned widely, casually draping his arm over Battier's shoulder. The two of them sharing a relaxed camaraderie. Despite the passage of over a year, he had yet to indulge in the nightlife. Battier, unperturbed, discreetly withdrew his arm and turned to engage in lively conversation with Gasol, as if the previous exchange had never occurred. "Hey, I'm well acquainted with Los Angeles. Allow me to show you around," Jason Williams interjected as he passed by, casting a flirtatious glance. Zhou Miao, taken aback, retreated repeatedly, her face a canvas of resistance. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I was merely jesting with Sean." "Humph." Jason tugged at his collar, expressing his frustration. "Coward." On the sidelines, Hollins, his suit unbuttoned, rose to his feet with arms outstretched, welcoming the triumphant heroes back. He approached Gasol, grasping his arm with enthusiasm. "Your performance tonight was exceptional. 26 points, 9 rebounds, and 4 assists. You shattered your scoring record and nearly achieved a double-double. Without a doubt, you are destined to become a superstar." Gasol, feeling bashful from the praise, glanced at Zhou Miao, attributing his success to her excellent passing. Hollins patted Gasol's arm, encouraging him, "You must have more confidence. The team will rely on you in the future." Releasing Gasol, Hollins turned to Battier, a splendid corner 3-pointer, 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 1 block. "The All-Star awaits you." Battier, overwhelmed by the accolades, seemed lost in the moment. Next was Jason Williams. "I knew I had not misjudged you. That trade with the Kings was a tremendous win." Jason relished discussions about the Kings, hoping for further praise from Hollins. When it was Stoudemire's turn, Hollins offered encouragement. "Next time, I'll ensure Jason passes to you more often for scoring." The big man was deeply moved. At last, when Zhou Miao approached, Hollins merely nodded, signifying his approval. 13 points, 6 assists, and 1 rebound. These statistics are quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Miao is perplexed by the drastic shift in Hollins' attitude. Nevertheless, it matters little. Assists transform into points, and tonight has proven to be a bountiful harvest. Zhou Miao, age 20, stands at an impressive height of 195 centimeters with an arm span of 206 centimeters and weighs 85 kilograms, bearing a physical burden value of 78. His NBA regular season scoring stands at a disheartening -155. The loanable star players include Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, and Michael Dixon. With a loan interest rate in the NBA regular season set at 30 points per hour, exemplified by Sean Battier, there are no available upgrades for star player templates. Remarkably, he manages to net 8 points with just a mere 3-point burden value, yet the insidious capitalist system has siphoned away 0.5 points from him. At this rate, he could repay the loan within merely 20 games. One wonders what will transpire once his score turns positive. Will there be yet another system upgrade? He harbors hopes of directly upgrading to the Dixon template. After tonight's trial, Zhou Miao discovered the remarkable utility of the growth-type template. It not only compensates for his innate shortcomings but also imposes fewer restrictions, allowing for a more liberated style of play. The cost-performance ratio is impeccable. Regrettably, Dixon remains somewhat underwhelming. His offensive capabilities have yet to reach their zenith, and his defensive prowess is abysmal. In this match, Zhou Miao, utilizing his upgraded intellect, nearly faltered in defending against a player like Ruben Patterson, a role player. Such a scenario would have been inconceivable with the peak Battier template. Expecting more from other players is a futile endeavor. Zhou Miao had once set his sights on Strohmeyer's physical prowess. However, the system had bestowed upon him a peak card, which proved to be utterly useless. Similarly, Blaven Knight exhibited a disheartening lack of offensive ambition. Otherwise, Zhou Miao would have undoubtedly procured a peak template. How splendid it would be if the Grizzlies could enlist a few soon-to-retire star players. Yet, considering the frugal nature of team owner Heisley, such a notion remains a mere fantasy. The upcoming match features the Lakers, champions of 3 consecutive titles. The mere thought of facing off against Kobe Bryant fills Zhou Miao with trepidation. Setting aside the Black Mamba-esque character, his basketball acumen is undeniably enviable. Strictly speaking, Kobe epitomizes the template Zhou Miao aspires to. Their physiques bear a striking resemblance. Michael Jordan's extraordinary talent, while remarkable, is not particularly suited to Zhou Miao, making it challenging to unleash his full potential when emulating him. Nevertheless, the legendary GOAT has finally returned to the NBA. How could one possibly let the singular opportunity slip away? Thus, Zhou Miao must seek wisdom from Jordan with the Wizards. Having a template yet failing to utilize it is one thing. Believing one has no template and dismissing its value is an entirely different matter. However, the Lakers are formidable as well. Peak Kobe remains enticing, and it's plausible that he could be more intuitive to utilize than Jordan. Coach is looking for you, came the message from Battier as Zhou Miao emerged from the shower in the locker room. Acknowledged. Zhou Miao stepped outside. Under the glow of the lights, Hollins took a deep drag of his cigarette, his face obscured by the swirling smoke. You mentioned feeling unwell this evening, did you not? The glowing ember of his cigarette illuminated the air as Hollins exhaled another plume of smoke. In the upcoming match against the Lakers, you will be included in the rotation. Correct? Was this Hollins acknowledging that he had exhausted Zhou's potential for the night, resorting to a pragmatic approach? How starkly realistic. Zhou Miao felt no affection for Hollins whatsoever. It is evident that foreigners cannot truly comprehend the intricacies of our customs. This is the essence of a genuine foreigner. Just as he wished to avoid a face-off with Kobe, Hollins' actions incited both anger and amusement in Zhou Miao. Chapter 32. A day in the daily training of the Lakers. On November 9th, the overhead lights of the training facility had been illuminated for over an hour by 6 in the morning. Kobe wiped the sweat from his temples, the sound of his basketball shoes scraping sharply against the floor. He had just completed his 3rd set of shuttle runs, his workout jersey drenched to the point of wringing out water. With a home game against the Grizzlies approaching, Kobe, fully aware of their impending victory, did not allow himself to relax. The Lakers had won 3 out of 4 regular season games but only boasted a 2-game winning streak, their record seemingly inferior to that of the Grizzlies. Yet, any discerning observer could recognize the disparity between the two teams. A Chinese player on the Grizzlies? Kobe paid him no mind. His ambition was to surpass the greatest. At 8 in the morning, after finishing breakfast and taking a shower, the Lakers players began to arrive at the training facility. Shaq, look at this, came the voice of assistant coach Clements. Shaquille O'Neal, Yawning as he entered through the glass doors, was adorned with a dazzling 24K gold chain that glimmered in the morning light. Kobe squinted at the giant, who ambled slowly onto the court in loose training pants. O'Neal received a pass and casually shot a hook. But Kobe observed with narrowed eyes as the ball veered off course, destined to hit the right side of the rim. Indeed. The orange Spalding bounced twice on the iron rim before rolling to the sideline at Fisher's feet. It must be because I skipped breakfast, O'Neal chuckled at Clemens, inquiring. Do you have any sandwiches? Focus. Phil Jackson's voice boomed suddenly, his iconic beard quivering slightly as he moved. The tactical board in his hands still bore remnants of breakfast maple syrup, and the Memphis team, riding a 3-game winning streak, had arrived. Shaq. Be careful not to let a bunch of rookies take the game from you. Coach, do we really need a special strategy for this rookie team? I guarantee we'll finish by the third quarter, O'Neal retorted dismissively. The clock in the locker room read 8:15 when Fox entered, a toothpick in his mouth, ushering in the aroma of cheeseburgers. Horry, tying his shoelaces, looked up with a frown. Did you really bring breakfast into the training facility again? It's called pre-game preparation. Fox replied, shaking a paper bag that bore grease stains. Want some? Shaq recommended this Mexican hot sauce. Before he could finish, a large black hand dove into the bag. O'Neal devoured half a burger in one bite and gave Fox a thumbs up. A loud crash echoed as the tactical board was slammed onto a chair, silencing everyone. Phil Eskay swept across the room, lingering momentarily on O'Neal's greasy hands. Listen, the Grizzlies just took down the Blazers yesterday. Gasol's high post play. Badier's corner threes, Jason Williams' no-look passes. If you think this will be an easy game, Kobe cracked his knuckles, recalling that silky pass from the Spanish power forward. Reminiscent of melted chocolate. Gasol's long fingers always seemed to find the defensive blind spots, reminding him of another adept player from the Kings. Bryant. Phil's voice pulled him back to reality. You and Shaq are responsible for breaking their zone defense. Derek, I need you to anticipate Williams. Kobe felt a throbbing in his temples as he fixed his gaze on O'Neal's nonchalant profile, his nails digging into his palm. Coach, don't you think the strategy should involve dealing with this guy too? Does he just need to stand under the rim and dunk? The air suddenly thickened with tension. Fox's burger bag rustled, and Horry pretended to focus intently on adjusting his knee pads. O'Neal slowly turned his head, the shadow casting over half his face. Do you need me to remind you who the finals MVP is, rookie? Do you need me to remind you of your last free throw percentage, old man? Kobe shot back, rising to his feet, his calf muscles taut like drawn bowstrings beneath his athletic shorts. The scent of antiperspirant in the training room suddenly became sharp and acrid. Phil interposed the tactical board between the two increasingly close figures. Enough. Now go run the triangle offense immediately. The visible strain in the coach's neck veins compelled everyone to spring into action. As Kobe passed O'Neal, he heard a murmur escape O'Neal's lips. You think just because you're wearing number 8, you're magic? Kobe clenched his fist, glaring at O'Neal, but chose to remain silent. The training whistle blew promptly at 8:30. Kobe observed as O'Neal stood at the free throw line, yet again missing his 17th shot, the ball clanging off the back of the rim. When the basketball clanked off the rim for the 8th time, he heard suppressed laughter from the reporters on the sidelines. Switch. Clemens blew his whistle. Kobe strode towards the three-point line, catching a glimpse of O'Neal tearing off his training top to wipe his sweat, revealing fresh scratches on his left shoulder, likely souvenirs from last night's nightclub escapades. Fisher's pass spiraled into his hands as Kobe lowered his shoulder to maneuver past the simulated defense of Madsen, only to discover O'Neal still languidly positioned outside the key. What should have been a pick-and-roll devolved into a farcical slow-motion scene, forcing him to attempt a difficult fadeaway amidst double coverage. The sound of the ball clanging against the rim was particularly jarring. Damn this synergy, Kobe gasped, pulling at his collar for air as sweat trickled down his collarbone into the indentation of his number 8 jersey. He saw Phil on the sidelines with his head in his hands, while the assistant coaches whispered anxiously to one another like a flock of distressed penguins. At lunchtime, the locker room was filled with the aroma of grilled chicken breast and protein powder. Kobe stabbed his fork into a vegetable salad, eavesdropping on snippets of conversation from the adjacent table. I heard it rained all night in Memphis. Who cares? We're in Los Angeles. O'Neal's booming laughter erupted suddenly as the restaurant's television aired a late-night talk show from the previous evening. Kobe stared at the quivering broccoli on his plate, reminded of the haunting silence in the locker room after their loss to the Jazz last week. At that moment, O'Neal had kicked a dent into a locker, vowing he would never again allow Karl Malone to snatch a rebound from him. Yet, by Monday, the Lakers had narrowly triumphed over the Jazz, and O'Neal had failed to deliver on his promise. The clock in the training facility pointed to 3 in the afternoon. The scrimmage had reached a critical juncture. Kobe advanced with the ball as O'Neal finally positioned himself correctly. The basketball followed a flawless arc, only to be dislodged out of bounds by O'Neal's butterfingers at the last moment. A collective gasp arose from the bench as Robert Horry hurled his towel to the ground. "Are you passing a feather?" O'Neal roared, nursing his reddened palm. "Were you counting money while receiving the ball?" Kobe retorted, feeling as if his molars were about to shatter. Phil suddenly rose from the sidelines, a movement that sent shivers down everyone's spine, as this silence typically signaled genuine anger from the Zen master. But the old coach merely turned off the scoreboard and retrieved a well-worn championship ring from his pocket. Game 5 of the 1996 finals between the Bulls and the Supersonics. Pippen and Rodman fought in the locker room. His voice was soft yet resonated like a hammer striking each heart. "We lost that game, but we won the series." O'Neal gazed at a raised piece of rubber on the floor, while Kobe fixated on the beads of sweat trickling down his neck. Each, in their own manner, ceased their quarrel. The locker room was so silent that the hum of the central air conditioning was audible. Suddenly, Fisher cleared his throat. "Coach, could you please demonstrate the positioning for the double screen once more?" As dusk fell, Kobe noticed an ice pack in his locker. The packaging bore a hastily drawn, toothy grin, accompanied by the crooked scrawl, "Tomorrow, pass a few more." Chapter 33, A Feint? Have you ever heard of Xiaoxiu's suspicions? November 9th, evening. Zhou Miao arrived at the hotel in Los Angeles with the Memphis Grizzlies bus. Stretching comfortably, he surveyed the hotel surroundings, a 5-story themed building with a spacious garden illuminated by lights. One advantage of capitalist nations is their opulence, where the affluent reside in grand and luxurious settings. Although the owner of the Grizzlies may be frugal, the spending here is on an entirely different level compared to the average American. Goodness. As Jason Williams disembarked, yawning and grumbling, he exclaimed, "It's so late. And the coach still won't let us rest. Even farm animals aren't worked as hard as we are." "Oh, my goodness," Zhou Miao jestingly remarked. "Do you truly wish to relinquish a $2 million salary to become livestock destined for the slaughterhouse?" His voice was somewhat raised, prompting Jason to cast a fierce glare at Zhou Miao, while cautiously glancing behind him. Jason breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that head coach Hollins was not trailing close behind. "You ought to concern yourself more," Jason retorted with a sardonic tone. "If you fail to deliver in the next match, the head coach will surely demote you, and you might find yourself relegated to the water cooler." Zhou Miao sighed, reflecting the helplessness of rookie players. Whether it be Battier or Gasol, both seize every opportunity to showcase their talents. No matter how exceptional one's innate abilities or how impressive the scouting report may be, nothing is as unequivocal as statistics. In the entire NBA, aside from a few select teams, the majority remain indifferent to factors beyond mere data. It matters not if one excels in defense or possesses remarkable passing skills. If one has not made it to the first or second team, it is all meaningless drivel. In the hotel conference room, Zhou Miao sat in the corner, feeling like a specter. The NBA is akin to a grand marketplace of fame and fortune. When a rookie shines brightly, all are drawn to revolve around them. Yet, when the rookie's brilliance wanes, they disperse instantaneously in search of the next rising star. Perhaps Battier and Gasol do not harbor such utilitarian motives, but in the face of Hollins' ambiguous demeanor, they too hesitate to draw too close to Zhou Miao. Despite reassuring himself countless times, he remains unable to quell the unease within. The thought of wanting to prove himself by overpowering Kobe lingered incessantly in his mind. Zhou Miao understood the importance of restraint, yet his mind could not help but wonder. It was no wonder that so many newcomers soared to greatness only to fall from grace just as swiftly. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Zhou Miao. The tactical arrangements for tomorrow were as follows. In the conference room, before the projection screen, Hollins wielded a baton, meticulously outlining strategies on the canvas depicting the basketball court. The majority of those present listened intently, save for Jason, who occasionally dozed off. After a lengthy discourse without any mention of his own involvement, Zhou Miao felt a twinge of disappointment. By the time the meeting concluded, he had yet to learn when he would take the court. Reflecting on his decision from the previous day to refrain from confronting the Lakers head-on and instead focus on scoring, he now realized that opportunities to play seemed to be slipping away. Clearly, something had transpired. Nevertheless, he resolved to cast aside his concerns. When the Grizzlies faced a crushing defeat, there would inevitably be a chance for him to step onto the court. As for the notion that his reluctance to confront the Lakers might undermine his spirit as a competitor, he dismissed it. Zhou Miao is entirely devoid of such aspirations. If he possessed the prowess of a peak Michael Jordan, he would not hesitate to challenge any team, be it the Lakers or the Bulls at their zenith. As it stands, he is content to be a mere point-scoring machine, unless the team foolishly decides to bench him. On the other hand, Hollins has been closely monitoring Zhou Miao's evolution. His deliberate omission of Zhou Miao's arrangements is intended to provoke a sense of urgency, allowing him to manipulate the situation to his advantage. However, throughout the entire meeting, Zhou Miao remained as composed as a mountain, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. "I'm the head coach," Hollins reassured himself. "Yet, if the team suffers a devastating loss, that scoundrel Billy will undoubtedly hold me accountable. As head coach, maintaining team harmony is equally a testament to my competence." Ultimately, as the meeting drew to a close, Hollins could no longer contain himself. "Joe, could you stay for a moment?" "Coach, I'm exhausted and wish to rest." Upon hearing Hollins speak up, Zhou Miao experienced an instant epiphany, grateful that he managed to restrain himself. After all, with no obligations tomorrow, it was the perfect opportunity to prepare for the upcoming game against the Clippers on Sunday. As the other players rose to leave, they paused, exchanging mischievous glances before settling back down. "I only asked Joe to stay. Are you all not planning to rest?" Hollins barked, his expression darkening. "Get out of here, you bunch of rascals." The players, fearing his ire, hastily departed. Once all the assistant coaches were dismissed, and only Zhou Miao remained with Hollins in the conference room, the coach's demeanor shifted dramatically. He smiled and said, "Joe, let us discuss tomorrow's secret strategy. As the Grizzlies' hidden weapon, you deserve special consideration." Zhou Miao regarded Hollins with a knowing smile. "Coach, I have always believed that we share a collaborative relationship, devoid of any conflicts of interest. Your adversaries lie within the upper echelons. I am your most reliable ally." Zhou Miao decided to make a light-hearted jab. "My heart isn't in the best condition. If I can't bear it next time, I won't be the only unfortunate soul." Hollins smiled, though it turned into a bittersweet grin, exclaiming, "My God, I can hardly believe it. You are merely 20 years old. You possess the wisdom of a 50-year-old. Nothing escapes your perception." With this show of humility, Zhou Miao chose not to press further. "Because I am a genius." The conversation between the two gradually became more harmonious, as if nothing had transpired in the past few days. On November 10th, Saturday, in the early morning, the first thing Batter did upon waking was to inquire about what had transpired with Zhou Miao the previous night. "Sean, from now on, I shall be the star player of the Grizzlies." Zhou Miao quipped playfully, "You can't possibly expect me to cook again." "Good heavens." Batter took it seriously and replied, "Given our friendship, you can't possibly make me wash your stinky socks for you." Originally, it was just a simple jest. Yet, who could have anticipated that come lunchtime, Zhou Miao held a fried chicken in one hand and a hamburger in the other, inadvertently overhearing others discussing him. To become the star player of the team at such a young age is no small feat. He must surely be the illegitimate child of the owner. Zhou Miao's lips twitched incessantly. Batter truly is a loudmouth, voicing every thought without restraint. As night descended, the Staples Center was ablaze with light, while an array of luxury vehicles streamed into the parking lot, and fans clad in purple and gold jerseys converged from all directions. The popularity on Saturdays far surpasses that of weekdays, and tonight's tickets for the game have remarkably sold out in advance. There is widespread curiosity regarding whether the Memphis Grizzlies, riding a 3-game winning streak, can continue their miraculous run by defeating the Los Angeles Lakers once again. Should they succeed, the Grizzlies would not only become the second team to achieve 4 consecutive victories early in the season, but would also emerge as a formidable new contender this season. The Kings, the Trailblazers, and the Lakers are all no weak opponents. However, this hinges entirely on the Grizzlies overcoming the Lakers. Currently, few hold faith in the Grizzlies. The mere presence of Shaquille O'Neal instills a sense of calm among the purple and gold-clad Lakers fans. During the era of the dominant Big Diesel, unless the legendary Michael Jordan and his peak Bulls stage a resurgence, no one dares to claim victory is assured. Chapter 34, Customizable Growth Template. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have the privilege of having Chick Hearn provide live commentary for you. At the age of 87, the legendary announcer remains as vibrant as ever when he is on duty, as if a unique spirit fuels him. Let us extend our warmest applause to the superstar, the Big Shaq himself, Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal gyrates his ample physique, dancing exuberantly before an audience of 20,000. In no time, he approaches Chick Hearn, seizing the microphone for an impromptu rap, completely unfazed by the tension of the impending match. The Grizzlies bench. Zhou Miao meticulously strategized the timing of his entrance. Last night, he reached a provisional agreement with Hollins. Hollins would face the Lakers starters while he would capitalize on the moments during the rotations to close the gap. Both were acutely aware that winning this match was virtually impossible, yet Hollins was determined to avoid a humiliating defeat. He accessed the system interface. Zhou Miao suddenly noticed a new development in the Dixon template, given that the host has altered Dixon's former fate. This template will activate two distinct modes, the rookie Dixon and the unknown Dixon. The rookie version bears similarity to other peak templates, allowing the user to inherit all of Dixon's skills, yet it lacks the capacity for enhancement. The unknown version, however, is the true growth-oriented template. Not only can all skills be upgraded, but under the system's support, certain weaknesses can also be fortified. Does this imply that Zhou Miao can forge a wholly personalized combat template using unknown Dixon? How formidable, indeed. Nevertheless, the unknown template is not devoid of risks. Should performance falter continuously, it will inexorably lower the template's threshold until it becomes obsolete. Furthermore, the unknown template only harnesses Dixon's physical attributes, omitting peak sensitivity and associated techniques. Although the cost of utilization is relatively low, merely half of Badier's, equivalent to a burden value of 0.5 for 5 minutes, it still poses a considerable weight. In other words, to cultivate a high-spec template that is entirely compatible with himself, Zhou Miao must also pay interest. Damn it, capitalist system. Just as Zhou Miao contemplated the changes in the system, the match on the court had already commenced. As anticipated, the Grizzlies were being thoroughly outplayed by the Lakers. The Lakers unveiled the formidable O'Neal-Kobe combination from the outset. O'Neal demonstrated his dominance in the paint, overpowering Gasol and Stoudemire, relentlessly executing strong plays for consecutive 2-1 conversions. Kobe, utilizing screens, executed mid-range jump shots, penetrating the defense as if it were non-existent. The Grizzlies could only rely on Gasol's Eurostep layups and Badier and Jason's sporadic three-point attempts to narrow the gap. With 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Lakers led 25-10 by a wide margin, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. Head coach Hollins turned to the bench. Joe, Blaylock, it's your time to shine. Recently, Zhou Miao had observed a decline in his synergy with Jason, while his interactions with Blaylock had grown increasingly harmonious. Blaylock and Jason were two distinct types of point guards. The former possessed a low offensive drive, solely focused on passing, whereas the latter, indifferent to both scoring and assisting, operated on his own terms, disregarding his teammates' fates. As long as Zhou Miao did not activate the white chocolate template, his skill level was only marginally superior to that of his teammates, relying on chance to receive Jason's passes. Seizing the opportunity during a dead ball, Zhou Miao and Blaylock entered the game, replacing Jason and Old Nick. Meanwhile, the Lakers initiated their rotation as well, with O'Neal exiting the court and second-year rookie Mark Matson taking his place. All attention, before Zhou Miao had even settled in. Kobe from the Lakers pointed at him and declared loudly, "I will do everything in my power to prevent this kid from scoring. His teammates are yours to handle." What a bizarre situation. Zhou Miao, filled with anger, chose to retreat from the spotlight. The Grizzlies launched their offense. As Kobe relentlessly pressed against Zhou Miao, he delivered a piercing glare, proclaiming, "I will keep my eyes on you for the entire 48 minutes of the game." Zhou Miao cast a fleeting glance at Kobe, choosing not to respond. Let time linger. It was not as if he had never experienced such moments before. However, it was crucial for the teammates to acknowledge the situation. Zhou Miao raised 2 fingers to signal Blaylock, who nodded in understanding. At this moment, the Los Angeles Lakers still had small forward Rick Fox, power forward Samaki Walker, and point guard Derek Fisher on the court. Yet, the absence of Shaquille O'Neal left a significant void in the paint. Meanwhile, Grizzlies' backup point guard Blaylock dribbled to the strong side wing, wholeheartedly directing the movement of his 3 teammates off the ball. Zhou Miao exchanged intense glances with Kobe on the weak side wing. Zhou Miao pointed behind him at Kobe, saying, "My teammate has scored, yet you are merely wasting time." Kobe chuckled, replying, "I have reviewed your game footage. Do not attempt to deceive me with words." It was not until the referee blew the whistle and Gasol executed a successful Eurostep layup, completing a 2-1, that Kobe dared to accept the reality. During the free throw, beyond the 3-point line, Kobe remarked, "Do you think I would fall for that?" "Absolutely not." Zhou Miao shrugged. As long as he could contain Kobe, he considered his task accomplished. Gasol sank a free throw, bringing the Grizzlies to a score of 13-25, narrowing the gap by 3 points. It was now the Lakers' turn to attack. Kobe received a pass from Fisher in the front court, specifically calling for a one-on-one against Zhou Miao. Zhou instinctively moved to defend Rick Fox, leaving Kobe to Badier's defense. Infuriated, Kobe executed a swift change of direction to shake off Badier, then attempted a pull-up jump shot from beyond the arc. The pose was striking. Yet the outcome was embarrassing as the ball clanged off the rim, and the rebound was seized by Stoudemire. Bryant. On the sidelines, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson, known as the Zen Master, shouted, Do not let your emotions dictate your play. Perform in the manner you excel at. Phil discerned that Kobe was acting impulsively, though he remained unaware of the underlying cause. In truth, Kobe had initially intended to taunt, but Zhou Miao's indifferent response had instead ignited Kobe's competitive spirit. As Zhou Miao grew increasingly evasive of conflict, Kobe became ever more anxious. By the time the Memphis Grizzlies power forward, Zhou Miao Swift, executed a dunk, Kobe's urgency escalated, prompting him to attempt a desperate three-pointer that clanged off the rim. Had it not been for Mark Matson's reckless pursuit of the rebound, which inadvertently sent the ball out of bounds, it is likely that Phil Jackson would have been compelled to call a timeout for a substitution. When Kobe was benched, he seethed with indignation. Phil, however, was unyielding, darkly informing Kobe, "If you cannot position yourself correctly, you shall remain on the bench for the duration of this game." With the Lakers achieving back-to-back championships, internal strife within the team transcended the rivalry between Kobe and Shaquille O'Neal. Phil Jackson also sought to assert his authority. Kobe was a crucial pawn in this power struggle, and Phil could not abide the thought of him slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, during this period, Kobe held a deep respect for Phil. Taking a deep breath, Kobe stated, "Coach, I understand what I must do." Phil Jackson responded with his signature smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, Kobe, this season is long, and you shall have your opportunities to shine." Kobe nodded earnestly. On the court, Mitch Richmond replaced Kobe, a formidable all-star shooting guard at the peak of his career. He would have been an ideal model for Zhou Miao were it not for the unfortunate reality of Mitch's age and diminished agility. Thus, Zhou Miao faced no qualms about dominating the aging veteran. In the unfolding narrative, the Grizzlies found themselves trailing 15-25, having clawed back 5 points while also gaining possession. Once more on the offensive, Zhou Miao raised a finger towards Blaylock, who, taken aback, nevertheless nodded in acknowledgement. It is likely that following this match, Zhou Miao would earn a nickname befitting his prowess against the aged and infirm. Zhou Miao arrived at the strong side wing, engaging in a series of off-ball movements to gauge the disparity between himself and the seasoned Mickey. With newfound confidence, he received a pass from Blevins, executed a simple change of direction, and leapt gracefully to take a shot. The form was aesthetically pleasing, yet the result was disheartening, a complete airball. The absence of a template felt overwhelmingly challenging. Having grown accustomed to templates, Zhou Miao felt as if he was on the verge of forgetting the tactile sensation of shooting without one. What vexed him further was the unforeseen transformation of Dixon from white to black, an ominous sign of regression. Although Gasol managed to secure a pass and successfully executed a hook shot, Zhou Miao found no joy in it. Peak Battier unleashed. The enigmatic template also bore an irksome limitation, forbidding the simultaneous activation of 2 templates from one individual. Thus, to nurture the unknown template, one must endure a burden value of 1.5 for no less than 5 minutes. As the Lakers launched a counterattack, Fox aimed for a three-pointer, but Battier's defensive prowess successfully obstructed the shot, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Gasol secured the defensive rebound and passed to Blevins. At that moment, Zhou Miao had already surged forward, with Fisher trailing closely behind to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Blevins swiftly dribbled past the logo area, with Stoudemire and Battier arriving in the front court ahead of him. The Lakers had only Mickey and Fox retreating on defense. A splendid 4-on-3 opportunity unfolded. Blevins passed to Battier, who feigned a shot to draw Fox's defense before swiftly delivering the ball to Zhou Miao on the opposite side. Another one-on-one showdown awaited. In a fleeting moment, Zhou Miao executed a swift maneuver reminiscent of Struther's agility. Mickey, a seasoned 6-time All-Star, astutely discerned Zhou Miao's intentions. Alas, age has caught up with Mickey, rendering him unable to keep pace, allowing Zhou Miao to leap and deliver a 3-point shot with a narrow margin. The score now stands at 20-25, as the Grizzlies surge with a 10-0 run. Only 1 minute and 46 seconds remained in the first quarter. However, Lakers head coach Phil Jackson remained impassive, showing no inclination to substitute players. Meanwhile, Hollins took the opportunity to rest Gasol, bringing in Isaac Austin, thus leaving the Grizzlies' interior defense equally vulnerable. Zhou Miao is under considerable pressure as he introduces a rotation lineup to establish the rhythm of the game. The Los Angeles Lakers are on the offense. Derek Fisher finds himself at a disadvantage against Blaylock. However, the Lakers' offensive prowess extends beyond just Kobe and Shaquille. Fox finally nails a crucial three-pointer, with a score of 28-20. It appears that the Lakers' rotation lineup will maintain their lead into the second quarter without any significant issues. Blaylock. Zhou Miao possesses a keen self-awareness. When the Lakers' main players are on the court, he recognizes his limited role. However, if he hesitates against weaker opponents, he should reconsider his involvement in the game. Hand me that damn ball. With Dixon's physical prowess, coupled with his recent cerebral enhancements, alongside the exceptional judgment and three-point accuracy reminiscent of peak Battier, the potential is undeniable. Zhou Miao harbors doubts about the efficacy of his efforts. The young Chinese player from the Grizzlies possesses a keen strategy for this offensive play. The legendary commentator, Chickern, delivers his insights with a resonant voice, devoid of any signs of age. It is magnificent. Fisher has discerned the opponent's intentions and opted to double-team with Mickey. What will the young Chinese player do? Will he pass? No, indeed. This is a back-to-back pass leading to a layup. Careful, Mark. Avoid the foul. No sooner had the words left his lips than the referee's whistle pierced the air. While the eyes of the Staples Center crowd were transfixed on the dancing sprite above the hoop. 2-1. The peak of Battier's exceptional ability to draw fouls has proven effective. Zhou Miao had little hope for the ball to go in. It must be said that Dixon's unknown template possesses extraordinary potential. Moreover, after the shot, the template reverted to white, with a faint hint of emerald. At the free throw line, Zhou Miao, fully focused, scores with precision. This marks his 5th free throw of the season, with an impeccable success rate. It must be said, his free throw skills are quite formidable, akin to instinct. The score stands at 23-28, with only 38 seconds remaining, allowing for just a single offensive possession. During this moment, Fisher of the Lakers chooses to trust in himself and successfully executes a driving layup, bringing the score to 30-23. As the Grizzlies take their turn, Zhou Miao finds himself double-teamed, leaving him without an opportunity to receive the ball. In a moment of desperation, Blaylock takes a wide-open three-point shot, which he sinks, adjusting the score to 26-30. With merely 4 seconds left, the Lakers are unable to complete an offensive play. Fisher attempts a long-range shot from the backcourt, but it results in a complete miss. The first quarter concludes. In just 4 minutes and 37 seconds on the court, Zhou Miao managed to score 6 points, which was commendable. As the second quarter commenced, Battier took a breather, and Old Grant was brought in. Coach Hollins of the Grizzlies intended to give Gasol some rest, allowing Zhou Miao to continue leading the team. However, Zen Master Phil Jackson was not inclined to let Zhou Miao run rampant any longer. He substituted Fisher, Fox, and Mark for Kobe, Shaq, and Devin George. The moment they stepped onto the court, the intensity escalated, and Zhou Miao found himself unable to match Kobe's competitive spirit, ultimately conceding. He realized that when he played earnestly, Kobe became increasingly invigorated. Ironically, it was Zhou Miao's lackadaisical approach that seemed to spur Kobe's urgency. Choosing the path of least resistance, Zhou Miao opted to disengage. At 3 minutes and 13 seconds into the second quarter, the Lakers led 40-30, establishing a 10-point advantage once more. Hollins, unable to remain passive, substituted Zhou Miao, Blaylock, and Strohmeyer for Gasol, Jason, and Laurent. Yet, the situation showed no signs of improvement, and the Grizzlies were destined to endure a severe beating. At 8 minutes and 2 seconds into the second quarter, the Lakers extended their lead to 56-38, a staggering 18-point margin. It was only then that the Zen Master decided to allow Shaq and Kobe some respite. Meanwhile, Zhou Miao was quite displeased due to the circumstances at the start of the second quarter, feeling it diverged significantly from the agreement made the previous night. Hollins, aware of his shortcomings, privately reassured him that such an occurrence would not happen again. Zhou Miao reluctantly took to the court. The impact was remarkable. By the end of the second quarter, the Grizzlies had clawed back 6 points, concluding the first half with a score of 50-62. Zhou Miao garnered 3 points and 2 assists, whereas Blevins managed to accumulate 6 points and 3 assists. In the third quarter, both teams commenced normally. Initially, the Memphis Grizzlies starters faced significant challenges. By the 6:20 mark of the third quarter, the Los Angeles Lakers bench players were similarly under pressure. At the conclusion of the third quarter, the point differential remained tightly contested at 10, with the Lakers leading 88-78. During this quarter, Zhou Miao achieved considerable success, scoring 13 points alongside 1 assist and 1 steal, thereby setting a personal record for points in a single quarter. The primary factor for this performance was the formidable support provided by Battier, assigned by Hollins to assist Zhou Miao. Should the veteran Fisher attempt to double-team, Blevins would either pass the ball to Battier for an outside three-pointer or take a shot himself from a favorable position. When the Lakers opted against double-teaming, Zhou Miao capitalized on his teammates' advantageous positioning to decisively outmaneuver the aging Mike. This style of play bears a striking resemblance to that of Billups. Zhou Miao believes there is nothing wrong with his approach. On the contrary, It is the style of play exemplified by Billups that is truly worthy of emulation. If there were a peak Billups template, what would there be to learn? One would simply adopt it directly, just as the fourth quarter was about to commence. An unexpected situation arose. Grizzlies head coach Hollins summoned Zhou Miao to join the starting players and endure the onslaught. Should one really concede just because he scored 22 points in under 14 minutes? In Chapter 36, regarding the Lakers and their strategies, Zhou Miao ultimately decided to comply with the arrangement and take the court in the fourth quarter. This decision was not solely about maintaining appearances. Despite Hollins' somewhat brusque demeanor in social matters, he remains the head coach. As the saying goes, one must not only consider the monk's face but also the Buddha's. As a rookie, one cannot always adopt an aloof stance. Debts of gratitude must be repaid, and given Hollins' prior actions, deepening their rapport was deemed acceptable, fostering mutual interests. In truth, the primary motivation for taking the court was the intriguing transformation of the Dixon template, which now appeared tantalizingly close to an upgrade. It seemed that competing against a star player like Kobe could expedite this evolution. Zhou Miao eagerly anticipates the aftermath of the upgrade. On the Lakers bench, Shaquille O'Neal, a towel draped over his head, displays an expression of exasperation. Throughout the first three quarters, O'Neal has contributed a formidable double-double of 29 points, 12 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 4 assists. Yet, the score remains tightly contested, which frustrates him greatly. Initially promised a swift exit after 3 quarters, he now finds himself compelled to endure a fourth. O'Neal loathes overtime. As the Lakers stalwart, he resents being required to labor alongside the likes of Kobe Bryant, which diminishes his prestige. All this is keenly observed by Zen master Phil Jackson. The scenario bears a striking resemblance to the former Chicago Bulls, where the core figure, Michael Jordan, was notorious for his relentless work ethic, in stark contrast to O'Neal's aversion to extra play time. "Shaq, you take a breather in the fourth," Phil Jackson smiles at Kobe. "I told you there would be ample opportunity to dominate that young Chinese player, and now the moment has arrived." Kobe feels a surge of motivation. Though he maintains a composed exterior, he silently expresses gratitude to the Zen master. With O'Neal on the court, Kobe's opportunities have been limited, and he perceives Jackson's words as an invitation to unleash his full offensive potential. O'Neal, relieved at the prospect of not having to extend his play, may or may not harbor feelings of gratitude. It must be said that Phil Jackson's deft handling of the situation skillfully alleviates the internal tensions within the team. Whether Kobe can withstand the Grizzlies' fierce counterattack is of little consequence. If he succeeds, he earns praise. If he falters, he need not be surprised by Phil's subsequent psychological tactics. A masterstroke indeed. As the fourth quarter looms, both teams prepare for battle. The Grizzlies' lineup consists of center Pau Gasol, power forward Zhou Miao Swift, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Zhou Miao, and point guard Brevin Knight. In terms of passing, Brevin demonstrates far more stability and efficiency than Jason Williams, though Jason possesses a stronger offensive appetite, each player showcasing their own distinct attributes. Zhou Miao prefers partnering with Brevin, a decision he actively requested from Coach Hollins. Jason Williams harbors some displeasure. The Lakers roster includes center Mark Madsen, power forward Samaki Walker, small forward Rick Fox, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, and point guard Derek Fisher. Upon witnessing this lineup, Coach Hollins is elated. B-plan, B-plan, he bellows. On the court, Gasol searches for Zhou Miao, who skillfully feigns ignorance, conversing quietly with Brevin, a plan. The coach wants you to execute a plan. His voice is just loud enough for Kobe, passing by, to overhear. Yet this time, Zhou Miao miscalculates. For Kobe, the specifics of the plan are irrelevant. He is solely focused on his target. The frustrations of the first half must be released in the fourth. The Lakers inbound the ball. Kobe, with his back to Zhou Miao, calls for the ball, and Fisher obliges. Just as Kobe prepares to execute a back-to-the-basket jump shot, the 178 centimeters Brevin suddenly appears from the other side. Kobe narrowly avoids a turnover, reluctantly passing to Fisher, who steps in for a mid-range jumper. Score, 90-78. The Grizzlies counterattack. Gasol positions himself high to set a screen for Zhou Miao, initiating a coordinated play. Kobe doggedly pursues him. Upon receiving the pass, Zhou Miao finds no opportunity to shoot and dishes it back to Gasol, who executes a European step to score 2 points. Subsequently, during the Lakers' offensive possession, Kobe again finds himself double-teamed. This time, unwilling to retreat, he confronts the challenge head-on, but his beautiful fadeaway jumper clangs off the rim. Rebound, Coach Hollins exclaims, animatedly directing Zhou Miao. Second-year player Mark and veteran Samaki fail to secure optimal positioning, allowing Zhou Miao to grab the defensive rebound. Once more, Zhou Miao finds himself with no opportunity to shoot. As Samaki trails Gasol out of the paint, Zhou passes it to Zhou Miao, who soars for a thunderous dunk. Score, 82-90. Well done, gentlemen. Hollins applauds vigorously, urging them to maintain their offensive momentum. On the Lakers bench, Phil Jackson can no longer remain seated. He rises and calls out, Kobe. Pass the ball, don't force it. At this point in his career, Kobe is still on the rise, far from his peak. And his pride is stung by the suggestion. Nevertheless, he ultimately passes to Fox, who nails a three-pointer. Score, 93-82. The Grizzlies swiftly respond with Batier's corner three. And Zhou Miao notches another assist. In the ensuing 2 minutes, both teams engage in a fierce scoring duel. With 4 minutes and 11 seconds left in the fourth, the Lakers lead 101-94. Unable to resist, Kobe insists on attacking the rim, sinking another shot. Score, 103-94. With a triumphant roar, Kobe clenches his fist at his waist, pushing against Zhou Miao's chest, his mouth agape as if to release the pent-up tension of the entire game. Zhou Miao promptly stepped back, carefully brushing his jersey as if to express disdain for the saliva that had adhered to it from Kobe. This gesture was undoubtedly a provocation of the highest order, instantly igniting Kobe's fury. Coward, come forth. Kobe bellowed, pounding his chest. Face me in a one-on-one, you timid soul. Zhou Miao chose to disregard the situation and orchestrated his teammates to score another goal. The score now stood at 96-103. In this manner, Kobe, impervious to anyone's counsel, felt compelled to unleash his fury by scoring relentlessly against Zhou Miao. Was this not a clever manipulation? Zhou Miao seized the opportunity, assisting his teammates in achieving a remarkable 4-0 run. With just 6 minutes and 58 seconds elapsed in the fourth quarter, Phil Jackson could no longer contain himself and substituted Kobe for Shaquille O'Neal to stabilize the game. Grizzlies head coach Hollins, intoxicated by the current score, replaced Blevins with Jason, aiming for a fourth consecutive victory. Even Zhou Miao's request for a brief respite was met with refusal. Zhou Miao was not inclined to accompany Hollins in his frenzy. Instead, he seized opportunities on the court, effortlessly launching three-point shots from open positions. As anticipated, the outcome was not surprising. Once Shaquille O'Neal entered the game, the Lakers' interior defense became impenetrable, rendering the Grizzlies incapable of securing even defensive rebounds, let alone offensive ones. In the final 5 minutes, the spotlight was entirely on O'Neal's individual prowess. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed with a resounding score of 119-105, halting the Grizzlies' 3-game winning streak. O'Neal delivered an astounding performance, amassing 40 points, 20 rebounds, 10 blocks, and 4 assists, achieving an impressive triple-double. Zhou Miao contributed 25 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal. In the fourth quarter, O'Neal entered the game and seized the opportunity to make a three-pointer. It is truly absurd that a shooting guard has a higher assist count than a backup point guard. Chapter 37. Who are you? Zhou Miao, age 20, height 195 centimeters. Wingspan 206 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, body burden value 83. 5. NBA regular season score, -145. Loanable stars, Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, Michael Dixon. NBA regular season loan interest rate, 30 points per hour, using Sean Battier as an example. Upgradable star template, Michael Dixon, progress 25. Convertible assists, 6. Converting all assists into points. NBA regular season score, -142. Overall, a modest profit was made in this game. However, attention must be paid to the burden value, as there will be a back-to-back match against the local Clippers tomorrow. Additionally, Zhou Miao did not anticipate the slow progress of Dixon's upgrades. During the match, the progress bar once peaked at 75, leading Zhou Miao to mistakenly believe that an upgrade was imminent. It appears that without winning the game, an upgrade may require scoring 100 points on the court. Frankly, Zhou Miao is eagerly looking forward to that day. The upgraded template should indeed be formidable. On November 11th, Sunday, Staples Clippers locker room. Newly appointed head coach Dennis Johnson is strategizing for today's game. Gentlemen, I trust you all watched last night's match? Dennis spoke with a serious demeanor. The Grizzlies are a formidable team. We must not underestimate them. The team's new leader, Elton Brand, seated at the head of the locker room, nodded in agreement. Earlier this season, the Clippers made a brilliant move by trading the second overall pick, Tyson Chandler, for Brand, a transaction that has shone brightly in recent years. Recalling the 1993-95 seasons, team owner Sterling notoriously cut costs by trading away Ron Harper and star player Danny Manning. an action that astonished numerous rival team owners. While Grizzlies owner Heisley's frugality stemmed from an investor's perspective, Sterling is truly miserly. Under such ownership, most Clippers players are rookies, playing without any semblance of strategy, merely relying on raw talent. For instance, Darius Miles, a sophomore touted as the second coming of Kevin Garnett, is quietly chatting with second-year player Quentin Richardson. He entered the NBA straight from high school, possessing explosive physical talent akin to Garnett, yet lacking the same fortune. Furthermore, Lamar Odom, who was sidelined due to marijuana allegations, is still only in his third year, quite young. In contrast, the Clippers bench players consistently contribute stable scoring. In 5 games this season, the bench has averaged over 40 points, rivaling the Grizzlies. Additionally, the Clippers average over 100 points per game, showcasing an impressive offensive prowess. Miles, Dennis shouted, unable to contain his frustration. Were you even listening to me? Darius Miles glanced up nonchalantly. Coach? What is the point of all these strategies if we can't score to win? Scoring? Dennis Johnson, having recently assumed the role of head coach, found his authority frequently challenged. Today, Miles was serving himself up for reprimand, a prime opportunity for a lesson. He scoffed, are you proud of your average of 9? 4 points, 5, 9 rebounds, and 5 blocks last season? Without needing to check the statistics, Dennis retorted disdainfully, you claim to be KG2. You ought to know Garnett's rookie season stats. Garnett averaged 17, 8 points, 10 rebounds, 3, 7 assists, and 4 blocks in his rookie season. Miles only surpassed Garnett in blocks. So what? Miles protested, I will surely perform better this season. Your notion of performing better means your stats will dwindle? Dennis mocked. I haven't put you in the starting lineup. Can't you at least score? Left without a rebuttal, Miles stubbornly insisted, I just had a poor start. Today I will definitely deliver. Give it a rest, Niels interjected. If you had the scoring ability of that Chinese reserve on the Grizzlies, I would certainly call you KG2. Laughter filled the locker room, stifled but evident. Miles stood up in anger, fist clenched, and then released, his dark complexion reflecting a deep crimson under the lights. Without skill, you'd do well to heed the tactics. Neil shifted the focus from Miles to the entire team. I hope you all understand that basketball requires more than just talent. It demands diligent training and learning as well. Don't be like Miles, relying solely on physical prowess. The NBA is never short of physically gifted players, but rather lacks those who embody both attributes. This effective display of discipline left no one in the locker room daring to contradict Dennis further. As night fell, the Staples Center was alive with activity. The Lakers drew a crowd of luxury vehicles, while the Clippers faced an empty arena. On one hand, Los Angeles fans had witnessed an exhilarating match the previous night. On the other, the Clippers had only recently settled into Staples, their fan base still lacking. Fortunately, it was Sunday, and the number of bored fans was slightly higher than on regular weekdays. Yet, even with this slight increase, attendance barely exceeded 60%. With just over 12,000 spectators present, this was a result of discounted tickets, and had they been sold at full price, the turnout would have been dismal. One could only say that the Clippers owner had a peculiar strategy, attempting to compete with the Lakers for the audience. With such a scant audience, media coverage and commentary were naturally minimal, as the frugal Sterling would hardly spend on inviting journalists to the event. Zhou Miao could not help but stifle a yawn. When the burden value exceeds 80, the body begins to exhibit certain adverse effects. Perhaps it is more accurate to say that the system no longer operates at its peak condition, rendering Zhou Miao no different from an ordinary player. In truth, the situation among the other players of the Grizzlies is quite similar. The early season's high-intensity back-to-back games have been both a blessing and a curse. After all, the Grizzlies were a struggling team last season, and having just relocated, they face a myriad of challenges. The head coach, Hollins, is once again preparing to inspire the players with motivational speeches. Once this game concludes, we shall finally have the opportunity to rest. Perseverance is the key to victory. Zhou Miao stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. No amount of motivational platitudes could penetrate his resolve. He preferred something tangible instead. I assure you. A single statement from Hollins jolted Zhou Miao into alertness. Win this match, and I shall treat you all to an entire night of revelry at the finest nightlife venue in Los Angeles. Zhou Miao cast a suspicious glance at Hollins, wondering if the old man had somehow discerned his innermost thoughts. The statement appeared to resonate profoundly with Zhou, while the other players remained largely unmoved. It is hardly surprising. Who in the entire NBA possesses a more innocent disposition than Zhou Miao? He steers clear of vices such as gambling, drugs, and promiscuity, remaining a perennial singleton without a single girlfriend to his name. Though he may lack enthusiasm and training, he is devoid of any influences that might diminish a player's competitive spirit. At that moment, a voice cut through the air. "You're that Chinese kid, aren't you? I challenge you." Zhou Miao looked up in confusion at the tall, slender figure before him. "Who are you?" Chapter 38. Coach. You can rest assured and prepare for tonight's celebration. The Clippers' cheerleaders are not as appealing as those of the Lakers. As Zhou Miao opened and closed his eyes, the match commenced. The Grizzlies' starting lineup did not include Zhou Miao, maintaining the status quo. The Clippers' starting five featured center Michael Olowokandi, power forward Elton Brand, small forward Quentin Richardson, shooting guard Corey Maggette, and point guard Jeff McInnes. This peculiar combination of a blue-collar center accompanied by three stocky guards was noteworthy. Aside from power forward Brand, both the small forward and shooting guard positions were occupied by versatile players, all of whom were robust in stature. Jeff McInnes, primarily a blue-collar point guard, averaged 12.9 points and 5 assists last season, with an upward trajectory this season, hinting at his potential emergence as a premier point guard. Within the entire roster, only Brand posed a tangible threat, while the others remained rather pedestrian. The first half of the opening quarter aptly illustrated this reality. The score remained tightly contested, with neither team able to gain a decisive advantage. In truth, the inside duo of Gasol and Stoudemire was capable of holding their own against the Clippers, even in a 2-on-3 situation. Meanwhile, the outside shooting of Battier and Jason was relentless, leaving the Clippers with no answers. Had it not been for the scorching performance of the Clippers' starting five, the Grizzlies would have swiftly widened the score gap. At 6 minutes and 32 seconds into the first quarter, Grizzlies coach Hollins initiated a rotation, substituting Gasol and Stoudemire for Isaac and Laurent. With 8 minutes and 57 seconds remaining in the quarter, Jason, Battier, and Rodney Buford were replaced by Zhou Miao, Blavin, and the season Grant. The Clippers' rotation was considerably swifter than that of the Grizzlies, with their current lineup consisting of center Sean Rooks, power forward Eric Piakowski, small forward Darius Miles, shooting guard Kenyon Dooling, and point guard Earl Boykins. This marked the first occasion for Zhou Miao to encounter a player standing at a mere 165 centimeters in the NBA. The diminutive Earl Boykins. However, one should never underestimate this small-stature athlete. Despite his height, Boykins possesses an impressive array of skills and exceptional physical attributes. Had he been endowed with an additional 20 centimeters, he would undoubtedly rival Allen Iverson and secure a place among the All-Stars. Upon taking the court, Zhou Miao found himself persistently troubled by Boykins, rendering it nearly impossible for him to receive the ball with any degree of stability. The first quarter came to a close. Zhou Miao skillfully maneuvered to score two pivotal goals, contributing a total of 5 points, leaving the Grizzlies trailing by a mere point at 24-25. In the second quarter, Gasol erupted with fervor, consistently overpowering Michael Olowokandi and drawing 2 fouls, which awarded him 2 free throw opportunities. The Clippers head coach opted to assign Elton Brand to defend against Gasol. However, this decision did not yield the desired results, instead bolstering Gasol's confidence. Although Brand is commendable in his performance across various facets, particularly his mid-range shooting, his sluggish footwork fell prey to Gasol's nimble Eurostep. At the 9:47 mark of the second quarter, Gasol began to show signs of fatigue and was substituted for a brief respite. He concluded the quarter with an impressive tally of 14 points and 4 rebounds, setting a new personal record. Zhou Miao rotated onto the court, shooting 1 for 3 and scoring 3 points, along with 3 assists. Once again, he found himself troubled by Boykins, and though frustration welled within him, he was at a loss for a solution. This diminutive player shadowed him relentlessly, outpacing Zhou Miao in both speed and explosiveness, making it impossible for him to shake him off, which was particularly exasperating. This fellow moved like a specter, appearing and vanishing in an instant whenever Zhou Miao prepared to receive the ball, disrupting the flow of the offense. Eventually, Zhou Miao learned to adapt, playing the role of a facilitating guard. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies held an 8-point lead at 56-48. In the second half, during the third quarter, Gasol continued to excel, rendering the Clippers unable to raise their heads. It seemed that Zhou Miao did not need to shine brightly for the team to secure victory, thus, his task shifted from chasing points to stabilizing the rotation and preventing the Clippers from closing the gap. As the third quarter drew to a close, the situation remained favorable, with the Grizzlies leading significantly at 80-68. Just when Zhou Miao thought he could enjoy a peaceful night's rest, turmoil struck in the fourth quarter. Gasol appeared to have exhausted his energy in the previous 3 quarters, as his movement slowed considerably after just 3 minutes into the fourth. While this might not have posed a significant issue initially, there is wisdom in the saying that when you compete at the same level as a fool, the fool possesses countless ways to outmaneuver you. Initially, Brand could not contend with Gasol, but now that Gasol was forced to engage in traditional offensive and defensive plays, Brand would certainly demonstrate the power of sheer physicality. As Gasol became ineffective, the starting lineup faltered repeatedly, allowing the Clippers' first string to quickly close the gap. In a mere 3 minutes, under Brand's leadership, the Clippers orchestrated a surge of 10-3, narrowing the score to 78-83, just a 5-point deficit. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Grizzlies coach Hollins promptly called for a timeout and turned to seek Zhou Miao's presence. "Joe, it's time for you to step up. Go out there and seal the game." Zhou Miao, feeling helpless, realized there were nearly 6 minutes left. Directly employing the peak template seemed unwise, yet refraining from doing so would yield no results. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Coach, I require Battier, Blaylock, Jason, and Stoudemire as support." This strategy entailed a complete abandonment of both defensive and offensive plays in the paint, relying solely on Stoudemire's efforts and fortune for rebounding. In other words, the offensive prowess from beyond the arc would be maximized. Hollins, after a moment's contemplation, understood the plan. He glanced at the perspiring Gasol and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall grant your request. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. There is one more matter to address." Zhou Miao stated, "I need to make adjustments on the offensive end." After a moment's hesitation, Hollins finally nodded with difficulty and replied, "I only want to see results. All I desire is victory." "Rest assured, coach." Zhou Miao smiled and said, "You should choose a nightclub first. We must celebrate tonight." Meanwhile, Clippers head coach Dennis, upon observing the Grizzlies' rotation, remained unfazed and opted to keep his starting lineup, aiming to increase the pace of the game. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Zhou Miao swiftly demonstrated his prowess with a three-pointer that left Dennis unsettled. With the assistance of Blavin and Battier, Zhou Miao sank 3 consecutive three-point shots. In contrast, Brand of the Clippers managed a mere 6 points despite an impeccable shooting percentage. The score stood at 92-84, with the gap widening instead. It was at this moment that Dennis began to grasp Zhou Miao's formidable scoring ability. Having watched the Lakers game the previous evening, he had struggled to understand this facet. Now, however, it was too late for comprehension. With only 4 minutes remaining and an 8-point deficit, the prospect of making a comeback was increasingly daunting. Just then, an inopportune voice broke the tension. "I don't think Brand is all that impressive." "Earl, do you agree with my assessment? In the first half, the two of us had managed to silence that Chinese kid, and now look at him." Dennis knew without turning around who was speaking, none other than the astute Darius Miles. Chapter 39. A resounding victory over the Clippers. Clippers head coach Dennis was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the proverbial chicken he sought to use as a lesson would still be standing. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that sending Miles back into face defeat was a more favorable option than simply winning the game. "Darius, I heard your words," Dennis declared arrogantly. "If I put you on the court, can you guarantee that you will stop that Chinese kid?" Miles, having learned a modicum of wisdom, sought to bring Boykins into the mix. "Earl and I can certainly assure that." Boykins, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, had proven that his presence in the NBA was not solely due to his basketball skills. He possessed a high emotional intelligence. "Coach, I didn't say that. I made no guarantees," Boykins quickly refuted, yet he could not resist praising Miles. "Darius, with your prowess, you surely wouldn't need me to handle that Chinese kid." Dennis regarded Boykins with appreciation before turning his gaze back to Miles. The latter hesitated for a moment, recalling that he had indeed been the primary defender in the first half, while Boykins had merely played a supportive role. With newfound confidence, he raised his head and asserted, "No problem. I guarantee I can lock down that Chinese kid and prevent him from scoring." "Excellent," Dennis feigned admiration. "Miles, you are the bravest player I have ever encountered. I hope to take pride in you." Miles, who fancied himself the next KG, had yet to experience the harsh realities of life and was filled with self-satisfaction. Subsequently, Dennis substituted Quentin Richardson for Miles, keeping the rest of the lineup unchanged. The game resumed with the Grizzlies on the offensive. Zhou Miao was aware of the Clippers' substitutions, initially assuming it was merely a routine rotation. However, he was taken aback to see the newly introduced small forward not defending Battier, but rather pursuing him instead. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was the very lad who had issued him a fierce warning prior to the game. "You shall not score a single point against my defense." What astonished Zhou Miao even more was that before he could utter a word, this gleaming young man brazenly provoked him, declaring, "Have you heard of Garnett? I am the second coming of KG. Zhou Miao paid no heed. Solely focused on how to score, swiftly interacting with Blavin. Such behavior was nothing short of a slap in the face for Myers. Hey, I am challenging you. You ought to feel honored. Zhou Miao keenly observed the well-distributed space on the court, recognizing it as an opportune moment for an open catch-and-shoot. He swiftly pivoted and darted away from the bothersome Myers. Blevins accurately anticipated Zhou Miao's landing spot, delivering a pass with surgical precision. No chance of scoring. Myers, thoroughly incensed, extended his long legs in pursuit, intent on delivering a resounding block from behind. However, Zhou Miao feigned a shot, and as Myers soared into the air, unable to adjust his position, he finally rose for a jump shot. Beep. The referee promptly blew his whistle, raising 3 fingers before retracting to 1. Zhou Miao was extraordinarily fortunate. He intended to commit a foul to secure 3 free throws, but it unexpectedly transformed into a 3-point play. Oh, I beg your pardon. What did you just say? At that moment, Zhou Miao turned to Miles, inquiring with a hint of confusion. I am yet to learn your name. Who are you? A thunderous roar echoed in Miles' mind, his reason obliterated, consumed with a desire to tear apart the grotesque visage before him. Ah, I shall not back down. Zhou Miao had long been prepared for this moment, and at the instant when Miles lunged towards him, he employed his grappling skills to turn the tables. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, signaling a foul against Miles for his malicious conduct. 2 free throws and 1 shot were awarded, now escalating to 3 free throws and 1 shot. On the sidelines, Clippers head coach Dennis wore a dark expression as he substituted Miles for Awakens, then sent Quentin onto the court to replace Jeff. The fans erupted in a cacophony of discontent, their jeers directed at Miles, casting a shadow over the entire Clippers team. In a fit of rage akin to a volcanic eruption, Daniel unleashed a torrent of insults upon Miles. Darius, your assurances are nothing but a pile of nonsense. Look at the chaos you created. The game is over, and you are the greatest culprit. I will certainly report this to the management. Your career is finished. I assure you, you are done for. Having only recently celebrated his 20th birthday, Miles was unaccustomed to such an ordeal and, overwhelmed by the situation, broke down in tears on the court. Zhou Miao made 2 out of 3 free throws. The story is not over yet. Zhou Miao initially intended to receive a pass in the front court and attempt a 3-point shot, aspiring to create a miraculous moment of scoring 9 points in 35 seconds to elevate his reputation. However, the persistent presence of Awakens proved to be an obstacle. Badier received a pass from the corner and successfully made a 3-pointer, leading the Grizzlies to a commanding 101-84 lead and securing their victory. The game was essentially concluded. Nevertheless, the Clippers did not surrender, showcasing their resilience in the final 3 minutes, narrowing the gap to 10 points. This slight improvement brightened the faces of the spectators, and the chorus of insults directed at the Clippers diminished significantly. However, it was a dismal night for Myers, who not only became the scapegoat for the match but also garnered no favor from the Clippers fans. Following this evening, it is highly likely that he will no longer remain with the Clippers and should promptly seek a new opportunity. In the end, the Grizzlies triumphed with a score of 110-99. This grueling back-to-back series on the road concluded splendidly, yielding 3 victories out of 4 games. The Grizzlies began the season with an impressive 4-2 record, and as long as they maintain this momentum, Coach Hollins will undoubtedly have satisfactory results to present to the management. In this match, Zhou Miao scored 24 points, ranking second on the team, following Gasol's remarkable 35 points. Gasol continued to achieve double-doubles, boosting his confidence, falling just 3 assists short of a triple-double, a slight disappointment. Next week, with only 2 games scheduled, the entire team can enjoy a well-deserved rest. In an unnamed nightclub in Los Angeles' Chinatown, Coach Hollins, ever the astute leader of the Grizzlies, chose to host the team at the most cost-effective venue. After the game and a refreshing shower, the late hour brought them to the latter half of the night's festivities, nearing the peak of the crowd. However, this evening was distinct. The owner of the club seemed to be an acquaintance of Hollins, and the venue was unusually crowded, with many patrons eagerly awaiting the Grizzlies. Or rather, most of the Chinese attendees were there to see one individual in particular. Let us welcome the soon-to-be star player, Zhou Miao. The DJ's announcement was met with a deafening roar, nearly shaking the roof off the bar. Hello, I am the owner here. You may call me Sunday Hello. Nice to meet you, Zhou Miao said, shaking hands with the owner. Upon hearing Mandarin, Zhou felt a wave of emotion, unsure of how to respond. Soon, the enthusiastic crowd urged Zhou to make a decision, sweeping him to the center of the dance floor. In fact, the owner had intended to organize this gathering the day prior, but was rebuffed by Hollins due to the importance of the game. Tonight, Not only did Hollins bring Zhou, but he also brought the entire Grizzlies team, something Sun had not anticipated. However, the warm hospitality of the Chinese has always been remarkable. And accommodating one guest is not much different from welcoming a dozen. In that moment, Hollins successfully transformed into a capitalist, orchestrating the event without spending a dime. Chapter 40, Nightclub Revelry and New Discoveries. After reveling for half an hour, as the novelty wore off, Zhou Miao finally squeezed through the crowd to the 3 reserved booths prepared by Sun for the team. Hey, Zhou, how does it feel to be surrounded by beautiful women? Batty or teased, I guarantee that if you take any girl out tonight, you will succeed. Enjoy the night. To be honest, Zhou was quite tempted, but considering his meager wallet, he decided against it. Despite the abundance of women in the bar, most were there merely to elevate the atmosphere. The popularity of Sun's establishment is not solely due to its quality but also its savvy management. These women were not without cost. Of course, compared to other venues in Los Angeles, this place was relatively affordable, and the expense would not significantly dent Zhou's salary. However, he was cautious with his spending. His parents had moved to Memphis, and every aspect of living required financial resources. Even though his parents were quite capable, the jobs available to the Chinese community tend to offer low wages. Combined, their 5 jobs might not even surpass Zhou's earnings for a couple of months. In the past, when conditions were less favorable, they could forego health insurance. Now that he could afford it, not to purchase it would render his hard work meaningless. This year, Zhou Miao was destined to face a period of hardship. Sean, aren't you going to relax a bit? Zhou Miao retorted. Are you truly intent on continuing your ascetic lifestyle? Battle, of course, was no ascetic. Though he led a relatively normal life, he did not impose dietary restrictions upon himself. The young women here were all rather petite. Battle shook his head, expressing a preference for Eastern European beauties. Indeed, when compared to their towering companions, averaging 2 meters in height, the Chinese girls stood at a mere 1.60 meters. It was akin to a small horse attempting to pull a large cart. One might worry it could not stop in time to avoid an accident. Perhaps only the few players around 180 centimeters could engage with them in any meaningful way. At that moment, Boss Sun approached with a drink in hand, raising his glass in a toast, while the foreigners, perplexed, responded by lifting their own glasses in unison. Zhou Miao, unlike others, stood up and clinked glasses with Boss Sun, downing his drink in one go. Brother Zhou, you seem a bit downcast, remarked Boss Sun, who had long been entrenched in the nightlife and was quite perceptive. He wished to cultivate a closer relationship with Zhou Miao, hence his keen attention. It's nothing, just a bit weary after the game, Zhou Miao replied with a smile, though his eyes occasionally wandered towards the ladies in the dance floor. I must apologize for my oversight, Boss Sun said, instantly comprehending, his expression revealing the unspoken understanding shared among men. If Brother Zhou trusts me, come with me. There are a few female international students who would like to meet you. Is that really appropriate? Zhou Miao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, this is only my first year playing basketball. I truly have no money. Brother Zhou interjected, that's not the case. Boss Sun, shorter in stature than Zhou Miao, wore a stern expression akin to a mouse reprimanding a cat. How could it be that you have to spend money when visiting my establishment? If word of that gets out, it would utterly tarnish my reputation. Brother Zhou reassured him, just enjoy yourself without worry. Very well then, came the response. Zhou Miao did not lower her guard. The Chinese diaspora is widespread across the globe. Why then do they face discrimination from foreigners? Is it not due to the propensity for infighting among the Chinese and those of Chinese descent, lacking unity and perpetually undermining one another? Over time, such behavior inevitably leads to a diminished respect from outsiders. Subsequently, Sun Jingguang escorted Zhou Miao to a private room on the 2nd floor of a bar, where they indeed found 3 alluring and statuesque Chinese beauties. They indulged in revelry. Sun Jingguang left with a knowing expression, closing the door behind him. The night passed in silence. The following morning arrived. Zhou Miao, feeling invigorated, opened the door and stretched leisurely. Peering through the crack, he beheld 3 enchanting women, disheveled and leaning haphazardly. The events of the previous night must have been quite tumultuous. As Zhou Miao departed, Boss Sun stealthily returned, anxiously inquiring, how did it go? Was it all recorded? The first beauty lay languidly on the bed, unwilling to move an inch, exclaiming, Boss, that scoundrel is no human. That wretched creature tormented me the entire night. The second beauty, reclining on the sofa, echoed her sentiments. The third beauty, kneeling at the edge of the bed, wore a contorted expression and lamented, Boss, please do not assign such tasks again. That pervert is someone I never wish to encounter again in my life. As Sun Jingguang listened, his confusion deepened. The 3 women were his premier assets, stunning in appearance and adept in their craft. Yet, their demeanor suggested not the weariness of a night spent in toil, but rather the exhaustion of grueling labor. Each of them seemed incapable of rising. In this world, only the overworked oxen perish, the land remains unscathed. Moreover, with 3 such remarkable women, it was only the beasts of burden that could endure such strain. Before long, as Sun Jingguang deciphered the occasional explanations interspersed within the women's curses, everything became clear. Zhou Miao truly defies convention. Having 3 women take turns massaging him throughout the night. While there was indeed physical contact, it was devoid of any intimate closeness. Quite intriguing. Sun Jingguang, having lived for half a lifetime, had never encountered someone like Zhou Miao before, prompting him to suppress his initial disdain. It seems there is a genuine opportunity to collaborate with this young man. Los Angeles, Chinatown. Zhou Miao held a steamed bun in one hand and a bowl of tofu pudding in the other, his face radiating sheer delight. Last night, he was captivated by the allure of 3 enchanting ladies, intending to engage in lively conversation throughout the night. Unexpectedly, one of them sought to employ the art of massage as a means of physical seduction, which seamlessly unfolded. It was as if a mysterious mechanism had been activated, propelling him into an irresistible experience. Zhou Miao was astonished to discover that, beyond rest and training, there existed a far more effective method to alleviate physical burdens. Indeed, it was the power of massage. After 6 hours of indulgent massage, he shed 6 points of burden value, an astonishing rate of 1 point per hour. Why bother with mere beauty? Had it not been for the eventual fatigue of the 3 women, Zhou Miao would have wished to indulge in this blissful experience for a full 24 hours. Zhou Miao, age 20, stands at an impressive height of 195 centimeters with a wingspan of 206 centimeters and weighs 85 kilograms. His physical burden value is recorded at 82.5. In the NBA regular season, he has accumulated a score of -131. Among the loanable stars are Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, and Michael Dixon. With an NBA regular season loan interest rate of 30 points per hour, taking Sean Battier as an example. The upgradable star template is Michael Dixon, progress 49. And the transferable assists count stands at 0. In a match against the Clippers, Zhou Miao scored a total of 24 points and provided 2 assists. After deducting interest of 14 points, his net gain was 11 points. Throughout the game, his burden value increased by 5, while massage reduced it by 6, resulting in a net profit of 1 point. Following this experience, Zhou Miao's previously laid-back attitude began to shift. The 3 female masseuses exhibited authentic techniques, evidently trained in a professional setting. Henceforth, seeking a skilled masseur would be essential for him to alleviate his burden value swiftly. Without discussing the market rates, it is evident that the prices for physiotherapists within NBA teams are not modest. Moreover, Zhou Miao remains uncertain about the level of expertise and whether it directly influences the hourly reduction of burden value. Should this be proportional, the expenses could become limitless, leading to considerable financial outlay. At this moment, Zhou Miao abruptly recognized the significance of money. Prior to his time travel, he possessed some knowledge of the domestic securities market. Yet he had scant understanding of the American landscape. Investing solely in a few renowned corporation stocks seemed less advantageous than the pace at which his salary was increasing. In the short term, it appeared there were no opportunities for quick financial gains. Chapter 41. Partnering to establish a company. Solely to hire a masseur as the NBA regular season entered its 3rd week, the Grizzlies were scheduled for an away game, facing the Golden State Warriors on Wednesday. Drawing from past experiences, Grizzlies head coach Hollins was brimming with confidence, believing that the well-rested Grizzlies would effortlessly conquer the Warriors. However, a meticulous analysis of the Warriors' performance would reveal that they averaged over 100 points per game, indicating an improvement in their cohesion. Without Zhou Miao, the bench's powerhouse, the Grizzlies might indeed struggle to secure victory against the Warriors. Zhou Miao is now more focused on financial endeavors. This morning, as he departed, he exchanged phone numbers with the bar owner, Sun Jingguang. Just a moment ago, Sun Jingguang called to discuss a business project he wishes to collaborate on with Zhou Miao, highlighting its promising prospects. He briefly outlined the specifics of the partnership, which primarily involves leveraging Zhou Miao's reputation to promote his bar. Zhou Miao was surprised to learn from others for the first time that his fame was growing increasingly among the Chinese and the Chinese diaspora. Many who previously had no interest in basketball began to watch the games, which was an unexpectedly positive development. Zhou Miao did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she expressed her intention to contemplate the matter thoroughly before turning to make a call to her father, Zhou. Although Father Zhou has not directly engaged with the core operations of the law firm, His extensive exposure has enabled him to swiftly identify the underlying business opportunities. My son, do not rush into signing the contract. It would be prudent to wait until you have established your reputation before doing so. Have you never seen a pig run? Despite never having eaten pork, Mr. Zhou swiftly proposed a lucrative short-term collaboration strategy. There is no necessity to confine ourselves solely to Los Angeles. We can partner with cities that host significant Chinese communities, akin to a franchise model. Consequently, Zhou Miao has a clear objective: to secure a spot in the All-Star game. Undoubtedly, the most rapid way to elevate his prominence is by participating in the All-Star competition. However, making it to the All-Star game in one's rookie year? Such an accomplishment is a rarity in the NBA, with only a handful of players having achieved it. LeBron himself could not manage it in his inaugural season. The magnitude of this challenge is evident. While the possibility is not entirely absent, next year's top draft pick, Yao Ming, is among the few exceptions. If Zhou Miao aspires to join the All-Star ranks, he must shift his currently nonchalant mindset. Given his pronounced weaknesses, he may need to match the scoring prowess of Michael Jordan in his rookie year. Considering this, the pressure is immense, and success seems nearly unattainable. The odds, though not zero, are infinitesimally close to it. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such thoughts. Zhou Miao resolved to play basketball first, postponing matters of financial gain for a later time. On the morning of November 13th, a Tuesday, in Chinatown, San Francisco, California, Zhou Miao was taken aback by the extensive influence of Boss Sun, whose establishments permeated the entire Chinese community in California. Just last night, upon the arrival of the Grizzlies in San Francisco, Sun Jingguang reached out with a phone call, requesting a private meeting with Zhou Miao. Zhou Miao, fearing potential mishaps during the night without anyone to oversee the situation, opted to meet during the day. Sun Jingguang readily agreed. They convened on the second floor of a Cantonese dim sum establishment. Zhou Miao walked down the street, attracting considerable attention, and entering such an establishment only heightened that intrigue. Upon ascending the stairs, patrons in the dim tea shop who were engrossed in a basketball game recognized Zhou Miao and approached him for conversation. Before long, the shop was brimming with people, both inside and out. This unexpected surge of interest caught Zhou Miao off guard. Had his fame truly escalated to such heights? Yet, upon further reflection, a sense of unease crept in. Sun Jingguang was indeed a cunning old fox, utilizing Zhou Miao as a means of free advertising. If this tea shop bore no connection to Sun Jingguang, Zhou Miao would find it utterly implausible. It seemed that today's meeting was destined to be in vain. Zhou Miao was overwhelmed and had no time to converse with Sun Jingguang. It was only after finishing a delightful Cantonese lunch that Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to depart. On the way, Sun Jingguang called to express his apologies. Mr. Sun, I prefer not to elaborate. Zhou Miao rejected the apology, stating, please do not invite me again. It is indeed a pity. On the phone, Sun Jingguang remarked, I initially intended to discuss a business deal worth $1 million with you. It seems fate has other plans. Indeed, fate is quite mysterious. Zhou Miao promptly changed his tune. It all depends on sincerity. Brother Zhou, I am truly sincere. Sun Jingguang chuckled. I am aware that you have been a bit strapped for cash lately. Rest assured, once the deal is sealed, $1 million in cash will be handed over on the spot. Zhou Miao fell silent for a moment before saying, this matter is of great significance. I need to discuss it with my family. I understand completely, he replied. Sun Jingguang burst into hearty laughter, saying, I hope my dear brother will reply to me soon. Zhou Miao relayed his father's phone number to Sun Jingguang, stating that his father would call shortly to discuss the details. If everything proceeded smoothly, they would then sign a contract. Sun Jingguang readily agreed. Turning away, Zhou Miao called his father to inform him of the situation. Son, his father cautioned. This Sun Jingguang is not a good person. Be wary of collaborating with him, lest you find yourself completely devoured, leaving not even a shred behind. Zhou Miao felt a warmth in her heart. That is precisely why I need my father to oversee things for me. We shall engage only in legitimate business, earning clean money. If the business does not succeed, then so be it. Father Zhou understood clearly and assured that everything would proceed without error. Shortly after, when Zhou Miao returned to the hotel where the team was staying, Father Zhou called, elaborating on the project and highlighting the potential risks involved. As previously mentioned, Father Zhou recognized the opportunities that fame could bring. It was this very aspect that attracted Sun Jingguang, who sought to exclusively manage the related business affairs. The $1 million was merely a fee, with subsequent transactions incurring only standard service charges, the vast majority of which would belong to Zhou Miao. While it sounded quite promising, one must not forget Sun Jingguang's connections to the underworld. Mr. Zhou fears that Sun Jingguang may exploit Zhou Miao's reputation for money laundering, ultimately resulting in more harm than good. Zhou Miao found it quite reasonable. Dad, then I shall withdraw from this business. On the other end of the line, Zhou's father did not rush to respond. Instead, he cautiously inquired, Son, are you in dire need of money? Zhou Miao discerned the faint voice of his mother on the other end of the line and immediately comprehended the source of his parents' concern. Mom and Dad, rest assured, I have steered clear of gambling, drugs, and vice. This money serves a different purpose. On the other end, Zhou's mother attempted to seize the phone, but Zhou's father firmly restrained her. Son, both your mother and I place our trust in you. Zhou's father shifted his tone. This business does possess some maneuvering space. As long as we impose appropriate restrictions, there is still potential for profit, albeit diminished. Additionally, there is the prospect of unexpected gains. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Miao authorized his father to negotiate. Half an hour later, while Zhou's father had yet to call, it was Sun Jingguang who reached out first. Brother Zhou, I must say, I am truly impressed by you and your son. Sun Jingguang remarked with a hint of exasperation. How about this? Consider 1 million as a gesture of friendship. You may use it as you please. Zhou Miao dared not agree. If he accepted the money, there would be nothing left but the remnants of swallowed bones. In the end, Zhou's father took the initiative to establish an advertising company, with Sun Jingguang investing $1 million to acquire a 20 stake, while Zhou Miao, leveraging his own fame, secured an 80 stake. The company would prioritize providing advertising support for Sun Jingguang's enterprises in the United States, exclusively within that territory. Each business endeavor would require approval from Zhou's father and consent from Zhou Miao before implementation, ensuring that control remained firmly in the hands of the Zhou father-son duo. With everything settled, Sun Jingguang could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Brother Zhou, what do you intend to do with the money? To hire a professional massage therapist. On the other end of the line, Sun Jingguang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Why didn't you say so earlier? I have no shortage of such talents on my team. Zhou Miao emphasized, I require genuine skill, a professional masseur with significant strength, not a female international student. Oh, do not worry, my dear brother. Sun Jingguang replied with a smile, rest assured. My friend will certainly arrange for you someone who is not only straightforward, but also more professional and cost-effective than foreign masseurs. Chapter 42. The Revenge of Arena's Sun Jingguang acted swiftly. While the company was still in its preparatory stages, that very evening, he sent a burly professional male masseur to Zhou Miao, who was in San Francisco. That night, in the hotel room, Zhou Miao screamed for 3 hours. The following morning during breakfast, Zhou Miao noticed the peculiar glances from his teammates. I had already sensed it. I didn't expect. Sure, do not speak. He has arrived. The piercing discussions around him left Zhou Miao in deep distress, prompting him to take a seat in front of Batter with his tray. Zhou, please do not act this way. Batter remarked with a pained expression. I am certain they will mock me behind my back. I am not ready to embrace being gay just yet. Perhaps when I come to terms with it, you may approach me again, all right? Zhou Miao rose to his feet, raised 2 middle fingers, and spun around in place, dedicating the gesture to everyone. Firstly, I am not homosexual. Zhou Miao exclaimed. Furthermore, the gentleman from last night possessed a license. He is renowned as the most distinguished massage therapist in San Francisco's Chinatown. There was another thought that Zhou Miao refrained from voicing, which was that the therapist's level of expertise was astonishing, capable of alleviating 2 points of burden within an hour. Had he not exhausted all his strength by the end, Zhou Miao would have wished to retain him for the night. Jason Williams sarcastically interjected. Is there any purpose in massage when there are women? Laughter erupted, and the members of the Grizzlies expressed themselves with vulgarity, broadcasting their banner over the FM channel. Although Jason successfully diverted the topic, Zhou Miao was aware that once he attained true fame, this incident would inevitably be sensationalized by unscrupulous tabloids. However, Zhou Miao still underestimated the public's fervor for gossip. Following the day's training, in the evening, Sun Jingguang sent another female massage therapist. 2 hours later, as the therapist emerged from the hotel room, she was drenched and utterly spent. The surrounding rooms opened simultaneously, watching the female masseuse depart. And then they turned their heads to glance at Zhou Miao's room. The expressions of the onlookers were filled with disbelief. Battier, taking advantage of his close relationship with Zhou Miao, called out from the doorway, Zhou, you were truly a fool. You shouldn't be playing basketball. You could have been famous filming AVI by now. Inside the room, Zhou Miao, aware that such incidents would frequently occur in the future, chose not to deny it and generously said, Sean, come in. Let's discuss our aspirations tonight. With a loud bang, Battier exerted too much force and nearly tore the doorknob off. Hearing his teammates outside mocking him, Zhou Miao sighed helplessly. His reputation was tarnished, and it wouldn't be long before he garnered numerous nicknames related to crane machinery. However, it was all worthwhile. The female masseuse was highly professional, able to alleviate 1.5 burden points per hour. His physical burden value was 69.5, and after 2 days of rest, it had decreased by a total of 13 points, yielding excellent results. Starting tomorrow, Zhou Miao would no longer need to worry about the pressing urgency of being fully burdened while on the court, although the costs were a bit high. With this daily routine, the 1 million sent by Sun Jingguang felt insufficient to last until the end of the season. Oakland, located on the west coast of the United States and California, is the 8th largest city in the state, situated at the center of the San Francisco Bay Area, and is the heart of the San Francisco-Oakland metropolitan area, the 6th largest in the nation. The Warriors' home court, the Oakland Arena, served as the training ground. After a day of training, Gilbert Arenas was reluctant to leave. After a heated exit during the last game against the Grizzlies, he faced severe consequences. The Warriors' head coach had made Arenas watch from the sidelines for an entire week, without a single opportunity to play. With another game against the Grizzlies looming tomorrow, Arenas was desperate to get on the court. Unfortunately, he waited in vain until the training facility staff came to usher him out. Dejected, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out, drenched in sweat, gazing up at the waning moon. He felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Truly unwilling to accept his fate, Arenas blamed his misfortune rather than reflecting on his own actions. Suddenly, his phone rang. He received a call from the assistant coach, informing him that he would finally be sitting on the bench tomorrow. He did not express gratitude to the assistant but was consumed by a singular thought. He must decisively outperform that detestable Chinese player when he got the chance. On November 13th, Wednesday, the Warriors began the season with a dismal record of 1 win and 5 losses, sitting at the bottom of the league. Many fans had lost confidence and were reluctant to attend the games. Even with discounted tickets, attendance barely improved, with less than 50% capacity, leaving only 9,000 spectators in the arena. This lack of enthusiasm affected the performance of the Warriors cheerleaders, who appeared lackluster on the Grizzlies bench. As Zhou Miao listened to Coach Hollins outline the regular tactics, he pondered how many points he would score that evening. Everyone, including Zhou Miao, felt confident that defeat was not an option for them tonight. Complacency could lead to failure, a lesson even the legendary Chicago Bulls could attest to. The signs of trouble emerged with the commencement of the first quarter. The Warriors appeared invigorated, each player displaying an extraordinary shooting touch. Inside the paint, Gasol and Stoudemire faced formidable challenges, being relentlessly contained by the Warriors' interior duo, Daniel and Antoine. The situation was no better from the perimeter, where Larry Hughes struggled to contain Jason Williams but managed to capitalize on an error by the veteran Nick Anderson, executing a splendid turnaround. The Grizzlies starters could only rely on Jason's ability to drive and distribute the ball to maintain a semblance of competitiveness. With 8 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Warriors, leading 18-16, opted for a rotation, prompting the Grizzlies to do the same. Zhou Miao and Blevins substituted Jason and Old Nick. The Warriors' Arenas replaced Larry Hughes, while Danny Fortson rotated with Antoine. Upon entering the game, Arenas was eager to prove himself, driving the ball forward and executing a splendid stop-and-pop three-pointer, successfully scoring. The score stands at 21-16. Zhou Miao felt the weight of pressure, hesitant to take risks. He first passed to the untested Dixon, followed by a pass to White Chocolate. In a focused state, Arenas' speed and explosiveness were overwhelmingly rapid, leaving Battier with no opportunity to take an open shot. The initial three-pointer missed, the basketball ricocheting off the rim and bouncing far away, with the interior players unable to secure the rebound. Zhou Miao and Arenas landed simultaneously, both swiftly initiating their pursuit for the high rebound. Arenas found himself in a slightly less advantageous position, allowing the ball to slip through his fingertips. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Miao gathered the basketball and immediately launched a three-point shot. At last, it found its mark. Zhou Miao was drenched in cold sweat. Arenas was terrifyingly formidable tonight. Fortunately, he directly employed the peak White Chocolate template. Otherwise, this game would have slipped away. 1921. The Warriors mounted a counterattack. This time, Arenas did not wait for his teammates to position themselves and opted to shoot, resulting in a typical miss. The rebound was secured by Gasol. Subsequently, with the collaboration of Blaylock and Battier, Zhou Miao scored another three-pointer. 22-21, the Grizzlies took the lead. The Warriors' head coach made another substitution, bringing Jason Richardson and Bob Sura off the court for the speedier Troy Murphy and the more experienced veteran John Starks. Hollins seized the moment to rest Gasol, substituting Laurent with Zhou Miao, Isaac for Gasol, and Grant for Battier. Thus, the remaining 3 minutes of the first quarter transformed into a duel between Arenas and Zhou Miao, alongside Blaylock. Chapter 43, a narrow victory in the logo zone. Arenas held the ball, signaling for a one-on-one against Zhou Miao. The latter, relying on the white chocolate template, advanced to engage. Number 66 faced off against number 0 in their first direct confrontation. Both players exhibited remarkable speed, yet Arenas consistently struggled to penetrate beyond the three-point line. Ultimately, Zhou Miao, leveraging Jason's speed and his elevated basketball IQ, compelled Arenas to hurriedly attempt a shot from beyond the arc, resulting in a complete air ball. The ball was retrieved by Danny Fortson, who attempted a second shot, missed, but managed to secure the rebound and score. Zhou Miao shook his head, lamenting the frailty of the Memphis Grizzlies' interior rotation today, with both Laurent and Isaac lacking their usual form. The score stood at 23-22. As the Grizzlies launched their offense, Zhou Miao initially intended to toy with Arenas using the white chocolate template. However, upon leaping, he realized Arenas possessed exceptional aerial balance, leaving Zhou Miao without an opportunity to shoot, compelling him to pass to Blaylock. The latter feigned a drive, assisting the venerable Grant for a 2-point score. The score now read 24-23. Following this, Arenas began to act erratically, disregarding strategy and launching reckless shots. Zhou Miao, having learned from past experiences, resolved to cease his entanglement with Arenas. Instead, he summoned Blavin to collaborate, successfully sinking 2 three-pointers to conclude the first quarter with a score of 30-26. Arenas attempted 4 shots but managed to convert only 1. Zhou Miao attempted 4 shots, successfully landing 2, reflecting a rather modest 3-point shooting percentage reminiscent of the peak performances of white chocolate. In the second quarter, Gasol continued to rest, while Hollins insisted that Zhou Miao remain on the court, allowing Strohmeyer to bolster the interior defense. Unexpectedly, Jason Williams seemed to have discerned Zhou Miao's potential and requested to join him on the floor. Consequently, the Grizzlies lineup transformed to feature center Isaac, power forward Strohmeyer, small forward Battier, shooting guard Zhou Miao, and point guard Jason. Battier, eager to partake in the action, sought to contribute as well. The Warriors' Arenas did not return to the game, as it appeared the head coach preferred to rely solely on the starting lineup, depriving the promising rookie of further opportunities. With Arenas absent and the presence of Jason and Battier, Zhou Miao maneuvered through the court with remarkable ease, excelling in both passing and shooting. At the 4:40 mark of the second quarter, the Grizzlies unleashed a rapid offensive surge, achieving a stunning 15-8 run. Zhou Miao secured 3 points and 2 assists. In an effort to contain Zhou, the Warriors reluctantly summoned Arenas to the court once more. Hollins devised a brilliant strategy, substituting Zhou Miao and Isaac for Blaylock and Gasol. Though the outside height diminished, their offensive prowess intensified. Blaylock partially assumed Zhou's role, adjusting the offensive dynamics of Battier and Jason, while Gasol addressed the deficiencies in the interior defense. With 6 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Warriors found themselves trailing by 15 points and decisively abandoned their defensive stance, unleashing their full offensive potential. This unexpected shift proved remarkably effective. Antoine dominated the paint, while Jason emerged as a key outside threat, propelling the entire team to swiftly close the scoring gap. The Grizzlies found themselves on the back foot. At 8 minutes and 51 seconds into the second quarter, the Grizzlies led 55-45 by 10 points. In a span of 2.5 minutes, the Warriors mounted a 10-5 counterattack. Coach Hollins, believing Gasol had yet to unleash his full potential, opted to bide his time. This decision, however, backfired. The Warriors surged forward. By the end of the first half, the score stood at 55-59, with the Warriors narrowing the deficit to just 4 points. As the second half commenced in the third quarter, the Warriors aimed to make a strong push with their starters. Hollins reintroduced Zhou Miao to the game. This time, the offensive exchanges between the two teams intensified, with the Grizzlies' 2 interior stalwarts transforming into defensive powerhouses. Zhou Miao once again unleashed the pinnacle of the Battier template, compensating for the team's 3-point shooting percentage. Within a mere 5 minutes and 20 seconds, he executed an astounding sequence of 4 consecutive three-pointers, securing the score at 75-65. As both teams made substitutions, Zhou Miao was the first to take a breather. Unexpectedly, the Warriors' Arenas suddenly found his rhythm, erupting into an impressive display that left the Grizzlies' rotation struggling to respond. By the end of the third quarter, The teams were locked in a stalemate at 80-80. Arenas contributed 7 points and 4 assists in that quarter, with all offensive plays revolving around him during the latter half of the match. On the Grizzlies bench, Coach Hollins seemed to finally grasp the underlying issue. Half of the players on the entire bench were rookies. Their outbursts were mere coincidences, while the norm was a relentless struggle. However, Zhou Miao was an exception. With 21 points accrued over 3 quarters, he exhibited none of the typical signs of a rookie. Zhou, not starting is truly a waste of your talent, Hollins thought, filled with admiration. He felt reassured that his early season investment had been astute. Yet he failed to realize that his actions had already created a divide between the two. If I'm still on the team next year, I will be a starter. Zhou Miao wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, with such meager wages for a month, why should I exert myself? Receiving a rookie's minimum salary while performing at an all-star level? Even capitalists would shed tears. Hollins, oblivious to the underlying tone, chuckled and replied, if we win the game tonight, I shall request a raise for you from the owner. Zhou Miao rolled her eyes, exasperated by how this old man had made so many grand promises, yet failed to deliver on any of them. Boss Sun had already divulged all the details regarding Hollins to Zhou Miao. Furthermore, having played over 16 minutes in the third quarter, she found herself inadvertently pushing her limits, causing the burdens she had just begun to recover from to resurface. Coach, I truly feel exhausted. Zhou Miao covered his face with a towel and remarked, you must believe in Gasol. They will surely regain control of the tempo. Hollins, finding wisdom in these words, commenced invigorating Gasol and his teammates with motivational speeches. In the fourth quarter, Gasol and his compatriots displayed tenacious defense. Although their offense appeared sluggish, they consistently managed to score twice in 3 possessions. In contrast, the Warriors conceded a basket in every 3 possessions. The contest remained fiercely contested, rivaling the intensity of the first quarter. During this period, Hollins repeatedly urged Zhou Miao to take the court, but each time, he was met with Zhou's lack of form as a reason for refusal. It was not until 8 minutes and 53 seconds remained in the fourth quarter, with only 3 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock and the Grizzlies trailing by 2 points, that Hollins could no longer remain patient. He decided to call upon Zhou Miao to enter the game at the cost of a personal favor, intending to secure victory. As Zhou Miao calculated the time, he realized that as long as there was no overtime, he would not exceed 20 minutes on the court, and thus reluctantly made his way onto the playing field. This meant he owed Hollins only 2 favors, which was preferable to laboring without compensation. The Grizzlies maintained their optimal lineup for this match, with Gasol and others having taken sufficient breaks, yet still appearing quite fatigued. Upon witnessing Zhou Miao's return to the game, the Warriors hastily brought Arenas onto the court, eager to thwart Zhou Miao's scoring efforts. However, the unfolding events took everyone by surprise. Arenas exhibited an insatiable offensive zeal, but faltered defensively, allowing Zhou Miao to exploit him repeatedly, culminating in a series of 3-pointers. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed over the Warriors with a narrow score of 109-105. Zhou Miao contributed 30 points and 4 assists. Arenas delivered an impressive performance, scoring 16 points along with 9 assists and 5 rebounds, narrowly missing a double-double. Despite the victory, a troubling question lingered in Zhou Miao's mind. In the final moments of the fourth quarter, why did Arenas abandon his defense, allowing Zhou Miao to drive in effortlessly and score at will? Sean, I found tonight's game rather peculiar, Zhou Miao remarked to Badier. Aren't you concerned that Arenas might have purchased the Warriors to ensure their defeat? Badier, exasperated, replied, we've already won the game. Why delve into such matters? Zhou Miao found it quite reasonable. Chapter 44, a microcosm of the Mavericks. Wang, you're here quite early again. Are you sweating it out on the training ground because of the pressure from your fellow compatriots? I suspect so, if I were in your shoes. I certainly wouldn't want to be outperformed by someone shorter. In the face of the Mavericks' playful jibes, Wang Zhizhi merely smiled without responding, unlike Zhou Miao. He did not enjoy such privileges, and whether he could secure a spot on the bench was a looming question. The NBA is both a harsh reality and exclusive. Regardless of who it is, the talents of Asian athletes are scrutinized under a magnifying glass. Wang Zhizhi's static abilities are undoubtedly among the best in his home country. Yet in the NBA, where talent abounds, he does not quite stand out at the top tier. Hey, Wang, the coach is looking for you. Wang Zhizhi, puzzled, asked. Which coach? Nowitzki, speaking in his accented German English, replied, of course, it's Coach Donnie. Zhou Miao's rapid rise has prompted the coaching staff of the Mavericks to reassess the athletic prowess of individuals of Chinese descent. Originally, Wang Ziji's arrival at the Mavericks was solely due to the discerning commercial insight of assistant general manager Donnie Nelson. Over the past 2 years, general manager and head coach Don Nelson has gradually delegated authority to his son, Donnie, who frequently assumes the role of interim head coach. Hurry up, Dirk Nowitzki remarked with a smile. There's bound to be good news, I assure you. Wang Ziji placed the basketball back into the hoop, then casually wiped his hands with a towel from his bag, draping it over his neck as he approached the head coach's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came the response. Wang Ziji entered to find a distinctly American face before him, with classic light brown hair. Donnie, at 40 years of age, was in the prime of his life, showing no signs of weight gain. You're here, Wang. Please, take a seat, Donnie gestured. Wang Ziji sat down nervously. Relax, Donnie said, taking a sip of coffee from the large mug on his desk. I'm just here to discuss your participation in Saturday's game against the Grizzlies. Congratulations, Wang. You'll be starting. Donnie chuckled. A stiff smile appeared on Wang Ziji's face. Thank you, coach. After spending the last month on the bench during the new season, was this truly a cause for celebration? It felt more like a mere act of charity, as he knew his scoring prowess was not lacking. It was simply a matter of inadequate playing time. Wang, you need to be a bit happier, Donnie kindly reminded him. Don't always wear a solemn expression. This is America. It's all about freedom. Years of military discipline made it difficult for Wang Ziji to embrace such a notion. He stood and bowed in gratitude to Donnie. Coach, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Donnie shook his head and waved him to stay. Hold on. What do you know about that little guy on the Grizzlies? Wang Ziji understood that Donnie was referring to Zhou Miao, and a pang of jealousy surged within him. He is not a registered player in the CBA, Wang Ziji replied, shaking his head. I've inquired domestically, and there are no records of him participating in any games during middle school. Thank you, Wang. That information is quite significant, Donnie remarked with a professional smile. Coach, is there anything else? Wang Ziji asked. Don't be in such a hurry, Donnie replied, standing up and gesturing for him to sit again. Coffee or tea? Water, please. Wang Ziji complied, settling back down. Donnie poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Wang Ziji. Sometimes, I truly envy Hollins. Joe is just a perfect player, Donnie joked. On the court, he is unstoppable, and off the court, he integrates seamlessly with the team. Wang Ziji raised his cup. Attempting to mask his embarrassment, he simply could not measure up to that standard. You really ought to learn from your compatriot, Donnie said, shaking his head once more. In the entire NBA, he was perhaps the only one who could calmly offer such advice. All right, let us get down to business. You know Kevin Garnett, right? Wang Ziji nodded seriously. I believe your talent closely resembles his. If you could bolster your defensive performance like Garnett, I assure you, within 2 years, you could be a starter. At 25 years old, Wang Ziji felt he had surpassed the prime learning period but still nodded. All right, I will give it my all. No. Giving it your all is insufficient, Donnie replied, shaking his head for a third time. You must learn, and remember, you must. Otherwise, you won't go far in the NBA. Donnie tossed a pile of documents onto the table. Wang Ziji gazed at them, all filled with information about Zhou Miao. Take a look, Donnie remarked. As a fellow Chinese, Zhou's static talent may not be outstanding, but his ability to learn is absolutely top-notch. During the Summer League, he was merely a supporting player, more of a swingman. After 3 regular season games, he quickly evolved into an exceptional guard, excelling in ball handling, passing, driving, and defense. I sigh to think this guy would be better off in Wall Street. His intelligence is extraordinary. As Wang Ziji continued to peruse the documents, his astonishment grew. Initially, he felt a twinge of jealousy, but now he harbored none. If he possessed that kind of intelligence and learning capability, he wouldn't need to worry about playing time. He would have already soared to success. Donnie was right. This individual was perhaps ill-suited for the basketball court. Fortunately, he played as a center, thus avoiding the daunting competition posed by such a player. However, Donnie's next statement nearly shattered Wang Ziji's composure. Wang, I hope you can enhance your help defense, stifling Zhou's scoring abilities. At that moment, Wang Ziji recalled that this player was primarily a rotation player, a bench warmer whose playing time coincided with his own. Coach, the time is too short. I can't develop that skill. I know, Donnie nodded. For this Saturday's game, you should familiarize yourself with it. I expect to see results by the end of this season. Watching Wang Ziji leave with a heavy heart, Donnie turned in his chair. One hand holding coffee and the other supporting the mug's base, gazing out the window. It would be best if Wang Ziji could produce results. If not, That would be acceptable too. This player was merely a pawn in Donnie's strategy to penetrate the Chinese market, and now a more fitting player had emerged. This could help address the scoring deficiencies of the Mavericks bench. Although the veteran Tim Hardaway brought value, he lacked potential and was steadily declining, making a trade for a more promising player preferable. However, the cost would undoubtedly be significant. Grizzlies owner Heisley was a shrewd businessman, unlikely to make a deal that would not yield profit. Donnie understood that attempting to wrestle a valuable asset from Heisley was a tall order. Yet, the Mavericks had established Nowitzki as their core, and introducing another young, promising perimeter player would be a challenge to convince the other members of the management team. Even with his father Don Nelson's support, it would be of little consequence. This was not a small investment of a couple million. Donnie was certain that an astute individual like Zhou Miao would demand a maximum salary to join the Mavericks, which would not come as a surprise. One step at a time, Donnie mused, perhaps that young man is a gem. No one was willing to gamble everything on an uncertain player, and Donnie was no exception. Chapter 45. The tall tree will surely be swayed by the wind. Zhou Miao, age 20, height 195 centimeters, wingspan 206 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, physical burden value 77. 5. NBA regular season points, minus 135. Loanable stars, Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, Michael Dixon. NBA regular season loan interest rate, 30 points per hour, using Sean Battier as an example. Upgradable star template, Michael Dixon, progress 79. Convertible assists, 0. The offense was in full swing. However, it would be prudent to exercise restraint. Scoring 30 points and providing 4 assists in a single game yielded no profit, resulting in a deficit of 4 points. There is no need for concern regarding the physical burden value, as a masseur arranged by Sun Jinwang visits daily on rest days, consistently alleviating 4 to 5 points. If the masseur possesses a higher skill level, additional points may be alleviated each day. The template is nearing an upgrade. The loss to the Lakers is calculated at a 1x multiplier, and victories over the Clippers and Warriors are similarly assessed at a 1x multiplier. Zhou Miao believes that it is likely related to the historical performance of the teams. Both the Clippers and the Warriors have failed to reach the playoffs this season. Thus, the correlation between winning and losing remains to be verified. This Saturday, the Grizzlies will host the Mavericks, a team that has notably advanced to the Western Conference semifinals this season. It is highly probable that a victory in this match could lead to an upgrade in the template. What might this upgrade entail? Perhaps a fully compatible all-star template? Surely, it cannot be worse than the original Dixon model. On November 16th, Friday, after a day of training at the Memphis Pyramid, Zhou Miao swiftly donned his coat in preparation to return to his residence. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou have secured a residence in the heart of Memphis, and Zhou Miao is finally liberated from cohabiting with Batter. Hey, Zhou, are you in such a hurry to return? Is there a beauty awaiting you at home? Perhaps it is a muscular gentleman. Laughter erupted within the training hall. Jason, you are quite fair-skinned, aligning perfectly with my aesthetic preferences. Zhou Miao retorted with sarcasm. Once I'm done cleaning up, await my indulgence tonight. FY. Jason was momentarily taken aback. Sean, you were the one laughing the loudest just now. Zhou Miao wore a smile that seemed to conceal more than it revealed. I still have your house keys, he quipped, causing Battier to instinctively retract his neck. Subsequently, Zhou engaged in a verbal duel with a group of foreigners, bidding a rather impolite farewell to the one who had just spoken. It was utterly outrageous. The young Rodney Buford remarked, how can one be so skilled at basketball yet possess such a sharp tongue? Old Nick Anderson shared a knowing glance with Grant, saying, are you referring to Michael Jordan? He is precisely that kind of person. Grant chimed in with a playful jab. Do you truly believe Zhou has the potential to become the next Jordan? No way, Rodney shook his head emphatically. Battier offered a supportive assist, so you are dismissing Zhou. Then? No, I didn't say that, came Gasol's rare interjection, only to deliver a final blow to Rodney. Then what exactly do you mean? Flustered, Rodney sought help from the well-liked Blaylock, but both found themselves under fire. In the presidential office atop the pyramid, Grizzlies owner Heisley sat in his executive chair, a cigar perched between his fingers, exhaling clouds of smoke that obscured his expression. Across the imposing desks to General Manager Billy Knight, visibly anxious, Heisley stirred, picking up a report from the desk only to set it down again, taking another drag from his cigar, the smoke thickening. It's splendid. Ticket sales for Saturday have already surpassed 50%, and we expect attendance to exceed 70% tomorrow. Nothing could be more delightful for the Grizzlies, he declared. Am I right, Billy? The general manager quickly flattered, It's all thanks to your brilliance, boss. I merely execute your vision. Heisley lapsed into a prolonged silence. Amidst the swirling smoke, Billy sensed Heisley's piercing gaze upon him. How is the matter I entrusted to you progressing? Heisley's sudden inquiry sent a jolt of tension through Billy, who cautiously asked, Which matter are you referring to, boss? What other matter could there be? Heisley rose abruptly. His demeanor akin to a seasoned lion, fixating on Billy, Zhou. That Chinese kid. Is there anything more pressing than this? Billy Knight felt utterly aggrieved. Previously, it had been his insistence to finalize the contract, yet Heisley had dismissed Zhou Miao, believing merely acquiring him was sufficient. Now, with circumstances shifting, Heisley had turned his back. Were it not for this lucrative position, who would endure such indignities? What does the boss suggest I do? The first rule for high-salaried employees is that the boss is never wrong. If the boss is wrong, then the issue lies with the matter itself. Billy Knight maintained a courteous demeanor. Thus, Heisley, with frustration unvented, muttered, Never mind, you may attend to other matters. He then picked up another report from the table. This one detailing Zhou Miao's performance over the last 7 games. Except for inside scoring and defense, his statistics were nearly flawless, particularly his outside shooting, which was exceptional. This indicated Zhou Miao's potential was boundless. After all, a guard need not focus on inside play, which was the domain of forwards. As for the report's final statement, Heisley chose to disregard it. Insufficient data? Low certainty? If a secure investment were truly at hand, would it be Heisley who reaped the benefits? Investment invariably carries substantial risk. Moreover, although Zhou Miao is not a pure Chinese player, should he rise to prominence, the Grizzlies could easily penetrate the Chinese market. This investment undoubtedly promises greater returns than risks. It seems my plan must be expedited. Heisley set down his cigar and dialed a number on the desk phone. Shortly thereafter, a Grizzlies consultant entered the office. I have heard that Jerry West is considering a comeback? That is merely a rumor, Heisley replied with a smile. Rumors do not arise without reason. There must be a source. Regardless of its veracity, please arrange for me to meet Jerry West soon. The consultant hesitated briefly before acquiescing. It was not a challenging task. Once the door closed behind him, Heisley was left alone in the office. He resumed studying Zhou Miao's report, admiration evident in his gaze. What a dazzling gem from the east. Yet patience was imperative. One must not rise too swiftly. Negotiation is an art form, thoroughly explored by Wall Street. And Heisley considered himself a master of this craft. Should Zhou Miao continue to shine, his value would escalate to intolerable heights, attracting ravenous capital sharks. In such a scenario, Heisley would be left with mere scraps. He picked up the phone again, instructing his secretary to contact the head coach. Lionel Hollins, please come to the president's office. Heisley had other ventures and could not afford to squander excessive time with the Grizzlies. His methods would be more direct and forceful. On November 17th, Saturday, in the bustling Beale Street of Memphis, 2 stores dedicated to Grizzlies merchandise were undergoing renovations. As night fell, foot traffic dwindled, converging towards the Pyramid Arena. For basketball enthusiasts in Memphis, the newly arrived Grizzlies were a pleasant surprise, displaying an unexpectedly robust performance this season with a record of 5 wins and 2 losses. Trailing only the Dallas Mavericks and tied for 5th with the Timberwolves. If they maintained this momentum, the playoffs were a certainty. Rookie players Gasol and Zhou Miao had both performed admirably, while Battier demonstrated skills commensurate with his draft position. However, a significant drawback remained. The Grizzlies lacked a powerful power forward to bolster their interior presence. Stromier and Laurent were commendable role players, but not sufficient for a playoff run. If veteran center Bryant Rivers had not suffered an injury, the situation might have been different. Nevertheless, Zhou Miao's stellar performances over 7 games had garnered support from a segment of fans who believed that as long as Zhou maintained his consistency, the team would find it challenging to lose. The Pyramid Arena was brilliantly illuminated. With time still on their side, the number of fans entering the arena was modest. As players from both the Grizzlies and Mavericks warmed up, Wang Zhizhi had intended to converse with Zhou Miao but could not locate him. Deep within the player tunnel, head coach Hollins candidly explained to Zhou Miao, "This is the situation. I am powerless." Zhou Miao possesses a profound understanding that, although Hollins is ostensibly the head coach, he lacks the true authority typically associated with that position and is often constrained in many ways. Even the general manager, Billy Knight, is able to exert influence, let alone the team owner, Heisley. However, Zhou Miao is perplexed as to why Heisley would prefer the Grizzlies to suffer defeat rather than grant him freedom. According to Hollins, Heisley even desires for him to remain on the bench for an extended period, preventing him from taking the court. And it is only through Hollins' fervent persuasion that he is occasionally allowed to play. Of course, such assertions must be taken with a grain of skepticism. If Hazley were truly so misguided, he would have long since faltered in the capital market and would not have survived until now. Just imagine. Once he steps onto the court, all his teammates are instructed not to cooperate with Zhou Miao, leaving him to fend for himself in scoring. What is the point of even taking the court? Yet, even if there is a modicum of truth in this, Zhou Miao would find playing to be exceedingly uncomfortable. Should he continue to take the court? Absolutely. Scoring a mere 10 points in a game is far superior to walking away with nothing. So, how many minutes of play time could the coach possibly grant him? Zhou Miao was not excessively angry. Instead, he sought ways to secure greater benefits for himself. 5 minutes. Hollins remarked with a smile, "I can offer you the most suitable time to take the stage." "No need," came the response. Zhou Miao resolutely declined, stating, "I am not inclined to take the court any longer. Allow the team to trade me." Hollins was taken aback. Hazley intended for him to manage Zhou Miao's situation, but absolutely could not afford to let him go. Having navigated the NBA for decades, he immediately discerned that Hazley sought to secure a long-term contract with Zhou Miao, employing the typical tactic of pressuring inexperienced rookies to lower their price. Unexpectedly, Zhou Miao flipped the table. "I have not finished my words. Please do not rush." Hollins awkwardly chuckled. "What I meant was, at least 5 minutes. Zhou Miao nodded calmly and inquired, "What is the maximum duration?" 10 minutes, came the reply. Zhou Miao turned and walked away. A bench player averaging over 20 points per game, which team would not covet him? Moreover, he is merely a rookie in his first year. The heights he may reach in the future remain a mystery to all. "Zhou, wait a moment," Hollins exclaimed in urgency, gripping Zhou Miao's sleeve tightly. "Let me ponder this a little longer." Zhou Miao, having lived 2 lives, gleaned some insights after 2 encounters. "Coach, I have stated before, I am not your adversary. I am your steadfast ally." Zhou Miao gently admonished, "Is this truly how you treat your allies?" "Very well, you have prevailed," Hollins conceded, surrendering his struggle with a sense of relief. He added emphatically, "Do remember, you owe me a significant favor. This favor cannot be repaid on the field." Zhou Miao is acutely aware of his pressing need for exposure. Numerous NBA stars have flickered briefly in the limelight, ultimately fading into obscurity. Presently, Zhou Miao lacks the leverage to negotiate terms. "Coach, your absence as a capitalist is truly a loss for Wall Street." Zhou Miao, with a sense of resignation, spread his hands and remarked, "You have won. I concede to this condition." Hollins, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, finally relayed Hazley's original words. "Zhou, I trust that with your intellect, you undoubtedly know how to proceed." Zhou Miao pondered for a moment and realized that this restriction would be entirely beneficial to him. He had never intended to spend an extended time on the court. Achieving a certain score in the shortest time possible was precisely what he had always emphasized. Now that the team's fate was of no concern to him, he could score freely without restraint, accomplishing his goals and clocking out. What a blissful existence! Why not agree to it? After a round of negotiation, Zhou Miao and Hollins agreed on a score of 12 points, and upon achieving this target, they would clock out for the day. This score is neither too high nor too low. It serves to showcase Zhou Miao's potential while allowing for a degree of subterfuge. However, a divergence emerged regarding the allocation of playing time. Hollins insisted that Zhou Miao should only take the court during the final quarter or when the team finds itself in dire straits. How could Zhou Miao possibly acquiesce? Once again overturning the table in refusal? In this negotiation, Hollins has become a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any qualifications to negotiate terms. "Very well, Zhou. You've triumphed once more." Hollins lamented, "You are the true vampire of Wall Street. In the realm of negotiation, I feel as inexperienced as a mere novice." "No. That is indeed what you are," Zhou Miao silently mused. "Coach, do you not perceive this as a mutually beneficial endeavor?" Zhou Miao resembled a siren, beguiling the mind. "Hazley's grand maneuver could not possibly be solely aimed at me. You and your superior must exercise caution." Hollins, suddenly enlightened, was engulfed by a wave of apprehension. Like a headless fly flitting about, he finally grasped at the last straw, gripping Zhou Miao's shoulders with fervor. "Zhou, you must assist me. Rest assured." Zhou Miao shook her shoulders and forcefully brushed aside Hollins' hand. "I have stated before that I am your most steadfast ally. We, as Chinese, never turn against our allies. Even if Hazley were to dismiss you, I would ensure that you become the first assistant coach." Hollins found solace in the initial sentiments. Yet the final remark left him utterly astonished. Is this truly the conduct of an ally? "Coach, there are certain matters beyond our control," Zhou Miao remarked nonchalantly. "Since it's destined to happen, why not prepare for it in advance?" Hollins, having lived for half a century, quickly grasped the sentiment. Yet the bitterness within him surged like tumultuous waves. Zhou, you have persuaded me. Remember, this time, aside from a significant favor, you owe me 2 additional minor ones. Including the 3 minor favors from before, you now owe me a total of 5. When I call upon you to fulfill these minor favors, you must not refuse. Zhou Miao was speechless, truly a person who seeks petty advantages. Well, as long as it does not contravene Hazley's demands, I can take the court. Chapter 47. One wave subsides, another rises. The Memphis Pyramid Arena. Upon Zhou Miao's arrival at the basketball court, the warm-up session for both teams was nearing its conclusion. He decided to forego warming up, as it was unnecessary. Hey, Badio called out softly from the sidelines. What does the coach want with you this time? The coach informed me that the team is preparing to elevate me to stardom. Zhou Miao patted Badio on the shoulder and said, from now on, you'll follow me and refer to me as boss. Understood? Badio tilted his head with a playful grin and replied, sure, but when will you ascend to the position of boss? Soon. Within this very season came the confident response. Zhou Miao, with a stern expression, declared, but you may address me as the boss from this moment on. Hey, Badio exclaimed, tossing aside the ball and raising his hands in jubilation. Let everyone come and meet the new leader of the team. Half crouching, Badio pointed at Zhou Miao, proclaiming, the first Chinese leader in NBA history is born. The others, unperturbed, merely observed. Zhou Miao and Badio have exchanged playful banter on numerous occasions. This is certainly not their first encounter. One can only lament the current state of the Grizzlies, for they are lacking leadership. Otherwise, Zhou Miao would undoubtedly face repercussions. Meanwhile, the Mavericks observe with a sense of curiosity. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Zhizhi begins to grasp the essence of interim coach Donnie's remarks. Indeed. How could such a social butterfly find difficulty in mingling? Hey, Wang, Donnie gestures from the sidelines, encouraging Wang Zhizhi to reconnect with Zhou Miao. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zhizhi sets the ball aside and rehearses his opening lines in his mind as he approaches. Hello, I am Wang Zhizhi from Hello, Zhou Miao. Without waiting for Wang Zhizhi to finish his sentence, stepped forward and took hold of his right hand. I know you. I am your fan. This left Wang Zhizhi in a state of bewilderment, reducing him to an awkward smile. You are the first person from our country to enter the NBA. Zhou Miao raised his thumb and exclaimed, remarkable, truly remarkable. This compliment left Wang Zhizhi at a loss, unsure of how to respond. You are even more impressive. This is my first time on the roster, while you have already played 7 games. It is of no significance, truly of no significance. Zhou Miao waved his hand and said, it's all thanks to my peers for their support. You are being too modest, Wang Zhizhi remarked with a smile. Please show some mercy tonight. Of course, certainly. Zhou Miao suddenly whispered mysteriously, tonight, your team is highly likely to win. Remember to stagger our playing time. Wang Zhizhi returned to the bench with a puzzled expression, his mind swirling with questions. When the Mavericks head coach, Donnie, heard Zhou Miao's cryptic words from Wang, he too was utterly baffled. Soon, however, Donnie dismissed the matter from his thoughts. This season, the Mavericks' fast-paced offensive strategy had grown increasingly refined, completing a possession within 7 seconds. They feared no opponent in the regular season, their only concern being an off-shooting night. Meanwhile, the fans had already settled into their seats. The Grizzlies had even arranged an elaborate pre-game ceremony, complete with a cheerleading squad, swiftly executed, though only the starting lineups were introduced. Zhou Miao was not among them. Yet he noticed fans adorned in the number 66 jersey attending the match, feeling a tinge of melancholy at the sight of his own supporters. He realized that he would inevitably lose them tonight. As the basketball soared from the logo area, the game commenced. The Grizzlies were caught unawares, perpetually trailing behind the Mavericks. Unable to close the gap, by the end of the first quarter, the Grizzlies found themselves lagging behind by 8 points. In less than 5 minutes on the court, Zhou Miao scored 12 points, narrowing the gap for his team before clocking out for the day. Today, his shooting touch was exceptionally fiery. He didn't even need to employ any other strategies, Dixon alone sufficed. A substantial gain. However, the Grizzlies faced a dire situation. As the second quarter commenced, the deficit expanded from 4 to 10 points. During the rotation period, the gap widened further by 4 points, reaching a staggering 14. By the time the third quarter rotation arrived, the Mavericks had decisively sealed the game at 70-46. What followed was merely garbage time. Hollins attempted several times to call Zhou Miao back onto the court to salvage the situation, but ultimately had to restrain himself. At the 8:23 mark of the third quarter, Wang Zhizhi took the court. Although Donnie asserted he would start, it merely served to showcase Wang Zhizhi, as his actual playing time remained unchanged. In the fourth quarter, Hollins substituted the starters, effectively conceding defeat. Once again, Wang Zhizhi received playing time, contributing 12 points for rebounds and 1 assist throughout the match, marking his best performance of the year. Nevertheless, Wang Zhizhi felt discontent. He discerned a different potential in Zhou Miao. It was unnecessary to solely engage with the monstrous interior players. There were alternative approaches from the perimeter. Moreover, given his height, perimeter players found it challenging to defend against him effectively. The only real challenge lay in whether the team would permit him to play in this manner. After all, he was a power forward in the paint. Could he afford to meander outside without compromising his rebounding responsibilities? If only he could have realized this sooner. Wang Zhizhi sighed deeply. In this match, the Grizzlies suffered a rather dismal defeat, losing 75-97, leaving the fans utterly disappointed. Zhou Miao walked through the player tunnel, poised to exit the arena. Suddenly, a fan clad in jersey number 66 appeared, tugging at Zhou Miao's sleeve and lamenting with disappointment. "Why aren't you taking the field? You possess the talent to save the team. Why do you not play?" Witnessing the escalating situation, teammates hurried over, sensing trouble brewing. "Calm down." Zhou Miao extended his hands to soothe his teammates and then addressed the fan. "I long to take the court, but I must adhere to the team's arrangements. Losing the game weighs heavily on my heart. I can only offer my sincerest apologies." The fan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed on. "Is there a problem? I am a journalist. I can assist you." Upon hearing this, an assistant coach quickly intervened, guiding Zhou Miao into the players' tunnel. Head coach Hollins, upon learning of the situation, felt as though the sky had fallen. Indeed, less than 2 hours later, Grizzlies owner Hazley called, his furious voice audible even 3 meters away without the speakerphone. From that moment on, an unspoken rule was established within the Grizzlies. Zhou Miao was forbidden from interacting with fans. Despite Hazley's considerable influence, he could not silence the media. He realized that the situation was on the brink of spiraling out of control. The most urgent task now was to hold a press conference to clarify the matter and present a scapegoat. This night was destined to be sleepless. Yet, Zhou Miao, the instigator of it all, returned home as if nothing had transpired. It was too late. Even the masseurs needed their rest. The following morning dawned. In the recently rented abode of the Zhou family, a delightful aroma wafts through the air, emanating from the dining table adorned with freshly steamed buns, meticulously prepared by Zhou's mother just yesterday. Zhou Miao relished the daily life of their small family, first sipping a warm glass of milk to soothe the stomach, then taking a bun and savoring it in one bite. It was delightful. The Grizzlies appeared to be fraught with contradictions. Is the superlative Chinese rookie facing undue pressure? Father Zhou set down the newspaper, casting a puzzled glance at Zhou Miao, while Mother Zhou also paused her work to look over. Such was the situation. Zhou Miao succinctly conveyed his thoughts in just a few words. Zhou's mother anxiously glanced at Zhou's father, unconsciously moving closer and resting her hand on her beloved's shoulder. The latter gently patted her hand, reassuringly saying, "Do not fear. Our son has already made a name for himself. If the Grizzlies do not recognize his talent, that is their loss." Indeed, father speaks the truth. Earlier this month, there were offers of a substantial sum for me, but I chose not to pursue them. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the moment. Zhou Miao retrieved the device and checked the caller ID, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 48, Confronting the Boss. A barbecue restaurant in downtown Memphis. Zhou Miao sat across from Hollins. The former exhibited a relaxed demeanor while the latter appeared restless and uneasy. "Zhou, you must assist me this time," Hollins lamented, his brow furrowed. "You bear half the responsibility for this matter." "Come on, personal negligence at work is solely my affair," Zhou retorted. Recognizing Hollins' current emotional instability, Zhou pondered the implications of their mutual downfall. "Let us dispense with the trivialities. What do you wish to accomplish? And how may I be of assistance?" Zhou's inquiry seemed to brighten Hollins' countenance. "Hazley is set to hold a press conference to clarify the situation, and I hope you can proactively admit to having misspoken at that time." Zhou Miao regarded Hollins with disdain. He rose to depart, thinking that if there were to be self-destruction, so be it. Let us see who would suffer greater misfortune. Sun Jingwang was indeed correct. These foreigners never learn from their past mistakes, consistently failing to heed the lessons of experience. They fear authority but lack respect for virtue, a testament to the foresight of our ancestors. Just then, Hollins quickly stood up and grasped Zhou Miao's arm, forcing a strained smile as he said, "I misspoke just now. That was Hazley's perspective, not my own. Please, have a seat. The barbecue at this establishment is exceptional, and the dishes will be served shortly." Zhou Miao did not comply. Instead, he stood resolutely, locking eyes with Hollins. "Coach, I grant you one final opportunity. I kindly urge you to rephrase your words. When it comes to fundamental interests, no personal sentiments hold sway. It was evident that Hollins was not oblivious to this reality. Rather, he, seeing Zhou Miao's youth, unconsciously attempted to treat him as he would any other young NBA player, attempting to deceive him. Following this incident, Paisley was exceedingly furious, and it seemed he would take serious action. If I failed to handle this matter appropriately, my job would undoubtedly be at stake, and my future in the NBA might be jeopardized. Hollins sighed with a rueful smile. I am at a loss as to what to do. Zhou Miao had just returned to his seat when the roasted pork chop was served. Zhou Miao took a sip, and it possessed a unique flavor. After all, I owe you a significant favor. Zhou Miao set down the roasted pork chop and proclaimed, I have a solution. Hollins lifted his head, hesitating as if on the verge of speaking. In truth, he was not devoid of options, but each one would necessitate Zhou Miao's sacrifice, a notion that was utterly unacceptable. If, at the press conference, Zhou Miao were to unveil a scandal, it would certainly create quite the spectacle. Do you wish to hear it, coach? Hollins pondered for an extended moment before grimly nodding in assent. At the press conference, I will shift all blame onto General Manager Billy Knight. Thus, I will require your cooperation, coach. That is out of the question, Hollins exclaimed, leaning forward with his hands braced against the small table. If that were to happen, my life would be ruined. All anyone seeks is an explanation. Zhou Miao spread his hands and remarked, my mind can only conceive this course of action. Otherwise, you, coach, must bear the entire responsibility. The tantalizing aroma of pork chops wafted into his nostrils, yet Hollins found himself devoid of appetite. After a considerable pause, he finally came to life. I refuse to accept your suggestion, Hollins declared vehemently. Do not think you can evade the debt of gratitude you owe me. With that, Hollins rose dramatically and departed. That afternoon, Zhou Miao unexpectedly received a call from General Manager Billy Knight, requesting his presence at the Pyramid Arena. Zhou Miao sensed something amiss and summoned Zhou Fu to accompany him to the top floor of the Pyramid Arena. The urgency of Heisley, the owner of the Grizzlies, to recruit an experienced general manager was palpable. Billy Knight, though a competent professional manager, fell short of being an adept general manager for a basketball team. His understanding of the team was limited to a superficial commercial perspective, and he struggled to resolve even minor issues. Heisley felt a deep sense of disappointment if every matter, big or small, required his intervention as the owner. What was the purpose of hiring a general manager at a high salary? Unfortunately, qualified general managers were a rare breed. During Heisley's last visit to Jerry West, he had approached with sincere intent, yet West remained hesitant about returning to the fold. As a legendary figure with 40 years of service to the Lakers, Jerry West was more than capable of fulfilling the role of general manager. Having personally orchestrated the Lakers' formidable duo, the OK combination, showcasing his prowess. However, attracting such an NBA luminary was no simple feat. Heisley understood that the relatively young Grizzlies lacked sufficient experience and, more crucially, the robust backing of capital. West's concerns about the Grizzlies stifling his potential were entirely justified. Hence, Heisley harbored a grander scheme in mind. Should it succeed, West would no longer hesitate. Moreover, the visit to West bore fruit. Heisley firmly believed in entrusting professional matters to experts, fully aware that his understanding of the team could not surpass that of Billy Knight. Thus, when West pointed out that the team's potential stars extended beyond just Zhou Miao, Heisley's perspective underwent a profound transformation. Why seek distant solutions when nurturing Gasol seemed a more prudent choice? The NBA was still in the twilight of the center era, and the four shooting guards could not overshadow the brilliance of the big men. Consequently, Zhou Miao's significance diminished considerably. When Hollins approached him to admit fault and accept responsibility, Heisley conceived a mutually beneficial solution. He could secure Hollins' loyalty while resolving the considerable issue posed by Zhou Miao. Thus, he instructed Billy Knight to bring Zhou Miao to his office. At the entrance of the president's office, Billy Knight gestured for him to enter, saying, "Please. The boss is waiting for you inside." Father Zhou wished to accompany Zhou Miao inside, yet he was stopped. "He is not merely my father. He is also my agent." Zhou Miao turned and glared at Billy Knight. Upon noticing this, the latter instructed his secretary to make an inquiry. After receiving a positive response, Billy Knight accompanied the Zhou father and son into the office. Zhou Miao arrived at the summit of the Pyramid Arena for the first time. Yet her curiosity about the surrounding decor was fleeting. "Please, have a seat." Behind the desk sat the middle-aged Heisley, impeccably dressed in a suit, his hands resting upon the table. "Coffee or tea?" "2 cups of tea, please." Zhou Miao sat upright on the sofa, sensing an unusual tension in the air, as though a significant event was imminent. Shortly thereafter, the female secretary entered, bearing 2 cups of instant, subpar red tea with frothy bubbles. Zhou Miao expressed his gratitude but refrained from taking a sip. I have always held a favorable view of the Chinese, Hazley stated bluntly. Yet you have caused me considerable distress. I merely fulfilled the responsibilities expected of a player, Zhou Miao replied. Zhou Miao retorted, no one in the entire NBA would be pleased to have their playing time unjustly reduced by the team. I have done nothing wrong, on the contrary. I have contributed 5 victories to the team. Hollins is not mistaken. Hazley chuckled and remarked, your words are indeed quite incisive. Zhou Miao felt a chill in her heart. She had miscalculated, never anticipating that Hollins would betray them. Very well, I shall refrain from further trivialities. Hazley promptly presented a bombshell. Today, I offer you 2 alternatives. First, at tomorrow evening's press conference, you must take full responsibility for everything. I can pretend as if none of this ever transpired. Zhou Miao inquired without a moment's hesitation. What about the second option? Chapter 49. Have you taken all the advantages for yourself? That's impossible. Hazley chuckled heartily. I admire your character. You are quite astute. The second option indeed proves more advantageous for you. Zhou Miao remained silent. Are you daring enough to sign a wager agreement with me? Hazley replied, his smile fading. His gaze piercing. Wager your future. Here it comes again. Zhou Miao was acutely aware that these capitalists would never engage in unprofitable ventures. How could they possibly allow him to flourish freely only to later incur significant costs? Yet, if he were to refuse, would it truly come to changing teams? Each player has their designated role, and with the season well underway, teams had largely established their lineups. No one was inclined to invest heavily in a newcomer. Furthermore, no matter how brilliant his performance in the regular season, without the baptism of the playoffs, Zhou Miao's true potential remained obscured, compared to those with immediate impact. Zhou Miao lacked opportunities to prove himself. If only he had a month or 2 more, he would undoubtedly leave without a second thought. Alas, there are no what-ifs. How to gamble? When Zhou Miao uttered these words, his father looked at him in disbelief. No gamble, Father Zhou anxiously remarked. You do not comprehend the implications of the betting agreement. This matter brings you only detriment, devoid of any benefit. Zhou Miao had his own plans. He pressed down on Zhou's father's hand and turned to Hazley. Your agent's disapproval cannot be overlooked. Hazley scoffed. If you cannot persuade your agent, then you have 2 choices, either publicly admit your mistake at the press conference or seek another team. Young people are bound to err, are they not? Hazley picked up a pair of scissors and snipped off the end of his cigar with a decisive clip. One mistake does not signify much. There are so many players in the NBA who have erred, yet they are all doing just fine now, aren't they? Zhou Miao looked at her father with a sense of helplessness. Initially, she hoped for additional support and assistance, but it had instead become an impediment. Dad, could you please refrain from meddling in my life? Father Zhou gazed intently at Zhou Miao's face for a prolonged moment, then sighed deeply. You have grown up. Zhou Miao gazed at Hazley, who exuded confidence. Hazley set down his cigar, raised his thumb, and declared, the betting agreement is quite straightforward. If you can assist the team in reaching the playoffs, I shall present you with a substantial contract. Hazley raised both hands, emphasizing, a super contract. The stakes were high. And Zhou Miao felt a twinge of hesitation. Despite the Grizzlies' current commendable performance, it appeared that advancing to the playoffs might not be overly challenging. In the NBA, victory is never solely the result of one individual's efforts. Otherwise, Jordan would not have spent so many years in pursuit of his championship. Presently, the other teams remain oblivious to Zhou Miao, allowing him to secure victories relatively effortlessly. However, once the teams begin to pay attention to the Grizzlies and analyze Zhou Miao's play, true challenges will arise. Furthermore, factors such as coaching obstacles or teammates faltering could easily lead to defeat. The uncertainties are myriad. Moreover, Zhou Miao is not even the leader of the team. To lead the team into the playoffs? Such aspirations seem overly ambitious. Feeling intimidated, Zhou Miao's apprehension did not escape Hazley's notice, who provoked. I knew you lacked the character of a great player. To me, you are no different from those feeble Japanese. Boom. Zhou Miao's mind exploded in an instant. While he could tolerate many things, the insult directed at the Japanese was simply intolerable. Since one is to gamble, why not wager something more substantial? Zhou Miao rose in anger, glaring at Hazley. I do not desire a lucrative contract. Should I emerge victorious? You must publicly apologize to me for your statements before the media. Hazley, however, would never acquiesce to such a demand. He had no intention of engaging in matters devoid of personal gain. I apologize for my words, Hazley asserted, bending slightly as he stood. Shall we now discuss the terms of the wager agreement? The sudden shift left Zhou Miao bewildered, sensing he had fallen into Hazley's trap. Yet, With an apology already rendered, what more could he demand? To retract now would be tantamount to severing ties with Hazley. Indeed, Zhou Miao found himself ensnared. Hazley, indifferent to Zhou Miao's predicament, instructed Billy Knight to elucidate the specifics of the wager agreement. If Zhou Miao wins, he will secure a lucrative 5-year maximum salary contract. If he loses, he will be compelled to sign a 6-year long-term minimum salary agreement. This is akin to signing a contract of servitude, making the wager seem futile. According to the salary cap structure for players with 0 to 6 years of experience, the maximum is calculated at 25 of the cap. With next season's salary cap projected at $40 million, the maximum salary amounts to merely $10 million, translating to a 5-year contract worth $60 million when accounting for annual increases. While this may appear substantial, it is, in fact, not. Historically, the Memphis Grizzlies ranked second to last in the Western Conference this season. Should Zhou Miao lead the team to the playoffs, his abilities, though perhaps not on par with Michael Jordan, could be comparable to those of Allen Iverson. However, Kevin Garnett signed a 5-year contract worth $126 million with the Minnesota Timberwolves in 1999. Is it conceivable that the capability to guide the Grizzlies to the playoffs is inferior to that of Garnett? Zhou Miao is confidently convinced that he can surpass Garnett. The mere 6-year minimum salary is absurd. What difference is there from being a slave for 6 years? Moreover, Zhou Miao is a Chinese player, and his commercial value, once he gains recognition, far exceeds this amount. He believes that within 5 years, if he attains a peak comparable to that of Jordan, he will be on par with, if not surpassing, several of the elite shooting guards. In any case, no matter how one calculates it, Hazley emerges as the ultimate victor. Zhou Miao could certainly not acquiesce. If this is your sincerity, Zhou Miao remarked, I believe there is no necessity to continue this discussion. Starting today, I shall reach out to the next team. Rather than enduring the suffocating confines of a stagnant situation, Zhou Miao would prefer to take a small risk and try his luck with the Wizards. Perhaps a change in perspective might yield better opportunities. For instance, becoming a mercenary, temporarily joining various strong teams, would not only allow him to swiftly accumulate experience but also gain insights into the strengths and weaknesses of today's elite players, thereby enhancing his strategic approach when facing them as opponents. It is merely a thought. Should he pursue such a path, it is likely that no team would be willing to sign him in the future. Youth often breeds impatience. Hazley lit a cigar and took a gentle puff. If you are dissatisfied, negotiation is an option. There is nothing to discuss. Zhou Miao rubbed his temples and remarked, I do not wish to squander too much energy outside the court. Youth is characterized by its simplicity. Hazley chuckled softly and responded, You are aware of the league's lockout during the 1998 to 1999 season, are you not? The court is the primary battleground. Now, it has merely become a secondary one. For players, losing even a single match can lead to dire consequences. Hazley, with a cigar clasped between his fingers, gestured toward Zhou's father. Thus, the significance of a professional agent becomes apparent. Such incidents will only increase in frequency. Must you personally negotiate every time? Hazley, of course, did not harbor such altruism. He added, I can introduce you to reputable agents. Rest assured, they are absolutely trustworthy. While this sentiment might hold credibility when expressed by another, Hazley's delivery felt inherently awkward. Zhou Miao suddenly recalled an old acquaintance, Hollins. Has Hazley also deceived himself into believing he is still a child? Let him discover just how troublesome a mischievous child can be. Chapter 50. If I cannot obtain the Jordan template, I shall first acquire the templates of several ancient superstars. I do not require a lucrative contract. I can earn money from other sources. What I truly desire is freedom. Zhou Miao remarked, tactical freedom, freedom in playing time, freedom in team formation, freedom. Stop right there. Please, cease this at once. Hazley, for the first time, rubbed his temples, fearing that if Zhou Miao continued, he might as well assume the role of the team's general manager. Could you refrain from uttering such impractical notions? Zhou Miao retorted, so you are aware of what is unrealistic, after all. Zhou Miao exclaimed in surprise, I thought you were unaware. Hazley realized that he had underestimated the young Chinese man before him, much like his mature play style on the court. Hazley finally recognized that Zhou Miao's prowess in the secondary arena was no less remarkable than in the primary one. He seemed far from a mere 20-year-old novice, rather. He resembled a cunning old fox. Hazley began to grasp the essence of Holland's words. Very well, let us discuss terms that I can accept. Hazley warned. Do not attempt any tricks if you wish to remain with the Grizzlies. If I win, can I avoid signing a large contract? No. Hazley pondered for a moment before responding, however, I can reduce the duration. How about a minimum of a few years? 3 years. Come on, show some sincerity. Will you? Zhou Miao asked, perplexed. We are discussing the conditions under which I would emerge victorious. Do you truly believe I will win? Who can say for certain? Heisley, ever the cunning strategist, replied, if you are not confident, would you dare to wager against me? This sentiment is indeed quite reasonable. I stand enlightened. Zhou Miao clasped his fist in a gesture of respect and inquired, what conditions may I propose? For instance, the salary. Heisley replied with a smile, should you falter. I might consider offering you a middle-class contract, depending on the circumstances. Should I express my gratitude for your generosity? Zhou Miao rolled her eyes, stating her demands with simplicity. For me to sign the betting agreement, the team must recruit 3 players who have participated in at least 6 All-Star games within a month, with their draft years not predating the 1980s. I do not require them to play on the court. I merely need them to impart their basketball wisdom to me. The first player must possess exceptional three-point shooting skills under pressure. The second must demonstrate formidable driving techniques. The third, stop. Heisley felt a throbbing pain in his head. Why not just ask Michael Jordan to teach you how to play? If that were possible, it would be splendid. But it is unattainable. Such players have all once been superstars. Heisley rejected the notion. Who would ever be inclined to join the Grizzlies? Indeed. The standards are essentially those of the top 50 all-time greats, making them exceedingly difficult to recruit. Zhou Miao, however, believes this is merely the minimum standard. According to his current template, only the pinnacle version of Gasol meets the criteria, yet Gasol is a dominant big man. Without the support of such a superstar template, Zhou Miao truly does not know how to secure victory in the wager. Given the inevitability of defeat, there seems to be no need for further discussion. Zhou Miao rose to his feet and declared, I cannot gamble on a future that is undoubtedly doomed. Wait a moment. Heisley also stood up, saying, do not impose such stringent temporal restrictions. Let us ease the conditions a bit, perhaps by considering stars from an earlier era. To be candid, Heisley harbored doubts about Holland's assertion regarding Zhou Miao's imitative prowess. What if it were true? One shudders to think of the magnitude of such talent. While the luminaries of the bygone NBA era may not rival the stars of today, their ascent to greatness must certainly have been rooted in remarkable qualities. Heisley firmly believed that if Zhou Miao's abilities were indeed that formidable, inviting the legends of yesteryear would undoubtedly yield significant enhancements. Extending the time frame could also be considered. Zhou Miao nodded and remarked, however, I must confine my focus to defenders rather than forwards. The time is too limited. A month is not insignificant. But if 2 or 3 months pass and the regular season is halfway through with the Grizzlies' standings in disarray, only a peak Michael Jordan could potentially salvage the situation. Zhou Miao resolutely declared that if he could not secure a contract within a month, it would be of no consequence. During this period, the team could not restrain his free expression on the court. In truth, this scenario resembles a wager. Should Heisley fail to fulfill the agreement, Zhou Miao's outstanding performance over the month would enable him to find a new team with relative ease. Clearly, Heisley had anticipated this situation, finding himself in a dilemma. It was not particularly challenging to recruit 3 faded stars. The true challenge lay in integrating them into the team. It would be utterly disrespectful to bring individuals in merely to perform menial tasks. I shall ponder this further. Heisley opted for a strategy of delay, stating he would respond next week. Alas, today is precisely Monday. Does that not imply I must wait over a week? Thus, I shall commence counting from today. Zhou Miao remained resolute. 1 month from now, this agreement shall automatically become void. I shall not acknowledge any content of the gambling contract. He pointed at Zhou's father and added, we have recorded this conversation. Heisley shook his head. In that moment, he truly comprehended the essence of Holland's words. He certainly did not exhibit the demeanor of a youth. Ultimately, Heisley acquiesced and promised to provide a response promptly. On November 20th, the Grizzlies will face off against the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake City. The Jazz's home venue, the Delta Center, is renowned as a formidable arena, where the Bulls had previously claimed 2 O'Brien trophies. On the evening of November 19th, Zhou Miao and the team arrived in Salt Lake City. Sean, do you think the Jazz fans will come out in the middle of the night to create a ruckus, disturbing our sleep? Zhou Miao was filled with anxiety, as Sun Jingguang found himself in Salt Lake City without a massage therapist, thus wasting yet another day. Do you fancy yourself to be Michael Jordan? Badia scoffed. A nameless nobody like you doesn't stand a chance. One day, I shall become the next Michael Jordan, Badia declared suddenly, halting in the corridor of their hotel and turning to Zhou Miao. What on earth have you been up to these past few days? Even the coach and the team owner are seeking you out. Zhou Miao asserted with conviction, I have just mentioned that I aspire to evolve into the next Jordan. Therefore, they are establishing a rapport with me in advance. Badia, skeptical, responded, evolve? You truly do not even consider me? Sighed Zhou Miao, feeling helpless, remarked, to be honest. No one believes you, Sean. I must declare that you have forfeited your qualification as my top subordinate. Come on. At that moment, Coach Hollins happened to pass by. Hey, Coach. Zhou Miao called out to his counterpart. Haven't we discussed tomorrow's tactics yet, and you are already preparing to sleep? Hollins jolted with surprise. Turning to his assistant coach and bellowing, gather in the conference room. As he turned back, a somewhat obsequious smile adorned his face. Joe. It's perfectly fine if you come a bit later. Flattery was essential. The last incident caused by Zhou Miao had led the owner of the Grizzlies, Heisley, to blame general manager Billy Knight. Does this not speak volumes about Zhou Miao's standing within the team? Watching Hollins hastily depart, Battier felt increasingly perplexed. What on earth is happening in this world? Battier found himself at a loss. Chapter 51. Andrei Kirilenko in the Delta Center training facility in Salt Lake City, Utah. The legendary duo Karl Malone was training alongside younger players, while Stockton wiped his sweat and took a sip of water on the sidelines. At 38, Malone and 39. Stockton were both veterans nearing the twilight of their careers. The current predicament of the Jazz was quite awkward. The young players had yet to mature, while the veterans were rapidly losing their vigor. In truth, the Utah duo was not entirely incapable. Rather, their spirits had been diminished. This was closely tied to Jordan. Since the 1997-98 seasons, when Jordan snatched 2 championship trophies from Salt Lake City, the dynamic duo could no longer muster the confidence to vie for the title. Beep. Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan blew his whistle, announcing, "All right, everyone, take a break." Karl Malone glanced at the young players gasping for breath. "Coach, I can still manage another set of sprints." "I know," replied Jerry Sloan, giving a thumbs up to Stockton. "Karl, you should be more considerate of your teammates. Not everyone possesses your boundless energy." "Coach, I was just drinking water," Stockton quickly interjected. "I still have energy." Having worked together for 13 years, the trio had long since transcended the typical coach-player relationship, evolving into genuine friends. "I know," Sloan reassured with a smile. "John, you are always so humble. Save some energy. We will need it to catch a thief tomorrow, and it will be quite taxing." In the eyes of the older generation, Zhou Miao, the bench marauder, was looked down upon. They disdained his approach of avoiding direct confrontation, preferring to rely on sneak attacks. No matter how impressive his statistics, they could not regard him favorably. The Utah duo shared a similar sentiment, their perspectives vastly different from businessmen like Heisley. "All right, Coach," Stockton said, now in his 17th year in the NBA. A single regular season victory did not hold much weight for him. Jerry Sloan, suppressing his smile, summoned the coaching staff to strategize for the following day's tactics. While players could afford to rest and dismiss the outcome of a game, the coaching staff could not. Each match had to be treated as if it were a playoff encounter. Otherwise, in Sloan's view, the coaching staff would be deemed inadequate. Indeed, the coaching staff of the Grizzlies represented the most glaring flaw in Sloan's eyes. Since the season commenced, the Utah duo had seen their speed and explosiveness dwindle, with their average points per game declining year by year, leaving only their defense intact. Sloan had diligently analyzed the Grizzlies' games and discovered that as long as they could contain Zhou Miao, the Grizzlies would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. On one hand, the young Grizzlies lacked a leader and played solely based on instinct. On the other hand, the coaching staff resembled a makeshift ensemble, lacking any preparation and relying solely on the players' improvisation. This also led Sloan to admire Zhou Miao's basketball intelligence whenever the Chinese players stepped onto the court. The Grizzlies exhibited a semblance of order. If only he could be a bit more assertive, he would be the perfect cornerstone for the team. "Phil, who do you think, besides John, can guard that Chinese kid?" Sloan queried Phil Johnson, his first assistant coach with whom he had collaborated for many years. "Let us give Andre a shot," Phil suggested. "That Russian?" Sloan glanced at the court. "He has potential, but can he handle it?" "We need to let the young ones make mistakes," Phil urged. "Malone and Stockton are aging, Jerry. The team cannot rely solely on them." Sloan's expression turned serious as he pondered for a moment before sighing. "All right, go get Andre." Andrei Kirilenko was selected by the Utah Jazz as the 24th pick in the first round of the 1999 NBA draft, later joining CSKA Moscow, and officially becoming a Jazz player in 2001. Currently, Andrei's English proficiency was on par with Gasol. He could understand but struggled to communicate fluently. It took considerable effort for Sloan and his first assistant to convey this straightforward matter. "Phil, I'm quite concerned." Sloan furrowed his brow. "Will that kid toy with Andre?" Phil understood Sloan's concern. Given Zhou Miao's verbal prowess, it was indeed easy for an earnest individual to be misled. Trust in Andre, Phil replied, if he falters. We still have Stockton. Only then did Sloan nod in satisfaction. After 13 years of coaching, he found great reassurance in the duo on the court. As for the issues off the court, that was of little concern to the coaching staff. As practice concluded, the scrimmage began, albeit with adjustments this time. Andrei Kirilenko was assigned to guard Stockton one-on-one. John, bring out your true skills, Sloan called out. Andre, treat John as your defensive target for tomorrow. Malone was puzzled, saying, Coach, the Grizzlies have won a few games by chance. There is no need to overemphasize them, right? With you and John on the court, I feel secure. Sloan pointed at Kirilenko, but what about their bench? That thief from the Grizzlies has stolen nearly 200 points from 7 teams. What if he pilfers 20 or even 30 points from our bench tomorrow? Malone flexed his muscles, chuckling. Then I'll give him an elbow to put him out of commission. Sloan shook his head. You won't be able to reach him. That guy is cunning and won't engage in direct confrontation. Fine, Malone conceded, turning to Stockton. John, you finally get to be the teacher you always wanted to be. Stockton's serious demeanor morphed into a smile, and his movements remained swift, as if he were genuinely competing. After a day of training, Kirilenko, who had crammed for the occasion, was utterly exhausted. Stockton, in his youth, had not been known for physical prowess but rather for his skill, intelligence, and crafty tactics. Kirilenko felt he had received a substantial lesson from the team veterans. However, Stockton's cunning maneuvers were mere trifles for Kirilenko, who would later earn the nickname AK-47. A formidable defender on the wing. Today's training had undoubtedly opened a new world for Andrei Kirilenko. Chinese kid, Kirilenko mused under the night sky, shouldering his cross-body bag as he approached the recently purchased second-hand car. Tomorrow, I will put you beneath my feet. Kirilenko pressed down hard on the accelerator, and the roar of the second-hand car's engine resonated with the vigor reminiscent of a brand-new vehicle. Little did he anticipate that a sudden halt at the parking lot's entrance would render the car utterly inoperable. The engine sputtered like an elderly man in a fit of coughing, and the entire vehicle shuddered twice before coming to a complete standstill. Damn it. Kirilenko forcefully kicked open the car door and viciously struck the tire with his foot. Those damned Americans dared to sell me this piece of junk. I shall certainly sue you. Chapter 52, The Devil's Home Court. Is this it? On November 20th, in Salt Lake City, at the Delta Center, the home ground of the Utah Jazz. As the players concluded their warm-up, numerous fans had already taken their seats, yet the arena was not completely filled. Zhou Miao felt that the atmosphere was quite similar to that of the Memphis Grizzlies' home court. Is this what they refer to as the Jazz's formidable home advantage? Zhou Miao was unimpressed. The starting lineups were reported, and head coach Hollins proactively arranged for Zhou Miao to come off the bench. However, considering Rodney Buford's recent performance surpassing that of the veteran Nick, Hollins assigned the starting shooting guard position to Rodney. Other positions remained unchanged after 8 games. The rookies Battier and Gasol had essentially secured their starting roles. The point guard was undoubtedly Jason Williams, while the power forward was Laurent Knight. As Hollins decided against starting Strohmeyer, primarily due to the presence of the Jazz's starting power forward, Karl Malone, the reputation of Utah's dynamic duo was well earned. And Malone's formidable elbows had only received criticism from one individual, Michael Jordan. The Jazz's starting lineup included center Greg Ostertag, power forward Karl Malone, small forward Byron Russell, shooting guard Sean Stevenson, and point guard John Stockton. In terms of overall strength, the Grizzlies were clearly at a disadvantage, especially in dealing with Malone in the paint. Stockton's defense, though ordinary compared to Jordan's peers, was sufficient to handle the inexperienced Grizzlies. This proved to be the case. As the first quarter commenced, Stockton couldn't contain Jason's passes but managed to steal the ball from Rodney. Gasol found it impossible to gain any advantage over the muscular Malone. Battier hit a three-pointer from the corner, slightly mitigating the deficit. At the 6:34 mark of the first quarter, the Jazz began their rotations, leading 14-7. Stockton took a breather, and veteran John Starks came onto the court. With the outside threat diminished, Hollins immediately sent Zhou Miao in for Rodney. Starks and Byron were unable to prevent Zhou Miao from hitting a three-pointer. Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan took advantage of a stoppage in play to rotate again, replacing Byron Russell with Andrei Kirilenko. The Jazz mounted a counterattack. Without Stockton, Malone descended to the low post, backing down Gasol and requesting the ball from Starks, who delivered a high pass. Subsequently, Gasol was pinned down by Malone, who spun and leaped for a jump shot. This was a textbook motion with an exceptionally high shooting percentage, another of Malone's signature skills aside from his iron elbows. As Jason rotated out, Blaylock entered, and the Grizzlies' spirits were renewed. This was Zhou Miao's preferred style of play. 6 points were insignificant. Indeed, before Blaylock even crossed half-court, Zhou Miao was actively calling for the ball. Gasol and Laurent quickly established position in the paint. When Blaylock reached the front court, intending to pass to Zhou Miao, a blonde-haired white player suddenly emerged to interrupt his passing lane. Andrei Kirilenko. At that moment, Battier, who was matched up against Kirilenko, found himself open in the corner, prompting Blaylock to pass to him. Battier's three-point attempt missed, and Malone secured the rebound. On the transition back, Zhou Miao couldn't help but frown. He hadn't noticed how Kirilenko had appeared so quickly, and his speed was alarming. With the Jazz's offensive tempo deliberately slow, Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to signal for a substitution, requesting Blaylock to step down for Jason. Battier's lateral movement was insufficient to evade Kirilenko's defense. At the peak of White Chocolate's prowess, Zhou Miao felt a dual opportunity arising. On the sidelines, Coach Hollins was visibly displeased, but recalling the owner's admonitions, he forced himself to remain calm and turned to Jason. The latter stood up, casting aside his towel. He had been anticipating this moment for over a week and was ready to burst. With Malone scoring again, only 4 minutes remained. The score was 18-10, with the Grizzlies trailing by 8. As Jason entered the game, the dynamics shifted immediately. Kirilenko guarded Zhou Miao closely, preventing him from receiving the ball, prompting Zhou to retreat beyond the three-point line to create space for Jason. In a 4-on-4 situation, Jason showed no fear, sidestepping Starks. At this moment, Malone was positioned at the high post for help defense, Greg was stationed in the low post, and Stevenson was monitoring Battier on the right wing. Gasol was facilitating at the high post while Laurent positioned himself for a rebound. This indicated that if Jason could maneuver past Malone, he would find an open lane ahead. Malone recognized this and extended his arms to obstruct Jason. As Jason accelerated toward the basket, Malone followed suit, colliding with the screen set by Gasol. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Greg abandoned his defensive duties to intervene. Jason executed a one-handed bounce pass, which Laurent received and gently laid into the basket. The score was now 12-18. The Jazz initiated their offense. Jason was not to be overlooked. Zhou Miao stood in front of the logo area, pointing at Starks and the player Greg, who was about to serve. "Intercept that old fellow's pass. I'll be here to support you." His dissatisfaction was evident in his words, though his actions were sincere. John Starks, a seasoned all-star, understood the challenge of penetrating the defense and promptly called for his teammates' assistance. Kirilenko swiftly returned, brushing past Greg, transforming the Jazz's backcourt into a 2v2 situation. Zhou Miao and Kirilenko received the ball, one hand pressed firmly against his waist while the other sought to dislodge it. Kirilenko's ball-handling skills were already limited, and after a challenging 2 seconds, he ultimately lost possession. Zhou Miao seized the ball and promptly passed it to Jason, facilitating his successful layup. The score stands at 14-18. "Well done," Zhou Miao boasted. "I already know how to secure victory in tonight's match, so just follow my lead." Jason, having just scored 2 points along with 1 assist, felt elated and deemed Zhou Miao unworthy of his attention. The Jazz launched another offensive. This time Kirilenko was guarding Starks closely. Zhou Miao and his companion had long since returned to the backcourt of the Grizzlies. After a series of passes, the ball once again found its way into Malone's hands, who skillfully executed a mid-range shot, scoring. The score stands at 20-14 in favor of Paul. Zhou Miao spoke up. "Abandoned defense. Do you remember our previous collaboration?" Gasol, nearly rendered despondent by Malone's relentless play, instantly perked up upon hearing this, nodding vigorously. "Tonight, we shall engage these seasoned veterans with a fast-paced offense." Zhou Miao remarked with a smile, "We must leverage our strengths." As usual, Kirilenko engaged Zhou Miao in a self-destructive play, exploiting the Jazz's lack of interior defense. Jason skillfully maneuvered past Stark's defense, creating opportunities for both himself and his teammates, Gasol and Laurent. Malone could only guard one player, while veteran Greg struggled to keep pace with Gasol. Should he falter in his defense? Jason would undoubtedly seize the moment to score effortlessly. The outcome was predictably similar. This time Gasol refrained from setting a screen, leading Malone to guard Jason, who passed to Gasol, resulting in a thunderous dunk. The score read 16-20. Laurent and Paul returned for a visit, urging Sean to remain and apply pressure. In this instance, Jason intercepted Stark's pass, taking advantage of Kirilenko's defensive lapse, as Zhou Miao received the ball and effortlessly sank an open three-pointer. The score shifted to 19-20. The sound of a whistle pierced the air, and Trailblazers head coach Jerry Sloan, gritting his teeth, called for a timeout, wishing he could swallow Zhou Miao whole. Chapter 53, Confronting the Utah Duo. Andre, you're performing admirably. Keep it up. John, it's your turn to take the court. Jerry Sloan wore an expression of resignation, lamenting his oversight and underestimating the remarkable chemistry that the young Chinese player had developed with various guards. Coach, I am ready. Stockton stated earnestly. I will ensure that Jason Williams does not score. Jerry Sloan nodded and turned to Karl Malone. Do you need a rest? Malone flexed his muscles. Exuding energy, I am as vigorous as ever. Sloan nodded once more, substituting only the center, allowing Greg a breather while Jalen Collins entered the game. As both teams returned to the court, Jerry Sloan was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the Grizzlies lineup. When did Hollins become so astute? Isaac, Strohmeyer, Grant, Rodney, and Blaylock, all substitutes. The scene rewound half a minute earlier. Upon learning that Gasol and Battier were both taking a break, Zhou Miao decided not to participate as well. Without the restraint and support of Gasol and Battier, Zhou Miao found it difficult to coordinate with Jason. Zhou Miao did not play, nor did Jason. Thus, the entire bench lineup was assembled. Had the head coach of the Grizzlies not been Hollins, but rather a more conventional coach, Zhou Miao would not have been afforded such casual treatment. This behavior severely undermines the authority of the head coach and would be intolerable under normal circumstances. However, the Grizzlies find themselves in a peculiar situation. Hollins is merely a transitional head coach, having signed a standard coaching contract rather than a head coach's agreement. One could only say that it is a case of unfortunate timing. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Jazz led 26-19, a 7-point advantage. The Grizzlies bench was unable to score a single point against the Jazz starters. In the second quarter, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan found himself in a dilemma, uncertain whether Zhou Miao would take the court. With the Jazz having revealed all their cards, the Grizzlies still retained options. Ultimately, Malone made a decision for Jerry. He would take a brief respite. With a comfortable lead, Jerry substituted Stockton out. This season, Stockton averaged only 30 minutes of playing time, and Jerry needed to conserve his stamina. Consequently, the Grizzlies fielded their full strength. In a mere 3 minutes, Battier made a 3-point shot, Jason scored 4 points along with 2 assists, and Gasol came in with a mid-range jumper plus a 3-point play. The Grizzlies surged ahead 31-30. Zhou Miao found himself effectively neutralized by Kirilenko, unable to seize any scoring opportunities, while Jason, Battier, and Gasol flourished with their diverse offensive contributions. In contrast, the Jazz struggled offensively without their dynamic duo from Utah. Only power forward Darnell Marshall managed to make his mark, scoring a couple of baskets. With no alternative, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan was compelled to reintroduce the Utah duo. One Kirilenko was already a nuisance. Adding Stockton meant Zhou Miao would have to take a breather on the bench. Observing this, Jason also exited, his stamina insufficient to endure a full game. Hollins contemplated that a substitution is still a substitution, whether it involves one player or 4, and decided to execute a complete lineup change within a minute. This was an unexpected tactic for Jerry Sloan. The efficiency of the Utah duo was undeniable, yet their pace was languid, often consuming over 15 seconds per possession. If the Grizzlies continued to be sluggish, a single possession could stretch beyond half a minute, resulting in barely 20 possessions throughout a quarter. After 3 more possessions, if Hollins failed to discern any improvement, he might as well retire on the spot. He urged everyone to slow down, to take their time, to extend the shot clock to 24 seconds. While Hollins' advice may not have resonated with Zhou Miao, it proved effective for others. Fortunately, Blaylock exhibited excellent ball handling skills, facilitating ball movement that consumed precious time. In the final moments, a fortunate shot could yield a point or 2. Thus, at 9 minutes and 1 second into the second quarter, Stockton returned to the bench for a rest, with the Jazz leading 44-34 by 10 points. Blaylock managed to land a fortunate 3-pointer for the Grizzlies, and the scene from the first quarter began to repeat itself. Karl Malone tirelessly dominated both ends of the court, essential for offensive and defensive efforts. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies players began to lose their shooting touch. The devilish home crowd lived up to its reputation, unleashing a wave of disapproving boos each time a Grizzlies player attempted a shot. Battier's 3-point shooting had waned, leaving only Gasol and the clutch Jason to maintain offensive pressure. Consequently, Malone turned to outside options, fortifying the interior defense. Yet again, the Grizzlies returned empty-handed, with only 30 seconds remaining. The score stood at 42-48, with the Grizzlies trailing by 6 points. During this stretch, Zhou Miao, Jason, and Battier executed a series of steals, each successfully snatching the ball from Starks and Kirilenko once. As Jason and Gasol's confidence dwindled, Zhou Miao recognized it was time for him to step up. "Jason, pass the ball to me." Zhou Miao ceased to engage in prolonged battles with Kirilenko on the perimeter, initiating a swift and dynamic off-ball movement. Kirilenko, who later earned an all-star selection and a spot on the all-defensive second team, was no slouch in terms of speed and determination, consistently managing to keep pace. However, Zhou Miao exhibited a more agile physique. Gasol positioned himself at the high post to facilitate plays, while Malone stood guard in the paint, resolute and unyielding. Zhou Miao circled around Gasol, successfully creating a gap of one body length from Kirilenko. Jason's pass seemed to possess an uncanny precision, landing perfectly in Zhou Miao's hands. A mid-range jumper scores 44-48. With only 20 seconds remaining, there was ample time to secure a steal and execute half a possession. Unfortunately, Jerry Sloan denied the opportunity, substituting Starks and allowing Stockton to orchestrate the final offensive play of the first half. The outcome was predictable. The Jazz concluded the first half at 50-44. However, the Grizzlies remained undeterred, their spirits high. Everyone sensed the possibility of victory. Soon enough, the second half commenced. True to his reputation as a playoff veteran, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan swiftly adjusted his rotation strategy. The Grizzlies starters exited for a substitution, while Utah's twin stars also took their leave. Zhou Miao led the main players onto the court, and within half a round, the dynamic duo from Utah was already present. Thus, the two teams continued to vie for dominance until the 8:29 mark of the third quarter. The Grizzlies trailed 60-66, unable to reclaim the lead. Zhou Miao gritted his teeth, determined to give it his all. Jerry Sloan felt a sense of relief. The true contest had commenced. The Jazz's lineup featured the formidable duo from Utah, Kirilenko, Donnell Marshall, and Byron Russell, alongside the twin power forwards. Aside from Zhou Miao, the Grizzlies were well acquainted with their opponents. "How do we play this?" Jason inquired as he adjusted his wristbands. "Can you handle Stockton?" "Let us find out," Zhou Miao replied. "You have the freedom to play." "I'll definitely be where you expect me." Jason Williams grinned widely, finally able to unleash his full potential. What did it matter if the adversary was a 10-time All-Star? Such opponents only heightened Jason's excitement, akin to Kobe facing Jordan. Stockton was a legend, a point guard who ranked among the top 10 in NBA history. For Jason, nothing could be more thrilling. Chapter 54, the entrance criteria for superstars. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Jason dribbled to the strong side wing while Zhou Miao positioned himself on the weak side, where Gasol occupied the short corner. Battier was stationed at the strong side corner, and Laurent was battling inside. The Jazz matched Stockton against Jason, Kirilenko against Zhou Miao, Donnell against Gasol, Byron Russell against Battier, with Malone guarding the paint. As Jason drove in, bypassing Stockton, he found himself presented with four options: attack or pass in three different directions. The seasoned Stockton was acutely aware of this, often employing similar tactics. "Old man, it's time to retire," he mused, matching Jason's height, yet his age had dulled his speed and reflexes compared to the younger player. In response to Jason's challenge, Stockton utilized his vast defensive experience to subtly restrict Jason, preventing him from leveraging his advantages. However, the third-year Jason had anticipated this, having faced Stockton before. With a deceptive maneuver, Jason couldn't shake off Stockton, but their physical contact broke, allowing him to finally exploit his advantage and cut through with a slight edge. This movement drew the attention of three defenders: Malone, Donnell, and Byron. Gasol and Battier found themselves with ample space. On the sidelines, Jerry Sloan wore a serious expression, though a smile began to creep onto his lips. At this moment, if Jason passed, the likelihood of a steal was high, as the Jazz's movements were mere feints designed to mislead him into passing. Jason advanced another step, entering Malone's defensive zone, and leaped. Malone followed suit, attempting to block Jason's shooting angle. At that instant, Jason made a pass behind him. To the astonishment of Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan, Zhou Miao suddenly appeared in that space, receiving the ball and sinking a three-pointer. 63-66. The deficit was narrowed once more. "How did he end up there?" Jerry Sloan bellowed. "Andre, what are you doing?" It turned out that Zhou Miao and Jason had nearly moved in unison. As Jason changed direction, Zhou Miao cut towards the lane, with Kirilenko in pursuit. Zhou then circled around Malone, with Kirilenko trailing closely behind. Utilizing Malone's body to obscure the defender's line of sight, Zhou executed a feigned move that misled Kirilenko. When Jason leaped, Zhou was just a step away from the three-point line. This seemingly simple action required exceptional vision and high basketball IQ. Had it not been for his year spent alongside peak Battier in the NCAA, Zhou might not have been able to read the game with such ease. There was no time to explain to Kirilenko. The Jazz commenced their offense. As Jason retreated to the top of the arc, Zhou positioned himself at the free throw line for support, while Gasol and Laurent defended the paint, and Battier roamed the perimeter. The previous night, Hollins had outlined the Jazz's primary offensive tactics. The pick-and-roll collaboration between the Utah duo had been honed over years, even causing the Peak Bulls to falter. This strategy was nothing extraordinary, relying solely on Stockton and Malone's individual prowess and synergy. Nevertheless, Zhou Miao was undeterred, determined to challenge the aging Utah duo's offense. Stockton was not incapable of dazzling dribbling. He simply chose to conserve energy, adopting a more straightforward approach. He did not bulldoze through as Jason did, but relied on his experience to protect the ball, guiding Jason into the Grizzlies' backcourt. At this juncture, Malone set a pick for Stockton in the corner, and Jason collided with him, creating an opening. But it wasn't entirely vacant. Zhou Miao was there too. Stockton anticipated this, executing a feint before delivering a pass, which suddenly transformed into a high lob. Zhou Miao misjudged the situation and failed to leap in time to intervene. After executing a screen, Malone pivoted and drove into the paint, catching Stockton's high lob pass with fervor and emphatically slamming it into the hoop. Gasol and Laurent were utterly powerless to respond. Roaring with intensity, Malone bellowed at the young Grizzlies. The raucous home crowd erupted in a tidal wave of sound, deflating the spirits of the Grizzlies. "Hey, gentlemen, lift your spirits." Zhou Miao clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. Defense has never been the forte of the youth. We must showcase the aggressiveness of the Grizzlies to our seasoned veterans. Let us unite in this endeavor. The morale of the Grizzlies has rebounded, and they are regrouping. Jason, if there is no one to pass to, I will always occupy that position in your mind. Do not offer me consolation, rookie. As Zhou Miao received Jason's free throw, a smirk appeared at the corners of his mouth. I have played in more NBA games than you have in your entire career. This is an undeniable fact. All professional players in the NBA surpass Zhou Miao in skill. Jason enjoys dribbling to draw on defenders before making a pass. Not because he does not aspire to be a star player like Stockton, but because he cannot. The primary distinction between Jason and a young Stockton lies in the latter's ability to score through one-on-one situations, a skill that Jason lacks. When faced with star guards, Jason struggles to penetrate and score. This perhaps delineates the most significant divide between a near-star player and a true superstar. Moreover, during Stockton's prime, he averaged a double-double, with an astonishing average of 14.5 assists per game. Had Zhou Miao been able to emulate the peak Stockton model, he would have been destined for the ranks of the top 60 superstars in the Hall of Fame. Alas, with the passage of time, all individuals succumb to aging. The current Stockton has diminished to a level comparable to Jason Williams. In fact, in certain aspects, he may even fall short of Jason, as he relies on experience to compensate for his physical decline. In this play, Zhou Miao was unable to deceive Kirilenko. His fake jump shot turned into a pass to the open Battier on the wing, resulting in an assist for a three-pointer. The score tightened to 66-68. Malone of the Jazz netted another basket, closing the gap by 2 points. The Grizzlies initiated their offense. Zhou Miao once again deceived Kirilenko and successfully sank a three-pointer, bringing the score to 69-70. Stockton retaliated with a three-pointer for the Jazz. Only 12 seconds remained in the third quarter. Laurent swiftly executed a baseline throw-in as Jason, Gasol, Zhou Miao, and Battier surged forward with fervor. A fast break. They pressed forward. In the front court, the Grizzlies faced a 4-on-3 situation. However, their long-range shot missed. With Malone absent, Gasol seized the offensive rebound and scored with a putback, making it 71-73. Only 6 seconds remained. The Grizzlies applied full-court pressure, leveraging Stockton's abundant experience. The Jazz skillfully maneuvered through the final 6 seconds, denying any opportunity. Gentlemen, did you witness that? Zhou Miao was panting heavily, gesturing towards the Jazz team. The old guys are more fatigued. In the next quarter, we shall play at a faster pace. For every possession the Jazz has, we will execute 2. As long as we deny them any respite, victory will be ours. Gasol leaned on his knees, tilting his head to observe. Battier, hands on his hips, scrutinized the opposing side. Jason's grin was as wide as a lotus blossom, utterly delighted. This was the exhilarating essence of the game. Since the King's emergence, he hadn't felt such unrestrained joy in quite some time. Jason's gaze instinctively turned towards Zhou Miao, a curiosity igniting within him to delve into the depths of his fellow's mind. He sensed that Hollins on the sidelines was not as astute as Zhou Miao. Chapter 55, The Potential of a Superstar in the Jazz's bench area. Head coach Jerry Sloan remained unperturbed by Zhou Miao's discernment of the team's vulnerabilities, calmly orchestrating their strategy. "John, you must shoulder more offensive responsibilities." Sloan directed his attention to Stockton and Malone. "Carl, do not linger too long, as long as you are present in the backcourt. Those youngsters will not be able to unleash their offensive prowess unchecked. We have built our reputation on defense, and we cannot be belittled by a group of rookies." Dantley, take a breather. Let Scott take the floor first in the fourth quarter. Currently, Dantley was the Jazz's second leading scorer, and this crucial substitution would afford Malone a few extra minutes of rest. If the Utah duo were to be in peak condition, Sloan would never allow a cadre of novices to overshadow them. On the other side, within the Grizzlies bench, Hollins shared Zhou Miao's perspective. However, he believed that Gasol could not sustain his performance for long and would inevitably need to be substituted, as Laurent was not particularly fast either. "Zhou Miao, Nick, Grant, Tony, be prepared to step onto the court at any moment," Hollins asserted gravely. "Your tasks are to secure rebounds, perform putbacks, and defend." The guards, both rookies and veterans alike, received similar admonitions from Hollins. A 12-minute quarter meant no one could maintain continuous exertion throughout, not even Jordan. As the fourth quarter commenced, the intensity of the confrontation escalated. The Jazz, having secured the initial possession, allowed Stockton to score. As the Grizzlies sought to fast break once more, Malone was already ahead, losing the advantage. Ultimately, Jason and Zhou Miao collaborated to assist Gasol in scoring. The score stood at 73-75. The Jazz retaliated. Stockton took a contested shot, which missed, and Gasol secured the rebound. Zhou Miao initiated once more, only to discover that Ma Long was still ahead. Something felt amiss. Zhou Miao meticulously recalled the recent events and discerned that the Jazz had altered their strategy, placing greater emphasis on defense. On this play, the Grizzlies failed to score, allowing Malone to secure the rebound. When the Jazz launched their subsequent offensive, Zhou Miao and Jason effectively double-teamed Stockton, resulting in a turnover as the ball landed in Battier's hands. The Grizzlies executed a fast break successfully. The score stood at 75-75, an equal tie. Huzzah! Zhou Miao, exhilarated, raised his fist in joy, surpassing even Battier's elation at scoring. The whistle blew, signaling a timeout for the Jazz. Upon resuming play, the strategy shifted once more. The lineup transformed into one inside player, Malone, surrounded by four agile guards and forwards on the perimeter. The Utah duo exhibited their prowess, successfully executing offensive plays. As the Grizzlies launched a fast break, Zhou Miao discerned that the situation had devolved into a 4-on-4 standoff, leaving them at a disadvantage. Although they fortuitously allowed Gasol to score, precious seconds were squandered, and the player's stamina was notably depleted. The whistle blew again, and Grizzlies coach Hollins promptly called for a timeout. Paul and Laurent rested, while Strohmeyer and Rodney were summoned to the court. Zhou Miao's eyes sparkled as the Grizzlies transitioned to a lineup of one big and four small players, seemingly weakening their defense while actually enhancing their offensive prowess. Strohmeyer barely saw the court tonight, yet he was brimming with energy. His physical attributes were exceptional. Although his footwork beneath the basket was somewhat sluggish, a matter of technique, his straight-line speed was impressive. The Jazz executed their offense successfully, leading 79-77. With the Grizzlies trailing by 2 points. Hollins, with his 16 years of experience as an assistant coach, displayed his keen insight. Following the substitutions, the Grizzlies showcased a formidable offensive threat, effortlessly scoring in a 5-on-4 situation, allowing Strohmeyer to deliver a thunderous dunk. The score was now tied at 79-79 once again. Zhou Miao anticipated that Jerry Sloan would continue to pause for tactical adjustments, yet this time, he did not. Without further ado, Zhou Miao and Battier launched three-point attempts. Whether they missed or not was inconsequential, for inside, Strohmeyer was there to seize the rebounds and execute putbacks. This towering figure possessed no other offensive maneuvers. But his prowess in dunking was unparalleled. Unless matched against a superstar like Malone, he was unyielding to any opponent. With 4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Jazz replaced Malone, allowing Stockton a breather while bringing in Tangier and Starks. At this juncture, the Grizzlies led 85-83 by a slender 2 points. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds left, Jason, Zhou Miao, and Battier cycled out for rest. In the first half of the quarter, Zhou Miao achieved 2 out of 3 attempts, including a three-pointer, accumulating 6 points and 3 assists. The Grizzlies surged ahead 92-85, leading by 7 points. It appeared as though the Jazz had relinquished their struggle. However, when the Grizzlies' substitute lineup faltered against the Jazz's reserves, Hollins and Zhou Miao simultaneously recognized the emerging predicament. With 8 minutes and 56 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, The Utah duo took to the court. The Grizzlies prepared to respond. At this moment, they led by a mere 4 points, 96-92. Zhou Miao initially believed that this match would be devoid of suspense, as the preceding games indicated that the Jazz's offensive capabilities were rather limited, although their defensive prowess was commendable. However, the Grizzlies did not engage in a static battle, and the disparity in offensive strength between the two teams became evident. Suddenly, Karl Malone, displaying an unrestrained vigor, erupted onto the scene, demonstrating dominance on both ends of the court. In a mere 2 minutes, the score reached a stalemate at 100-100. The Grizzlies attempted 4 offensive plays, succeeding in only 2. It was all about defense, defense, defense. At that moment, the fervent home crowd began to exert its influence, and the Grizzlies' hard-fought momentum appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Zhou Miao took a deep breath and unleashed the peak performance of Gasol. During his prime, Gasol rarely attempted three-pointers, yet his shooting percentage was notably high. Zhou Miao aims to isolate Kirilenko on the perimeter. Jason delivers the pass. On the sidelines, both head coaches are intently observing the two players on the weak side. Jerry Sloan contemplates Zhou Miao's pick-and-roll with Gasol, a maneuver that proves ineffective against the formidable duo of Utah, a mere display of skill in the wrong arena. Hollins, on the other hand, watches nervously, acutely aware that Zhou Miao never engages in fruitless endeavors. Indeed, as Zhou Miao springs into action, he transforms, resembling a power forward far more than a guard. Kirilenko is caught off guard, as Zhou Miao decisively takes him on, sinking a three-pointer. The score reads 103-100. Bring it on. Zhou Miao shouted at Kirilenko, "Tonight, you shall be my scoring machine, and you cannot defend against me." Beep. The Jazz called for a long timeout. Thaddeus excitedly tackled Zhou Miao, while Gasol, contemplating his own weight, hesitated to join in. With only 38 seconds remaining, the timeout concluded. Jerry Sloan of the Jazz appeared at a loss for strategy, but after the Utah duo scored 2 points, Kirilenko was once again bested by Zhou Miao, who sank a three-pointer. The score stood at 106-102, with just 7 seconds left, rendering the outcome inevitable. Ultimately, the Utah Jazz suffered a narrow defeat, 104-106. That night, the young Chinese player from the Grizzlies left an indelible impression on the formidable home crowd. Zhou Miao scored 16 points, provided 7 assists, and made 2 steals, aiding his team to achieve a record of 7 wins and 3 losses. Regrettably, tonight's match was devoid of major media coverage and television broadcasts. Nonetheless, those who were attentive to the game witnessed the performance. The final piece of the superstar puzzle has fallen into place for Zhou Miao. He is no longer merely a benchwarmer, but rather the pivotal player who secures victory in critical moments for the team. After tonight, many may find themselves unable to sleep. However, Nate McMillan, the head coach of the Supersonics, is unlikely to be among them, as the Grizzlies are their next adversary. Chapter 56, The Trash-Talking King and Defensive Iron Wall on the morning of Thursday, November 22nd, in Seattle, Washington, at the Ford Center. Home of the Supersonics, formerly the Thunder, Gary Payton strolled into the training facility as usual. He wasn't the first to arrive, but neither was he the last. The Glove, a perennial all-star and defensive first-team member for 8 consecutive years, was more than just a defensive stalwart. He had once successfully contained the legendary Michael Jordan during the finals, earning the respect of the basketball world despite the loss. At that moment, a towering figure entered behind Payton. "Well, look who's here," Payton exclaimed, his words flowing like a machine gun. It was Rashard Lewis, a future superstar. Oh my. Do superstars love to sleep in? The Grizzlies' Cubs don't hibernate. Must you, a human, need to? Lewis, a 1998 rookie and a long forward, was the Supersonics' second leading scorer. Known for his three-point shooting despite average defense. "Payton, I merely spent the night with family," Lewis replied amiably, denying any notion of hibernation. Payton, looking for an opportunity to jest, swiftly shifted his focus to the next arriving player. "I've told you before that you need to shed some weight. You're as hefty as a pig. Look, you're late again today." When Baker, the starting center for the Supersonics, had faced Payton in the finals against the Bulls. "Who has your energy?" Baker shot back, unyielding. "I genuinely suspect you're not human, but rather a beast." Hey, Payton retorted. "I merely made a comment." "And you're throwing shade? That's excessive. Just shut your foul mouth." Baker, glaring, countered. "These are your teammates. Don't bring your trash talk to practice. If the rookies aren't stepping up, can I say a word or two? I'm the captain. How can they arrive later than me?" Payton countered. "You just got here not long ago," Baker replied mercilessly. "I just saw your flashy Ferrari in the parking lot. Peyton, never one to lose a verbal duel, retorted. I was up late studying our opponents, that's why I overslept. Usually, I rise quite early. You must be studying the sewers, Baker quipped again. You usually play around. Shut up, Peyton snapped, feeling the heat. I haven't exposed your secrets, that's just too much. Baker then fell silent and walked into the training facility. Another individual entered shortly after. Look who has arrived, Peyton said with a sarcastic tone. Let us welcome the son of a superstar, Brent, to the Supersonics. Brent Barry. The Supersonics shooting guard and third leading scorer was the son of Rick Barry, a Hall of Fame inductee from 1986, once hailed as the White Dunking King. Brent was the fourth player in NBA history to dunk from the free throw line, excelling in three-point shooting, scoring, rebounding, and assists, a quintessential 3-and-D player. I'm sorry. My dog went rabid for reasons unknown, and my father had to put him down, Brent said. A rookie from the class of '95. He came from a distinguished lineage and would not coddle Peyton. I'm heartbroken. I spent the morning burying him. You know. I loved him as much as I love you, Gary. Peyton flashed a toothy grin, ready to retort, but he suddenly felt something amiss and quickly suppressed his expression, appearing rather comical. At that moment, head coach Nate McMillan entered the training facility with his coaching staff. McMillan, a former teammate of Peyton, shared a close bond with him. Since the departure of coach George Karl, the team's performance had plummeted. The season before last, Paul Westphal took over and led the Supersonics to their 9th playoff appearance of the 90s, only to be eliminated in the first round by the Jazz. Last year, the Supersonics appointed their former star McMillan as head coach. Under his leadership, the team did not make the playoffs in its first season of the new century. This season, they had a mediocre record of 6 wins and 4 losses, trailing even behind the Grizzlies. I hear the glove is at it again, McMillan chuckled, easing the tension. How can the glove speak when no one wants to wear it? The invisible skirmish dissipated. After the customary warm-up, Coach McMillan did not commence the training session right away. Gary, I know you were undoubtedly studying the Grizzlies last night. McMillan praised him openly. You've had this habit since you first joined the team. Come and share your insights with everyone. Nate, I truly appreciate that about you, Peyton boasted as he approached his teammates. See, the coach understands me. He had a knack for charming those around him, believing in the adage that if one extends a foot, he should reciprocate a yard. He relished in using words to dismantle his opponent's morale. So, do you all know who is the key player for the Grizzlies? You probably don't. Let me enlighten you. He rambled on, while the older teammates had grown accustomed to his monologue, letting it flow in one ear and out the other. The rookies, however, listened intently, though whether they absorbed any of it remained a mystery only God could unveil. Peyton rambled for about 10 minutes before McMillan clapped his hands to regain control. If he allowed Peyton to continue, he would likely talk until lunch. Only then did the veteran teammates begin to perk up. Peyton's summary was astute. McMillan turned to the tactical board. The Grizzlies are primarily composed of rookies. Among them, the Chinese player is the most challenging. He serves as the brain of the team, averaging 21 points, 3 assists, and 0.8 steals per game, a true superstar rookie. McMillan looked at Peyton. Gary, for tomorrow's game, you will be tasked with guarding this young man. A trivial matter, Peyton smirked, his confidence unfaltering. Back in the day, when I defended Michael, I could limit him to Kobe's stats. This Chinese kid? I fear he might shed tears, he continued, launching into another tirade. McMillan, well-versed in Peyton's antics, interrupted 5 minutes later. Excellent, and when the Chinese player is off the court, Jason Williams will also be your responsibility, Gary. Absolutely, Peyton replied, delighted. I adore that flamboyant passer, that white kid. In his youth, Jason was often irritable and impulsive, while Gary Peyton, with his sharp tongue and formidable skills, always managed to get under Jason's skin. At this moment, McMillan refrained from allowing Peyton to act freely and swiftly outlined the training regimen for the day. Although Peyton's words could be merciless, his actions consistently set a commendable example. This quality is fundamentally what enabled him to ascend as the leader of the Supersonics. Otherwise, who would tolerate him? Chapter 57, Pre-game banner. Zhou Miao, age 20, height, 195 centimeters, wingspan, 206 centimeters, weight, 85 kilograms, physical burden value, 68. 5. NBA regular season score, -144. Loanable stars, Sean Battier, Pau Gasol, Jason Williams, Michael Dixon. NBA regular season loan rate, 30 points per hour, using Sean Battier as an example. Upgradable star template, Michael Dixon, green, progress 1. Convertible assists, 7. In the match against Salt Lake City, Zhou Miao's physical burden value nearly reached its limit, with a consumption of 17 points. Fortunately, the schedule was not tight, allowing for a 4-day rest period, and the masseur was present, alleviating a total of 26 points, barely leaving a profit. However, the scoring was disastrous, resulting in a loss of 19 points. Had it not been for the Memphis Grizzlies earning 11 points at home, this endeavor would have yielded nothing but a slight increase in fame, with considerable losses elsewhere, particularly in terms of finances. Currently, a tenth of the $1 million in the company account has vanished, and given the current rate of expenditure, it remains uncertain whether they can sustain until next year, let alone until the end of the season. While Sun Jingguang is currently amenable, this does not guarantee future leniency, especially considering Zhou Miao has yet to shoot a single commercial. This deviates from the original intent of their early collaboration. However, today, Zhou's father called to inform him that there has been some movement from Sun Jingguang's side. It merely entails the need to shoot the commercial at the original price, with no increase allowed. Zhou Miao, recognizing that his need for Sun Jingguang far exceeded the latter's requirements, reluctantly acquiesced. Fortunately, Sun Jingguang was reasonable, only requesting 10 promotional clips, transforming $1 million into company profits. Moreover, the unknown template has finally been upgraded. Regrettably, it did not prove to be as formidable as anticipated. This deficiency manifested in 3 key areas. Firstly, the stability of 3-point shots. Although the consumption of the unknown template remains unchanged, the open 3-point shots have become more reliable. It would have been perfect had the enhancement focused on resistance to interference. Secondly, the success rate of ball handling breakthroughs showed little improvement, falling short of the peak performance of white chocolate. Thirdly, in terms of defense, the results were satisfactory. The perimeter defense is nearly on par with the current Badier. Other enhancements are negligible. Now, Zhou Miao has begun to comprehend the enhancement direction of the unknown template, all of which relates to the skills he employs. In other words, if he consistently utilizes the peak Jordan template, Zhou Miao would receive a lower-tier Jordan template tailored to him, as Dixon's talent cannot be compared to Jordan's. Today is November 23rd, Friday. The Grizzlies are set to challenge the Supersonics on their home turf. In the morning, at the Grizzlies Hotel, head coach Hollins convened one last meeting to discuss the tactics for the game, focusing primarily on whether to emphasize interior offense or a balanced approach. The prowess of Gary Payton, known throughout the NBA, signifies the Supersonics' formidable dominance on both ends of the court. Correspondingly, the Supersonics' interior defense is quite frail. Starting center Win Baker, along with starting power forward Rashard Lewis, barely surpasses the Grizzlies' bench in terms of rebounding and defense. Had it been in the past, Hollins would have made a decisive tactical decision the night before. As Zhou Miao's performance continues to become more comprehensive, Hollins realizes that this young Chinese player, even without dominating the Grizzlies, is bound to be coveted by other teams as a foundational cornerstone. Averaging over 20 points per game and demonstrating a clutch ability to secure victories, his capabilities are fully maximized. On the very night following the game, Hollins received a call from owner Hazley. Hazley had but one demand: to do everything possible to retain Zhou Miao and prevent him from engaging with other teams. Otherwise, the entire coaching staff would face dismissal. This was the fundamental reason behind Hollins' shift in attitude. Joe, what are your thoughts? In response to Hollins' inquiry, Zhou Miao believed that taking a step back could lead to greater horizons and saw no necessity in confronting Payton directly. Still young, not yet robust, strength brings change. As for whether the public would label Zhou Miao as softy, what does it matter? Hasn't even Gasol been long regarded as soft, hampering his chances of winning a championship alongside Kobe during his peak? Coach, I concur with your perspective. In today's game, I shall collaborate closely with Paul and Stoudemire to dominate the interior. Hollins regarded Zhou Miao with admiration. Players with such a commendable character are rare. For instance, sitting next to Zhou Miao, Jason Williams would have exhibited arrogance had he performed as well. Very well, you will start today, Hollins said with a smile. I hope you can remain on the court longer, attracting more defensive attention like in the last game. No problem, Zhou Miao replied affirmatively. Zhou Miao Shuang nodded decisively. Presenting her own condition, I shall begin to coast during tonight's match. Jason, Blevin, if I find myself without space, do not pass to me. Only pass when there is room. Blevin, with his amiable disposition, smiled and nodded in agreement. Jason Williams, feeling disgruntled, was about to retort when Hollins interjected at the right moment. Then it is settled. Tonight's game demands a heavy burden on the perimeter. We must strive to delay the Supersonics' offense. Victory shall be ours. At the Ford Center in Seattle, as both teams commence their warm-ups, Gary Payton uneasily strolled over to the Grizzlies' half, cheekily inquiring, "Who is the unfortunate soul tonight?" Zhou Miao is attempting a three-point shot, a skill that can be honed through practice. Noticing the lack of response, Gary Payton turned around, puzzled, and inquired of his teammates. "I believe we are scheduled to face the Grizzlies tonight. Where are they?" Jason Williams, now in his third year in the NBA, was growing increasingly volatile as he approached his peak. "Hey, have your eyes been preserved in formaldehyde? Can you not see anyone?" Payton retorted with a mischievous grin. "Oh, isn't that the kid from the Kings, the one they call white chocolate? I never tasted the sweetness before." Instantly, a wave of laughter erupted from the Supersonics. Enraged, Jason slammed the ball onto the floor, ready to confront Payton. However, Blevins and Battier quickly restrained him on either side, preventing a potential disaster. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches, Payton may appear lean, but his muscularity conceals a formidable strength. In a physical confrontation, Jason might not stand a chance. "Hey, you over there, the Chinese guy." Payton pointed at Zhou Miao. "Your teammate is being humiliated, and you just stand there? Are you not a man?" Zhou Miao pointed to herself in confusion and asked, "Are you referring to me? Who else here is of Chinese descent besides you?" Payton, while demonstrating, began to trash talk. "I don't even have time to deal with a Chinese girl right now." Laughter erupted from the Supersonics side. Had it been an ordinary rookie, the situation would have already escalated. Zhou Miao, having lived 2 lives, finds such scenes trivial. However, indifference in the heart does not equate to a lack of expression. "If you wish to align yourself with me, you have indeed chosen the wrong person." Zhou Miao traced a line across his neck, declaring, "Clean up your neck and wait. Witness how I will obliterate you." Payton was utterly exhilarated. The more his opponent struggled, the more joy it brought him. He relished the instant when his adversary's defenses crumbled. Chapter 58. Who truly reigns as the master of words at the Ford Center Arena? The farce during warm-ups had already spread among the spectators, all eagerly anticipating Gary Payton to make the arrogant young Chinese player weep at home. As the Memphis Grizzlies took the court, the jeers of over 10,000 fans barely elicited a change in expression. Having endured the baptism at the home of the Utah Jazz, the rookie players of the Grizzlies had matured. The Grizzlies starting lineup consisted of Gasol, Lorente, Battier, Jason, and Zhou Miao. The Supersonics starting lineup featured point guard Gary Payton, shooting guard Brent Barry, small forward Desmond Mason, power forward Rashard Lewis, and center Vin Baker. As the ball was tossed up for the jump at the logo area, Gasol and Vin Baker faced off. The basketball soared, and Gasol successfully secured possession. Battier received the pass and relayed it to Jason, initiating the Grizzlies' advance. Zhou Miao, however, found himself at the rear, lagging behind his teammates. Gary Payton, unlike Kirilenko, was not rigid. He swiftly transitioned back on defense. As Jason began his drive, Payton closely guarded him, reaching out to swipe the ball. Suddenly, Jason executed a beautiful spin with the dribble and made a mid-air pass to the wing. The basketball soared through the air, landing in Zhou Miao's hands, leaving him no choice but to take the shot. He decided to test the upgraded unknown Dixon. Stepping forward, he leaped for a jump shot and scored. 3 o'clock, surprisingly effective. "I thought you were a man of courage," Payton taunted Jason. "You should consider playing in the WNBA." Zhou Miao overheard the conversation and immediately retorted on Jason's behalf. "I thought tonight I would score nothing at all, yet it seems the glove's prowess is rather overrated." "Jason, I have resolved to net 30 points tonight. How many do you intend to score?" Jason replied with a hearty laugh, "Of course, 40 points. Gary Payton chuckled. "Now this is the kind of game that excites me. I can hardly wait to see you 2 youngsters in tears." The Supersonics launched their offense. Payton dribbled past half-court, directing traffic before charging into the paint. Though Gary Payton's dribbling lacked elegance, it proved highly effective. Jason found himself unable to stop him as Payton used his physicality to power into the paint. Payton's three-point shooting percentage was not particularly high, as he predominantly scored through mid-range jumpers, showcasing a well-rounded skill set. At that moment, Zhou Miao, trailing behind his defensive assignment Brent Barry, reached out for a steal. Payton, ever alert, secured the ball, executed a feint to deceive Jason into jumping, and subsequently scored a two-pointer. The score was now 2-3. As it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Zhou Miao remained at the back. Payton faced a dilemma if he stepped out to defend the three-point line. The Supersonics' defense inside would collapse, easily becoming porous. Yet, if he stayed within the arc, the pesky Chinese could always manage to sneak in a three-pointer. "Brent, you guard that kid," Payton instructed as he began to focus intently on Jason. "Pass the ball." Zhou Miao was acutely aware that Gary Payton was the defensive linchpin of the Supersonics. The defensive prowess of the others could only be described as mediocre at best. He was confident in his ability to take on Brent. Without hesitation, Jason made the pass. Zhou Miao confronted Brent, whose height and wingspan surpassed his own, and prepared to exploit his lateral quickness to initiate a breakthrough. As he began his three-threat stance, Zhou Miao suddenly caught sight of Gary Payton in his peripheral vision. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a high-arcing pass. Gasol seized the basketball, made a slight adjustment upon landing, and leapt to deliver a successful hook shot. The score stood at 5-2. Haha. Zhou Miao broke into a cold sweat and mockingly remarked to Payton, "You are getting old. Perhaps it's time for you to retire. This is the era of the youth." His words seemed to suggest that he had scored a goal himself. In response, Payton swiftly countered, "Don't be hasty. There is still plenty of time left in the game. I'll take my time with you." The Supersonics launched an offensive, and Lewis hit a three-pointer, leveling the score at 5-5. Zhou Miao lingered just beyond the three-point line, maintaining a distance of over 4 meters from Jason. Payton began to orchestrate subtle adjustments to the formation, while Brent remained vigilant on Zhou Miao, yet did not step beyond the arc. This distance was sufficient for Brent to contest a shot, provided Zhou Miao's release time exceeded half a second. The Supersonics' perimeter defense began to exhibit its potency, as Jason found himself in a precarious position, nearly losing the ball, and was compelled to pass interiorly, enabling Gasol to collaborate with Llorente for a successful attack at the rim. For the subsequent 5 minutes, both teams engaged in a fierce exchange, with the score remaining tightly contested. At 6 minutes and 52 seconds into the first quarter, the Grizzlies led by a single point, 18-17. The Supersonics made substitutions, with when Baker and Lewis exiting the court, while Peja Drobnjak and Vladimir Radmanovic entered. Gary Payton remained on the floor. For the Grizzlies, Gasol and Jason took a breather, with Strohmeyer and Blaylock stepping in. In this instance, Zhou Miao distinctly sensed a change. Gary Payton seemed to recognize Blaylock's deficiency in scoring, guarding Zhou Miao closely and denying him the opportunity to receive the ball. Strohmeyer often found himself effectively boxed out, unable to penetrate the paint, leaving him primarily reliant on rebounding as the player excelled in dunks. On the perimeter, Battier was tightly marked by Brent, leaving no opportunity for open shots. Llorente appeared evenly matched against the Supersonics' reserve big men. The Supersonics swiftly extended their lead. As the first quarter concluded, the Grizzlies trailed by 5 points, 23-28. "You play like a woman, so weak." Gary Payton finally seized the opportunity to assert, "Am I strong?" "Not at all," Zhou Miao retorted sharply. "You haven't even managed to overpower a rookie like me, and yet you've brought shame upon all-star players. I suggest you consider retirement, old man. I shall remember your words." Payton, undeterred, replied, "By the end of the first half, you will understand what a true man is like, sissy." In the second quarter, Gary Payton remained on the court. The interior players were once again rotated, although the Grizzlies, with Gasol and Jason on the floor, gradually narrowed the gap to 4 points. Gasol was unable to play the entire game, which was quite unfortunate. During these moments, Gary Payton began to shine, leading his teammates in a scoring frenzy. On the defensive end, Zhou Miao found himself relentlessly pursued by Payton and Brent, while Battier was silent, and Jason struggled to penetrate the Supersonics' perimeter defense, causing the Grizzlies' scoring efficiency to plummet. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies trailed 40-50, behind by 10 points. Gasol's efforts amounted to 20 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. But it seemed futile. "Oh dear, little girl, do not cry," Payton taunted as he approached the Grizzlies, intent not only on mocking Zhou Miao but also targeting Jason. "I've just realized, this team is filled with little girls. Should I ease up in the second half? I truly fear you might ruin your pretty faces with tears." Frustration boiled over among his teammates, prompting Zhou Miao to step forward. "Losing the first game of the regular season is inconsequential, but I hope the glove can hold his ground in the next 3 matchups. Do not allow us to win even once, or I shall return your words in full." Payton laughed heartily. "The game is far from over. Are you planning to run away? What a soft team you are. I see no sign of masculinity whatsoever." Zhou Miao, unfazed, turned to his teammates and remarked, "We are still young. Losing to the All-Stars is nothing to be ashamed of. Next time, we shall reclaim our victory. There is a saying in my hometown that perfectly encapsulates the current situation. We may endure countless defeats, yet all it takes is one triumph to redeem ourselves." Zhou Miao pointed at Payton. He and his team are all finished. Chapter 59. The Grizzlies achieve their best record in franchise history. In the Supersonics bench, head coach McMillan questioned his assistant coach with a puzzled expression. "What is wrong with Gary? Despite the significant lead, he seems so displeased." The assistant replied with a chuckle. It's because Gary didn't crush their spirits in the first half. You know, he relishes tormenting his opponents on the court. McMillan, astonished, remarked. Is there another Stockton emerging from the Grizzlies? Payton had once stated after his retirement that the most formidable opponent he faced throughout his career was John Stockton, one of the Utah duo. It was not Stockton's exceptional skills that posed a challenge, but rather his formidable psychological resilience. Regardless of Payton's verbal jabs, Stockton remained unfazed and continued his game. Thus, McMillan's comment subtly lauded Zhou Miao's remarkable mental fortitude. Indeed, aside from a three-pointer at the start, Zhou Miao had not made any significant contributions in the first half. Had McMillan been in his shoes, he would have already been anxious. In the NBA, every player is scrutinized under a magnifying glass. In the previous game, Zhou Miao had showcased his potential as a leader and superstar. Should he be effectively contained by Payton in this match, his reputation would inevitably suffer. Analysts might conclude that Zhou Miao is not an indefatigable scoring machine. If he continued to perform the same way throughout the regular season, unable to break through Payton's defense, the report would cap his potential. Consequently, while Zhou Miao might dismiss the pressure now, he could not afford to do so indefinitely. As the second half commenced, the Grizzlies still struggled to turn the tide. By the end of the third quarter, the Supersonics led 76-60, a 16-point advantage as the game gradually lost its suspense. Gasol once again recorded a futile 10 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists, just 3 assists shy of a triple-double. The fourth quarter began. Payton, having played 3 full quarters, took a seat to rest, finding the game rather dull and not wishing to expend unnecessary energy. Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to enter the game, leading the Grizzlies on a remarkable surge of 15-5. The score stood at 75-81 with merely 5 minutes elapsed in the fourth quarter. Gary Payton re-entered the fray to stabilize the game, rendering the outcome inevitable. The Supersonics triumphed with a final score of 98-85. In this match, Gasol delivered a stunning performance, amassing 40 points, 14 rebounds, and 10 assists, thus setting a personal record while simultaneously establishing a new benchmark for the Grizzlies. Zhou Miao contributed a mere 12 points and 1 assist. However, throughout the 30 minutes he spent on the court, he relied solely on the unknown Dixon template, resulting in a mere increase of 3 points in his burden value. His efficiency was limited to just 8 points, yielding a net gain of 4 points and 1 assist. The progress of the unknown template has risen by 3, indicating that to upgrade further in the green category, quadruple scoring is required. This is not an insurmountable task. Merely 400 points, which translates to an average of 20 points over 20 games, a swift endeavor indeed. Historically, the Supersonics have secured the 7th position in this season's regular season, showcasing their strength, particularly in their formidable outside shooting. Were there a star-level forward within the Supersonics lineup, they could genuinely contend for the O'Brien Trophy. Alas, such hypotheticals remain unfulfilled. Following this defeat, Zhou Miao garnered valuable insights. His current prowess positions him just shy of the star player echelon, lacking the distinction of an all-star. When faced with a historically elite defender like Gary Payton, he found it challenging to break through. Had he possessed all-star caliber, those 12 points could have transformed into a spectacular performance over Payton, potentially capturing headlines the following day. Notably, even the quartet of top shooting guards struggled against Payton during his prime. On Sunday, November 25th, the Grizzlies welcomed the Suns to their home court. The Suns, led by Stephon Marbury, are renowned for their fast-paced offense, with their perimeter defense falling short when compared to that of the Supersonics. Throughout the match, Zhou Miao, utilizing the unknown Dixon template alongside a peak battier, erupted for 31 points and 6 assists, marking his second game of the regular season surpassing 30 points. Marbury's lackadaisical defensive approach allowed Zhou Miao ample opportunities. Ultimately, the Grizzlies narrowly triumphed over the Suns with a score of 106-105. Pau Gasol was in fine form, contributing 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists. The Suns share similarities with the Supersonics, yet differ significantly. Both teams exhibit strength from the perimeter while lacking in the interior, though the Supersonics boast a far superior defensive intensity. The Grizzlies, having been tempered by their encounters with the Supersonics, have rapidly evolved. In addition to Zhou Miao and Gasol combining for 55 points, 3 other players also exceeded 10 points: Jason, Strohmeyer, and Lorente. Beyond scoring, the significance of White Chocolate Jason's 10 assists cannot be overstated. Strohmeyer and Lorente, both interior players, effectively stifled the Suns' scoring. Following this match, the Grizzlies improved their record to 8 wins and 4 losses, climbing to 5th in the Western Conference. This marks the franchise's best performance since its inception in 1995, greatly benefiting the newly relocated Memphis Grizzlies. Firstly, the enthusiasm of the fan base is on the rise, leading to an increase in the basketball market, promising greater future returns. Secondly, a stronger team can attract star players, which bodes exceptionally well for Zhou Miao. While ancient superstars are commendable, one can only speculate on their efficacy in the modern game. It is essential to recognize that basketball skills have continually evolved. Former dominators of the NBA may find themselves relegated to all-star status in today's league, much like the aging Michael Jordan. Furthermore, Zhou Miao harbors no illusions of luring in legends on par with Dr. J. Moreover, Zhou Miao has noticed a burgeoning fan base. A delightful surprise. After enduring a challenging week and a half, the Grizzlies face another arduous back-to-back series of away games next week, traveling to Texas to challenge the Rockets, Spurs, and Mavericks. Aside from Tuesday's encounter with the Rockets, who are a weaker opponent, the latter two teams pose significant challenges. The Mavericks have proven their mettle with a potent offensive strategy. Although their defensive capabilities remain less pronounced, Zhou Miao experienced this firsthand, having played less than 5 minutes. The Spurs are an even greater concern, being the champions of 1998 to 1999 and consistently a playoff powerhouse. Had Tim Duncan not undergone significant knee surgery in 2000, he might still be dazzling spectators with his aerial acrobatics. Against a player of Duncan's caliber, Zhou Miao feels a lack of confidence in overcoming him, unless he were to be equipped with a template of peak shooting guard quality. Even the less illustrious version of Duncan remains beyond Zhou Miao's current capabilities to contend with. Zhou Miao, age 20, height 195 centimeters, wingspan 206 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, physical load value 66. 5. NBA regular season points minus 136. Potential Lone Stars: Sean Battier, Paul Gasol, Jason Williams, Michael Dixon. NBA regular season loan rate: 30 points per hour, using Sean Battier as an example. Upgradable star template: Michael Dixon, green, progress 4. Convertible assists: 0. All assists are converted to points. Unbeknownst to Zhou Miao, his physical load value is gradually decreasing, and everything is progressing in a positive direction. The next step is to strive to win every game that should be won. Houston Rockets, are you ready? Chapter 60, The Scholar Coach and the Stubborn Bull, November 26th. Monday, Houston, Texas, at the home of the Rockets, the Compaq Center. After the first phase of morning training concluded, head coach Rudy Tomjanovich announced a break. Steve, Mobley, come here for a moment. The legendary point guard Steve Francis and the veteran shooting guard Cuttino Mobley, the current dynamic duo of the Rockets, approached the coach after wiping their sweat with the towels handed to them. Coach, is there something you need? Francis, with a streetwise demeanor, showed great respect for the legendary Tomjanovich. Mobley typically refrained from interrupting Francis, patiently awaiting the coach's words. Tomorrow, the Grizzlies are coming to challenge us, Tomjanovich remarked jokingly. If we don't prepare a little welcome gift, those Cubs will look down on us. Don't worry, coach. Tomorrow night, I will definitely blow them away, Francis replied earnestly. I will too, Mobley chimed in. Tomjanovich sighed with a hint of helplessness. The team had begun a restructuring process this year, lacking any coherent strategy and relying solely on individual talent. However, the core players for the Rockets were currently held up by the Chinese Basketball Association, and it would take time for them to join. Indeed, Tomjanovich had already designated Yao Ming as the future cornerstone of the Rockets, aiming to cultivate him into the next Olajuwon. This focus on developing a tactical system without a central inside player would only lead to confusion among the players. Despite the Rockets' current less-than-stellar record of 5 wins and 9 losses, mirroring the Grizzlies' success, there was still a need to demonstrate their efforts to the fans. Ultimately, the NBA operates as a commercial league, and the fanbase is its lifeblood. However, the Rockets faced numerous challenges. The Compaq Center's facilities were outdated and no longer suitable for NBA standards. The upcoming Toyota Center was located too far away, making it inconvenient for fans to attend games. Logically, as the 4th largest city in the United States, Houston's dense population should have translated to a more vibrant fan base. Yet, the NBA, being the youngest of the 4 major sports leagues, found itself overshadowed by the city's successful football and baseball teams, which siphoned away most sports enthusiasts. The Rockets, despite winning 2 championships under Olajuwon's leadership, could not reverse this trend, let alone in the current climate. Tomjanovich gathered his thoughts. I believe in your abilities, but I hope even more that you can learn to play collaboratively. He continued his efforts to guide the team forward. Have you watched the Grizzlies' recent games? Mobley glanced at Francis, who decisively shook his head. Tomjanovich sighed internally but quickly composed himself, smiling as he said, "Let us conclude today's training here. We will review some game footage together." Many talented yet hard-working players have emerged from the African-American community, just as there are those who are lackadaisical and unfocused. Francis and Mobley participated diligently in daily training, and Tomjanovich could ask no more. 10 minutes later, an assistant coach brought in 3 game tapes. Tomjanovich led the players into the meeting room to watch the footage. The 3 games selected were particularly representative, one against the Kings, another against the Supersonics, and the last against the Suns. After viewing the tape against the Kings, Tomjanovich pointed out several of Zhou Miao's plays. This player possesses high basketball IQ, exceptional game reading skills, and impressive court vision. Francis retorted, "Maybe it's just the experience imparted by the Grizzlies coach." "I don't believe Hollins has that capability," Tomjanovich countered. "This kind of on-the-spot reaction is something you should understand best, Steve." Francis remained unconvinced. "Good luck, kid. Everyone should take note," Tomjanovich addressed the others. "If the Grizzlies have a core player, it can only be this young Chinese player." He then switched to another tape, fast-forwarding through portions. Here and here. Several times the Grizzlies' counterattacks were disrupted simply because this young man did not receive the ball. "Why didn't he receive the ball?" Francis raised an eyebrow. "That's a weak move." Tomjanovich glanced at Francis without rebutting, gesturing towards Peyton on the tape. "Did you see his positioning and focus?" He pointed to another player, Brent. He was double-teamed and locked down. Once he received the ball, he was destined to be stripped. Tomjanovich emphasized, "This is what I want you to remember. This guy is intelligent. He knows when to receive the ball and when not to. He is a natural point guard." "And what good is that?" Francis scoffed. "If we lose the game, it's all meaningless." "It is meaningful," Tomjanovich sighed. "Imagine, Steve, if you were the Grizzlies' point guard, what would happen?" Francis chuckled. "I would tear apart the Supersonics perimeter." "What has Peyton to me? I'm not afraid." Mobley laughed heartily. Mookie Norris interjected, "Steve, if I recall correctly, the last time you faced the Supersonics, you scored only 12 points. Not more, not less, just like this kid." "Shut your mouth." Francis snapped in anger. "I was having an off day. My shot was off." "All right, enough banter, guys," Tomjanovich interjected in a timely manner. "Haven't you realized? If the Grizzlies' point guard were someone with the same explosive drive as Steve," he pointed at Zhou Miao, "he would receive the ball." The television then began to show the Grizzlies' game against the Suns. Each time Zhou Miao received the ball, Tomjanovich paused the footage, highlighting Jason and Zhou Miao's positions. "Did you see? He never rushed past the three-point line." Norris, discovering a new insight, suddenly exclaimed, "So all we need to do is defend against his three-point shots and passes, right?" Everyone nodded in agreement, finding it quite reasonable. "Not so simple," Tomjanovich shattered their illusions. "This young man possesses not only an exceptionally accurate three-point shooting ability, but his mid-range and driving skills are also formidable. He's simply isn't passionate about driving to the basket." Francis, feeling quite vexed, decided to abandon his thoughts and inquired, "Coach, please tell us what we should do." "Coordination. Teamwork." Coach Tang raised his voice, emphasizing, "As long as you all collaborate a bit more, defeating the Grizzlies will not be a daunting task." However, Francis pointed at Zhou Miao on the television and replied, "But what about him?" Coach Tang insisted, "The victory of the team is what truly matters." Francis, however, disagreed, responding, "What is the point? It lacks excitement." Chapter 61. I am your fan. On the morning of November 27th, the Houston hotel, where the entire Grizzlies team was residing, offered a lavish breakfast spread featuring classic Western fare, hamburgers, pizzas, and salads. Zhou Miao is not finicky about food. As long as it is not poisonous, he is content. Last night, Sun Jingguang sent a premier male masseur, alleviating 8 points of burden in a single day, which made Zhou Miao feel increasingly buoyant. The upcoming match against the Rockets should pose no challenge. If they secure this victory, even if they were to lose the subsequent 2 games, their record would stand at 10 wins and 7 losses. The Grizzlies' winning percentage remains above 50, keeping them in the playoff contention. After next month, if they can achieve over 20 wins and 30-plus games, the betting agreement will be manageable. As for Hazley's attempts to hinder their success, Zhou Miao harbors no concerns. Such actions would not only sever Hazley's own prospects, but could also lead to the loss of a top-tier player like Zhou Miao, who combines talent with marketability. As long as Zhou Miao performs well, other team owners are not blind. The penalty for breaking a minimum salary contract is negligible, and many would be willing to pay for Zhou Miao's release. In essence, Hazley, as a seasoned investor, never intended to secure Zhou Miao on a minimum salary. The betting agreement serves merely as a delaying tactic. Once Zhou Miao delivers results, Hazley will not hesitate to part with substantial sums of money. Of course, Hazley is not entirely altruistic. One could argue that capitalists lack benevolence. His actions are a gamble on Zhou Miao's promising future, potentially worth billions or more. Capitalists are akin to farmers. They will nurture their crops until maturity, but once the harvest is ripe, the side will inevitably swing. Thus, Zhou Miao is acutely aware of his responsibilities. Hey, Zhou. Badier approached Zhou Miao's table, holding a salad. Pass me the ball more during tonight's game. I'm feeling hot. Zhou Miao withdrew his thoughts and cast a sidelong glance. You ought to cultivate a good rapport with Jason and Blevin. After all, I am the shooting guard. Enough of the jesting. Bader twirled his fork into a roll of salad, the fresh lettuce and carrots generously coated in a creamy white dressing. Before placing it into his mouth, you currently boast the second highest average assists on the team, surpassing even Jason in ball possession. Bader swallowed and leaned closer, whispering, I heard that fellow has been rather irritable lately. I've been hearing crows call all day. Suddenly, Jason appeared behind Bader, holding a tray. It seemed someone had been speaking ill of him. Hey, Jason, did you sleep well last night? Bader quickly changed his demeanor, smiling as he said, I was just praising Zhou here for your exceptional passing skills. Humph. Jason slammed his tray down beside Bader, the chicken and cod seemingly dancing upon impact. You swear it. Bader chuckled lightly, pointing at Zhou Miao. If you don't believe me, ask him. Zhou, please clarify for me. At that moment, a tall Caucasian approached Zhou Miao's left side, balancing a well-composed plate of food. May I sit here? Gasol shyly inquired. Please, take a seat, Paul. Zhou Miao took a sip of milk and jested. Next time you inquire before me, do remember to pay up front. Gasol had just paid Barcelona $5 million. And his financial situation was not much better than Zhou Miao's. Then I shall refrain from asking next time, Gasol replied with a smile. Now, that is more like it. Zhou Miao patted Gasol's shoulder, saying, we are teammates, so why be so formal? As soon as the words left his lips, two towering figures took their seats beside Zhou Miao. Lorente and Strohmeyer turned to Zhou Miao, flashing bright, white smiles. As night fell, the Houston Compact Center began to buzz with life. Those in attendance were either diehard Rockets fans or a handful of idlers with little to occupy their time. The attendance rate was surprisingly below 50%, marking the second team Zhou Miao had seen suffer such dismal turnout. During warm-up time, Francis approached. Hey, Chinese kid. You better be careful tonight, Francis declared with an air of bravado. I'm going to obliterate you. Don't be like that, Steve, Zhou Miao replied. Zhou Miao smiled and said, I am your fan. Really? Francis exclaimed in surprise. You are truly my fan? Absolutely, 100%, I swear. Zhou Miao praised. The splendid crossover makes scoring as effortless as sipping water, fearless and valiant. Francis's smile grew broader, ultimately bursting into laughter as he joyfully patted Zhou Miao on the shoulder. Rest assured, I will have your back tonight. I won't let you down. Thank you, Big Francis. Zhou Miao maintained a humble demeanor, watching as Francis returned to the Rockets' half-court. Humph. Jason Williams spoke through his nostrils, fixated on Zhou Miao. Gasol appeared perplexed, while the other players were utterly bewildered. Badier cautiously approached Zhou Miao, asking, Hey, are you out of your mind? Have you heard of the smiling assassin Thomas? Zhou Miao did not rush to explain. He whispered to Badier. Steve Francis is the linchpin of the Rockets. If the linchpin proves ineffective, how can this rocket possibly soar? Badier suddenly realized, gazing at Zhou Miao in astonishment. You are quite cunning. Zhou Miao refrained from explanation, and as a friend, Badier felt compelled to assist in extricating him from the predicament. Although the members of the Grizzlies were perplexed, they opted to temporarily place their trust in him. When the starting lineup was announced, Zhou Miao did not decline Holland's arrangement and found himself among the starters. Previously, various constraints, including physical burdens, had limited Zhou Miao. However, now unencumbered, he had no intention of concealing his prowess. Given that the Rockets' interior was markedly weaker than that of the Suns or the Supersonics, the Grizzlies designated Laurent to support Gasol in the paint. Currently, the core of the Grizzlies, both inside and out, was implicitly recognized as Gasol and Zhou Miao. The Rockets' starting lineup comprised center Kevin Cato, power forward Kenyon Thomas, small forward Glenn Rice, shooting guard Coutinho Mobley, and point guard Steve Francis. In the logo area, Gasol successfully won the jump ball for the Grizzlies, securing possession. Zhou Miao accompanied the backcourt of the Rockets, contemplating whether to initiate another template while simultaneously engaging with the elusive Dixon. Mobley, allow me to take this young man one-on-one, Francis interrupted Zhou Miao's train of thought, sparking an idea within him. "Hey, kid," Francis stated earnestly, "although you are my fan, I assure you there will be no leniency on the court." "No problem?" Zhou Miao replied. Zhou Miao solemnly responded, "It is indeed an honor to compete with my idol." With that, as Francis beamed with joy, Zhou Miao surreptitiously activated the peak barrier template. Just then, Jason dribbled to the top of the arc, and Zhou Miao, supporting Francis with one hand, extended the other to request the ball. Ignoring him, Jason charged towards Mobley, only to realize that he lacked the speed advantage and could not shake him off. Reluctantly passing the ball to Zhou Miao. "Young man, you have made a grave mistake," Francis declared with outstretched arms and a grin. "Under my defense, you shall not score. Give it a try." Zhou Miao rose to make a shot, and Francis, well aware of Zhou Miao's accuracy from long range, leaped to deliver a decisive block. However, he underestimated Zhou Miao's mastery of drawing fouls, as Zhou Miao executed a feint that left Francis momentarily off balance before ascending for a jump shot. The referee's whistle pierced the air. The shot did not find its mark, yet Francis was penalized for a foul, granting Zhou Miao 3 free throws. Chapter 62. Francis's mental breakdown. Zhou Miao converted all 3 attempts. The score stood at 3-0. This season, Zhou Miao had not taken many free throws, but his accuracy was remarkably high. In truth, Francis possessed considerable prowess on both ends of the court. He was an exceptional athlete, having claimed the dunk contest championship the previous year, and he excelled in scoring, rebounding, and assisting, marking him as a versatile star point guard. However, Francis harbored a critical flaw. His excessive determination led him to aggressively attack the basket, often colliding with centers, and his fervent defensive efforts frequently resulted in fouls. Zhou Miao astutely seized upon this opportunity. Even if he failed to score from beyond the arc, he still had the prospect of free throws. The Rockets launched their offense. Francis, brimming with rage, constantly sought out Zhou Miao while handling the ball, intent on executing a thunderous dunk to impress this young admirer. However, Zhou Miao remained glued to Mobley, not even casting a glance in this direction, which only intensified Francis's fury. As Jason Williams approached to defend, Francis elegantly maneuvered past him with 2 deft fakes, finding himself face-to-face with the formidable duo of Gasol and Laurent. Unfazed, Francis's eyes narrowed as he prepared to charge forward. Just then, Zhou Miao emerged from seemingly nowhere. Francis watched helplessly as Zhou's hand reached out to touch the basketball, prompting him to instinctively rotate his wrist in a futile attempt to protect it. With a sharp sound, the ball slipped from Francis's grasp and landed in Battier's hands. A fast break ensued. Zhou Miao launched into action with remarkable speed, but Jason was even quicker. Battier executed a high pass. Francis could only keep pace beside Zhou Miao, while Jason, ahead of them, received the ball, stepped beyond the Rockets' 3-point line, and was poised to conclude the play with a layup. Suddenly, a figure clad in a white and red jersey, number 5, burst onto the scene. Mobley swiftly maneuvered behind Jason. The latter, glancing back, disregarded the defenders and went for the layup. Mobley and Francis quickened their pace, determined to block the shot. However, at the moment Jason leaped, he pivoted, sending the basketball soaring outward. A pair of yellow hands caught it with precision, launching a 3-pointer that swished through the net. 6 o'clock. "That Esther damn fan," Mobley shouted, pointing at Zhou Miao as he retreated, directing his ire at Francis. Francis, momentarily speechless, growled, "I will retaliate." This time, Francis proceeded with utmost caution. Successfully maintaining possession, he confronted Gasol and Laurent, powering through to score, reclaiming 2 points. 6-2. The Grizzlies initiated their offensive. As Zhou Miao just touched down, Francis nudged him with his chest. "Is this truly how you choose to be my fan?" "Oh, Francis." Zhou Miao expressed his grievances, stating, "I had thought this was a benefit for your fans. If it bothers you so much, then I shall refrain from participating." Francis, feeling somewhat embarrassed, softened his defensive stance and inquired, "Is that truly how you feel?" To which Zhou Miao affirmed, "Indeed, without a doubt." As Zhou Miao conversed, he received a pass and inquired, "Can I score this?" Francis was momentarily taken aback, but Zhou Miao swiftly took the shot and once again sank a 3-pointer. The score now stood at 9-2. "Francis," Mobley shouted, "what are you doing?" "Defend, defend." Having been outmaneuvered thrice in succession, even a fool would have realized the situation. "This kid is toying with me." Fueled by indignation, Francis charged forward once more, only to be met with a resounding block from Gasol. The Grizzlies countered swiftly, with Jason securing 2 points. The score was now 11-2. With only 1 minute and 17 seconds into the game, the Grizzlies had unleashed a small surge, prompting Rockets coach Mr. Tang to call a timeout to recalibrate his players' mindset. Witnessing Zhou Miao surrounded by Grizzlies, Francis seethed with frustration. Once on the bench, no matter what Mr. Tang articulated, Francis merely let it go in one ear and out the other. Following the timeout, Francis disregarded Mr. Tang's directive to distribute the ball and continued his solitary offensive. After yet another failed attempt at the basket, the Grizzlies launched a counterattack. Zhou Miao once again actively sought the ball, and in a moment of impulsiveness, Francis collided with Zhou Miao as he leaped to attempt a three-pointer. Zhou was awarded 3 free throws. This incident marked Francis's second foul, prompting Coach Tang to substitute him out for reflection. Zhou Miao executed 3 successful free throws, and during the subsequent offensive play, Gasol netted another basket. The score stood at 16-2. With just over 2 minutes elapsed in the game, it seemed the contest had lost its suspense. The unfolding narrative did not deviate much thereafter. The Rockets, bereft of the pivotal scoring prowess of Francis, found themselves utterly reliant on Mobley, which proved insufficient. By the end of the first quarter, the Grizzlies led with a staggering score of 42-20. After Francis exited the game, Zhou Miao refrained from demanding the ball excessively, managing to score just 2 points thereafter, culminating in a contribution of 14 points and 2 assists. On one hand, he faced Mobley's defense, which eliminated open opportunities for three-point shots. On the other hand, Zhou Miao's excessive ball handling adversely affected his teammates' shooting rhythm. This was not to suggest that Mobley's defense surpassed that of Francis. Rather, the veteran was astute enough not to fall into Zhou Miao's traps for drawing fouls. On the sidelines, in the Rockets' resting area, Steve remarked, "Did you see that?" Coach Tang pointed at Zhou Miao, stating, "Your fans play with far more composure than you do." Francis, wearing a mask of pain, interjected, "Please, Coach, don't mention the fans again. I'll be mocked for this for the rest of my life." "Steve, you ought to learn from other strengths," Coach Tang advised earnestly. "If you had even half the assist tally of that young man, our season would not be this arduous." Francis muttered, "Why doesn't he, the coach, give that old cat a few pointers?" "Because you are the team leader," Tang replied with a smile directed at Francis. Just as he was about to retort, the first quarter concluded, and the players headed for a break, prompting Francis to fall silent. As the team leader, he excelled in maintaining unity and stability within the squad. Tang chose not to delve further into Francis's responsibilities, but instead began strategizing for the second quarter. "Steve, are you awake now?" Tang's inquiry elicited laughter from Mobley. Mookie Norris playfully nudged Francis with his elbow and chimed in, "Coach, the old man is indeed awake." Tang glanced at Francis, who replied with a subdued affirmative. "For the second quarter, Steve, you will take the court. Mookie, you will substitute for Mobley and assist Steve effectively." "At your service, Commander." Norris saluted comically, provoking hearty laughter from the entire team. Just before taking the court, Tang once more paused Francis for a reminder. "Remember, distribute the ball." Francis glanced at the expectant Norris and nodded earnestly. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets mounted a vigorous counterattack. Heeding Coach Tang's counsel, Francis began to distribute the ball, yet he focused solely on passing to Norris. However, the Grizzlies' perimeter defense proved formidable, with Norris hitting only 1 out of 5 attempts, significantly hindering the Rockets' efforts to close the gap. With 6 minutes and 21 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Rockets trailed by an ever-widening margin of 30-61. Zhou Miao took the court, seizing the opportunity in Mobley's absence, hitting 3 three-pointers and scoring 9 points. Coach Tang, in a state of helplessness, substituted Norris for Mobley. Francis had indeed transformed, yet the other players on the Rockets proved to be woefully inadequate, unworthy of shooting opportunities. However, Mobley's playing style mirrored that of Francis. Once he had the ball in hand, it seemed to adhere to him, with passing being a last resort. By the end of the second quarter, the Grizzlies had established a commanding lead of 70-38, effectively signaling the end of the contest, with only garbage time remaining. Chapter 63. The mysterious elder in the Rockets bench area. The primary players appeared fatigued and dispirited, while the substitutes were eager to seize their moment. Garbage time meant a chance for the reserves to showcase their talents. "Gentlemen," Coach Tang clapped to draw everyone's attention. "It's just one game. A loss is a loss. The most crucial aspect is recognizing our own weaknesses." He encouraged, "Let us go." The Rockets' tradition has never acknowledged the notion of giving up. Francis, regaining his confidence, promptly declared, "Coach, I will save the team." Mobley and Norris quickly followed suit, invigorating the primary players, while the substitutes were less than pleased. Their courage was commendable. Coach Tang did not overlook the substitutes. "This game still holds significance. We will implement significant rotations moving forward." After this arrangement, Everyone accepted it wholeheartedly. Steve, Mobley. Coach Tang pointed at each of them. In the upcoming matches, you must set an example. When you lack opportunities, create them for your teammates. Francis nodded emphatically. While Mobley smiled in response, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. As the third quarter commenced, Francis led the starting five along with 3 substitutes, displaying vigor. At 7:01, the Rockets closed the gap to 56-80, trailing by only 8 points. Coach Tang initiated a rotation, and within a minute, Mobley led a lineup of 2 starters and 2 reserves. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets were down 70-94, with the deficit unchanged. And Mobley had scored 12 points. Coach Tang refrained from criticizing Mobley's performance. Steve, we must endure through the fourth quarter. The game is lost. Our aim is merely to avoid a disgraceful defeat. Do you understand? Francis nodded once more. Coach, I know what to do. Excellent. Coach Tang did not elaborate on tactics but scrutinized each player attentively. Tonight, you all performed admirably. Keep pushing. As the fourth quarter began, the Rockets surged with momentum, orchestrating a 20-10 run within just 5 minutes, narrowing the score. With Francis consistently feeding the ball, Mobley shone once again, scoring another 10 points. However, this momentum was shattered under the combined pressure of Zhou Miao and Jason. Mobley repeatedly squandered possessions, refusing to pass, resulting in 3 turnovers for the Rockets. The Grizzlies surged ahead once more, leading 116-96 with only 3 minutes remaining. Coach Tang, undeterred, opted not to concede. He replaced Mobley with Norris, determined to fight to the end. Ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed with a decisive score of 122-100, marking their second consecutive victory. Zhou Miao scored an impressive 32 points, accompanied by 5 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals, once again surpassing the 30-point mark in a single game. Gasol contributed with 26 points, 13 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 blocks, setting a new record for blocks in a single match. Battier, Jason, Lorente, and Strohmeyer all exceeded double digits in scoring. On the Rockets side, Francis recorded 18 points, 14 assists, 7 rebounds, and 1 steal, equaling his personal best for assists in a single game. After the match, Francis approached the Grizzlies, prompting a wave of alertness among the crowd. Hey, I mean no harm. I merely wish to converse with my fans, he stated, pointing towards Zhou Miao. Since we cannot avoid this matter, let us face it with an open heart. I played reasonably well tonight, did I not, idol? Zhou Miao stepped away from his team to approach Francis. With a fierce expression, Francis raised his fist and lightly tapped it against Zhou Miao's chest, saying, Good lad. I shall remember you, this special fan. In the next match, I will seek my revenge. Zhou Miao chuckled as she playfully punched her fist. I look forward to that day. Francis erupted into hearty laughter, then suddenly leaned closer to Zhou Miao, lowering his voice to inquire, Are all Chinese people as cunning as you? Idol, you slander me, she retorted. There is something that concerns me, Francis continued. The coach informed me that next year, the team may welcome a towering Chinese center. If he is as devious as you, I must tread carefully. Hey. Zhou Miao extended his hands and pushed against the air, saying, If you continue to slander me, I might just turn into a black fan. Specifically going out to speak ill of you. All right, Francis chuckled cheerfully. Consider it a plea from me. Zhou Miao recognized the individual to whom Francis was referring. The man who once dominated the basketball realm for over 2 decades, unrivaled by any other Chinese player. Yao Ming. Rest assured, he possesses a commendable character, akin to mine, and harmoniously interacts with his teammates. If your concerns hold any truth, I find myself even more apprehensive. Just you wait. Zhou Miao took a step back and declared, When I hold my press conference, I will certainly speak ill of you. With that, he dashed away without a glance back. This young man. Francis felt both exasperated and amused, muttering to himself, A good character? Then I can continue being the leader of the team. In Memphis, Tennessee, at the Pyramid Arena, Hazley accompanied a silver-haired elder as they watched the game between the Grizzlies and the Rockets. With this match concluded, the Grizzlies boasted a record of 10 wins and 5 losses, climbing once more to 4th place in the Western Conference. Jerry, I did not deceive you, did I? Hazley, dressed formally and refraining from smoking a cigar out of respect, remarked. This young man will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the team. The elder, referred to as Jerry, nodded in agreement. He is indeed a fine prospect. With proper refinement, he could become a star player. He also pointed out another player, Pau Gasol, is commendable as well. The Grizzlies desperately need interior players. You haven't witnessed the other abilities of that Chinese lad, Hazley replied with a smile. Joe is truly a remarkable player. Don't you think he resembles you in your youth? Jerry shook his head, inquiring, "Was everything you said earlier true? This young man can perfectly replicate technical moves after just one demonstration?" Hazley's smile broadened, sensing Jerry's interest was piqued, with only a small push needed. "I still remember your elegant ball handling. Even when surrounded, you effortlessly scored 30 points. If you truly doubt it, why not try it for yourself? Let those arrogant young fellows witness the prowess of a former Lakers legend." Jerry was evidently intrigued, yet still hesitated. Hazley, understanding the moment, provoked, "The world claims Michael Jordan stands atop the basketball pinnacle, gazing down upon all. I do not believe it, yet I cannot prove otherwise. Now, a player exists who can flawlessly replicate past glories, and Michael has made a comeback. Do you not wish to discover whether your former selves were superior or if Michael Jordan surpasses you?" After a brief contemplation, Jerry still shook his head. "Basketball is a team sport. The strength of one individual does not signify much. However, I would indeed like to witness such a scene." Hazley's smile grew unabashed. Knowing Jerry had acquiesced, "Shall we sign tonight?" "Not yet. I must first meet this young man." "No problem." Chapter 64. The Smiling Tim Duncan on Wednesday, November 28th. In San Antonio, Texas, at the Spurs' home, the Alamodome, preparations were underway for the team's move to the Attain Center next season. "Tony, slow it down," Coach Popovich exclaimed, spitting words as he noticed Duncan and Robinson struggling to keep pace. Ever since French speedster Tony Parker joined the Spurs, he quickly secured the starting point guard position. Popovich recognized Parker's talent, but disapproved of his inability to integrate into the system. In Popovich's eyes, Parker still clung to his European habits, which needed correction promptly. Otherwise, there would be no playoffs. "Stop." Popovich signaled for a timeout and turned to the side. "Porter, step in and demonstrate to the kids how to control the ball." Terry Porter, a two-time All-Star point guard from the 90s, now spent more time off the court than on. "Hey, Tony," Porter greeted, slapping hands with Parker. "You must manage your speed wisely. The coach enjoys fast cars, but not out-of-control ones." Parker cautiously glanced at Popovich, recalling the first day when the championship coach had made a strong impression. "I know, but I can't seem to control myself." Porter said nothing more, patting Parker's shoulder with a smirk. "Then you should learn from the elder's style of play." In truth, the Spurs had not always been this way. Duncan, once known as the Flying Devil, could run, jump, and dunk with an invincible presence. After his meniscus was removed, Duncan adopted a slower, more methodical style, resembling an elderly player even more than Admiral David Robinson. However, Duncan had not weakened. Rather, he had undergone technical advancements that subtly enhanced his game. Popovich, for the sake of Duncan's career, restructured the team's tactics, resulting in an exceedingly slow-paced Spurs, perhaps only rivaled by a few aging teams like the Jazz. As long as Duncan remained, the Spurs would stand resilient in the NBA. The scrimmage continued, with the seasoned Porter providing Parker a thorough demonstration of the Spurs point guard operations manual. In summary, it involved waiting for the Twin Towers to position themselves, after which the point guard would pass the ball to Duncan, who would then decide whether to pass or attack the basket. Since the previous season, Popovich had relentlessly pursued offensive efficiency while stressing defensive attitude. This coach was exceedingly strict, implementing a semi-militaristic approach to managing the team. Even the most rebellious spirits would be crushed under Popovich's rule, except for Duncan. As lunchtime approached, Popovich commanded the team to take a break, prompting a collective sigh of relief, even from Tim Duncan. Once the coach departed, the training facility erupted with noise. "Tony, you performed splendidly today," Duncan chuckled, ruffling Parker's hair. "So, you will take me to that newly opened French restaurant for wine, right?" Parker swatted Duncan's hand away. "Are you even a person? Your monthly salary exceeds my annual income. I heard that restaurant serves fine wines from Bordeaux estates." Duncan, undeterred, tempted, "If you treat me to some exquisite wine, I will teach you how to excel as a point guard." "What do you say?" Parker eyed Duncan suspiciously. "You can play point guard?" "Haha." Duncan laughed heartily, pointing at Admiral Robinson. "David knows best about that." Robinson's expression shifted instantly as he quickly interjected, "I'll treat. Let's all go together." Suddenly, Parker recalled a rumor circulating within the Spurs. It was said that the Admiral had once been thoroughly outplayed by the rookie Duncan, although the truth of this claim had never been confirmed. "Hey, Tim," Parker remarked, "a French restaurant requires a Frenchman to ensure you enjoy authentic Bordeaux wine. Therefore, you must not only teach me basketball but also explain why David knows about this." Moments ago, Robinson had been all smiles. Now, he glared fiercely at Parker. "Tony, I advise you to stay out of adult matters. This is America. Anything can happen." Duncan laughed heartily, adding, "Watch your back. Don't be like that, Tim." David Robinson clenched his fists and exhaled. "I simply find it difficult to play basketball, not to engage with people." The Admiral, a true veteran of the Navy, was resolute. "Let us go." Duncan, quick to seize the moment, wrapped an arm around Parker's shoulder. "I'll teach you how to play. But that matter you should address directly with David. I cannot compete with him." Parker shivered, sensing a palpable aura of menace behind him. "Tim, you are a horned demon." In the afternoon, after savoring some red wine, the group returned to the training facility. As Popovich detected a faint scent of alcohol, his brow furrowed. His gaze swept past Duncan, Robinson, and Terry, finally landing on Parker. "Tony Parker, who permitted you to drink?" Parker gestured around. They all drank. "Why am I the only one being scolded? Do you dare to retort?" Popovich bellowed. 10 sets of sprints. After a moment's pause, Parker resigned himself to his punishment, knowing that any further objections would add 10 more sets. Duncan, unable to stifle his laughter, watched as Popovich, without even a glance, shouted, "What are you all standing around for? Join him in punishment." Duncan finally burst into laughter, shaking his head as he ran. Popovich shook his head in resignation. His beloved disciple Duncan was perfect in every respect, except for his penchant for mischief. This group of fools, even when pranked, found joy in it. Reflecting on this, a smile broke on Popovich's face. This truly felt like a team. Tomorrow, the Grizzlies would come to challenge them, but Popovich was unperturbed, with Duncan as their steadfast anchor. Not even the imposing Lakers, with Shaquille O'Neal, could instill fear, let alone the modest Grizzlies. Strategically, he held them in contempt, yet tactically, he remained vigilant. Although this wisdom belonged to the greats, Popovich grasped its essence. The young Chinese player was a consideration. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered before looking at the Spurs' starting power forward. Bruce Bowen, a player whom even Peyton could not surpass. Bruce sufficed. However, Zhou Miao's reading of the game was not to be underestimated. Should he unveil the Spurs' weaknesses and initiate a fast-paced game akin to their encounter with the Jazz, it would not bode well. Popovich would absolutely not permit Duncan to exhaust himself in pursuit of a single victory, akin to how Malone did. Thus, the plan was set. Chapter 65, Teaching Gasol to Play? Don't be ridiculous. In San Antonio, at the hotel where the Grizzlies were lodged, Gasol felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation for the impending clash with the Spurs. Although his performance was comparable, if not superior, to Zhou Miao's, Gasol understood the underlying reason. It was Zhou Miao's ability to alleviate defensive pressure on the perimeter that allowed him to play comfortably. If the Grizzlies lacked a formidable outside threat, he would bear the brunt of the team's defensive focus. Forget triple-doubles, even averaging 20 points would be a challenge. Tomorrow's game would not only serve as a test for Zhou Miao, but also as an assessment for Gasol. The Twin Towers of the Spurs presented a formidable interior presence. One of the finest combinations in the NBA, having given even the peak of Shaquille O'Neal a run for his money. If he could withstand this challenge, Gasol believed he would carve out a place for himself in NBA history. In room 404, Gasol took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It's too early for this." "It's me, Pau Gasol." Silence enveloped the room for a moment before Zhou Miao, clad in a bathrobe, opened the door. Upon seeing Gasol dressed in sports attire, he inquired, "Pau, what brings you here?" Gasol hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful, and uncertainly replied, "I would like to ask you to teach me how to play." "Me?" Zhou Miao, utterly devoid of sleep, pointed incredulously at himself and Gasol, exclaiming, "Paul? Am I still asleep, or are you the one dreaming?" Zhou Miao glanced around, realizing that dawn had arrived. "Do you recall the final 2 shots in the Supersonics game?" Gasol confidently remarked, "You employed a remarkably standard European low-post isolation technique. I am uncertain of where you acquired such skills, but after years of playing, I can assure you that I would never misjudge." Zhou Miao did not anticipate that the usually silent Gasol observed so attentively. "Well, even if my skills are refined, what does that matter?" Zhou Miao shrugged, stating that your skills have reached a commendable level, leaving little to be desired in terms of technical development. Although Gasol may no longer possess the formidable destructive power of his peak years, his technical prowess remains largely unquestionable, only lacking in experience against star players. Gasol's left and right hook shots boast a remarkably high success rate, and his dribbling, low-post footwork, back-to-basket plays, and mid-range shooting reveal no glaring weaknesses. If one were to critique, it would be that he is somewhat too soft, lacking the necessary toughness. Most of the time, Gasol, much like Zhou Miao, assumes the role of a facilitator on the court. However, the contrast lies in Gasol's approach. He opts to pass whenever an opportunity arises, only attempting to drive to the basket when the chances are scarce. Zhou Miao is quite different. He never passes the ball unless he sees no opportunity to shoot. There are numerous players in the NBA who possess exceptional skills. Gasol shook his head and remarked, however, only a select few manage to make a name for themselves. Playing is not merely a matter of technique. I hope you can teach me about other aspects as well. Zhou Miao appeared contemplative. Do you wish for me to instruct you on how to cultivate confidence, or perhaps adjust your mindset? Gasol nodded vigorously. He always perceived Zhou Miao possessed the heart of a champion. Winning did not elate him, nor did losing deter him. Gasol felt he could not emulate such resilience. This query posed a challenge for Zhou Miao, as his indomitable spirit stemmed from the system, a concept that could not be imparted. After much deliberation, Zhou Miao resignedly remarked, I will teach you for merely 5 minutes. Whether you can learn is not my concern, and please do not request my guidance in the future. I truly lack the aptitude for coaching basketball. Gasol beamed with gratitude and immediately bowed, exclaiming, Thank you so much. Zhou Miao waved dismissively, reiterating, No need, no need. As he retreated to his room to change, the hotel gymnasium awaited. Zhou Miao activated the Pinnacle Gasol template, simultaneously pressing the stopwatch to time the moment. Now, I am matched against you. Zhou Miao, with the ball in his hands and his back to Gasol, found himself in the left section of the half-court. It is essential to remember that this is your zone of comfort, providing a splendid view whether you choose to drive towards the basket or make a pass. Subsequently, Zhou Miao leaned back, swayed from side to side, and sensed Gasol's weight shifting to the left. Seizing the moment, he pivoted to the right and executed a jump shot, successfully scoring. Positioned on the left, both of your hands possess offensive prowess, and this applies equally well on the right side. Zhou Miao swiftly retrieved the ball and advanced to the right side. In a similar motion, Gasol altered his defensive strategy to obstruct the mid-range shot pathway. Zhou Miao seized the opportunity to pivot and drive towards the basket, scoring with a layup. In their third encounter, after 2 exchanges, Zhou Miao found himself unable to penetrate the defense, and with a flick of the wrist, he tossed the ball aside, saying, You can still pass. All right. This time it's your turn to attack. Zhou Miao passed the ball to Gasol, stating, Given our height disparity, you cannot rely on long-range shots or hook shots. Your only options are to attack the rim and facilitate passes. I embody the essence of Tim Duncan or the dominance of Shaquille O'Neal. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. Zhou Miao remarked, The current situation is such that you have no opportunity to pass the ball. You must attack the basket. Let us begin. Consequently, Gasol found himself in a state of considerable discomfort, utterly at a loss regarding how to play the game. Zhou Miao retrieved the basketball once more and passed it back to Gasol. All right, this time there aren't as many restrictions. However, the arc of your shot and hook must be at least half a meter higher than my fingertips, otherwise it'll be counted as a block. Gasol's movements were noticeably smoother this time, yet after 2 attempts, both shots were ruled as blocked. This sequence of events visibly shook Gasol's confidence. Chin up, chest out, came the encouraging command. Zhou Miao exclaimed, We have now reached the most crucial moment of this lesson. Remember, regardless of what transpires on the court, no matter how many mistakes you make, when the team requires your presence, you must rise to the occasion. After 2 more attempts, Gasol's confidence began to wane. The class concluded. Zhou Miao returned to the sidelines, symbolically pressing the stopwatch, although the system's calculated time was far more precise. I have imparted all that I can teach you, Paul. The rest depends solely on your own insight. Gasol intercepted Zhou Miao. Wait a moment. Could you stay and practice a few more shots with me? Paul. Zhou Miao casually wiped away his sweat with his sleeve and lamented. No matter how much we practice in simulation, it pales in comparison to facing the real Tim Duncan tonight. There is no substitute for practical training. However, Gasol, looking troubled, interjected, What if we lose the game? Enough with the what-ifs. Zhou Miao spoke in a low voice. If we lose this match, we shall reclaim victory in the next. We cannot possibly continue losing indefinitely. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Miao proposed a rather impractical solution. If you truly lack confidence, then after each defeat, make a vow to Jesus that we must win the next game. Gasol, a devout Catholic, widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing this. It's merely a game. Why take it so seriously? Surely, this is a jest. Zhou Miao lightly patted Gasol's shoulder and remarked, I perceive this as a means of self-motivation. He silently added to himself that he regarded the vow as mere nonsense. In a room on the upper floor of the hotel, someone recorded this entire segment. Chapter 66. If we lose, the blame is mine. You are free to play on Thursday, November 29th, in San Antonio, at the Spurs' home, the Attain Center. During the 1998-1999 season, the Spurs brought back the NBA's highest honor, the O'Brien Trophy, to San Antonio, which somewhat invigorated the local basketball scene. The economic vitality of the small town paled in comparison. Akin to the Rockets, ticket sales saw an increase, albeit marginal. The attendance on weekdays was still less than that of the newly relocated Grizzlies on weekends, falling short of 70. In this match, Zhou Miao had no intention of winning. The Spurs' twin towers in the paint were as formidable as the peak version of Shaquille O'Neal, leaving the Grizzlies' interior players with no chance. Although the Spurs' perimeter offense was feeble, their defense was anything but weak. Head coach Greg Popovich was a traditionalist, placing great emphasis on defensive tenacity. Coupled with Tony Parker's speed and Bruce Bowen, who had been selected to the all-defensive second team for 3 consecutive years. The Spurs boasted an average of only 90 points allowed per game this season, ranking first in the Western Conference and third overall in the NBA. A testament to their defensive prowess. With neither inside nor outside offense yielding any results, should one attempt to charge headlong into the fray? Therefore, during warm-ups, Zhou Miao approached the Spurs to establish rapport. If he could deceive Tony Parker and Bruce Bowen into revealing their techniques during the off-season, it would be nothing short of spectacular. The former needs no elaboration, while the latter would go on to be selected to the all-defensive first team for the next 5 years, rendering the 4 prominent shooting guards utterly helpless. Suddenly, a thunderous shout halted Zhou Miao's stride. Popovich fixed a steely gaze upon him, declaring, "The Grizzlies are warming up over there." Noticing the Spurs players idly watching, Popovich's ire intensified. "What are you all staring at? Has warm-up concluded?" All members of the Spurs, except for Duncan, instinctively recoiled and returned to their warm-up routines. Duncan cast one more glance at Zhou Miao, having noted from last night's footage that this young man possessed an impressive scoring ability. Though his interest waned after that solitary gaze, Zhou Miao returned to his team, grumbling and cursing in a tongue no one around could comprehend, leaving others with a sense of foreboding about the nature of his invectives. Gasol, meanwhile, was lost in thought, reflecting on the key points from the morning's practice and envisioning how he would face Duncan. However, his mental rehearsal proved less than fruitful, as this would be his inaugural confrontation with Duncan, and he lacked insight into Duncan's specific style of play. Gasol harbored a deep respect for Zhou Miao, often finding wisdom in his words, particularly the notion that only practical experience could validate the efficacy of training. He believed that tonight's game would reveal whether Zhou's teachings bore fruit. As the match commenced, the Spurs fielded their starting lineup: center David Robinson, power forward Tim Duncan, small forward Bruce Bowen, shooting guard Steve Smith, and point guard Tony Parker. The Grizzlies maintained their original 5. Gasol approached the logo area for the tip-off against Admiral David Robinson. As the referee tossed the ball into the air, both Gasol and Robinson leapt simultaneously. With a satisfying thud, Gasol secured possession, feeling a flicker of joy at this promising beginning. Yet, the first points were not scored by Zhou Miao, but rather by Jason, who executed a layup in tandem with Battier. Gasol's optimism quickly waned as he noticed Bruce Bowen effectively stifling Zhou Miao's movement. A strategic decision clearly informed by Coach Popovich's thorough analysis of the Grizzlies. Soon enough, Gasol's apprehensions materialized. The Spurs barreled forward like an unstoppable juggernaut, and he found himself outmatched by Duncan. He felt perpetually a step behind on defense, struggling to keep pace. Had Duncan truly undergone surgery to remove his meniscus? Gasol was astonished, pondering the formidable strength Duncan must have possessed at his peak. When it was the Grizzlies' turn to attack, Gasol recalled Zhou Miao's teachings and positioned himself strategically on the left side of the Spurs half-court. This allowed him to set screens for Jason while also serving as a pivotal point for offensive playmaking. Observing Jason breach Parker's defense brought a sigh of relief. The Grizzlies still had a chance. However, when the ball found its way to Gasol, he caught sight of Duncan looming behind him, while Robinson battled for position in the paint against Laurent. At that moment, Zhou Miao was engaged in a contest with Bruce beyond the three-point line, while Jason was closely pursued by Parker, and Battier stood firm at the opposite corner. Seizing the opportunity, Gasol decided to implement what he had learned. Lifting the ball away from Duncan, scanning his surroundings, and moving with purpose, his shoulders swaying subtly, he feigned a leftward drive before swiftly pivoting to prepare for a mid-range shot. Suddenly, a large hand intruded upon his line of sight. Realizing it was too late to alter his shot's trajectory, he released the ball. How could this be? Gasol's eyes widened as he witnessed Duncan's fingertip grazing the basketball, altering its arc and resulting in a missed shot. He had not fallen for my feint? As Robinson secured the rebound, Gasol felt a pang of disappointment. He had failed yet again. The Spurs added another score, and as the scoreboard read 4-2, Gasol found himself increasingly agitated. When Jason passed to Battier, who missed a wide-open three-pointer, and Gasol failed to grab the offensive rebound. Anxiety set in 6-2. The Spurs played at a measured pace, yet their efficiency was undeniable, leaving Gasol at a loss as to how to stem their scoring tide. The Grizzlies advanced again, and Jason again passed to Gasol. This time, Gasol initiated a rightward feint before swiftly pivoting toward the basket. With the hoop in sight, he cast aside all mental shackles, determined to take a chance. He successfully eluded Duncan, leaping to shoot off the backboard. Just then, Duncan emerged from behind. Crack. Gasol was denied by Duncan's block. How could this be? Gasol was incredulous. This man, having undergone meniscus surgery, could still leap so high? In that moment, a sense of Duncan's invincibility washed over Gasol, as if all his thoughts were laid bare before him. Consequently, Gasol's performance declined further. Upon receiving the ball, he hesitated to attempt a one-on-one play, opting instead for a feint followed by a pass. With 5 minutes and 43 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Grizzlies trailed 8-16, down by 8 points. Zhou Miao. Gasol will take a break during the next rotation. Paul Gasol turned around and saw Zhou Miao resting his shoulder against him. Are you sleepwalking tonight? Zhou Miao was filled with frustration. I created such a vast opportunity for you, yet all you do is pass the ball. Why don't you take the initiative to attack? I apologize, Gasol replied, lowering his head. It is entirely my fault. I did not mean to place any blame on you. Zhou Miao weakly remarked, however. One cannot play basketball in such a manner. Even if I manage to break through Bruce's defense to score, I will only attract an even more formidable defense. What then? Such a statement is an exaggeration. Zhou Miao lacks the prowess to overpower Bruce Bowen. Be stronger, Paul. Zhou Miao also dispenses words of encouragement. The team needs you. And I need you as well. But what if you still can't score? Gasol expresses his deep concern. That would result in a loss. Very well. If we lose this match, I shall bear the entire responsibility. Zhou Miao unleashed a powerful declaration. Consider this game lost. Tim Duncan is your second mentor in basketball today. Your sole mission tonight is to learn how to play with greater intensity. Do you understand? Gasol nodded vigorously. I understand. Chapter 67. Clash erupts. The Grizzlies trailed the Spurs by 16 points, 14-30. The Spurs were like executioners, methodically slicing away at their prey, ensuring that death did not come swiftly. The suffocating pressure left the Grizzlies with a complete lack of rhythm. Although the fan base in San Antonio was modest, their support was no less fervent than that of the Utah Jazz's infamous home crowd, further exacerbating the Grizzlies' impending demise. At this juncture, a figure needed to step forward. Grizzlies head coach Hollins glanced at Zhou Miao before addressing the entire team. Listen up, everyone. All our strategies have become ineffective tonight. A record of 10 wins and 5 losses is sufficient for me. In the remaining games, I urge you to savor the experience. The outcome is inconsequential. Should there be any repercussions from above, I will bear full responsibility. His words reignited the players' fighting spirit. As the game approached, Hollins pulled Zhou Miao aside, disregarding the curious glances of those nearby, and said, Zhou, I will take the blame. You owe me a small favor. Zhou Miao recoiled as if bitten by a serpent. Coach, what does our loss in the match have to do with me? I have heard it all. Hollins chuckled. It pertains to the promise you made to Paul. You truly are a cunning merchant. Zhou Miao, in a fit of exasperation, declared, just you wait. I shall never casually owe anyone a favor. I am determined to triumph in this competition. Hollins, amused, responded with an even broader smile. I eagerly await your good news. In truth, Zhou Miao felt a deep sense of hesitation. Even if he unleashed his full potential, he would scarcely score any points. The current template simply lacked the requisite strength. While the peak version of Gasol possessed sufficient prowess, it proved unwieldy, perhaps even less effective than white chocolate. Was there truly no way out of this predicament? Zhou Miao felt an increasing urgency to acquire the new template, uncertain of the situation on Heisley's end, as there had been no news whatsoever. The second quarter commenced. The Grizzlies initiated the play. Gasol, stationed in the right half of the Spurs court, raised his hands to signal for the ball. Jason hesitated momentarily before passing it to Gasol. Upon receiving the pass, Gasol turned to face Duncan, entering a triple threat position. This marked the first time Gasol encountered Duncan head-on on the court. He took a deep breath, his feet beginning to move. At that moment, Gasol distinctly recognized the remarkable synchronization of Duncan's footwork with his own. Previously, he had only been aware of Duncan's comprehensive skill set. Now, he truly grasped the extent of Duncan's abilities, understanding why he could anticipate Gasol's offensive maneuvers. Ultimately, Gasol opted for a back-to-the-basket play against Duncan, as Zhou Miao and his teammates created ample space for him to operate. This time, Gasol executed a series of feints, attempting a shot after a deceptive drive. Although he missed, his confidence surged. Fortuitously, Stoudemire secured the offensive rebound. Here, Gasol surged towards the basket, evading Duncan's defense. Stoudemire passed the ball, and Gasol leapt to dunk over Robinson. Roar. This marked the Grizzlies' first roar of the night, as Gasol stepped up to break the deadlock. In that moment, the shadow of Duncan began to dissipate from Gasol's mind. However, unbeknownst to Gasol, this action had incited Duncan's ire. The Spurs launched their offense. As Duncan approached the Grizzlies' half, he reached out for the ball, intent on overpowering Gasol from the same position. Predictably, both Gasol and Stoudemire failed to defend the rim, allowing Duncan to score with a dunk. The score remained at 32-16, and the Grizzlies' momentum shifted dramatically. Brothers, let the counterattack commence. Zhou Miao's thunderous roar ignited the team's fighting spirit. However, upon reaching the Spurs' half-court, Zhou deliberately faded into the background, ceding the battlefield to Gasol. This time, Gasol played with greater confidence, sinking a right-handed hook shot. 18-32. Duncan refused to be outdone, and the two technically gifted big men began trading blows. Overall, Duncan outperformed Gasol on both ends of the floor. Not only was his offensive efficiency superior, but his defensive intensity was equally formidable. Yet Gasol had his own advantages. His fluid movements made him as slippery as an eel, constantly eluding Duncan's grasp. By the end of the second quarter, the score stood at Grizzlies 36, Spurs 56. The deficit had not narrowed, instead, it widened. Nevertheless, Gasol had found his rhythm, erupting for 12 points and 4 rebounds in the quarter. The man he was matched up against was no pushover, but rather the future greatest power forward in NBA history. Stopping Duncan from scoring was no easy task. But as long as Gasol could keep pace offensively, an improbable comeback remained within reach. Grizzlies coach Hollins seized upon this realization. "Joe, the second half depends on you," he said. "If we can unlock our perimeter offense, victory is still possible." The Grizzlies players showed no signs of surprise, unsurprising, given their history of clawing back from even more dire situations. Yet Joe found himself in a predicament. For some inexplicable reason, Popovich had assigned Bruce Bowen to shadow him relentlessly. Wherever Joe moved, Bowen followed. This was unusual for the Spurs, a team known for their disciplined team defense. What troubled Joe most was Bowen's notorious reputation for dirty play. Even attempting to draw a foul could jeopardize his career. Still, there was a glimmer of hope. Bowen lacked elite physical strength and struggled against strong, back-to-the-basket guards. "Coach," Joe suggested, "let Jason and Sean handle the perimeter offense." Zhou Miao shook his head and said, "I want to play in the paint alongside Paul." "What? You want to play in the paint?" Hollins thought he had misheard. "Indeed." Zhou Miao pointed to the tactical board and remarked, "Here. Paul and I will serve as the two core pivots." Hollins scratched the back of his head, having never witnessed Zhou Miao's prowess in post-play, and found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Logically speaking, Zhou Miao was entirely capable of emulating Gasol's skill set. Rationally, Hollins hesitated to agree without reservation. However, recalling Zhou Miao's repeated ability to turn the improbable into reality, Hollins opted to take a gamble. "Very well, let us adjust our strategy." As the third quarter commenced, the Spurs regained possession, and Duncan scored yet again, amassing 26 points before the game had concluded. It was now the Grizzlies' turn to attack. This time, Zhou Miao ventured into the paint, catching the Spurs off guard and exposing a flaw in their defense. Zhou Miao initiates the pinnacle of the Gasol template, maneuvering around the paint amidst 4 imposing figures without the ball. Bruce Bowen trails closely, consuming the remnants of the play. Gasol, in a one-on-one scenario, draws Duncan's attention, then delivers a deft pocket pass to the low post, allowing Zhou Miao to receive the ball and score with a layup. As he descends, Zhou Miao remains focused on the ground beneath him rather than the heights above, and indeed, Bowen's lurking foot is poised for action. Zhou Miao arched his ankle in midair, his knee colliding with Bowen's thigh as they fell to the ground. Both men tumbled to the floor, clutching their legs and wailing in agony. "Foul." Popovich bellowed at the referee. That was a malicious foul. On the Grizzlies bench, Hollins echoed Popovich, albeit with a similarly fervent tone, declaring, "Number 12 of the Spurs committed a flagrant foul." Players from both teams surged onto the court, heightening the tension. Gasol and Duncan stood between the fallen players, exchanging fierce glares. Bad ears shielded Zhou Miao, while Jason and Tony Parker shoved each other, neither willing to yield. Underneath the basket, Admiral David Robinson cast a menacing gaze at Stoudemire. Chapter 68, a Pyrrhic victory? Winning is everything. The referees reviewed the game records, yet their opinions diverged. They ruled both sides at fault, nullifying the basket and calling for a jump ball at the logo area once more. Zhou Miao rested on the sidelines. Bruce, however, was not as fortunate. He was transported to the hospital for treatment. Fortunately, it was not a broken leg, and with a few weeks of rest, he should recover adequately. Spurs head coach Popovich harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhou Miao, already concocting ways to malign him in the media. Grizzlies head coach Hollins grinned widely, revealing his gums. "Joe, are you all right?" This feigned concern belied Hollins' understanding that Zhou Miao was undoubtedly unharmed. He had never encountered such a sinister young man. "I have matters to attend to." To his astonishment, Zhou Miao defied expectations. "If I weren't worried that the people here would tear me apart, I would have already gone to the hospital." "No way," Hollins exclaimed, his face paling. If that were true, he would certainly pack his bags and leave. Zhou Miao had not received any news, while Hollins contacted his boss, Hazley, almost daily to report on the latest developments. The individual who filmed the video that day was none other than Hollins himself. Consequently, upon viewing the video, Hazley became exceedingly agitated and promised Hollins numerous benefits, with but one stipulation: he must cater to Zhou Miao's needs. Thus, Hollins found himself in a precarious position, oblivious to the potential consequences. If things were to go awry, losing his job would be the least of his worries. He might very well find it impossible to remain in the basketball community, which would be quite dire. One must never underestimate the influence wielded by the owners of NBA teams. Should he abandon the game altogether and return directly to Memphis? Hollins, in a moment of despair, exclaimed, "I will purchase a ticket for you and send you back right now, coach." Zhou Miao beckoned Hollins to come closer and speak. "I was just teasing you." Hollins exhaled in relief, grateful that all was well. "So, do you still intend to take the stage?" "Yes, of course." Zhou Miao cast a cold smile towards the Spurs bench, asserting that it was essential to dispel the doubts of the majority. "Coach, you must help me promote my image afterwards. Just say I played through injury and led the team to victory." Hollins glanced at the team doctor and replied solemnly, "Understood." With that, he entrusted the responsibility of coaching to the lead assistant, excusing himself under the pretext of needing the restroom, but in reality, he was contacting owner Heisley for instructions. Moments later, as Hollins had yet to return, the team's licensed physician received a call, spoke briefly, and then hung up. Subsequently, the doctor submitted a request to the Spurs on-site record keeper. Whether the opposing team would disclose this information was inconsequential. The Grizzlies already possessed evidence. Throughout the third quarter, Zhou Miao remained on the sidelines. Without Bruce Bowen, the Spurs' perimeter defense was riddled with flaws. The Grizzlies' outside players unleashed their offensive prowess, scoring 21 points in a single quarter. Coupled with points from the paint, the Grizzlies reduced the deficit to 62-78, narrowing the gap to 16 points. In the fourth quarter, when Popovich saw Zhou Miao take the court, it was as if he had swallowed a fly, a most distasteful sensation. Yet, Popovich refrained from disputing with the referees, knowing it would only result in a technical foul for the Spurs, serving no purpose beyond that. Zhou Miao is no longer burdened by concerns of value, as he now embodies the pinnacle of the battier archetype. Tony Parker, standing alone for the Spurs, can only defend one individual should he focus on Zhou Miao. He leaves Jason and Battier unguarded. Steve Smith, a sharpshooter with commendable defensive tenacity, proves to be of little consequence. The Spurs bench lacks the speed and attitude of Bruce, resulting in the entire perimeter defense system teetering on the brink of collapse. This transpires in a mere 5 minutes. Zhou Miao led his team to narrow the gap to 8 points. With 10 minutes and 57 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood at 98-98, resulting in a tie between the two teams. Zhou Miao astonishingly scored 18 points, alongside 4 assists and 1 steal, not only elevating his total score for the match, but also setting a personal record for points in a single quarter. Pau Gasol, facing the earnest defensive pressure from Duncan, managed to secure 4 points and 4 rebounds, significantly boosting his confidence. The San Antonio Spurs' most glaring weakness was laid bare, as Zhou Miao relentlessly exploited their sluggish pace throughout the quarter. Beep. Coach Popovich called for a timeout. "Tim, you must endure," he advised, refraining from devising a strategy for a comeback, instead offering counsel to Duncan. "For the sake of your career, heed the medical advice. This is merely a regular season game. Even if you must exert yourself, reserve your strength for the playoffs. Do you understand?" Astonishingly, Duncan still had energy to spare. "Coach, I am not content." He glared towards the Grizzlies' direction. "They harmed Bruce. That is Bruce's personal affair. Do not seek vengeance on his behalf. Let him handle his own retribution." Popovich retorted with a sinister smile. "Tonight, we shall make those Bear Cubs understand that the Spurs are not to be trifled with." Duncan's spirits lifted. He finally acquiesced to Popovich's tactical explanation, as long as victory was assured. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs unveiled an unconventional three-point guard lineup comprising Tony Parker, Antonio Daniels, and Terry Porter, an intriguing blend of youth and experience. Their intent was clear: to leverage the speed of the point guards to suffocate the Grizzlies' perimeter offense. Parker matched up against Jason, Antonio faced Zhou Miao, and Porter defended Battier. As the final minute commenced, the Spurs initiated their offense. The formidable twin towers of Duncan and Robinson posed an insurmountable challenge for the Grizzlies, rendering them virtually defenseless. Throughout the game, the Spurs' twin towers boasted an astonishing shooting percentage exceeding 70%, rarely missing their mark. With a score of 198 and just 43 seconds remaining, the Grizzlies commenced their attack. Without Bruce on the court, Zhou Miao drifted beyond the three-point arc, having already made 6 three-pointers in the quarter, yet he craved more. Receiving a pass from Jason, Zhou faced Antonio's close defense and opted for a back-to-the-basket move reminiscent of a Pete Gasol. After creating space, Zhou did not attempt a three-pointer. Instead, he surged towards the rim. As Duncan was drawn into the action, Zhou forcefully drove to the basket, drawing Duncan deeper into the paint before delivering a no-look behind-the-back pass. Gasol soared, executing a one-handed dunk over Robinson. The Alamodome fell silent in awe of this display. Furious, Duncan retaliated with a thunderous dunk, colliding with Gasol. The score now stood at 102-100 with only 10 seconds remaining. A fast break ensued. Zhou Miao disregarded Gasol, who lay on the ground, and after delivering the ball to Jason, surged toward the Spurs half of the court. The seasoned Popovich swiftly instructed his players to commit a foul, denying any opportunity for a break into the defense, knowing that the Spurs still had fouls to spare in the final quarter. As the Grizzlies prepared to inbound the ball, the Spurs were already set, applying full-court pressure. Jason received the ball and charged forward, closely guarded by Parker. "Watch the young Chinese player," Popovich shouted from the sidelines. At that moment, Zhou Miao activated all 4 templates, deftly maneuvering to create half a step of separation from Antonio, trailing closely behind Jason on his left. Terry Porter was preoccupied with defending Battier and could not provide assistance, helplessly watching as Zhou Miao received the ball from Jason's behind-the-back pass. Only 4 seconds remained on the clock. Zhou Miao, upon receiving the ball, came to an abrupt halt and raised his hand to shoot. "Do not be deceived," Popovich exclaimed anxiously. "He intends to take a three-pointer." Yet, it was all too late. Antonio had already been lured into the jump. Zhou Miao dribbled back a step to the three-point line and took his shot. Beep. The moment the ball swished through the net, the red light illuminated, marking a perfect buzzer beater. Chapter 69, Rematch against the Mavericks. "We won," Gasol exclaimed, embracing Zhou Miao with fervor. Only Zhou Miao could fathom the emotions coursing through him at that moment. Facing Duncan, Gasol was not merely jubilant about the victory. He was exhilarated to conquer his inner demons. Although Gasol had yet to be labeled a soft player in this lifetime, the sense of impotence he felt against Garnett and Nowitzki had deeply frustrated him. Once, he had stood shoulder to shoulder with Nowitzki at the starting line. Now, with Nowitzki having surpassed him by leaps and bounds, how could Gasol not feel a twinge of anxiety? In contrast to the formidable Garnett or the legendary Nowitzki, Gasol felt that the pressure Duncan exerted upon him tonight was unparalleled. Scoring under such intense circumstances, Gasol attributed all his success to Zhou Miao. However, if only he knew that Duncan had not given his all, one could only wonder what his thoughts would be. But that mattered little now. In this moment, the joy felt by the Grizzlies was akin to that of clinching a playoff spot. With a record of 10 wins and 4 losses, they had triumphed over the formidable Spurs, and regardless of how poorly they might perform in the future, they had ample reason to take pride in their achievements. After all, it was merely the first year of their assembly, and their potential was immense. Having conquered the dawning Spurs, the Grizzlies brimmed with confidence for the upcoming game on Saturday. The Mavericks were not unfamiliar foes, and the team felt they were on a different tier than the Spurs. At least, scoring against the Mavericks would not be as arduous as it had been tonight. November 31st, Friday, California, Dallas, home of the Mavericks, American Airlines Center. The biggest dark horse of the season, the Memphis Grizzlies, charged forth with the momentum of a 3-game winning streak. Donnie Nelson, the assistant general manager and head coach, did not dare to slacken his efforts. After consulting his father, the elder Nelson, he quickly organized his materials and briefed the players on the newly adjusted tactics during the morning practice. "Dirk, Juwan," Donnie said, as Gasol's information appeared on the projector. "The Grizzlies have consistently struggled offensively in the paint, with Pau Gasol as their focal point. You two need to ensure his shooting touch is frozen during the game." He directed a question at Nowitzki. "Dirk, You've faced him many times before. Do you have any effective strategies? Nowitzki, reclining in his chair with his right elbow resting on his left hand, replied, Pao's skill set is quite comprehensive. He possesses no significant weaknesses on either end of the court, nor does he have any particularly outstanding strengths. He is an excellent power forward. I believe the Grizzlies should not position him as a center. All right, Donnie interjected, enough flattery, Dirk. Get to the point. Our center, Sean Bradley, is capable of protecting the rim, but based on last night's game. Nowitzki shook his head, saying, Pao has already begun to evolve. Sean will likely struggle to contain his offense. Donnie nodded in agreement and asked, Do you have confidence in stopping him? Let us give it a try, Nowitzki shrugged. I've never attempted it, who knows? After pondering, Donnie called out, Juwan, you possess more experience. Can you stop Pau Gasol? Don't worry, Coach, Juwan Howard assured. I will definitely freeze that rookie's shooting touch. Donnie smiled. Excellent. You'll start tonight as the center against Gasol. Juwan Howard nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a slight bitterness within. As a 1996 All-Star, Juwan had reached his peak upon entering the league, having been the star of the Wizards. However, he could not single-handedly shoulder the team's burdens. For the past 2 years, Juwan had lived a tumultuous life, unable to find stability. Nevertheless, he had not lost his passion for basketball. He gave his all wherever he played. Still, the Mavericks had already established their core star in Nowitzki, leaving Juwan, an interior player, to handle the dirty work. These challenges were not a concern. The fervor in Juwan's heart would never be extinguished. Subsequently, Donnie elaborated on the adjustments related to their offensive strategies in the paint. The Mavericks' perimeter core player, Nash, had been awaiting the directives for the outside game. Ultimately, he only received Donnie's statement that everything on the perimeter would remain unchanged. After the meeting, Nash could not help but complain, the Grizzlies have such strong outside firepower. Why has the coach arranged a defensive strategy? Michael Finley hesitated to speak. While Tim Hardaway glanced at Nash's height. Juwan Howard consoled Nash, Steve, the coach must believe in your offensive abilities to make such a decision. We all need to play to our strengths, right? I have faith that Finley's defense will be able to thwart that Chinese kid. Nash remained unmoved. Turning to Michael Finley, why does the coach refuse to set up a defense? Does he not trust Finley? Finley was taken aback. Steve, what do you mean? Nash halted and fixed his gaze on Finley. I hope you can contribute more on the defensive end. Do you know how the outside world perceives the Mavericks' perimeter defense? Finley chuckled in disbelief. Who has the real defensive sieve on this team? How dare Nash lecture others? Hey, guys, Nowitzki interjected at the perfect moment. Where are we going for lunch? I heard there's a new restaurant that's quite good. As an untouchable asset of the team. No one dared to directly confront Nowitzki except Nash. Dirk, have you heard about the Spurs' misfortune? Nash asked bluntly, do you want to become the next Tim Duncan? The story of the Spurs dining out, drinking wine, and subsequently losing the game had become a humorous anecdote circulating in the NBA. Steve, don't be like that. Nowitzki chuckled. As long as we don't drink, we'll be fine. You all can go. Nash murmured, I'll just grab a bite at the restaurant. Watching Nash's retreating figure, Nowitzki shrugged and said, well, guys, I'm ready to be served up by you all. It seems there won't be any opportunity. The atmosphere within the team suddenly became more relaxed as everyone chatted and made their way to the dining hall. Most were acutely aware that this was Nash's subtle discontent with Finley, using it as a pretext. Recently, Michael Finley had been scoring excessively, significantly impacting Nash's opportunities to shoot. As a point guard, Nash was compelled to pass more frequently, which consequently led to a natural decline in his scoring. With one game seeing him score less than 10 points. Unlike Zhou Miao, who had excellent court vision and high basketball IQ. Always managing to pass to the right person when the offensive edge was lost, Finley, standing at 201 centimeters, resembled a small forward more than a shooting guard and tended to hold onto the ball longer than Nash. As Finley's scoring increased, Nash's chances of controlling the game were inevitably diminished, creating an inherent tension between them, merely waiting for an explosive confrontation to occur. Wang Zhizhi observed everything with a detached demeanor. In fact, the situation within the Mavericks' frontcourt was far more severe than that of the backcourt. Dirk Nowitzki was the player most prone to holding onto the ball, but he was the core of the team. No matter how dissatisfied Wang felt, he had to swallow his frustration, for he was merely the backup to Nowitzki. Chapter 70. First half disadvantage. Friday and Saturday nights are peak times for fans to watch games. Tonight was no exception at the American Airlines Center in Dallas, where over 19,000 seats were filled. On one hand, the Mavericks boasted an impressive record of 10 wins and 4 losses, tied for 4th in the Western Conference. On the other hand, their challengers, the the Memphis Grizzlies, were no pushovers, also occupying the fourth slot in the West. Seasoned fans outside the arena were well aware that the Grizzlies thrived on comebacks from dire situations, adding layers of suspense to tonight's match. Nevertheless, Mavericks fans inside the arena brimmed with confidence for victory, recalling that just recently, the Mavericks had triumphed over the Grizzlies on their home turf. They expected no surprises tonight. Eager to witness the Grizzlies' futile struggles. Due to the Mavericks' entertaining style of play this season, coupled with their high attendance rates ranking among the top in the NBA, tonight's game attracted not only a vibrant atmosphere, but also several television broadcasts. On TNT, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith were engaged in lighthearted banter. Barkley mused about which team would secure the fourth position in the West tonight, admitting that he was less knowledgeable than their guest for the evening. He then introduced TBS commentator Hubie Brown, who, nearing his 70s, entered the studio in a black suit, his hair more white than his skin. Kenny promptly stood to greet him. Once seated, Barkley jested, "Old man, you seem lively tonight. Are you planning to take a few ladies home?" To which Hubie humorously replied, "That depends on whether you help me find a few." After their chit-chat, Barkley inquired about which team Hubie believed would win the game. The allure of the NBA lies in its unpredictability. Until the final moments, one can never ascertain the true victor. Hubie responded, "I believe you should be the most aware of this." Barkley and Kenny nodded in agreement, both having been renowned NBA players before becoming commentators. Kenny followed up, asking which team had the greater chance of victory. Hubie answered without hesitation, "Certainly, the Dallas Mavericks. They possess a seasoned interior and an incisive perimeter combination. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Mavericks will likely emerge victorious." Barkley chuckled, "No wonder you hesitated to outright declare a winner. The Grizzlies are that unforeseen circumstance." Hubie nodded in agreement. "In my many years of experience, I have witnessed countless legends. The Grizzlies were once a weak team, but this season they have transformed into a dark horse in the West. Should they maintain this performance until season's end, they will be one of the most astonishing teams in NBA history." Barkley added, "That seems improbable." Hubie shook his head. "The Grizzlies' offensive and defensive strategies are too singular, relying on two core players to support the entire team. If one is contained, they will cease to create miracles." Kenny pressed, "Please elaborate." He had discovered that the Grizzlies' offense heavily relied on two rookies, Pau Gasol and the Chinese player. The 4 games they lost substantiated this point. Kenny and Barkley voiced their agreement, citing games against the Timberwolves, Lakers, Mavericks, and Sonics where either one player faltered or the entire team did. The Grizzlies' defense was virtually non-existent. Hubie remarked, "If Grizzlies coach Hollins could effectively train their defense, this year's Western playoffs would be riveting. They allow over 100 points per game, only marginally better than the league's worst, the Warriors. Hollins is merely a transitional coach." Kenny Smith stated, "Achieving their current standing is already impressive." Barkley turned to Hubie, asking, "What if the old man were to coach the Grizzlies? Would they have a chance at the Western Conference Finals?" Hubie's eyes sparkled. "With the plethora of strong teams in the West, it would be a monumental challenge for me to navigate through the obstacles. However, I am confident I could lead the Grizzlies to the Western semifinals." Barkley mischievously inquired, "What if they face the Lakers in the first round? Or the Kings? I've heard Chris Webber is recovering well and will soon return to the team." "Whoever the opponent may be," Hubie asserted, "I have confidence in dragging them into a decisive battle." In other words, Hubie was confident that he could guide the Grizzlies to at least 2 playoff victories. "Is this Grizzlies team that formidable?" Kenny Smith questioned in disbelief. "I don't see it. They may not seem that powerful now," Hubie chuckled, "but with the addition of a reliable center, that would suffice." Barkley interjected, "That's easier said than done. Every reliable center is a prized asset. Let us focus on analyzing the game." As the three conversed, the match commenced. Both teams opened with fast breaks, trading three-pointers and keeping the score tightly contested. At the 9:18 mark of the first quarter, Kenny exclaimed, "The Chinese player has once again set a personal record for points in a single quarter, reaching 19. Looks like it's time for him to clock out," Barkley joked. "The quick-shooting Chinese player is scoring so fast that it's freezing his teammates' rhythm. This game might soon be out of reach." Indeed, until the end of the second quarter, Zhou Miao had not stepped onto the court at all. Meanwhile, the other Grizzlies players began to find their rhythm, but the cost was a widening gap of 12 points, with the score at 62-50. As the first half concluded, the Mavericks held a significant lead. "The old man truly possesses an insightful vision," Kenny praised. "It will be challenging for the Grizzlies to close the gap in the second half. The Mavericks will undoubtedly deny them any opportunity." Hubie nodded. "Both teams play an offense-oriented style, shattering scoring records. Clearly, the Mavericks' scoring pace surpasses that of the Grizzlies. Barkley interjected. What if the Asian kid continues to score wildly in the second half? Wouldn't that give the Grizzlies a chance to win? Not likely, replied Hubie Brown. Nelson won't grant the Asian kid such opportunities. The Mavericks' perimeter defense is formidable, and their strategy in the second half will likely contrast sharply with the first. In the first half, the Mavericks focused on perimeter offense while maintaining a strong interior defense. However, the Asian kid is not without his fighting spirit in one-on-one situations. Barkley inquired, who on the Mavericks can effectively guard him? Hubie Brown responded, if one-on-one defense fails, they can resort to double-teaming. The Grizzlies' interior player, Pau Gasol, has been effectively neutralized, and the efficiency of the other perimeter players is lacking. The Mavericks can easily afford to sacrifice one player to double-team their most advantageous opponent. Chapter 71, 11 wins, 5 losses. Zhou Miao took to the court, and the situation mirrored precisely what Hubie Brown had described. Michael Finley and Steve Nash focused solely on Zhou Miao, allowing the Mavericks' Eduardo Najera to defend against 2 opponents. Zhou Miao found himself confined, while Battier and Jason struggled with their accuracy, managing only 3 successful shots out of 10, an abysmal 30%. As the latter part of the quarter unfolded, the Grizzlies aimed to entrust Gasol with the primary offensive responsibility. However, it seemed as though the entire Grizzlies team was in a state of slumber. Gasol's attempts yielded only 2 successful shots out of 8, a performance worse than that of the perimeter shooters. By the end of the third quarter, the Grizzlies trailed 65-89, rendering the game almost devoid of suspense. In the TNT studio, laughter echoed as Barkley jested. I bet the Grizzlies will pull off an astonishing comeback in the fourth quarter. Chuckling, he added, but who knows if the basketball gods are on their side tonight. Kenny Smith defended the Grizzlies, arguing that back-to-back games take a toll on any team, particularly on such a young squad. You have a point, Kenny, Barkley conceded, but swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, who has played through such challenges? I managed to win back-to-back games even while injured. Though aware of Barkley's tendency to boast, Kenny chimed in, today's youth seem increasingly fragile. Their banter continued until they noticed Hubie Brown had been unusually silent. What are you watching, old-timer? Is there still suspense in this game? Barkley inquired. There is no suspense, Hubie replied with a shake of his head. I merely wish to see if the young Chinese player would step up. He has indeed, Kenny exclaimed. Is he still fighting in a game that seems lost? Perhaps he's merely looking to enhance his stats. Barkley shook his head. He relishes these moments. Charles, you ought to tone it down, Kenny retorted. He is just a rookie. As if you were any better in your first year. The rookie of the year that year was Michael Jordan, Barkley boasted. Can he truly compare himself to me? As their playful exchange continued, the game had already progressed for several minutes. The young player impressed by scoring while simultaneously facilitating for his teammates. Hubie Brown openly expressed his admiration. He should be considered a second coach on the court for the Grizzlies. It's no wonder they are this season's dark horse. His basketball intelligence is remarkable. Is he really that formidable? Barkley asked in astonishment. Charles, his prowess is of a different caliber than what you understand, Hubie clarified. He possesses a coach-like mentality. Although his individual skills require refinement, his impact on the court is undeniable. Isaiah Thomas. Hubie nodded affirmatively, in contrast to a scorer. I believe the young Chinese player leans more towards the role of a playmaker. As the game drew to a close, the Grizzlies held no hope of a comeback. The Mavericks triumphed over the Grizzlies with a score of 124-105. It wasn't that the Grizzlies lacked scoring capability. Rather, the Mavericks were simply more potent defensively. What a pity, Kenny remarked. If the Grizzlies had more time to rest tonight, the outcome might have been different. Barkley noted that the teams would meet again twice this season, hoping Kenny's assessment was accurate. Charles, I've been tolerating you for too long, Kenny declared. As a former NBA star, it's disgraceful to be so critical of a rookie. Are you challenging me, Smith? Barkley rose, adopting a boxing stance. Come on. Let us settle this tonight. He then attempted to mimic Muhammad Ali's famous footwork, but to onlookers, it resembled a clumsy dance by a hefty pig. Having retired for over a year, Barkley had gained considerable weight. Kenny recognized the opportunity for showmanship. What is the point of fighting? Aren't you fond of betting? Let us wager on a game between the Grizzlies and Mavericks. If the Grizzlies win, you'll kiss my backside. If the Mavericks win, you'll kiss mine? Indeed. It's a deal. Barkley picked up the microphone on the table, addressing the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, witness the wager between Smith and me tonight. Next month. We shall see. Oh, and Hubie, Barkley added, you must not miss this spectacle. Hubie Brown chuckled. I will certainly be there. On December 3rd, Monday in Denver, Colorado. At the Pepsi Center, the well-rested Grizzlies obliterated the Nuggets 111-89, silencing the arena. Nuggets small forward James Posey was disheartened, despite limiting Zhou Miao, the Grizzlies' leading scorer, to a mere 15 points. The loss was devastating. In their previous encounter with the Mavericks, Zhou had scored a personal best of 38 points, showcasing his formidable scoring ability, especially with his razor-sharp three-point shooting, boasting an astonishing 55% accuracy from various positions. Although his shooting percentage would inevitably decline, the attention he attracted from all teams was undeniable. This was not a mere fluke. Thus, Nuggets head coach Dan Issel devised multiple strategies to contain Zhou's scoring. The efforts proved effective, yet Zhou showcased his playmaking skills, achieving his first double-double of the season with 15 points and 11 assists. The Grizzlies flourished offensively, leaving the Nuggets bewildered as to whom to defend. Moreover, the absence of starting power forward Antonio McDyess due to injury left the Nuggets' interior defense vulnerable. Not only did Gasol, brimming with confidence, exploit the paint, but even Lorette and Zhou Miao found success under the basket. Nick, what has caused such a transformation in the Grizzlies? Posey pondered. Unable to comprehend, last season, they were at the bottom of the Western Conference, just like us. Nuggets starting point guard and team leader Nick Van Exel's side, Posey. You performed admirably tonight. This is a matter for the coach to ponder, not you, understand? But I refuse to accept this, Posey shot back, pointing at Zhou, who was encircled by Grizzlies defenders. Why should a rookie, an undrafted player, have the upper hand? If not for the screen set for him, I could have held him to single digits. That is precisely where you need to grow, Posey, Van Exel advised earnestly. Some individuals are destined to become NBA superstars, regardless of their draft position. Meanwhile, we must find our niche to succeed in the NBA. Your defensive skills are commendable. Perhaps consider developing that aspect of your game. Posey nodded earnestly. Thank you, Nick. I will remember this evening. Chapter 72. The ancient superstar. A small caravan traveled along an asphalt road, the surroundings appearing somewhat desolate. Yet the atmosphere inside the bus was lively. Everyone quiet down. I'd like to interview our November Rookie of the Month for his thoughts on the award. Battier clenched his fist and held it near Zhou Miao's mouth. What is the one thing you most desire to do right now? The passengers aboard the bus held their breath in unison, with only the roar of the engine and the sound of tires against the pavement piercing the silence. Sean, don't be like this. It's merely the Rookie of the Month, exclaimed Battier, igniting a raucous uproar that transformed the bus into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, akin to 500 ducks squawking in unison. Just the Rookie of the Month. Battier exaggeratedly mimicked Zhou Miao, rolling his eyes dramatically. Look at this. Is this how one ought to speak? Do you still aspire to be named Player of the Week, or even Player of the Month? Zhou Miao retorted. Why not? Oh. The uproar grew even louder. Why don't you just say you wish to claim the FMP title? Jason Williams scoffed. Is the O'Brien Trophy manufactured in Huagua? One day, perhaps. Zhou Miao confidently remarked. When I lift the O'Brien Trophy, I will surely share the moment with you at the very first opportunity. To which Jason Williams retorted. Why not us lifting the O'Brien Trophy together? Wow. Zhou Miao exaggeratedly remarked. The proud white chocolate, His Excellency Jason Williams, is actually willing to share the O'Brien Cup with us. It is truly unbelievable. The crowd erupted in cheers once more. Since Jason Williams joined the team, he had looked down upon everyone, his nostrils seeming to convey the message that they, a group of the old, weak, and infirm, were unworthy of his collaboration. Although, in the days that followed, Jason directed this disdain solely towards Zhou Miao, everyone remembered. All right. Jason Williams raised his hands and declared, I surrender. I apologize for my previous remarks. It was merely a jest. Zhou Miao chuckled and said, You are far too easy to provoke. I shall take you on. Jason, with an air of bravado, attempted to advance, but was thwarted by the presence of Blevins and Battier standing in between. Instantly, the vehicle erupted into chaos. Before long, the bus came to a halt in the parking lot of the Pyramid Arena in Memphis. After Zhou Miao alighted from the vehicle, he stretched lazily and casually remarked, I am determined to win over the Memphis fans, ensuring that we receive a warm welcome upon every return from battle. Upon hearing his words, the crowd felt a surge of respect. Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Battier cautiously interjected, We have yet to achieve any notable success. We must possess confidence. Do you understand? Zhou Miao spread his arms and declared, We are now the 5th strongest team in the West. You should not perpetually harbor a sense of inferiority. We are crafting history. Perhaps every word spoken today will be inscribed in the annals of the Grizzlies. Badier pondered this, finding merit in the sentiment. But before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed a throng of reporters approaching with cameras in hand. Soon, Zhou Miao and Gasol found themselves encircled. This month's Rookie of the Month standings placed Zhou Miao at the top, with Gasol following closely behind. Observing this, Badier could only shrug in resignation. At that moment, Jason Williams, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "It's merely a Rookie of the Month accolade. It's as if you've won the Player of the Month award." "No," Jason retorted, "even the Player of the Month does not warrant such fanfare." Badier suddenly erupted into laughter, capturing the attention of the Grizzlies. "Do you remember?" Badier chuckled while pointing at Jason Williams, "The day you arrived in Memphis and held a press conference? I, along with Paul and Zhou, hid nearby, watching. Much like we are observing Zhou and Gasol now. We were utterly envious." Badier reflected, who would have thought that in just over a month, the roles would reverse? How swiftly things change. The others were either inspired or envious. Only Jason Williams, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "So doesn't tea that make you the unfortunate one? Never having your turn?" It was then that everyone realized, casting strange looks at Badier. You. Badier wished for a hole to swallow him whole. He shot a glare at Jason and swiftly slung his backpack over his shoulder, making his escape. After the laughter subsided, the group recognized their own folly and gradually dispersed. Meanwhile, Zhou Miao was initially perplexed by the sudden appearance of the reporters. Upon spotting a fan journalist who had previously sought him out, it dawned on him that these were all local Memphis media, with perhaps a few from Tennessee's sports outlets. Their inquiries rarely pertained to NBA accolades. Instead, they sought out sensational stories, questions regarding sexual orientation, massage therapists, and similar topics. Zhou Miao was drenched in sweat, carefully choosing his words, fearful of uttering a single misstep. Gasol, on the other hand, remained composed, responding with poise. Before long, Coach Hollins discerned the situation and escorted Zhou Miao and Gasol out. "Zhou, the boss has prepared a grand surprise for you in the office," Hollins hinted before their departure. Zhou Miaoxin comprehended the unspoken understanding, parting ways with Gasol, and shouldering his backpack as he made his way towards the arena. In truth, a sense of apprehension gnawed at him. What if Heisley had summoned an ancient superstar who was far past his prime? What if a wager agreement had to be signed on the spot? Such thoughts lingered in his mind. In the Pyramid Arena, in the presidential office, Heisley reclined in his executive chair, savoring a cigar, while across from him sat an impeccably dressed elder in a sharp suit. "Jerry, you still need to play later," Heisley remarked with a hint of exasperation. "How can you play dressed like that?" Jerry smiled. "I'm merely a rookie. I could easily handle him with one hand. After all, he was the best newcomer last month." "And so what?" Heisley countered. Jerry, brimming with confidence, replied, "Being the monthly best player isn't enough, especially if I were younger." Heisley suddenly grasped the situation, giving a thumbs up. "You certainly have a point. Indeed, considering Jerry's age, what mattered during the game was not the attire but his ability to move." Suddenly, the desk phone rang. Heisley pressed a button and said, "Let him in." Moments later, the office door swung open. As Zhou Miao stepped through the door, he was met with the sight of two elderly gentlemen, causing his heart to skip a beat. Indeed, the ancient stars of the past were truly venerable. Upon closer inspection, he realized that one of them was none other than his boss, Heisley, which brought him a sense of relief mixed with bewilderment. Approaching further, he exclaimed, "Goodness, is that not the legendary Jerry West of the Lakers? What brings him to the Grizzlies?" "Boss, what is it that you require of me?" Heisley set down his cigar and gestured, "You do not recognize this esteemed figure?" "I do," Zhou Miao nodded, inquiring, "What about the other two who taught me the game?" "This gentleman alone is sufficient for you to learn from for a lifetime," Heisley advised. "Young man, do not be greedy." Zhou Miao remained skeptical. Jerry West had not even reached the age of 80 at the time of his retirement, and back then, a height of 191 centimeters was sufficient to play as a small forward. Could such techniques truly be applicable in today's game? It seemed that this young man did not have faith in my skills. Jerry West rose with a smile and said, "Come on, let's south head to the court, and I shall demonstrate my prowess to you." Chapter 73, The Ancient Pinnacle of Curry, Memphis, Pyramid Arena Basketball Training Facility. Zhou Miao teamed up with Jerry West, while Badier joined forces with Gasol in an entertaining 2v2 exhibition match. On the sidelines, the owner of the Grizzlies, Heisley, along with interim coach Hollins and Jason Williams, watched intently as the entire Grizzlies team observed. The outcome was never in doubt. What truly mattered was the legendary Lakers icon, Jerry West, imparting his basketball wisdom to everyone. Zhou Miao originally intended to invite Battier, Gasol, and Jason, but it remains a mystery who let the cat out of the bag, resulting in everyone being informed. Jerry West, however, remained unconcerned. Teaching one individual is no different from instructing a group. "Young man, pay attention," he remarked. As Jerry West is aged, playing the game in its entirety is no longer feasible for him. At present, he held the ball while explaining, "I have observed your three-point shooting, which primarily relies on open shots and corner attempts. This easily exposes your weaknesses. You must cultivate a broader shooting range, ideally achieving a half-court radius like I once did." In a moment of inspiration, Jerry West stepped beyond the three-point line and attempted a shot. With a clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim, a clear indication of his age. Reflecting on his youth, Jerry West lamented, "If only I were younger." Suddenly, he snapped, "Hey, what are you doing? Pay attention in class, you rascal." Zhou Miao paid no heed. After executing a layup, he waved to Battier for the ball, receiving it before making another layup. The game concluded. Zhou Miao clenched his fist and declared, "Next lesson." Jerry West's expression suddenly shifted from gloom to joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent. Your fervent desire to win reminds me of my own youthful ambition. Now, I shall teach you how to break through." Zhou Miao disregarded the old man's ramblings and opened the system for inspection. Jerry West, indeed, proves to be quite remarkable. Zhou Miao could scarcely fathom the formidable prowess of this template. Even before Battier and the others arrived, he had gleaned snippets of insight from Heisley's flattering remarks. Previously, he was only aware that Jerry West was a legendary figure for the Lakers, oblivious to the fact that the old master was the sole recipient of the Finals MVP award from a losing team in NBA history. Moreover, his technical skills were comprehensive. He could both penetrate and shoot, earning him the title of the ultimate template from Kobe. What was most astonishing was that the old master boasted a regular season shooting percentage of 47.4 and a playoff average of 46.9, figures that represented his entire career. Even considering the faster pace and weaker defenses of that era, how many stars in subsequent generations could achieve an average shooting percentage above 45? Furthermore, the old master possessed an astonishing shooting range, having executed several game-winning shots from half-court. In other words, he epitomized the ancient pinnacle of Curry. "Jerry West, 23, he said, "Young man, observe how a pass should be made." The old master grew increasingly animated, gesturing to direct Battier and Gasol's positioning. "When you are double-teamed, do not let your gaze be confined solely to what lies ahead." Zhou Miao, however, remained oblivious, solely intent on hastening the conclusion of this tedious entertainment match. After all, the system would elucidate everything clearly. If one were to attentively absorb the old gentleman's shared experiences, it could extend for 3 days and nights without end. Jerry West, at last, completed his task, and Zhou Miao eagerly approached the sidelines under the pretense of drinking water, while in reality, he scrutinized the old man's peak prowess. His breakthroughs, rebounds, and defensive skills all exhibited the caliber of an all-star starting guard. This was a 3D guard of all-star starting quality. His shooting was top-notch, with a stable shooting range soaring to 27 feet, 2 meters. His maximum range surpassed half-court. Moreover, the old man's shooting was unlike Battier's. He exhibited remarkable resistance to interference, especially during crucial moments. Even Reggie Miller would have to bow down. Unfortunately, the system could not replicate the old man's mindset and experience. Otherwise, Zhou Miao could hardly fathom how formidable he would become. Even more regrettably, the consumption of Jerry West's template was exceedingly high, with a physical burden value of 5 minutes, as long as he played 2 full 48-minute games. Zhou Miao would be akin to exiting due to injury. Consequently, this template could only be employed in critical situations, offering little assistance otherwise. Furthermore, with precedents established, Zhou Miao believed it prudent to seek templates of higher compatibility among all-star starting players for the next 2 selections. For instance, a player like Francis from the Rockets would suffice. Of course, there existed another approach. The physical burden value remained persistently high at 74. If he could devise a means to recover 30 or 40 points within a day, it would seem manageable to keep it perpetually operational. Once he accumulated more funds, he would consult Sun Jingguang to explore the possibility of assembling a team of massage therapists to accompany the Grizzlies on their nationwide tour. A yearly package should be more economical. Just as Zhou Miao was lost in thought, an enraged roar erupted from behind him. "What are you doing? Have you already mastered everything I taught? Jerry West, incensed, pointed a finger at Zhou Miao's nose. You dare to play on your phone here? Zhou Miao immediately discarded the Nokia in his hand. This was one of the methods to obscure the system. Please allow me to explain. I am not interested in your explanations. Subsequently, there was yet another demonstration and explanation. The physical burden value stood at 79. You truly are a genius. Jerry West exclaimed in disbelief. Did you learn everything from just one repetition? No. It seems I did not instruct you on the shooting posture. So how could it be identical to mine? You did teach me. Zhou Miao promptly remarked. You simply forgot, did you not? Jerry West cast a puzzled glance at the person beside him. Heisley interjected to ease the tension. Jerry, your posture is exceedingly elegant. The figure on the NBA logo embodies you. He continued, your stance represents the quintessential shooting form, and his imitation suggests a solid foundation. Jerry West shook his head, responding. That may not necessarily be me. If it is, it would indeed be an honor. Subsequently, the elder gentleman was skillfully diverted from the topic. Heisley stepped forward. Embracing Jerry West, shall we now discuss the contractual matters? Bring that young man over. Jerry West expressed his concern. He has mastered my signature move. I cannot allow him to escape. Rest assured, Heisley reassured as he beckoned Hollins. Keep a close watch on Joe. Bring him to my office in half an hour. Hollins understood that the Grizzlies were on the brink of transformation, and Zhou Miao had become his greatest asset. He would undoubtedly keep a closer eye on him than the owner, Heisley. Zhou Miao found himself surrounded by a throng of eager teammates. Joe, have you truly mastered Jerry West's legendary skills? They exclaimed in unison. Goodness, the Grizzlies are about to witness the rise of a new legend. Even the usually composed Gasol and the proud Jason were caught up in the excitement. Every NBA player is well aware of the illustrious name of Jerry West. Silence, everyone. Quiet down. Zhou Miao extended his hands and remarked, it is not as simple as you might imagine. I have merely grasped the superficial aspects. The essence still eludes me. The true measure of effectiveness can only be validated through competition. How fortuitous, Badio exclaimed joyfully. This Saturday, the Wizards will challenge us at home. That is none other than Michael Jordan. The crowd gazed at Zhou Miao with eager anticipation, none more so than in their curiosity to see who would prevail between the legendary West's teachings and the aging Jordan. Chapter 74. The youngest billionaire in the NBA? Memphis. Pyramid Arena, Executive Office. Jerry West, the newly appointed general manager and vice president of operations for the Grizzlies, was engaged in discussions with Heisley regarding the future of the team. A betting agreement? Jerry West shook his head, stating, if that young man truly inherits my profound skills, I believe we can bypass this phase and directly offer him a maximum salary contract. Heisley did not contest this notion, yet he cautioned, however. The team's salary cap is insufficient. Bryant Reeves, the veteran center, still has a contract worth over $10 million annually that has not yet expired. Can Reeves still play? Heisley shook his head. The situation is not optimistic. Then let us buy him out. Jerry West asserted in a low voice. I can negotiate the terms of payment. Very well, that is agreeable, Heisley responded readily, recognizing that this was a primary reason for West's presence. Not only did the Grizzlies seek West's expertise, but the Knicks, Hawks, and Warriors had all approached him with offers as well. However, this young man had rather lofty ambitions. Heisley lamented. He hopes to achieve immediate results and subsequently secure a supermax contract worth $1 billion. Zhou Miao's subtle intentions did not escape the discerning eyes of seasoned investors. Thus, let him make his own choices. I believe he is an astute individual, Jerry West remarked with a smile. Then I entrust this to you, Jerry, Heisley responded with delight. In addition to the contract, that young man also requests that I recruit 2 retired guards, each of whom has been an all-star for 6 years, to join the team. And the head coach of the team? Jerry West replied confidently, rest assured, with me in this position, you can entrust everything regarding the team to my care. I certainly feel at ease, Heisley chuckled, because you are Jerry West. You may call that young man up, Jerry West said as he rose to take out his phone. Signaling, I will make a few calls. Make it quick, Heisley replied. At the Pyramid Training Facility, the instructional demonstration concluded, marking yet another day of respite for the players as they dispersed. Hollins approached Zhou Miao. Zhou, I have an important matter for you to assist with. What is it? Zhou inquired. Hollins glanced around cautiously and said, follow me. This isn't a suitable place for discussion. The two made their way to the head coach's office. Tea or coffee? Hollins asked as he locked the door. Zhou Miao felt a slight tension within. Could this old man be contemplating some underhanded scheme? No need for pleasantries. Just speak your mind, he said. I share your sentiment, Hollins praised. Zhou, You are truly the wisest Chinese individual I have ever encountered. Enough with the flattery. Get to the point. Zhou retorted. Very well, here's the matter. Hollins began as he recalled his encounter with Jerry West. In the office, he elaborated on his thoughts. The Memphis Grizzlies are undergoing a transformation, he stated, rising from his chair and brushing off the seat. This position will soon no longer be mine. I hope you will kindly speak favorably of me, considering our past collaboration. How brazen of him to seek favors at such a time. Zhou Miao gazed down imperiously at Hollins. Well, you are indeed a vampire, unwilling to concede even a modicum of loss. Hollins, unabashed, replied. Now is the moment for you to repay the favor I bestowed upon you. Zhou Miao curled her lip and inquired, what is it that you desire my assistance with? Hollins expressed a fervent hope to once again assume the role of head coach for the Grizzlies, even if it were to be just for this season. A fire seemed to ignite in his eyes. It was evident to any astute observer that the Grizzlies were poised for a resurgence this year. And Hollins was unwilling to let this fleeting opportunity slip away. Should he lead the team into the playoffs? He would undoubtedly be hailed as the coach of the year for the 2001-2002 season, with a promising future ahead. Yet, such aspirations seemed unattainable. Zhou Miao resolutely declined, stating, I cannot influence the decisions of the management. Zhou, are you truly unaware of your own worth? Hollins exclaimed, spreading his arms in excitement. Jerry West taught you how to play, which indicates that you are destined to be the unequivocal core of the Grizzlies. The management will certainly heed your opinions. It is precisely because Zhou Miao understands this that he is even less inclined to engage in such foolishness merely to repay a trivial favor to Hollins. The NBA is fundamentally a commercial league. What does it matter to be the absolute core? When the time comes to part ways, the team will not hesitate for an instant. Allen Iverson was undeniably remarkable, yet he was still cast aside by the 76ers. One can only say that Hollins harbors ulterior motives. Zhou Miao resolved to teach Hollins a lesson. There is an ancient proverb in my hometown that states, to harbor gratitude with the intent to repay can lead to an unfortunate end. Indeed, you have rendered me numerous small favors. Zhou Miao emphasized, indeed. It's just a minor task. However, if you continue to regard me as a fool, I shall ensure that you face the consequences. Did you not assert that the management would heed my counsel? Zhou Miao scoffed, if I am in a foul mood. Would it be permissible for me to shatter your livelihood? No. Zhou, Hollins quickly interjected, you have misunderstood me. I am your steadfast ally. Zhou Miao nodded, keeping his response succinct. I shall recommend to the higher-ups, ensuring you retain the position of first assistant. As for this role, Zhou Miao smiled in response to Hollins' expectant gaze, saying, if the management fails to find a suitable candidate, I shall assist you in securing this position as a significant favor. However, should a fitting candidate emerge, the favor shall be retracted, and the matter will no longer concern me. Hollins nodded. Visibly disheartened, it seems that is the only way forward. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. Hollins swiftly maneuvered around the desk and grasped Zhou Miao's arm once more. The boss wishes to see you. It is highly probable that a discussion regarding the contract will ensue. Jerry West possesses a keen understanding of human relations. And I suspect that Hazley will present you with a lucrative contract today. I hope you are mentally prepared for this. When Hollins harbored no ill intentions, his words proved quite effective. This was something Zhou Miao had not anticipated. He took out his phone to inform his father. Zhou Miao followed Hollins to the executive office on the top floor. Zhou Miao pushed the door open and was greeted by Haisalai, who approached with outstretched arms. Congratulations, Zhou. Haisalai exclaimed, embracing Zhou Miao tightly before releasing him. You are about to become the youngest billionaire in NBA history. Nearby, Jerry West added with a smile. Following discussions between Haisalai and myself, the team has decided to offer you a maximum salary contract. How do you feel about that? Haisalai then slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot to introduce you. Jerry West will serve as the general manager and vice president of operations for the Grizzlies. And he will oversee the management of the entire team on my behalf. Zhou Miao quietly observed the performance of the two individuals. In this moment, Hollins' wisdom shone brilliantly. Is the billion-dollar contract set for a 3-year term? Upon hearing this, Hazley's smile swiftly vanished, while Jerry West's expression turned grave. Chapter 75, A Win-Win. Where I triumphed twice. Are you familiar with Kobe Bryant? His salary this year is merely $11.25 million. Jerry West sat patiently on the guest sofa, attempting to counsel Zhou Miao, while Hazley lounged in the executive chair, exhaling puffs of smoke. And then there's Jason Kidd, an exceptional point guard. In '94, the Mavericks signed him to a 9-year contract worth only $60 million. If you find the 10-year, $100 million offer unsatisfactory, we can negotiate. The team will certainly accommodate your request within a reasonable range. Huh. Is 10 years for 100 million excessive? For an average rookie, it indeed is. But Zhou Miao now possesses the prowess of a peak West, and even doubling that would still fall short. Mr. West. Zhou Miao remained utterly unfazed. What concerns me is not the price, but the duration. He expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to bypass the betting agreement and sign a maximum salary contract directly. However, he refused to sell his life for money. Curiously, Jerry West inquired, most players would unhesitatingly accept such terms. Why do you decline? He continued, you see, NBA players are most apprehensive about injuries. A long-term guaranteed contract would alleviate all your concerns. Zhou Miao replied, indeed, many players would react in such a manner, but I possess a system. As long as my physical burden remains manageable, I will not encounter significant issues. Minor ailments, like a slight cold, have negligible impact on a professional career. After Jerry West finished speaking, Zhou Miao expressed, I appreciate your kindness. I shall forever cherish it. However, my ancestors imparted a vital lesson as a dignified Chinese individual. I must earn this maximum salary contract through my own efforts. A gentleman does not partake in food that is given without merit. Jerry West, though bewildered, was taken aback by his response. Hazley remarked, I have encountered many Chinese individuals. As long as the compensation is sufficient, they would undertake anything. Zhou, you truly are an anomaly among your peers. Zhou Miao corrected, no, Mr. Hazley, the Chinese individuals you have encountered are far too few to represent the entire community. Perhaps? Hazley pondered. Are you suggesting that we first sign a betting agreement and, should the team perform well, renew the contract afterward? Zhou Miao interjected. I must remind you of one thing. Hazley stated solemnly, do not mistake my goodwill for something you are entitled to. Zhou Miao is well aware of this fact. If Haisalai were to create obstacles, the Grizzlies would undoubtedly be unable to secure a place in the playoffs. The aspirations of both parties differ significantly, making it impossible to satisfy both sides. Zhou Miao must make a choice. If he insists on leaving the Grizzlies, he should do so promptly. His current performance is sufficient for him to become a secondary or tertiary scorer on another team. The cost would be akin to that of Marbury, for without the ability to lead a team, he would inevitably find himself traded once more in the future, should he decide to remain with the Grizzlies. It is imperative to clarify the situation. Clearly, the latter option is more advantageous, as the Grizzlies have demonstrated ample sincerity, and once a long-term contract is signed, he would become the cornerstone of the team. Yet, Zhou Miao grapples with an internal struggle. At this juncture, Zhou's father intervened. After understanding the circumstances, he proposed a compromise. If they win, not only should there be a 5-year maximum salary contract, but also a substantial bonus for the current season, although termed a 5-year deal. It essentially entails a 3+2 arrangement, with the 4th year being a team option and the final year being a player option. Should the wager fail, Zhou Miao could be traded to another team in exchange for assets. This arrangement appears mutually beneficial, yet it ultimately favors Zhou Miao twice. How could Heisley possibly agree to such terms? Ultimately, both parties made concessions. Heisley acquiesced to the first half of Zhou's father's conditions, but stipulated that if Zhou Miao were to lose, he must sign a 7-year mid-level contract. As for the bonus, Heisley was exceedingly generous. For each victory in the regular season, there would be a reward of 20,000, with an additional 1 million for leading the team into the playoffs and 200,000 for making it to the Western Conference semifinals. Should they reach the Western Conference Finals or even the NBA Finals, Heisley would generously offer a grand prize of 12 million. What if I can lead the team to win the O'Brien Trophy? Zhou Miao's unrealistic proclamation amused both Heisley and West. If you bring home the O'Brien Trophy this season, the team will reward you with 16 million. Heisley laughed heartily. If you win the championship this season, you could take home 32 million. As for the matter of the template, Heisley did not mention it, insisting on signing the wager agreement. However, this was the most crucial aspect for Zhou Miao. The salary was of secondary importance. Heisley entrusted this matter to Jerry West. Must it be a guard who has made 6 All-Star appearances? West inquired, I trust you understand the adage about biting off more than one can chew. Zhou Miao was troubled by this dilemma, contemplating a solution: to recruit a recently retired superstar with exceptional ball-handling skills and another with remarkable breakthrough ability. Jerry West indeed possesses a well-rounded talent, yet who can ascertain how a legendary player from a bygone era would perform in the contemporary game? No matter, West readily assured. Before the conclusion of the regular season, I promise to find someone. With that, Zhou Miao harbored no further doubts and, under the watchful gaze of his father, entered into a wager agreement with the Grizzlies. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. Hazley extended an invitation. "Shall we dine together?" To which Zhou Miao replied, "No, thank you." Zhou Miao observed the distracted demeanor of his father and shook his head, saying, "I must share this wonderful news with my family." The two elders nodded in unison, expressing their contentment. Indeed, it should be this way. With that, they both took a ride in the same vehicle, departing with grace. Meanwhile, on this side, Father Zhou struggled with the aged, dilapidated second-hand car, his hands trembling as he repeatedly failed to start the engine. "Dad, let me take the wheel," I offered. Suddenly, Father Zhou burst into tears, his entire being shaking as he leaned over the steering wheel. Zhou Miao could only continuously pat his father's shoulder, for he understood him deeply. The generation that ventured to the United States in the 1990s largely shared this experience. They spent their entire lives meticulously saving, hoping that in retirement, they could enjoy a peaceful and stable old age. Many, however, were unable to find such closure. Yet, was it not the pursuit of a bright future that compelled this early wave to leave their homeland? Every endeavor carries its own risks. If one fails to succeed, who can be blamed? Zhou Miao believed that his parents, Zhou father and Zhou mother, were among the fortunate few. At the very least, he had forged his own path. This could be seen as a way of repaying the debt owed to the vessel of his original existence. Just then, Zhou Miao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as the system suddenly displayed a notification. Enhanced physical capabilities detected in the host. System upgrade progress. 1. He no longer sought to console Father Zhou and hurriedly opened the details for scrutiny. Following the upgrade, the consumption across various templates would be significantly reduced. Categories were established, below All-Star, All-Star, Superstars, and those above Superstars, totaling 4 tiers. In simpler terms, the consumption for Jason and Battier was 1 point, for Gasol 2 points, for West 3 points, and for Jordan 4 points. Correspondingly, the requirements for upgrading were exceedingly stringent. Physical training accounted for 1/3, inherent skills 1/3, and scoring the remaining 1/3. Indeed, scoring was paramount. To achieve a system upgrade, one must attain a scoring milestone of 1,000 points. Chapter 76, Jordan, I am your fan on Saturday, December 8th. At Memphis International Airport, a private plane descended gracefully. As the cabin door swung open, the legendary Michael Jordan, donned in sunglasses and flanked by his Wizards teammates, descended the staircase while reporters eagerly clicked their cameras. Jordan, accustomed to such attention, gestured for head coach Doug Collins to lead the players ahead as he faced the swarm of reporters. This season, the Wizards had made remarkable strides, boasting an 8-7 record, placing them 7th in the Eastern Conference. As December unfolded, the team's form had surged, securing 3 consecutive victories and appearing unstoppable. At the hotel where the Wizards were lodged in Memphis, Jordan quickly concluded his engagement with the media and made his way to the entrance. Outside, a throng of basketball enthusiasts held signs emblazoned with Michael Jordan. He paused and instructed the driver, "I wish to meet the Memphis fans." In any other city, Jordan would have hesitated to step out, for fans often regarded themselves as the 6th man, and he had faced confrontations outside before. However, Memphis was different. It was a city yet to solidify its team culture. Jordan saw an opportunity to gather fans and rally their support for the Wizards at the Grizzlies' home ground, a thrilling prospect indeed. Naturally, Jordan did not require external support. Yet his younger teammates certainly did. Upon entering the hotel, it was lunchtime, and the entire Wizards roster was gathered in the dining area. Coach Collins approached Jordan with a tray in hand. "I've heard the Grizzlies have been making significant moves recently," he remarked. Jordan, swallowing a piece of chicken, replied with a smile, "For Jerry West, it's all just trivial matters." "Is Jerry West back? Or are you simply more informed?" Collins queried, his expression tinged with concern. "If so, our winning streak might be in jeopardy tonight." "Not at all," Jordan asserted with confidence. "No one can halt the Wizards' momentum." "Let us hope so," Collins replied. After lunch, Collins commenced a tactical briefing in the hotel conference room. "Michael, do you have anything to add?" Jordan rose and approached Collins. "Gentlemen, tonight marks the continuation of our winning streak. No one can stop us. Haywood, Jones, you must secure the paint and grab as many rebounds as possible. Richard, I expect you to shoulder the responsibility for our perimeter defense, not just offense." Jordan meticulously outlined each player's role and responsibilities, and the Wizards listened intently. During the preseason training camp, they had all witnessed Jordan's intensity and fervor. A perfectionist, he held himself and others to exacting standards, driven by an extraordinary quest for victory. Finally, Jordan smiled and declared, I'll take care of the Grizzlies' Chinese player. Richard, you handle the primary perimeter defense. Chris, Tyron, keep an eye on that white point guard. Kwame Brown jumped at the mention of his name. Jordan shook his head, not doubting his judgment in selecting players, but rather lamenting Kwame's lack of potential. Ensure you defend the interior. That Spanish center is as soft as noodles. You should be able to handle him. I will do my utmost, Kwame assured. No. Jordan suddenly erupted. You must defend him. Kwame nodded nervously, his demeanor further aggravating Jordan, who was unimpressed by his lack of assertiveness. However, Jordan never bullied the weak unless provoked. As the crimson sun began to set, Memphis was abuzz with excitement at the Grizzlies' home, the Pyramid Arena. Fans had arrived early, nearly filling the seats, and team owner Heisley was present, grinning broadly. This game not only featured television coverage but also attracted professional commentators, creating an atmosphere filled with anticipation. All of this, of course, for one man, Michael Jordan. As the warm-up commenced, Zhou Miao proactively approached the Wizards' half-court. Hey, Michael Jordan. Zhou Miao dared not approach too closely and extended his hand, calling out loudly. I am your fan. After a brief moment, Jordan, who was engaged in stretching exercises, paused and approached. Kid, are you challenging me? Jordan remarked without any pretense. Do not attempt such trivial tricks in my presence. Rest assured, I will certainly kick your rear. Oh, no. Zhou Miao repeatedly shook his head, insisting, you misunderstand. I'm a genuine fan, not jesting. Really? Jordan looked at Zhou Miao with skepticism. I swear. Well then, did you come to me for an autograph? Indeed. Zhou Miao turned around and pointed behind, saying, sign here. Jordan extended his hand and replied, marker. Oh, just a moment. Zhou Miao hurried back to the coach's bench and soon returned with a marker in hand. With a flourish, Jordan signed his name. Mr. Jordan. Do you have any further matters to attend to? Zhou Miao inquired with great caution. Could you fulfill a small wish of mine? The epitome of peak Jordan was right before him. Even if they were not on the same team, witnessing the splendor of peak Jordan would suffice. Zhou Miao is eager to discern the extent of the disparity between Jerry West and Michael Jordan. What is the matter? Presently. Jordan is in high spirits. As long as it is not excessive, I shall fulfill your wishes. Zhou Miao was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you so much, Mr. Jordan. I merely wish to team up with you for a 2v2 match. Rest assured, a mere 6 baskets will suffice, 2 per round. Jordan, though easily pleased, was not easily deceived. The choice of 2v2 over a one-on-one duel was telling. Upon encountering Jordan, Kobe seemed eager to engage in a relentless series of one-on-one matches from the very start until the final whistle. This was not a typical reaction from a devoted fan. Jordan recalled Zhou Miao's previous triumph over Francis, a warning bell ringing in his mind. The game was about to commence. Jordan offered an excuse, stating, if you truly wish to learn the game, practical experience on the court is far more effective. No, you misunderstand, Zhou Miao replied. Zhou Miao reacted swiftly. This is merely an interaction between a humble fan and their idol. I am eager to know what it feels like to play basketball alongside Jordan. Jordan nodded and replied, no problem, but tonight is not feasible. Perhaps next time. It is settled. Zhou Miao was elated and promptly sought to establish a definitive time. How about during the All-Star game? I can also wait until the end of the season break. Jordan furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man was quite adept at taking advantage of opportunities, yet he couldn't bring himself to decline given the humility displayed. The All-Star game? Jordan suddenly seized upon the crux of the matter and chuckled, saying, let us talk once you manage to make it to the All-Star selection. So, does that mean you are agreeing to my proposal? Zhou Miao was exhilarated, akin to a youthful 20-year-old, truly delighted in that moment. I shall undoubtedly grace the All-Star stage. He exclaimed, Mr. Jordan, I hope you will uphold your promise. Jordan found this amusing. What I have pledged, I shall never retract. Chapter 77. Is this tactic ineffective? Even before the game commenced, Jordan's socializing began. Tonight, Heisley and Jerry West occupied prime seats, keenly observing the match. Jordan approached the two esteemed figures to exchange greetings. Michael, please show some mercy tonight, West chuckled. We cannot have my little bear cub in tears. I actually hope Michael plays a bit more fiercely, Heisley remarked. That kid is far too arrogant, even attempting to negotiate a betting agreement with me. He clearly has no understanding of the heights of the sky or the depths of the sea. This statement piqued Jordan's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. Heisley naturally divulged the details of the betting agreement. Michael, isn't it infuriating? A rookie who wants to even drafted dares to dream of leading a team to the playoffs, Heisley scoffed. I wouldn't even dare to entertain such thoughts. Yet, Jordan discerned the underlying message. Such youthful ambition seemed indicative of something more complex. However, outside the court, Jordan was somewhat naive, easily taken advantage of, an apt illustration being his prior investment in the Wizards. To boost ticket sales, he readily relinquished his stake back to the team owner, trusting mere verbal assurances. The subsequent developments were telling. The Wizards' value skyrocketed, and when Jordan sought to reclaim his shares, the owner outright reneged on their agreement. It could be said that among NBA players, those who retain their intellect off the court are few and far between. Just moments ago, he had expressed his intention to join the All-Star ranks. Jordan jested, "Perhaps that kid truly possesses the talent." Paisley paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Fortunately oblivious to Jordan's insight, West immediately interjected to capture Jordan's attention. "A young man must encounter some setbacks to foster growth. Although he has received my teachings, I worry about his unstable temperament. A premature demise of his potential would be regrettable." Indeed, Jordan was instantly captivated by those words. "Oh, the young Chinese lad has received your legacy?" A spark ignited in Jordan's eyes. While he was invincible in this era, many legendary players from history did not regard him as the greatest in NBA lore. Simultaneously, Jordan yearned for the opportunity to compete against the titans of ancient times. His insatiable desire for victory compelled him to reject the notion that he was inferior to those elder statesmen. "Then tonight, I shall play with utmost seriousness." Cheerleaders. The opening ceremony and the introduction of the starting players unfolded. This was the Grizzlies' first complete opening ceremony at home. Rather than a mere performance, it resembled a rehearsal, revealing several amusing blunders upon close observation. The Grizzlies' starting lineup remained unchanged. The Wizards starters included shooting guard Jordan, small forward Richard Hamilton, point guard Chris Whitney, power forward Pops Jones, and center Kwame Brown. Initially, the Wizards' starting center was a spatially adept player named Christian Leitner, but tonight, Jordan opted to grant Kwame an opportunity to shine. Given that the starting power forward Jones was renowned for his defensive prowess and rebounding, Jordan believed that in this context, Kwame should be able to contain Gasol. As they were both rookies from the same year, the disparity could not be that vast. The jump ball commenced. Kwame Brown, however, disappointed Jordan by failing to secure possession. The Grizzlies initiated their offense, with Jason Williams leading a fast break. Zhou Miao followed closely behind, with Battier in second place. The trio demonstrated a certain synergy during their fast breaks. Jason, as the spearhead, drew attention, while Zhou Miao lured defenders to the side, leaving Battier to linger at the rear, awaiting an opportunity for an open three-point shot. However, tonight's circumstances were markedly different. Zhou Miao had scarcely taken a couple of steps when he realized that Jordan had closely trailed him, displaying a speed that belied his status as a 38-year-old veteran. What troubled Zhou even more was Jordan's proximity. In order to move without the ball, Zhou had to exert significantly more effort than usual. The aged Jordan was formidable indeed. One could only imagine the strength he possessed during his prime. Jason in front was not faring any better, being shadowed by a 201 centimeters small forward, Richard Hamilton, making layups an impossibility and forcing him to pass instead. The 201 centimeters Battier effortlessly sank a three-pointer over the 183 centimeters Chris Whitney. The score was now 3 o'clock. It was time for the Wizards to take their turn on offense. Jordan called for the ball and singled out Zhou Miao as his target. With a classic step, he executed a breakthrough, leaving Zhou perpetually half a step behind and disrupting his own team's formation in the process. The score changed to 2-3. Jordan glided through the half-court with ease. "Hey, kid, is this how Jerry West taught you to play?" Jordan mocked, shaking his head. "You've brought shame upon your mentor." Zhou Miao seemed not to hear, continuously extolling. "That last shot was magnificent. Mr. Jordan, you must teach me during the All-Star game." This wisdom, passed down through the ages, cautions one to never provoke Jordan. Rather, one must indulge him. In doing so, he may refrain from scoring 50 or 60 points against you, settling instead for a mere 30 before clocking out. While the elder Jordan may not possess the scoring prowess of his youth when riled, he is still capable of dropping 40 or 50 points. Yet, if in good spirits, he might only unleash 20 upon you. Indeed, as Jordan's temper subsided, he earnestly remarked, "Be serious. You must demonstrate a fervent desire for victory." "Understood, Mr. Jordan." Zhou Miao suddenly inquired, "If I emerge victorious, then you shall be defeated, correct?" Jordan was momentarily taken aback, as it indeed seemed to hold a certain logic. Just at that moment, Zhou Miao swiftly maneuvered to evade Jordan, receiving Jason's pass before leaping to take a shot. Suddenly, Jordan's furious visage loomed before him, that imposing black hand poised to strike the basketball. Zhou Miao had anticipated this moment. The shot was merely a feint, intended to facilitate a pass. Upon receiving the ball, the unguarded battier executed a swift two-handed pass into the paint, where Gasol awaited. Kwame Brown once again disappointed Jordan, failing to contain Gasol's advance. The score stood at 5-2. The Wizards made a substitution, bringing in Christian Leitner to replace Kwame. Jordan prepared to abandon the interior defense in favor of bolstering the perimeter offense. Christian did not disappoint, promptly responding with a three-point shot. The score was now tied at 5-5. Let the game unfold. Zhou Miao retreated beyond the three-point line. If Jordan followed him, the Grizzlies would hold their ground in a 4v4. If he did not, Zhou Miao would seize the opportunity for an open three-pointer. At this moment, Zhou Miao had just opened up the unknown Dixon, having scored the previous 2 points solely through his own ingenuity. Jordan did not follow, as Jason penetrated the defense. He drew the defensive attention before passing to the perimeter, where Zhou Miao took a three-point shot. The score was 8-5. Shortly thereafter, Richard of the Wizards retaliated with an open three-pointer. The score was now tied at 8-8 as both teams began to exchange baskets. The clock showed 5 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Zhou Miao made 4 out of 6 attempts, scoring 12 points, aiding his team to a narrow lead of 2 points at 17-15. The Wizards struggled with their three-point shooting, making only 1 out of 3 attempts, and managed to stay competitive through mid-range shots and drives. As the Wizards initiated their offense, Mr. Jordan inexplicably reignited his competitive spirit, taking charge of the attack. He penetrated the defense, drew a foul while finishing at the rim, and converted a crucial 2-1 play, bringing the score to 18-17. Zhou Miao wished to further diminish Jordan's fury, yet was met with a fierce glare from him. The game concluded, and he lamented, "I am not Francis." Alas, was this tactic no longer effective? Chapter 78, West versus Aging Jordan. Just how terrifying is Jordan post-eruption? He executed a spectacular dunk over Gasol. His drives were unstoppable. His mid-range shots seemed effortless. The Grizzlies' defense against Jordan was utterly futile, akin to traversing a barren wasteland. As the first quarter came to a close, the Wizards trailed by 6 points, 34-26. In the second quarter, Jordan abruptly shifted his style, opting to distribute the ball and assist his teammates. Richard Hamilton and Christian Leitner, both adept at mid-range shots, boasted an astonishing accuracy from beyond the arc. Even when closely guarded, Jordan managed to find the net. With 3 offensive threats, the Grizzlies were left bewildered as to whom to defend, leading to yet another defeat. The Wizards finished the first half with a 12-point lead, 68-56. At 7 minutes and 9 seconds into the third quarter, the gap widened to 18 points, with the Wizards leading 88-70. Zhou Miao glanced at the system interface. Physical burden value, 75. A brief 2-minute respite was sufficient for the entire duration of utilizing Jerry West, leaving a modicum of energy for the next match. So, what are we waiting for? Let's commence. A brand new experience unfolded, causing Zhou Miao to perceive time as slightly slowed. This sensation stemmed from an enhanced speed and reaction time. With such innate talent, the old master truly possessed something remarkable. Let us witness how the old master in his prime compares to the elder Jordan in prowess. The Wizards missed their shot, and seizing the dead ball opportunity, Zhou Miao proactively requested to enter the game, orchestrating a significant substitution for the players on the court. On the sidelines, Heisley was still grumbling, and West perceptibly sensed his agitation. "Michael, the show is about to begin." Heisley, turning in confusion, queried, "But the opponent is Michael Jordan. What kind of spectacle could this possibly be? Haven't you always been curious about who is superior between me and Jordan?" West replied with a smile. "You shall soon find out." "Then I shall watch intently," Heisley exclaimed with excitement, rising to his feet and waving his arms. "Go, show Jordan what you're made of." Zhou Miao could not help but roll his eyes. Well, the ambush had failed, and the opportunity to close the gap was missed. Truly a commendable boss of the year. As expected, the Wizards immediately became alert and substituted in Jordan, who had just recently taken a break. The Wizards at halftime. Zhou Miao stood 2 meters beyond the three-point line, extending his hand towards Jason, who hesitantly passed the ball. Upon receiving it, Zhou inhaled deeply, subtly adjusted his stance, and assumed a remarkably standard shooting posture, eager to test the old master's maximum range. Swish. The Pyramid Arena fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. The fans' excitement stemmed from the fact that the Grizzlies had their very own Peja, an extraordinary long-range shooter. The score read 73-88, presenting a conundrum for the Wizards. Jordan, unfazed, instructed, "Richard, you guard the kid, I'll handle the rest." Richard Hamilton, donning a transparent mask, nodded in agreement. Sure thing, boss. In the Grizzlies' half, Jordan dribbled the ball and continued to target Zhou Miao. This time, Zhou Miao stood his ground, ready for the challenge. The old master had been selected for the defensive roster for 4 consecutive years until his retirement. Not due to any deficiency in his defensive prowess, but because the earlier eras lacked such evaluations. Jordan lowered his stance, his dribbling becoming increasingly forceful. With a swift first step, he attempted to break through. However, Zhou Miao remained tightly glued to him. Jordan executed a sudden stop, pivoted, and shrugged his shoulders. Preparing to change direction, Zhou Miao firmly held Jordan at bay with one hand while his other hand was poised to snatch the ball at any moment, mirroring Jordan's every step. Yet, as Jordan failed to break through, this only served to ignite his competitive spirit, prompting him to accelerate suddenly. Zhou Miao effortlessly keeps pace. Jordan executes a sudden stop before launching a fadeaway jump shot, impossible to defend. The score stands at 90-73. Jordan raises both hands, signaling to Zhou Miao, inviting him to take a shot. Zhou Miao remained unfazed, wholly intent on making a 3-point shot. Suddenly, Richard Hamilton closed in. Zhou Miao furrowed his brow. This individual was formidable, having remained on the court without respite throughout the 3 quarters, continually causing significant disruption to the Grizzlies' rotation. However, Zhou Miao remained unperturbed, extending his hand towards Jason, signaling for the ball, while Richard applied tight defense. Zhou Miao made a significant breakthrough, while Richard lagged half a step behind. With a swift advance of 2 paces, he halted abruptly beyond the 3-point line, as Zhou Miao executed a quick stop and found himself mismatched against Richard. He performed a leaning jump shot, drawing a foul in the process. The referee's whistle pierced the air. He raised both hands, signaling a splendid 3-1. The score stood at 77-93, and the crowd erupted once more, accompanied by exuberant cheers. The fans were astonished to witness their local talent demonstrating grace akin to that of Michael Jordan. Not only did he manage to score at a crucial moment, Jordan recognized the finesse. He had grown up watching Jerry West's games. This stance, this evocative essence, was unmistakable. Pass me that damn ball. Jordan's eyes blazed with intensity. This was the match he had been yearning for. In the Grizzlies' half, Jordan possessed the ball and, looking down from his vantage point, declared, "You have finally unleashed your full potential. Now, I shall show you mine." This time, Jordan did not initiate with a triple threat, nor did he rely on a first-step breakthrough. Instead, he opted for a direct dribble drive. The 2 figures clashed fiercely, Zhou Miao resembling a polar bear, while Jordan embodied a deep blue lion. In this contest of speed against power, Zhou Miao may have lacked Jordan's strength. Yet his swiftness surpassed that of the aging Jordan, allowing him to remain tenaciously close. As 3 seconds elapsed, Jordan surged towards the basket using his strength. But Zhou Miao suddenly reached out to disrupt the basketball, though he failed to seize it, causing Jordan to falter in his shot rhythm and resort to passing. The recipient, Popos Jones, rose to attack the rim, only to be thwarted by Gasol's emphatic block. Zhou Miao positioned himself beneath the basket to secure the rebound, deftly maneuvering past Richard and Christine. At that moment, Jason had already crossed half the court, and Zhou Miao, without hesitation, delivered a precise pass. The score stood at 79-93. "Oh, my God." On the sidelines, commentator Bill Walton exclaimed in disbelief, "The sharpshooting Chinese lad has intercepted Michael Jordan's play. Is this really a rookie who went undrafted? I declare that all the scouts this year must be blind. What? Jordan intends to go one-on-one." Bill Walton, filled with excitement, rose from his seat, gesticulating wildly. The sharpshooter had awakened the basketball deity, Jordan. Oh, behold that exquisite fadeaway jumper, still utterly unanswerable. I can hardly wait to witness the Grizzlies close the 16-point gap. It's unimaginable how formidable Jordan must have been in his prime. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Walton elucidated, Jordan is like a raging bull. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes, only when you push him to the brink. Before he could finish, Bill Walton shouted once more, "Oh, my God. That is Jerry West's quintessential fadeaway jumper, and most modern moves have evolved from here. What kind of rigorous training has this Chinese lad undergone to experience such remarkable improvement?" 82-95. I have a premonition. Bill Walton glanced at the scoreboard and stated, "It is now time for the Grizzlies to stage a comeback, provided the Wizards do not take measures to thwart this Chinese prodigy." No sooner had he spoken than Jordan altered his strategy, driving the ball and distributing it. As the Wizards began to revert to their familiar offensive style, Jordan possessed an obsessive thirst for victory. He needed no validation of his prowess. Chapter 79, The Old Man's Strategy. The Grizzlies trailed 91-103 down by 12 points. Although Zhou Miao was relentlessly shooting three-pointers, hitting 7 in a single quarter, thus setting both personal and team records, the performance of his teammates evidently waned. Meanwhile, under Jordan's playmaking, the Wizards' momentum steadily grew. Continuing into the fourth quarter would likely devolve into Zhou Miao facing off against the entire Wizards team alone. At that juncture, a simple double team would freeze the Grizzlies, leading to defeat. Hollins recognized this predicament but dared not voice his concerns with two team executives seated nearby. Besides, it was already a foregone conclusion that Zhou Miao had become the unequivocal core of the team. Hollins was even less inclined to offend. Jerry West, perceiving the situation clearly, took on the role of interim coach, directing from the sidelines. Zhou, in the fourth quarter, prioritized passing. Your performance has been commendable, but you must also trust your teammates. They are exceptional players as well. Zhou Miao had no objections. Loren, Paul, and the rest of you. Jerry West addressed them with a genial smile when facing Zhou, though his demeanor was less forgiving toward others. Defense must be tightened. Michael Jordan has already been contained by Zhou. Do not let his efforts go to waste. The team responded in unison. Meanwhile, in the Wizards' resting area, the situation was far from optimistic. The aging Jordan, after just 5 intense minutes of play, was drenched in sweat, his stamina teetering on the brink of exhaustion, desperately needing respite. Yet, the intermission between quarters granted only 130 seconds, far too brief. Coach Collins proposed, "Michael, take the first few minutes of the fourth quarter off. Let the young ones hold the fort." Jordan did not refuse. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Wizards faltered. Within mere 2 minutes, the Grizzlies clawed back 4 points. With Memphis tightening their defense, Washington's shooting grew cold, 97-105. Then, Zhou Miao unexpectedly subbed out, granting the Wizards a fleeting opportunity. At the 5:20 mark of the fourth, Zhou and Jordan returned to the court almost simultaneously. The score stood at 105-109. The Grizzlies trailing by 4. While both teams fortified their defenses, the Wizards' interior could not fully stifle Gasol's offense. On Memphis half-court, Jordan, gripping the ball with one hand, shielded Zhou with his left shoulder, his eyes scanning the court for movement. Zhou, rather than fixating solely on Jordan, maintained tight defense while also reading the game. Though his height and wingspan were inferior to Jordan's, he could only disrupt the legend in motion. Stationary, he was powerless. Then, Richard Hamilton once again shook free from Battier's pursuit. Finding an open look after a screen from Christian, Jordan moved. He shrugged off Zhou's pressure, drove a step, then pulled up for a jumper. In that instant, Zhou mirrored him like a shadow, halting abruptly, arms raised, one hand obscuring Jordan's vision, the other cutting off passing lanes. Clang. Jordan opted to shoot rather than pass, and missed. Rebound. On the sidelines, West sprang to his feet, electrified. It was as if he were witnessing a younger version of himself thwarting an aging Jordan. Perhaps not quite the equal of peak MJ, but proof enough that the stars of his era were no lesser. Loren roared, securing the defensive board as the Grizzlies launched a fast break. This was West's blunt strategy. If Jordan lacked the stamina for a full game, exhaust him. Memphis was young, brimming with energy. Wear him down tonight, and they'd be fresh again by morning. The grind down the old man tactic. And it worked. Jordan sprinted back on defense. But before Washington's interior could set up, he was forced to step in. Zhou lingered at the rear, his stamina seemingly boundless, while Hamilton, equally tireless, had to stick close, leaving the Wizards' defense reliant on Jordan's help. This only accelerated the veterans' depletion. Though Memphis failed to convert on their second chance attempt, Jordan gasped heavily, his condition mirroring his third-quarter exhaustion. Full court pressure. Hollins bellowed at West's urging. Deny Jordan any rest. The trapping duo of Jason and Zhou proved disruptive, nearly stripping Chris Whitney multiple times. With no choice, Jordan shouldered the playmaking burden. The grind down the old man strategy was taking its toll. Zhou Miao's condition remains unblemished. Yet old Xiao has faltered, evidently lagging behind. Seizing the opportunity in your weakness, I shall strike decisively. Zhou Miao, relying on his swift agility, repeatedly harassed the ball. Jordan, compelled to ride through the challenge, pressed on with determination to buy time for Richard or Leitner to assume their positions. However, the formidable defensive peak Jerry West proved to be a daunting obstacle. Jordan, unable to await his teammates' alignment, was left with no choice but to attempt a difficult leaning jump shot. The score stood at 111-105 as the Grizzlies launched a fervent counterattack. In their first fast break, Battier's three-point attempt bounced off the rim, and Zhou Miao seized the rebound just as Gasol and Lorente arrived on the scene. Zhou Miao executed a jump shot, transforming it into a pass that assisted Gasol in a fiery, soaring layup, soaring over Jordan to deliver a one-handed dunk. A flagrant foul. On the sidelines, Wizards head coach Collins was beside himself with frustration. The score stood at 107-111. Gasol roared in exhilaration, overwhelmed with joy. As he had just dunked over Jordan. With a sigh, Collins called a lengthy timeout, granting Jordan a moment to rest. The clock showed 7 minutes and 31 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Merely 2 minutes had elapsed since the timeout. Upon resuming play, Jordan ignited with fervor, retaliating with a dunk over Gasol. The score was now 113-107. The spectators erupted in excitement, instantly switching allegiance to cheer for the Wizards. The Grizzlies counterattacked. And this time, West did not suppress Zhou Miao's scoring. Another fading three-pointer ensued. Zhou Miao appeared to be possessed by the spirit of a warrior, making every shot count. The score was now 110-113. In the Grizzlies' half, Jordan found himself unable to penetrate Zhou Miao's defense and, in desperation, passed the ball, only for it to be intercepted by the long-suppressed Jason. The score shifted to 112-113. Jason bellowed in triumph, proclaiming that the Grizzlies possessed more talent than just Zhou Miao and Gasol. With a sigh, the Wizards called another lengthy timeout. Collins recognized this as a desperate measure, yet felt powerless. The entire team's strategy revolved around Jordan, and without him, the others were uncertain how to play. Upon returning from the timeout, the situation did not improve. For every 2 points the Wizards scored, the Grizzlies responded with a three-pointer. The score leveled at 115-115. Jordan observed that Richard had given his all, yet he was simply unable to contain Zhou Miao. The two were not on the same level. As the Wizards mounted an offense, Leitner emerged at a crucial moment, sinking a three-pointer. The score now stood at 118-115. At this juncture, Jordan turned to Richard and said, "Switch defense. The team's defense is in your hands." Richard nodded in silent agreement as the Grizzlies prepared to attack. Zhou Miao engaged in a fierce duel with Jordan beyond the three-point line, acutely aware that Jordan was struggling, consistently lagging behind. However, Zhou Miao refrained from underestimating his opponent, executing a breakthrough and passing to Gasol, who adeptly finished at the rim. The score stood at 117-118. As roles reversed, Jordan dribbled, attempting to advance slowly. Yet Zhou Miao denied him any opportunity. The two of them battled from the backcourt to the frontcourt. Jordan abruptly halted and then resumed, striving to create space. Yet his waning stamina rendered his movements somewhat sluggish. Bang! Zhou Miao, with unwavering determination, swiftly seized the ball and executed a rapid counterattack with seamless precision, culminating in a score of 119-118. The whistle blew as Collins opted to utilize the final long timeout. With 2 minutes and 18 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the game was just shy of the critical 2-minute mark. In the Wizards bench area, Coach Collins engaged in a heated dispute with Jordan for the first time. "Michael, you have played far too long in this match. Do not sacrifice future games for the sake of one," Collins admonished. Jordan, dismissively tossing aside his sweat-soaked towel, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Doug? We are on the verge of victory. How can we possibly give up now?" Collins, exasperated, replied, "But we have no timeouts left. In the next 2 minutes, we are like fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of the Grizzlies." Jordan's voice resonated with conviction. "I will not concede defeat. Even if I collapse on the court, I shall not retreat." The Wizards rallied around him, their spirits soaring. Although Collins found himself unable to restrain Jordan, his thoughts began to shift. He suddenly recognized that Jordan was indeed aging. Playing over 40 minutes in a game revealed his fatigue. In his prime, Jordan could have endured 2 overtimes and still had the energy to socialize afterward. As he watched the Wizards being overtaken on the court, Collins felt no surprise. The Chinese player Zhou Miao was performing extraordinarily, pushing Jordan to his limits, a transformation too remarkable to overlook. Collins had meticulously analyzed Zhou's gameplay. His three-point shooting accuracy was astonishingly high, but against a strong defense, he was limited to a mere fraction of his potential. In the past, Zhou could only be regarded as an all-star reserve, yet tonight, he exhibited the prowess of a true superstar, excelling on both ends of the court with formidable strength. Such talent was indeed a force to be reckoned with in contemporary basketball, as the league boasted many exceptional guards. However, it was sufficient to challenge the Wizards. Collins had to contemplate the future seriously. The emergence of 4 dominant guards was evident. If Jordan could be pressured to this extent by Zhou, others could also impose their will upon him. At this moment, Collins had no choice but to accept the reality that Jordan's reign was waning, and a transformation was inevitable. It seemed prudent to strictly manage Michael's playing time moving forward. Collins felt a profound anxiety for the latter half of the regular season, which would not only present trials for the rookies but also pose challenges for the veterans. Meanwhile, on TNT, Barkley sighed as he observed Michael Jordan cornered. "Kenny, do you believe that before Michael's comeback, I advised him against it? That is my concern. We are no longer young, stamina is our greatest weakness. And Michael has been ruthlessly exploited by the sharpshooter." Kenny Smith, unusually serious, nodded in agreement. "Michael remains unchanged. If only he were as cunning as Malone, he wouldn't find himself in this predicament." Barkley scoffed. "Do not compare the mailman. He is unworthy to be mentioned alongside Michael. If Karl Malone possessed the same tenacity as Michael in crucial moments, he would not still be without a championship ring." Kenny Smith wholeheartedly concurred. "Charles, it seems we have overlooked a crucial detail. Who has managed to pressure Michael Jordan to this extent? The Grizzlies have been under siege throughout the first 3 quarters. How did the Wizards go from a commanding lead to chasing points?" Barkley hesitated to respond, aware that Kenny Smith was starting to stir the pot. "The sharpshooter Zhou," Kenny proclaimed. "No, we cannot merely label him a sharpshooter. He has transformed into a cannon, leaving Michael Jordan with only the capacity to defend himself." "Hey, Charles. Are you ready to kiss my rear end? Rest assured, I'll be wearing a pair of jeans that haven't seen a wash in a month, caked in grease." Barkley grimaced. That stench is enough to make one nauseous. Recently, after the Grizzlies lost to the Mavericks, the two had wagered. "Enough, Kenny," Barkley retorted, visibly annoyed. "The Wizards are lacking a competent center, the Mavericks are not. Moreover, Michael appeared to underestimate the sharpshooter." "It's a cannon," Kenny emphasized. "Even during your time with the Suns, you would certainly struggle against such an adversary." "Impossible," Barkley insisted, refusing to allow any disparagement of his career. "Who do the Grizzlies even have in the paint? The soft Pau Gasol? I could demolish their interior defense with half my strength." Kenny shot back. "And then you would be obliterated by the cannon." "Unlikely," Barkley countered. "No matter how far a cannon can shoot, it cannot treat half-court shots as standard offensive strategies. Aside from the modern small ball era, only one player has claimed to shoot from anywhere on the court, World B. Free. However, his shooting percentage leaves much to be desired. At his peak, his three-point accuracy was only 42, indicating that long-range shots are not guaranteed." Kenny Smith did not dispute this point. "Nevertheless, it is undeniable that tonight's cannon possesses superstar caliber." In their eyes, a superstar was one who could dominate on both ends of the court and consistently earn All-NBA selections. Barkley conceded, "I believe this is limited to tonight. Every player has their peak moments. After tonight, it will be challenging for the cannon to maintain this level of performance." "He's already impressive." Kenny reminded him, he is only 20 years old, with boundless potential. In Memphis, at the Pyramid Arena, the final buzzer echoed, sealing the score at 127-124. Jordan made the last shot but failed to save the team, leading to a narrow victory for the Grizzlies. In that moment, Zhou Miao felt a sense of lightness as he was embraced by Battier, followed by Jason and Gasol, a group celebrating as though they had already claimed the championship. "Damn it," Zhou Miao gasped laboriously, urging everyone to step aside. His physical burden value stood at 87, and the system ceased to maintain his condition after exhausting his stamina. All discomfort surged forth. Fortunately, it was the post-game assessment. Otherwise, Zhou Miao would have been unable to finish the fourth quarter. After a hard-fought struggle to rise, he found himself once again encircled by Jordan and the reporters. Was it truly necessary to be so harsh on oneself during a single match? Jordan snatched the microphone from a reporter's hand and held it to Zhou Miao's lips. "How does it feel to be utterly drained of energy?" Zhou Miao forced a smile and remarked, "As long as I can defeat my idol just once, I wouldn't mind losing miserably the next time." "Hey, you rascal." Jordan joyfully patted Zhou Miao on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "I never anticipated that you would truly inherit the legacy of the legendary player Jerry West. How about joining the Wizards next season? I shall teach you the art of basketball." "Goodness, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Chapter 81, A Bountiful Harvest. Zhou Miao originally intended to discuss his current circumstances with Jordan, but Heisley appeared like a specter and whisked him away. The prototype of peak Jordan was tantalizingly close, yet ultimately elusive. It is difficult to fathom how formidable it would have been had Zhou Miao joined the Wizards from the outset. Which team could have thwarted the duo of two Jordans? It is worth noting that in the twilight of his career, Jordan assumed a greater share of responsibilities in the paint, ranking second in rebounds and first in defensive prowess. That said, let's return to the topic at hand. Zhou Miao has joined the Wizards. How many games can he truly play? At his peak, Jordan would undoubtedly log at least 5 minutes, if not 7 or 8. Given Zhou's slender physique, After half an hour in a single game, he would likely be exhausted after just 2 matches. Thus, in the grand scheme of things, a gradual development seems more prudent. Zhou, for the sake of caution, I have decided to offer you a maximum contract, to be executed later. Hazley was incredibly pleased with tonight's performance, genuinely fearing that Zhou Miao might be poached by another team. Scoring an impressive 40 points, alongside 9 assists, 3 rebounds, and 1 steal in front of Jordan, he is remarkably young. With such an extraordinary talent, if Hazley were to let him go, it would be akin to smashing a block of tofu over his own head. Additionally, he achieved a remarkable feat by sinking 12 three-pointers in a single game, setting a new NBA personal record. His defensive contributions were substantial as well, successfully guarding the Wizard star, the legendary Jordan. A talent of this caliber would shine as a top star in any era. No need for that, Hazley. Zhou Miao comforted. I will uphold my promise. Yet, Hazley found it inconceivable. He would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than trust in the integrity of a Chinese individual. No, Hazley asserted. Since I have unilaterally breached the agreement, I shall compensate you with a penalty of $10 million as stipulated in the contract. As for the contract, it will be drafted in accordance with our previous discussions. Zhou Miao was utterly astonished. Is it true that the wealthy are indeed foolish and excessively affluent? To casually offer $10 million without the slightest hesitation? Hazley, I cannot sustain this state for long tonight. I hope you will consider this matter with due seriousness. Zhou Miao cautioned. What if I sustain an injury? It seems this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Nevertheless, Hazley, in a manner reminiscent of authority, insisted on unilaterally breaching the agreement. Left with no other recourse, Zhou Miao could only feign a phone call to seek counsel from her father. Zhou's father, having experienced the previous incident, remained remarkably composed and proposed several feasible suggestions, all of which Zhou Miao readily embraced. To their surprise, Hazley agreed without hesitation. It is worth noting that Zhou's father's stipulations included cash payment for breach of contract, along with the requirement for salary to be paid in advance for each subsequent season. Among other stringent conditions, Zhou Miao truly felt that Hazley was possessed by something sinister. Yet, who cares? One should never pass up the opportunity to earn money. In truth, Hazley did not suffer any losses. The penalty for breach of contract was a staggering $10 million, intended solely to prevent Zhou Miao from jumping ship, rather than to genuinely profit from it. The amount dispersed now merely serves to settle Zhou Miao's wages owed for this year, considering he was still under a minimum salary contract. On December 9th, in Memphis, at the Pyramid Arena, a shocking super rookie contract emerged, a 4-year deal worth $48 million, which, when including bonus clauses, exceeds $100 million. As long as Zhou Miao leads his team to the NBA Finals starting next year, even without clinching the championship, he shall earn a pre-tax income of $20 million annually. Should he win the championship, his earnings would soar beyond $30 million. Of course, there are numerous restrictive clauses, one of which is particularly significant. He cannot recruit all-star caliber foreign players. In essence, he must guide the current roster to the finals. In any case, disregarding these additional bonuses, Zhou Miao's annual salary has already surpassed $10 million, officially marking him as a member of the highest-paid echelon in the league. On the day of signing, Hazley promptly transferred the $10 million penalty fee. After some financial maneuvering to reduce tax liabilities, Zhou Miao found himself with several $100,000 at his disposal, suddenly affluent. He first sent $2 million each to his parents, while the remaining funds were earmarked to support his team of massage therapists. Zhou had already reached an agreement with Sun Jingwang for 3 elite massage therapists, each earning $1 million annually, accompanying Zhou Miao as he traveled for games. However, this payment would not be deposited directly into personal accounts. It would first be transferred to Sun Jingwang before reaching the therapists. In other words, it would be a stroke of luck if even 1/10 of that amount actually made it into the therapist's hands. Regardless, Zhou Miao bore no loss. Considering it a necessary introduction fee for the first year, he expected costs to significantly diminish in subsequent years. This arrangement allowed Zhou Miao to alleviate 8 to 10 points of physical burden daily. As evidenced by testing results, a maximum of 4 hours of massage per day proved most effective. Top-notch massage therapists could relieve 2 points per hour. Thus, Zhou Miao would have a full 10 minutes of recovery time for each game, akin to the legendary Jerry West. With this secret weapon at his disposal, his individual prowess would be greatly enhanced, rendering him unafraid of facing elite defensive guards. Moreover, the management brought forth delightful news. The team had secured a head coach, who is expected to arrive in Memphis by next week at the latest. Rumor has it that he is a friend of Jerry West. suggesting he is also an elder statesman. Everything appears to be progressing favorably. On December 10th, a Monday, the Grizzlies hosted the Rockets. The Pyramid Arena once again welcomed a throng of fans, with attendance exceeding 70%, reaching the same levels as 2 Saturdays prior. It is evident that this transformation is inextricably linked to Zhou Miao. The support from fans is palpable, with many brandishing signs bearing his name. Last Saturday's game had garnered numerous loyal fans, resulting in a significant number of season tickets sold. Everyone eagerly anticipates how far this season's Grizzlies can go. During the pregame warm-up, Francis approached Zhou Miao with a disgruntled demeanor, challenging him. "Kid, we absolutely will not lose tonight." Zhou Miao glanced at the system. Burden value, 69. The masseur for today had completed his task, and he was ready to perform another miraculous comeback in the final quarter. "I believe the first 3 quarters of the game will unfold as you have described." Francis, perplexed, inquired, "Why is there no fourth quarter?" Zhou Miao was taken aback by Francis's unexpected talent for performing as a comic actor, adeptly delivering his lines. "In the fourth quarter, we were indeed invincible." Regrettably, Francis remained skeptical of this bravado. As the game commenced, Zhou Miao was not among the starters, and the situation unfolded exactly as he had described. Under the relentless assault of the Rockets' dynamic duo, the Grizzlies found themselves retreating step by step. However, the moment either Francis or Mobley took a breather, Zhou Miao would enter the fray, and the Grizzlies would embark on a fervent pursuit. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 58-56, with the Rockets holding a slender lead of merely 2 points. As the third quarter commenced, Francis and Mobley did not step off the court for even a minute. Playing the entirety of the period, Zhou Miao, evading the spotlight, allowed the point difference to reach a staggering 15 points at one stage. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Rockets led with a score of 88-74, maintaining a 14-point advantage as they entered the fourth quarter. As the chants of the crowd resonated throughout the arena, Zhou Miao lifted the seal on his performance. With a graceful backward three-pointer, a swift pull-up three, and deftly drawing fouls for free throws, he showcased an array of offensive skills with effortless ease. Not only that, he effectively locked down Marbury on the defensive end while occasionally disrupting Francis. With 10 minutes and 11 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score stood tied at 104-104. A minute later, Zhou Miao orchestrated 3 assists and a steal for a three-pointer, widening the lead to 5 points at 113-108. Ultimately, he delivered a spectacular driving layup, sealing the game for the fans. The arena erupted in cheers, reaching a fever pitch. The Grizzlies triumphed over the Rockets with a score of 117-110. In this match, Zhou Miao amassed an impressive 36 points, 11 assists, 4 rebounds, and 2 steals, demonstrating an increasingly comprehensive performance. In the final quarter, he exploded with 23 points and 8 assists, once again breaking personal and team records for points and assists in a single quarter. Chapter 82. A new coach takes the helm with 3 sparks. As December approached its midpoint, the pace of the games quickened, with matches occurring every other day becoming the norm. On Wednesday, December 12th, the Grizzlies faced off against the Suns on their home turf. Led by Stephen Marbury, the Suns exhibited a resolute defensive stance, narrowly securing a home victory by a mere 2 points, 98-96. The matchup proved to be exceptionally grueling, halting the Grizzlies' winning streak. Zhou Miao has impressively recorded over 30 points for the third consecutive game, achieving 31 points, 12 assists, and 2 rebounds. Yet his remarkable double-double performance could not salvage his team. This predicament arose from his excessive ball dominance, which left his teammates devoid of rhythm. Furthermore, the Suns exhibited a resolute defensive stance, rendering the Grizzlies' attempts to score futile, with only Gasol maintaining a steady performance. The weakness in the Suns' interior defense primarily contributed to Gasol's ability to accumulate 22 points.